Feeling sorry for the man makes me want to buy him everything I see. At the overseas Chinese store, Song Shuxian finally saw different colors. The clothes here are beautiful, and not just black, gray, and green. The sales staff are friendly and don't act superior. Jianguo, try on this sweater. Jianguo, do you like this watch? Wei Jianguo. He really didn't expect that sharing his past would make his wife react this way. He took Song Shuxian to a corner and said, "Wife, that's all in the past. I'm doing well now. Today, let's buy things for you and the kids. I usually wear what I need in the army, so I won't use these clothes. We can stick with the watch we got for our wedding. I can't use those foreign ones, it's not good." After hearing this, Song Shuxian understood it was her mistake. She returned to normal after that. They saw a baby bottle and asked, "Hello, how do you use this bottle?" The sales staff had been watching them for a while. They were an interesting couple, with the woman wanting to buy things for the man and the man refusing. Usually, women come here to choose things for themselves, while men are reluctant. The sales staff snapped back to reality and explained the baby bottle. When we feed babies with a spoon, it can be tiring chasing after them. With a bottle, you can prepare the milk powder and just give it to them. It's more convenient and safer, and you can easily see how much the baby has consumed to control the amount. After use, wash it clean, and you can reuse it. Song Shuxian had seen her brother being fed as a child and knew how hard it was to take care of babies. Her brother had 2 wet nurses and a nanny. Now, she had to care for 2 children alone, which made her anxious. "I'll take 4 baby bottles," Song Shuxian decided. Since they were glass, she worried they might break and become unusable. The sales staff blinked. Her taste was indeed good. She had already guessed that this couple wasn't short on money. Who buys 4 baby bottles at once? Still feeling sorry for Wei Jianguo, since she couldn't buy him clothes, she decided to buy him something to drink and generously got him 2 bottles of Maotai, which are hard to find outside. Out of curiosity, she bought herself a can of coffee. She had heard from Tiantian that it was refreshing and wanted to try it. The two left the overseas Chinese store feeling satisfied. Once outside, Song Shuxian happily said, "I'm really good at sewing. I looked at their clothes earlier, and when we get back, I'll make you some so we won't waste money." Wei Jianguo ruffled her hair. "As long as you're happy, you don't need to change for me. We got married so you could have a better life."
Who wouldn't be confused by that?
Anyway, Song Shuxian was confused. She was really grateful to the Song family. If they hadn't caused a fuss that made her return early, she wouldn't have met Wei Jianguo, who is truly a wonderful husband. "Jianguo, I just realized we forgot to buy baby formula. We need to find someone to exchange for some formula tickets," Song Shuxian said, feeling a bit regretful. It was her oversight. Wei Jianguo quietly squeezed her hand. "Don't worry, I've already exchanged a few tickets. Let's go buy some now. If we need more, leave it to me. I'll make sure we have enough for the kids until they're 2. Wei Jianguo had started preparing for the formula tickets a long time ago, but they were rare and not easy to exchange. He planned to buy directly from the black market, where there were many hard-to-find items. By visiting several black markets and buying a few packages from each, he wouldn't attract attention. With Wei Jianguo taking care of everything, Song Shuxian felt completely at ease. In the hotel, Song Shuxian enjoyed lying down. It felt so good. Life had been great lately, sleeping when tired, eating when hungry, and visiting sites and shopping. But good times were running out. They had to go back soon. After returning, Wei Jianguo would have to rejoin his unit, leaving her alone again. Thinking of something, Song Shuxian quickly took out paper and pen to note that she needed to go to Tongrenting to buy medicine. She also needed to take Wei Jianguo for a detailed checkup at the hospital. He hadn't had any healing liquid for a long time, and now his injuries were healing better than other soldiers, likely because he was eating well and had strong recovery abilities. This wouldn't raise anyone's suspicions. Song Shuxian admired his caution. Feeling bored lying in bed, she started organizing their space. They had bought a lot of things on this trip. Wei Jianguo had changed into an inconspicuous look. Now he was a caring grandfather buying baby formula for his grandson from the black market. Beijing truly lived up to its reputation. While they couldn't find baby formula in Haludio, every black market here had it. Wei Jianguo never expected that one day his proud scouting skills would be used to find baby formula in the black market. Fortunately, he fulfilled Song Shuxian's request. With this formula, even if she couldn't breastfeed, the baby would grow up healthy. Carrying a large bag of items, he returned to the hotel. The front desk girl nudged her colleague. "What's the deal with these two? They've been buying a lot of things over the past few days and have stayed for so long." What she didn't say was that they weren't paying. The hotel fees were as shocking as its appearance.
These two spent so much money without batting an eye.
Her colleague, understanding the situation, replied, "Anyone who can stay here has a background. Just do your job well, and don't gossip. Their business is none of ours. Be careful not to offend anyone. You could lose your job." The front desk girl smiled gratefully at her colleague, thankful for the reminder. Wei Jianguo returned with a large bag of items and, while the post office was still open, sent the things back. He accidentally spotted some beautiful stamps and thought about how he had made his wife sad today, so he decided to buy them to cheer her up. "Hello, could I have these stamps?" "Which ones?" "The ones with the red flag and the cheering crowd, and the bright red map. Do you have any other colors that are brighter?" The post office worker handed them over and responsibly said, "The two red ones you wanted are misprints and can't be mailed." "That's okay. My wife likes bright things. I upset her, so I'm buying these to cheer her up." The lady couldn't say much. She also wanted to sell them, and returning them would be a hassle. "Do you have any other stamps, preferably in sets?" Wei Jianguo thought two wouldn't be enough to cheer her up. The lady brought him a set of stamps called "Long Live the Revolutionary Artistic Line of the Leaders," which included 9 designs featuring classic operas and ballets. Wei Jianguo saw that they were all from model operas and looked nice. Since Song Shuxian liked these, he decided to get them. When Song Shuxian saw the gift from Wei Jianguo, she loved it. It was a small card with such rich content. "Thank you, husband," she said, immediately looking for a notebook to keep the stamps. Wei Jianguo, seeing her excitement, scoffed, "I knew you'd like it. Look at this." He had used his pocket money to buy her a stamp collection book, so she could store her favorite stamps there in the future. Song Shuxian happily threw herself at Wei Jianguo, who was startled and forgot about his stomach again. After resting for a day at the hotel, Song Shuxian felt her energy return and was ready to explore. Today, they had no specific destination and planned to go wherever they felt like. They borrowed a bicycle from Sister Guifan, with Wei Jianguo riding and Song Shuxian swinging her feet on the back seat, taking in the sights of the capital. As they rode through the alleys, the sound of the bicycle bells echoed behind them. Curious, Song Shuxian tapped Wei Jianguo on the back, saying, "Jianguo, let's stop for a moment. I've never seen a courtyard like this." They walked along a large courtyard, and a woman approached them, noticing they were from out of town. She asked, "Hey, where are you two from?" "This is the city of Sijio. What brings you here?" Song Shuxian loved the local accent. It sounded like a performance. She wanted to hear more. "Hello, Auntie. We're here on a business trip from the Northeast. We have some free time today, just wandering around. It'll give us something to talk about when we go back." The woman was very friendly and recommended several places to visit. "Have you been to the Summer Palace? It used to be a great place that ordinary people couldn't enter. There's also the Forbidden City and the Temple of Heaven, all worth seeing. If you have time, you should check out the Great Wall. It's a marvel of our ancestors." "We've been to the Summer Palace. It was beautiful, with scenery every few steps. We spent the whole day there and were exhausted by the time we got back." The woman noticed Song Shuxian's rounded belly. "Oh, you're expecting. You need to be careful. The Great Wall can be dangerous. You should go to Shidan instead. There's a new big market. The Tiantian market is also worth a visit. There are many snacks and street performances, like making dough figures and sugar figures." Song Shuxian became interested. These were things she had seen in the past. "Thank you, Auntie. I will definitely go." After saying goodbye, they continued to wander nearby. They came across a small courtyard housing 7 families, and Song Shuxian was shocked by how crowded it was. What puzzled her even more was that two families shared a room separated only by a curtain. It must be very inconvenient for them at night. Jianguo, why don't they separate? They could find jobs and get their own places. Wei Jianguo explained, housing is very tight. Living together helps them support each other and provides a place to stay. If they split up, they would have to prepare their own cooking pots. Iron is a strategic resource and hard to come by. Buying a pot requires 5 industrial tickets and 12 yuan, while an ordinary worker's monthly salary is only 15 yuan. I really didn't expect housing to be so tight in the city. Thinking of a newspaper she had seen, Song Shuxian quietly said, I used to not understand the movement of sending city youth to the countryside. Good city kids who have never farmed, what can they do in the countryside except cause trouble? Now I understand. The city is overpopulated, and they send people to the countryside to find a way out. It's a last resort. Plus, teenagers are impulsive and reckless, making them prone to causing trouble. Jianguo, I have a feeling this movement will continue, and even intensify. In these matters, Wei Jianguo always trusted Song Shuxian's judgment and decided to remind his comrades to arrange jobs for families with children of appropriate age. They wandered to Shikahai, admiring the shimmering lake and the green trees by the shore, and Song Shuxian instantly fell in love with the place. She knew that there would always be privileged classes. Jianguo, let's keep an eye on the courtyards here. When the situation improves, we should buy a couple of nearby courtyards. They would be great for living in or as an investment. Wei Jianguo nodded in agreement. Then he asked, why have you never mentioned preparing anything for our two kids? Wei Jianguo meant no harm. He just thought about preparing for children after seeing others do so, like buying a house. They often say it's good to prepare for the kids in advance, so when they grow up, they have something for their future. Song Shuxian understood Wei Jianguo's curiosity and patiently explained her thoughts. The children are ours to raise. We have an obligation to nurture them and teach them how to live. But that doesn't mean our lives should revolve around them. We must first take care of ourselves before being parents. We shouldn't suffer just for them. This was something Song Shuxian learned from her mother. Her mother had many chances to leave the general's residence with her siblings, but she had too many concerns. She worried about them being ridiculed, about not being able to care for them, and about being bullied without the general's protection. Of course, she also couldn't bear to leave her husband, as they had once shared a strong bond. The result was that her mother's health deteriorated early, burdened by worries and suffering from illness. Her siblings had to seek refuge at the border. Wei Jianguo found Song Shuxian's ideas bold yet reasonable. The ride from Shikahai to Tiantian market was not short, but Wei Jianguo was strong and efficient. They arrived without wasting much time. First, they went to a nearby state-run restaurant for a meal, which had just opened and was not crowded. Song Shuxian ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, a bowl of fried liver, for fried cakes, for big buns, and a serving of beef stew with potatoes. Recently, Wei Jianguo had recovered and had a growing appetite, often eating more in one meal than Song Shuxian did in a day. They speculated that the spiritual liquid had transformed Wei Jianguo's body, enhancing his strength and agility. His increased appetite might be due to needing more energy, which he could only replenish through food. The chefs at the state-run restaurant in Sijio were skilled. Even Song Shuxian, who didn't usually eat strange things, couldn't help but praise the fried liver after trying it. Of course, her favorite was still the beef stew with potatoes. The beef was tender yet chewy, and the potatoes soaked up the broth, melting in her mouth. Tiantian market was different from what Song Shuxian had imagined. She thought it would be a bustling marketplace, but in reality, there were only about 20 stalls, sparse and with limited offerings. Perhaps it was due to the overall environment. After all, business was risky. The snacks looked a bit haphazard, and Song Shuxian had no desire to try them. She saw vendors handling the food with their bare hands. The sugar figures were shaped into whatever you liked, with the master blowing into the end to make them three-dimensional. Song Shuxian pulled Wei Jianguo away. It was just too dirty. She considered herself not overly picky, but she would never touch those sugar figures. There used to be theaters here, but now they were all remnants of feudalism, dealt with. Only a few performers telling jokes remained, struggling to survive. It was an inevitable outcome of the times, and Song Shuxian felt no sympathy. One vendor making dough figures caught her attention. She had one when she was a child, shaped like her and her brother. This time, she wanted to make a big tiger. The artisan's skills were impressive, creating a vivid image of a tiger descending a mountain. The next day, Song Shuxian was sleeping soundly when Wei Jianguo woke her up, still feeling groggy as a cold towel was placed on her face. Song Shuxian suppressed her anger, waiting for him to explain. If he couldn't, she would make him pay. Wei Jianguo was anxious. Wife, I just got a call. We need to leave immediately. Get up and pack. Song Shuxian quickly got up, tidying herself up in just 5 minutes. Wei Jianguo had already packed everything. He pointed to a pile on the right and said, Wife, please pack these. Song Shuxian complied, without a word. Did you get the train tickets? What time do we leave? We have to leave now. There's a helicopter passing by the base, and we can take that back. They hurriedly checked out and rushed to the airport. They arrived at the airport just in time. It was Song Shuxian's first time on a helicopter, and she was very nervous, gripping the safety belt and not daring to open her eyes. Wei Jianguo comforted her, holding her hand. Wife, have a piece of candy to calm your nerves. It's okay. Everyone here is a professional, and we are safe. After a nap, we'll be home. You said you missed it, right? It's cold at home, and we'll need to change into warmer clothes. Song Shuxian didn't hear a word he said, lost to her thoughts. She wondered if birds got dizzy and how humans could fly in the sky, her mind wandering without a fixed idea. 2 men in their 40s, also soldiers, were on the helicopter with them. Wei Jianguo had a good impression of them. Seeing Song Shuxian's reaction, they offered reassurance. It's okay. We felt the same on our first flight. You'll get used to it after a few more rides. Song Shuxian thought. So, is a helicopter just like a bus now? After some bumps, the helicopter flew smoothly. Song Shuxian felt better and became more adventurous. She leaned against the window, watching the world below. It was her first time seeing everything from the sky. It was fascinating. The once high clouds were now right beside her, playfully moving around. The helicopter was fast. When they returned to the base, Wei Jianguo couldn't take her home. He found a young soldier to help and apologetically said, Wife, I need to report back immediately. I'm sorry I can't take you. Don't say that. I can manage on my own. Wei Jianguo looked at Song Shuxian deeply, then turned and ran, not even having time to tell the soldier to take good care of her. They parted quickly. A young soldier came over to help Song Shuxian with her things. Sister-in-law, you go sit in the car. I'll carry your things. The soldier looked at the luggage on the ground and thought about the big package in the reception room, secretly raising the level of her spending habits. After thanking the soldier, Song Shuxian went to sit in the car and wait. She was worried about Wei Jianguo's injury. It hadn't fully healed, and going on a mission was dangerous. Feeling uneasy, she chose to listen to the soldier, doing whatever he suggested to avoid causing trouble. The soldier appreciated having such an obedient sister-in-law. He had a plan, and his arrangements were efficient, but some sisters-in-law had their own ideas, making things chaotic. On the way, the soldier suggested, Sister-in-law, the things you sent back have arrived. Should we pick them up on the way? They can fit in the car. Thank you. I wouldn't have thought of that. Song Shuxian was very sincere in her gratitude. Even though he was a soldier under Wei Jianguo, he had no obligation to help her. After all, helping was kindness and not helping was just duty. When they got home, there was a thick layer of dust on the furniture. Song Shuxian declined the soldier's help, feeling bad for taking up his training time. She quickly grabbed some candy from her bag and handed it to the soldier. This is candy from the captain, only available in the capital. Take it and enjoy. Thank you for today. The soldier couldn't refuse and accepted it before leaving. He thought, as expected, the sister-in-law was just like the rumors said, beautiful, kind-hearted, and easy to get along with. Meanwhile, Song Shuqian filled a large basin with water and started cleaning the house. First, she sprinkled water on the floor and in the yard to prevent dust from flying around. Then, she wiped down all the surfaces with a damp cloth. After changing the water, she continued until the dust was mostly gone, then used a wrung-out cloth to clean everything thoroughly. She was very meticulous, cleaning every visible spot. For the areas behind the cabinets and on the beams, she couldn't reach them and would have to wait for Wei Jianguo to handle it. The Kong, a traditional heated bed, was already warm, so Song Shuqian spread out the blankets to dry them off, or else they wouldn't be usable at night. She changed her clothes, tidied up a bit, and lay down on the Kong. She was exhausted from the day. It had been an eventful day. She was in the capital in the morning and back home by evening. As for Wei Jianguo, he was in a meeting, needing several English speakers for a task. Everyone on leave was called back. Lu Xingguo was at home with his mother when he got a call and rushed back to the base with Tiantian, arriving just after Wei Jianguo. Hearing it was the same group from the last mission, everyone felt uneasy. Last time, their route was leaked, and no matter what they did afterward, they encountered enemy ambushes, almost confirming there was a traitor among them. The leaders offered no explanation. Commissioner Su noticed the problem and knew that sending them out in this state would be dangerous. However, the previous incident had internal causes that they should know about. Worried they would carry their emotions into the mission, Commissioner Su said, "You'll know some things when the time is right." By the time the meeting ended, it was late. Wei Jianguo was anxious to see his wife. He hurried back to the family compound. When he got home, he saw the house was already cleaned. He checked the roof and walls for safety before feeling relieved. The firewood shed was neatly stacked, enough for the winter. In the living room were their luggage and the packages that had been sent back. Wei Jianguo quietly unpacked everything, putting everything in its place. Once everything was organized, he made himself a bowl of noodles and slurped it down. At 2 a.m., with everything packed, he left under the cover of night. When Song Shuqian woke up, she was alone in the house, which had been completely cleaned. Everything she brought back was neatly organized. She glanced around and saw no signs of anyone else having been there. Wei Jianguo had finished tidying up and left without any time to rest. On the dining table, there was a note written by Wei Jianguo. "Wife, I have to go on a sudden mission, and I don't know when I'll be back. I'm wearing soft armor, so it's safe, don't worry. Make sure to eat well and sleep well at home. Don't be picky. You need to eat vegetables and meat to stay healthy. Go for a walk every day, at least 2 laps around the compound. Remember to take Mo-ing with you. If someone bothers you, just endure it for now until I return. If you need anything, contact Captain Zhang and Political Commissar Su. I've already informed them. By the way, you need to pick up Mo-ing. Little Lu, who brought you back yesterday, will go with you." After he left, Song Shuqian felt a bit sad. They had spent every day together recently, and now she felt empty. She forced herself to cheer up. She needed to take care of herself and not distract Wei Jianguo. After a quick tidy-up, she took out breakfast from her magic gourd. Just as she finished eating, Tiantian came over and gave Song Shuqian a big hug as soon as she entered. Their bellies bumped into each other, even though they were still a bit apart.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. They laughed so hard that they couldn't stand up, and the earlier sadness disappeared. "Old Lu told me you were back yesterday, so I couldn't wait to come see you first thing in the morning. If it hadn't been so late, I would have come over last night. I missed you so much after such a long time." Tiantian was still her super enthusiastic self. Seeing her good friend made Song Shuqian very happy. "I just found out Wei Jianguo left, and I felt a bit sad, but now that I see you, that sadness has vanished. How was your trip to Lu Xingguo? Are you getting used to it? My in-laws live in a lively village. If I hadn't received the telegram suddenly, I would have wanted to stay a few more days. My mother-in-law loves to see the excitement, so we went out every day to enjoy it." Tiantian enthusiastically shared her life at her in-laws, which sounded wonderful. Song Shuqian supported her. "First, let's go pick up Mo-ing, then we can chat properly. I had a great time in Harbin and Beijing too. Both pregnant women were very active. After saying that, they locked the door and headed to the police dog base. Thinking about having Tiantian with her, Song Shuqian didn't look for Shaoli. As soon as they entered, they saw Emoing sitting by the door, watching. Emoing, I'm here to pick you up. As soon as Song Shuqian spoke, Emoing ran over and stood in front of her, wagging its tail excitedly. Song Shuqian squatted down and affectionately held its head. I'm sorry it took so long. I went on a trip with your brother and just got back last night. Not caring if Emoing could understand, she chatted away. After a while, she finally let go of Emoing. At that moment, the person in charge of the dog base came over, thanking Emoing for its help. They exchanged polite words before handling the paperwork. One trainer looked reluctant and confused. If it weren't for the military uniform, he would have directly asked Song Shuqian to let Emoing stay. Song Shuqian pretended not to notice. They had brought Emoing over to select suitable breeds for military dogs, and she couldn't refuse. But she had emphasized many times that this was a one-time thing. Emoing was her family and would always be with her. After completing the paperwork, she put a leash on Emoing and left. Emoing, do you want to say goodbye to your friends? Emoing barked a few times and led Song Shuqian to the kennel, barking at the dogs inside. She guessed this was dog language. They must be sad to part as well. Emoing stopped in front of a dog with a leg injury, barking the longest, clearly reluctant to leave. If she hadn't confirmed that both were male dogs, she would have thought Emoing was trying to find a partner. As they left, Emoing looked back at that dog several times. Song Shuqian went back to the person in charge to ask about that dog. That's a hero dog named Lightning. It got injured during a mission and can only live like this from now on. Emoing has the best relationship with it here. They often play together. The person in charge had his own motives. It was clear that Emoing had been well cared for. Song Shuqian's situation was not a secret. She had good conditions. If she could take Lightning home, it would be better than leaving it here. Lightning had been the strongest among its batch of military dogs and was only a year and a half old. It was too cruel to let it watch other dogs train. Song Shuqian understood their thoughts, but she didn't mind adopting another dog. With 2 babies on the way, she was preparing double everything. It would be nice for each child to have their own little dog to accompany them. Plus, she worried about Emoing being lonely. She found a place to sit down and faced Emoing. Emoing, do you want me to bring Lightning home? So it can live with us and be part of our family? Emoing barked, but this time Song Shuqian didn't understand. She extended her hand. Emoing, if you agree, shake my hand. If not, just stay still. Tiantian knew some pets could be smart, but she didn't expect Emoing to be this clever. Emoing actually shook hands with Song Shuqian. It wanted to take Lightning home. If it weren't for the small space at home, Tiantian would want to adopt Lightning too. Having a dog around is really a comforting thing. Song Shuqian wanted to adopt Lightning, but decided to wait for Wei Jianguo to discuss it first, since the home belonged to both of them. She also wanted to see the dog base's attitude, as it was a hero dog, and she worried she might not qualify to adopt it. Squatting down to discuss with Emoing, she said, "Your brother is on a mission, so we need to wait for him to come back. We have to get his approval before we can bring Lightning home." Emoing and Lightning sat together, barking continuously. Song Shuqian felt like she was the one separating the cowherd and the weaver girl. She gently patted Emoing's head and took it away first. After a while, she would bring Emoing back to visit, say hello to its friends, and play with Lightning for a bit. Song Shuqian was growing fond of Lightning and always brought it little treats from Emoing. Life was quite pleasant. Emoing had grown and now had the presence of an adult black wolf dog. Especially after training at the dog base, it was now Emoing the hunting dog, and it was very skilled, always bringing something back from the mountains. But that's a story for later. Right now, Song Shuqian was taking Tiantian and Emoing home. Emoing, go check out your new bed. Do you like it? Winter was cold, and Song Shuqian worried about Emoing, so she planned to let it move back inside. She even made a new bed with cloth strips and old cotton. In the future, wherever Mo wanted to sleep, she would take its bed there. It wasn't that Song Shuqian was unwilling to give it good things. It was just that times were tough, and if she used new cotton to make a bed for the dog, people would criticize her. Even with what she had now, many said she was wasteful. Fortunately, Mo was not picky, especially after seeing the kennel at the dog base, where they didn't have soft cotton beds. Mo was very satisfied, carrying its bed around the house, looking for a favorite spot to settle down. Tiantian and Song Shuqian closed the door and planned to gossip. Shuqian, you have no idea how lively Old Lu's village is. It's amazing. Tiantian intentionally built suspense to make Song Shuqian anxious. Song Shuqian quickly showed her sincerity. Tiantian, I brought you lots of snacks, chocolate-filled candies, shrimp chips, milk candies, and various pastries like sakama and fuling cake. With each item mentioned, Tiantian swallowed hard, and soon she couldn't resist anymore. All right, Qian, I'll tell you everything. Song Shuqian huffed playfully, thinking, I know you too well. Once she got the promise, she quickly took out a plate for the snacks and filled it for Tiantian to enjoy. When she bought the snacks, she thought of Tiantian. It's said that a person's name reflects their nature, and Tiantian truly has a sweet tooth, loving everything sweet. As soon as she peeled a shrimp chip, Tiantian immediately loved it. It combined her favorite sweetness with black sesame, making it incredibly delicious. With her mouth full, Tiantian started telling Song Shuqian the stories she had heard. This year, a large number of educated youth are going to the countryside. It's said that all the high school graduates have gone. Old Lu's village is registered with the commune and is considered a relatively wealthy team. Such matters are usually prioritized by the leaders. This time, 14 educated youths were assigned to their village, 8 boys and 6 girls. The youth center is in an old house in the village, with only 2 rooms, one for boys and one for girls, each accommodating a maximum of 8 people. However, including the old educated youths, there are 14 girls and 17 boys. There is simply no place to stay. So, the village head had no choice but to suggest that some educated youths stay with local families while others continue to stay at the youth center. Tiantian took a sip of water and looked at Song Shuqian, waiting for her to ask questions. Staying with local families must be inconvenient. When I visited the big courtyard in the capital, I saw a 15-square-meter room divided by a curtain, housing 2 families. There were siblings sharing a room with bunk beds. Honestly, I was shocked. It was so inconvenient. Later, I learned that due to housing shortages, they had no choice but to do this. Aren't they worried about problems since the educated youths and locals aren't related by blood? Song Shuqian was genuinely puzzled. Tiantian explained, the village head has his tricks when selecting people. Generally, female educated youths are paired with local girls, or 2 female educated youths share a room. Male educated youths are arranged more casually, sharing rooms with local boys. But there have indeed been many issues. The educated youths complain about locals withholding their rations, while locals find the educated youths pretentious. They argue over living habits, over who works more or less, and there have even been instances of locals stealing from the educated youths. The list goes on. Song Shuqian summarized. So, the educated youths are the ones who suffer? Not entirely. Some female educated youths know how to use their advantages. There is a big difference between city kids and village kids. Village kids start working in the fields as soon as they can walk, and by 17 or 18, they are strong laborers, tanned and rough-skinned. No matter how good their base is, it doesn't look good. Moreover, it's hard for villagers to exchange tickets, and they can't afford skincare products. Most importantly, after a long day of work, they just crash without washing up. It's common for them not to wash their feet or brush their teeth at night. City-educated youths can't stand it, and they argue constantly in the same room. What Tiantian described was indeed normal in rural areas. Before Wei Jianguo got married, he wasn't very clean either. After meeting Song Shuqian, he observed her habits and adapted, which is how he became the clean person he is now. Tiantian couldn't help but complain about her husband, old Lu. You have no idea. When we first got married, old Lu would just climb into bed without washing up, even with dirty socks. I had to clean up after him a lot, and it took some time to get him to where he is now. What Tiantian didn't mention was that she and old Lu were equally strong, but her abilities gave her an edge. If old Lu didn't clean up, he would not only get scolded but also have to sleep in the living room. As for Song Shuqian, Wei Jianguo had always been good, so she didn't mention it to avoid jealousy. Those educated youths arguing with the locals can't be good for anyone, right? Over time, won't there be serious conflicts? Tiantian changed the subject. It didn't take long. After just a week of living together, problems arose. The educated youths are all around 17 or 18, full of youthful energy. If they can't communicate, they fight. But they are no match for the locals, and ended up getting beaten badly. The educated youths were tough too. After getting beaten, a few of them went to the county to report to the educated youth office, claiming that the locals were abusing them. Their injuries were proof. Song Shuqian. They really are young and reckless. The county officials have less power than the local leaders. Getting on the bad side of the village head can be very troublesome. Not to mention, when it comes to work assignments, they could easily be given all the dirty and hard tasks, and no one could complain. Plus, they would still need to ask the village head for recommendation letters and leave requests. If the village head used a few tricks, these educated youths would be in for a tough time. And people are social creatures, they like to stick together. Even if they fight among themselves in their compound, they will band together against outsiders. In the village, many families are related, making this solidarity even stronger. Thinking this way, she said it aloud. There must be some wise, educated youths among them. At least the older ones should know better. Tiantian frowned. If only they were as insightful as you. I don't know if the older, educated youths intervened, but the newly arrived ones don't want to be at a disadvantage. The educated youth office investigated and found both sides at fault, giving each a share of the blame. But these educated youths feel they were treated unfairly. Honestly, the educated youth office handled it well, considering the educated youth's interests. As a result, they reported the villagers to the committee, saying that locals were picking mushrooms and hunting without reporting, which was taking advantage of socialism. The committee, like a cat smelling fish, sent people to search the village. The educated youths weren't lying. There were unwritten rules in the village that small game could be kept, but large game had to be reported to the village. Song Shuqian was stunned. Are they trying to make enemies with the villagers? They will definitely suffer later. Exactly. When we returned, we happened to encounter the committee searching. You know how those people are, they finally had a legitimate reason, so they wouldn't give up. They searched local homes thoroughly, causing destruction. By coincidence, old Lu returned just then, and there was someone in the village working at the police station and another at the county government. The three of them worked together, using both soft and hard tactics, and gave up quite a bit to settle the matter. Otherwise, if it was classified as theft of public property, they would have to go to the farm. At this point, Tiantian sighed a bit. What kind of world is this, where picking wild vegetables and mushrooms behind your own house is not allowed? Now the villagers and educated youths must be sworn enemies. Song Shuqian thought these educated youths were really asking for trouble. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. With this uproar, villagers would no longer be able to go to the mountains for resources. Without wild goods, relying only on field harvests, the villagers would struggle. Absolutely, it's a bitter feud. Those families that hosted educated youths used all sorts of methods to force them to move out. The village head was in a tough spot, saying, "The county hasn't given us any money. This is just how our village is. If it doesn't work, you'll have to figure it out. I can't help you." It was like a broken pot being smashed. If you want to stay, figure it out yourself. If not, go report it. That's just the situation in the village. Seeing that the village head was resolute and unwilling to help, the new and old educated youths pooled some money together and built 2 more rooms, with each gender having 2 rooms. It was cramped, but at least they had a place to stay. I can already imagine their miserable lives ahead. They've offended the whole village. These educated youths are really brave. Reality is similar to what Song Shuxian guessed. In this era, there is a gap between city people and villagers. Villagers feel inferior and eager when facing city folks, while city people look down on them. This is evident in the family compound, where the divide between military wives from the city and those from the village is severe. This inferiority can allow some educated youth to take advantage, but it can also turn against them. Song Shuxian believes that at first, most villagers genuinely accepted the educated youth and hoped they could help, even if it was just teaching the children to read. When that sincerity is trampled, the backlash will be severe. It wasn't until the educated youth reported to the committee that the two sides became completely opposed. Song Shuxian is a bit curious. Doesn't the educated youth office know about such an obvious issue? She asks, how does the educated youth office handle this? Tiantian struggles to explain. At first, I thought the educated youth office was inactive and even mocked them. But when I saw the number of educated youth, I was shocked. Each nearby village received dozens of them. In the village, food distribution is based on a ratio of 7-3, meaning that headcount accounts for 70%. Villagers might not realize this at first, but once food is distributed, they understand. If no village welcomes the educated youth, they work worse than the 10-year-old kids in the village. In this situation, the educated youth office can only offer verbal comfort and dare not do anything extra. It's like a son caught between a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law, feeling very frustrated. Song Shuxian is hearing about the 7-3 distribution ratio for the first time and is curious. So, does that mean as long as someone has a household registration in the village, they can get food? That's the principle, but in reality, it's linked to work points. In our village, the more work points you have, the more food you get. Song Shuxian keenly notices the flaw in this policy. The more capable you are, the more you suffer. Slacking off seems to become the norm, but she says nothing because it's not her place to comment. What happened later between the educated youth and the villagers? Song Shuxian is curious about this. The village chief has quite a bit of authority. He's in his 40s and doesn't bother with teenagers. He even ordered that villagers cannot hit anyone. The men are willing to listen, but the women are different. They gossip and isolate the educated youth, which is just childish. The worst part is that the village aunts and daughters-in-law have relatives in nearby villages, and what the educated youth do isn't a secret. Within a few days, it spreads throughout the area. Once the people from other villages learn about it, they become wary of the educated youth in their own village. They built a dormitory for the educated youth with their subsidies, then shut them away to live their own lives. They aren't fools. They quickly realize they've been dragged down by those who love to report. In the end, our village's educated youth were not only isolated by the villagers, but also by the educated youth from surrounding villages. They weren't united either, with constant conflicts. You can hear the relief in Tiantian's voice. It seems she has a lot of resentment towards these educated youth. Song Shuxian jokes, "You really have a lot of drama to watch every day. It's quite lively. I could talk about it for 3 days and nights. But let's talk about your belly. Shuxian, are you eating too much? I'll tell you, the saying that being able to eat is a blessing is a lie. Moderation is key. A big belly isn't good for giving birth." Usually, her clothes are loose, but when Song Shuxian moved her waist, Tiantian noticed her belly. Tiantian is genuinely worried about her and stands up, saying, "Come on, I'll go with you to the hospital. We need to check, your belly is too big." Song Shuxian feels warm inside and pats Tiantian's hand. "Don't worry, I'm having twins." She says it lightly, but her smile can't be hidden. Tiantian excitedly stands up. "That's great. You go through this once and get 2 kids." She quickly realizes, let's go to the hospital to ask how to take care of the pregnancy and what to watch out for. In a few months, we'll have 2 healthy little ones. When this one comes out, they can all play together. Song Shuxian thinks that sounds wonderful. Speaking of children, she quickly gets up to grab something. "Here's some donkey hide gelatin for you. In the 2nd trimester, from 4 to 6 months, you can take it if you feel dizzy or short of breath. You can't take it in the 3rd trimester. It might be too much. The milk powder is also for your nutrition." This notebook contains advice from doctors in Zhejiang. They all say eating more deep-sea fish is good for the fetus, so we should go to the seaside to see if we can buy some fish. Here's the notebook. Please return it to me after you read it. Oh, and pregnant women shouldn't eat too much sugar. You need to control it. I won't give you any sugar until after you give birth. This is a gift for you. These shoes are made by a skilled craftsman. They're non-slip and warm for winter. We each have a pair, and they're the same size. Song Shuxian prepared a pair of snow boots for Tiantian, spending a lot to have 2 pairs made. Tiantian happily says thank you. What a coincidence, I have a gift for you too. She pulls out a knee pad and shows it to Song Shuxian. What do you think? Made of wolf fur. When we want to go out in winter, we won't be cold. They smile at each other, truly in sync, both thinking about how to spend this winter. Song Shuxian shares her experiences from the journey and the world she has seen. Finally, she says, I really like Zhejiang and plan to buy a courtyard there in the future. When Wei Jianguo retires, we can go there to enjoy our old age. Tiantian laughs at her. You're so young, and you're already thinking about retirement. Song Shuxian shrugs. Aren't I already enjoying my retirement now? This time, Tiantian is silent. Their current life does feel like retirement, and thinking about it makes the air feel sweeter. Moing finishes exploring his room and runs over to cling to Song Shuxian. He misses her. Song Shuxian lets him lie on her lap to sleep. Tiantian looks on enviously. She also wants a dog of her own. It doesn't have to be as well-behaved as Moing, just someone to keep her company. Not sure how they got onto the topic of job transfers, Tiantian says, you live here so you get news slowly. The 3rd Regiment leader has retired, and the new one is quite young. I heard he's under 30, and just got married. They gossip about the new 3rd Regiment leader, not realizing he has a connection to Song Shuxian. He was her first blind date, Zhang Hongjun. Chatting with good friends is like this. There's no focus, just whatever comes to mind, and they don't know where it will end. Now, they're talking about Wei Jianguo's tasks. Due to confidentiality, they don't know anything. But that doesn't stop them from complaining. We know what they're up to. Wei Jianguo is recovering from his injury. I've been giving him a lot of good food to help him recover quickly.
Tiantian adds, exactly.
Old Lu really can't do any work when he comes home. I just want him to recover quickly. He must not have any aftereffects. The village chief secretly gave his prized ginseng to old Lu. It's really a lifesaver. They should definitely prepare early. It's better to be safe than sorry. During the day, having Tiantian around made chatting about gossip enjoyable, but at night, loneliness began to creep in. Recently, with Wei Jianguo by her side, she hadn't realized how important he was. Now that they are apart, she notices his presence everywhere in her life. Without a warm companion, she could only heat the Kong, but it still felt like something was missing. Even with the thickest blanket, she felt cold, not physically but emotionally. Unable to sleep, she started writing a plan for the next day. She needed to make clothes for the baby, prepare a quilt, and most importantly, check the supplies at home to keep track of everything. As a first-time mother, she wanted to prepare the best for her child. Song Shuxian wrote down her plans in a notebook. After finishing, she took out Dream of the Red Chamber. This forbidden book could only be read quietly at night. She loved this book and felt sympathy for Dayu, seeing her as a victim of feudal ethics and Jiamu's schemes. She dozed off, dreaming all night about Wei Jianguo getting hurt again. There were things Song Shuxian had never said, but that didn't mean she wasn't angry. If it weren't for the spirit spring, Wei Jianguo's injuries wouldn't have healed. She truly didn't understand why a wounded man had to go on a mission. But she knew this was Wei Jianguo's dream. She didn't understand, but she respected it. She would take care of the home. The next day, she woke up. Looking at the full storage room, Song Shuxian felt a sense of accomplishment. Even if something unexpected happened, these supplies would help her family live well. She packed some local specialties from the city, a few candies, and a snack to give to nearby neighbors as a thank you for helping her the day before. Having lived here for a while, Song Shuxian understood that these people just wanted a better life. She no longer felt the dislike she once had for them. A penny can be a hero's downfall. It's all about poverty. So, Song Shuxian was willing to deliver gifts to each neighbor. Once she finished, she took Mai to the seaside. She loved eating fish and knew it was good for the baby, which made her even happier. Mai seemed to sense that Song Shuxian was pregnant. It patiently walked beside her, taking leisurely strolls, quite different from its usual energetic self. They were lucky. A few kids had caught some fish, and Song Shuxian bought them all for 50 cents. With a basket in hand, she went to find Tiantian to give her a fish. As soon as she entered the compound, she saw a woman furiously beating a 15 or 16-year-old girl with a feather duster. The force and expression didn't seem like a mother punishing her child, but more like an enemy. Many people gathered to watch, but no one stepped in to stop it. Song Shuxian blended into the crowd to see what was happening. The woman shouted and scolded as she hit, and from her chaotic words, Song Shuxian pieced together the situation. The woman was Sister Qian, who had been with the army for several years. She had 3 daughters and 1 son, treating her son well but not completely neglecting her daughters. While she didn't spoil her daughters, she certainly favored her son. Today's incident was because the girl had urged her brother to help her do something wrong. The girl was named Xiaohua, and her 2 sisters were named Xiaochao and Xiaomiao. Xiaohua was clever and had the worst relationship with her mother, but the best with her father. She had always tried to please her father and brother, and among the 3 sisters, she had the best life. This was what the onlookers said. At that moment, Xiaohua ran around the corridor, shouting, "Mom, please let me continue school. I'm only 16 and can still go to school." The teacher said, "I'm very smart." The teenage girl's loud, sharp voice wasn't pleasant to hear. Her mother chased after her with a feather duster, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to go to school? Didn't I use this feather duster to make you go to school back then? You didn't want to go yourself. Now you want to go again? How can you think like that?" The sound of the feather duster hitting her was heard. The middle-aged woman trembled with anger. "I'm hitting you today because you disregard family ties. You were raised by Xiaochao and Xiaomiao. Your 2 sisters have never wronged you. Tell me, where do you get the guts to steal your sister's job?" Xiaohua suddenly stopped running, looking at her mother, clearly surprised that she revealed the truth. Her mother was someone who cared about her image. Afraid of being accused of favoring boys over girls, she sent all 3 sisters to school. The real reason was to teach them to read so they could fetch a good price later. Because of this, her mother usually protected their reputation, and whenever something happened, she would make a big fuss but keep it small, never allowing anyone to argue with her. That's why her mother had a bad reputation while Xiaohua was well regarded. Everyone knew she was just a poor girl who had to watch others' faces at home. But today was different. Xiaohua was a smart girl. She sensed her mother had changed. But she was still a child and didn't understand what this change meant. Her only thought now was that the feather duster hurt a lot. She felt like she was going to die from the pain. As the crowd saw enough, they pulled Xiaohua away and sent her home. Her mother hurried out, and people guessed she was going to buy medicine for her child. After all, she was still her mother, and even after hitting her, she felt sorry for her. Song Shuxian slipped over to Tiantian's house and talked about the commotion she had just witnessed. Tiantian said, "This incident is really about the struggles in the countryside. Xiaohua is 16 this year. She stopped going to school years ago and has been doing laundry and cooking at home every day. Her brother is 18 and doesn't want to join the army because he thinks it's dangerous and tiring. Xiaohua's 2 sisters have both married well. The eldest married a butcher who looks fierce, but is actually kind to his wife. The eldest always comes home smiling, showing she's doing well at her in-laws. The second sister married a widower who had a 1-year-old child from a previous relationship. The child grew up alongside her, and it's like their family. This time, Xiaohua wanted her second sister's job at the supply and marketing cooperative. She asked her brother to steal her introduction letter and imitate her sister's notes to write a job transfer certificate. She overestimated her brother. Before he could steal the letter, he was caught. Song Shuxian had seen family disputes before. These were just small tricks. She didn't have strong moral views and was a refined, self-interested person. So she didn't think Xiaohua did anything wrong, only commenting that her methods were a bit naive. Tiantian continued discussing their family. Her brother is 182 centimeters tall, and the family gives him almost all the good food, making him strong, a good candidate for the army. He has refused to join the army all these years, and Xiaohua has been urging him, constantly telling him that the army is dirty, tiring, and dangerous.
Who knows when he might die?
Song Shuxian. That seemed to make sense. She asked, if she's going to such lengths, what does her brother have that she wants? Food, Tiantian blurted out.
Song Shuxian.
Well, given the current poverty, wanting food was understandable. Tiantian explained, her brother is genuinely good to her and often shares his good things with her. Xiaohua has always been clever, knows how to talk to people, and can charm anyone with her words. They thought that if they didn't say anything, no one would know, but the compound was small, and there were no secrets. To say that Xiaohua's parents were impressive would be an understatement. Realizing that their daughter had gone off track and could harm the other 3 children, they decided to send her to the countryside. They chose a remote area in the southwest. They acted on the principle of going to the countryside, going to the border, going to the places where the country needs us most. After dealing with Xiaohua, everyone thought her mother had gone to buy medicine, but she was actually signing her up. She also signed up Xiaohua's brother to go to their hometown. They probably wanted him to stay away for a while and bring him back in a couple of years. Song Shuxian learned this news a month later. During that month, she and Tiantian made clothes for children and discussed pregnancy tips, so her days were quite fulfilling. Today was the day she was going to adopt Lightning. Without Mo-ing by its side, Lightning was becoming increasingly despondent and refused to eat. The caretaker approached Song Shuxian, asking her to bring Mo-ing to keep Lightning company. After spending so much time together, she felt sorry for the service dog and decided to adopt it. They quickly reached an agreement. That's how today's adoption came about. Comrade Zhu, here are my adoption papers and approval documents. Song Shuxian handed over the prepare materials to the military dog base leader. He took them, confirmed everything was in order, signed, and led Song Shuxian to the kennel. Comrade Song, I'll be counting on you to take care of Lightning. It's a very obedient dog and extremely loyal. From our time together, it's clear it really likes you, so please treat it well. If in the future you can't keep it, please contact me. It was evident he truly cared for the dogs. Don't worry, here it will be just like Mo-ing, they are family. With Song Shuxian's words, Comrade Zhu felt reassured. Lightning had been waiting in the kennel and seemed a bit anxious. Mo-ing, go bring Lightning over, we're going home. The 2 dogs barked at each other for a long time. At moments like this, Song Shuxian felt they had their own language and were communicating. She put a leash on Lightning and held the snacks and toys the base had given it, all things Lightning loved as a puppy. It was cold, and Song Shuxian was bundled up, looking round and plump, like 2 dogs leading a ball from a distance. Mo-ing and Lightning were both very well behaved, walking slowly, one on each side of Song Shuxian. After bringing Lightning home, she quietly used a bit of healing liquid on it. While it wouldn't completely heal, it would make it more comfortable. Once home, Lightning was a bit shy, sticking close to Song Shuxian. She could see it was being cautious, like it was afraid of being abandoned. This dog was incredibly smart. Song Shuxian called Lightning over, hugging its big head like she did with Mo-ing. Lightning, this is your new home. From now on, we're family. Mo-ing is your younger brother. If he misbehaves, you need to discipline him. I have 2 little babies in my belly, so I'll be counting on you to help take care of them. Our family can take care of both of you, so don't worry about food. You'll eat well and take good care of yourself. Seeing Lightning's dependence made Song Shuxian happy, but it was still a bit reserved, likely due to being unfamiliar. It would get better with time. She led Lightning to its little bed, just like Mo-ing's. Lightning, this is your little bed. You can sleep here at night. I've arranged for you and Mo-ing to be together, so you can keep each other company. My room is very close. When it gets colder, I'll move you both to my room where it's warm. Now, let's go take a bath. Song Shuxian heated the kitchen, preparing plenty of hot water, and had Lightning stand in the tub for its bath. Lightning was very obedient, doing whatever it was told. Even though it didn't like baths, it stood still, clearly feeling insecure and worried about being abandoned. Song Shuxian felt a bit heartbroken. She could only treat it more gently. Fortunately, Mo Ying was carefree, not bothered at all, and playfully ran around with Lightning. Over time, Lightning adapted to life in Song's courtyard. It gradually returned to its lively self. Today, Song Shuxian took Lightning and Mo Ying to the service center to buy groceries. There were very few winter vegetables, so they could only get some tofu and bean sprouts, but it was better than nothing. These items were made by the cafeteria, didn't require tickets, and were considered a benefit for them. Hello, I'd like 5 pounds of tofu and 3 pounds of bean sprouts. Please cut the tofu into 2-pound and 1-pound pieces. Song Shuxian handed over the money. The cashier, a new hire, was very impatient. Why so complicated? If you want to cut, do it yourself at home. Comrade, could you please look at what's written behind you? Can't you read? So you're illiterate. The cashier arrogantly started insulting her. Before Song Shuxian could respond, other military wives called for the manager. Manager, we've already reported this cashier's bad attitude. You said you would handle it, and this is your solution? Is this how she sells things? It was the first time the military wives united to confront someone, showing how much the cashier had offended them. In the cold weather, the manager was sweating. This cashier was the daughter of his former boss. After offending people in the city, she came here to escape. Previously, she had a bad attitude, insulting and hitting customers, which caused trouble. He thought she would behave better here, but she had only gotten worse. Some of these military wives were not easy to deal with. Most importantly, this cashier had no connections in the military system, so it wouldn't affect their husbands' promotions. Why should they tolerate her? The manager hurriedly apologized and smiled. But this situation had happened too many times recently, and everyone had become immune to his apologies, demanding her dismissal. What could the manager do but keep saying nice things? Unexpectedly, the girl didn't take it seriously at all. You country bumpkins, acting all high and mighty here. Do you know who my dad is? Me working here is already a favor to you, and you dare to make demands? Song Shuxian realized she was developing a strong aversion to stupidity and didn't want to say a word to such a fool. However, the cashier wasn't done with her. Seeing Song Shuxian silent, she thought she could bully her. That fatso buying tofu and making so many demands. Why don't you just die? Manager Gao closed his eyes, knowing the day was over. He had stirred up public anger, and the consequences were beyond his control. Although these military wives might argue and scheme against each other, they would unite against outsiders. The cashier's words completely offended Song Shuxian. If I remember correctly, this person isn't one of our family members. The original purpose of establishing the service center was to serve families and provide job opportunities for military wives. While there wasn't a direct document issued, it was understood that both leadership and staff should be military families. Ladies, I haven't been here long, so I'm not sure if this is true. A quick-thinking wife chimed in, You're right, Comrade Wei's wife. The commander has said the same. Since that's the case, Manager Gao and this comrade, may I ask which leader from our military district you belong to? Song Shuxian continued to question. Manager Gao was already tired of talking. He was a military family member himself, having come here to escape conflict. Today's incident is our responsibility, and I apologize to everyone. I hope you can give me another chance. Manager Gao bowed to everyone. If it were any other time, they might have let it go, but now they were faced with job opportunities. No one would give that up. Some clever ones had already gone to report to Logistics and the Women's Federation, exposing them as non-military families. Carrying the cut tofu, Song Shuxian placed it in the baskets on Lightning and Mo Ying's backs. For them, this little bit was as light as a feather. As they watched her leave, everyone once again thought of her terrifying combat skills. She didn't utter a single curse word and calmly reasoned with them. She was not someone to offend. The news spread quickly, since many were watching. Manager Gao and the salesperson left, and the new manager is a veteran from this batch who previously worked in administration. He didn't want to leave the military district, so he stayed. Under his leadership, the service center changed a lot. No one dared to treat the military wives poorly anymore. Song Shuxian didn't expect to encounter such a situation just buying tofu. Now she increasingly feels like she has a knack for attracting trouble. Back home, looking at her round belly, she worried whether Wei Jianguo would return before she gave birth. She was alone at home, needing to rest after childbirth and care for 2 children, which felt overwhelming. In these times, hiring help isn't an option. Finding someone reliable to assist isn't easy either. She wondered if it was the hormones affecting her mood, or if she genuinely felt this way. At that moment, she thought about why she chose a soldier. He was never around when she needed him. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting, quickly dismissed by Song Shuxian. Facing problems and solving them is what matters. With 2 babies inside her, her belly was already quite large. She considered asking her superiors for help from the military. Just then, Tiantian came over, her big belly bouncing as she walked, making Song Shuxian anxious. "Take it slow, are you cold?" "Drink some warm water," Song Shuxian said, having set up a small stove in the living room that kept things warm. A few young soldiers came yesterday, sent by the leadership to help. They worked quickly, tidying up the yard, filling the woodshed, and repairing the roof to prevent it from collapsing under snow. With plenty of firewood, Song Shuxian didn't feel bad using it. The house was warm. Lightning and Moing sometimes complained it was too hot inside and ran outside to play. Tiantian brought a cup of water, sipping it slowly, not adding anything, just plain boiled water. After finishing, she took out a sling. "Shuxian, I made this for you. Use it to support your belly, and hold it with your hands. It will ease your back." Song Shuxian tried it and found it great, immediately giving Tiantian a thumbs up. Tiantian has a real talent for clothing design.
Tiantian.
"I didn't do this. It's the wisdom of our ancestors over thousands of years." "I see you look a bit unhappy. Is something wrong?" Tiantian asked with concern. They had no family here and helped each other. Last week, Tiantian moved next door to Song Shuxian after her neighbor, political commissar Zhao, retired. She was affected by her daughter, Zhao Aihong. Zhao was a rural soldier who, when he first joined, only knew his own name. Becoming a political commissar required sacrificing all his personal time to study hard. He was usually very busy. Song Shuxian had a few good encounters with him. He seemed responsible and sensible. They weren't very close because the commissar's wife was hard to get along with, and she was among those who reported Song Shuxian. Living next to each other, she knew everything that happened in Song Shuxian's home. The worst part was that she dug a hole between their walls to spy on them. Moing caught her. Song Shuxian approached political commissar Zhao to end the spying situation. Afterward, when Song Shuxian's identity was clarified, the commissar's wife came to try to mend their relationship. Song Shuxian wasn't sick. She ignored her. Not retaliating was the biggest compromise she could make. Her willingness to compromise was because of political commissar Zhao. He truly dedicated himself to the country, often using his allowance to support his subordinates. This time, the issue with the Zhao family was more about Zhao Aihong than anything else. Song Shuxian had heard many times how mothers taught their daughters to find a wealthy husband, how to keep a man, and how to charm men. The man they spoke of worked at the food factory and was said to be a director. Unfortunately, Zhao Aihong tried everything but couldn't succeed. The director always kept his distance. In the end, the situation turned dramatic when Zhao Aihong resorted to drugging him. But the plan backfired. The drug was consumed by a boiler worker at the factory, and the people set to catch her in the act arrived on time. However, the male lead was someone else. When everyone arrived, the boiler worker was red-eyed and aggressive, clearly not himself. After some poured cold water on him, he regained a bit of sanity and struggled to say, "Tie me up and take me to the hospital. Something's wrong with me." Then he fell back into madness. Everyone rushed to take him to the hospital. At that moment, Zhao Aihong was disheveled and completely stunned. In this era, such an incident was serious. The investigation results came out quickly. It was Zhao Aihong's fault. People's interest in scandalous news is always surprising. The situation couldn't be suppressed, and since Zhao Aihong was in the wrong, it could easily be seen as misconduct, leading to exile to a farm. No matter how much the political commissar's wife caused a scene, Zhao Aihong was forced to marry. After that, the story followed a familiar pattern. After marrying, Zhao Aihong frequently brought her husband back to take advantage. The boiler worker had a knack for making Zhao Aihong devoted to him in a short time. He even portrayed himself as the victim, suffering for the director. He successfully transitioned from a boiler worker to a warehouse manager. When a naive girl meets a scheming man, the outcome is predictable. Zhao Aihong didn't realize until she was caught how much information she had provided to the enemy, even unknowingly helping them relay messages. The enemy was her seemingly honest husband, who loved her and planned to spend their lives together. Most of the information passed on came from political commissar Zhao. It has been said many times that he is a very serious and responsible worker, often working overtime. His study at home was off limits to anyone. When he was tired, he would sleep in the study. His daughter and son-in-law took advantage of this to steal things, though what they stole was different. The boiler worker was skilled at unraveling secrets. Every time he came to the family compound, he could piece together the truth from bits of information he gathered. He heard that Wei Jianguo's last mission leaked information, and these people were involved. Old Zhao never expected that after a lifetime of hard work, his own daughter would deal him a fatal blow. He left the military in disgrace, having lost his reputation. This incident sparked a wave of child beating in the family compound, with cries echoing every day. The situation at Comrade Zhao's home is full of drama and seems almost too coincidental. The process of discovery was equally surreal. It all started when a few kids in the courtyard reported Zhao Aihong because her attitude toward them had changed. Before she got married, Zhao Aihong looked down on the kids and would avoid them, even scolding them when she saw them. The worst part was when she got into conflicts with the kids, she would hit them. This made their relationship very tense, and they would ignore each other. After getting married, Zhao Aihong still disliked the kids, but stopped hitting or scolding them. Occasionally, she would greet them and ask for gossip. When she was discovered, she tried to bribe the kids with candy for information. However, this time she was the one asking questions, and the topics were strange, involving things her family had repeatedly warned her not to mention to outsiders. The kids in the courtyard, who hadn't even learned to walk yet, were already being taught about safety. They remembered very clearly the things they were told not to say. These kids went home and told their fathers about Zhao Aihong's changes, what she asked them, and about her husband. The fathers didn't take it too seriously. They knew how mischievous their kids could be. But since the kids insisted, they sent 2 soldiers to help investigate, treating it as extra training. What started as a small matter grew bigger because of the number of people involved. You send 2, I send 2, and coincidentally, they ran into each other during the investigation. It was quite baffling. Knowing they were just playing along with the kids, they eagerly shared their findings. When all the clues were put together, everyone was shocked. It turned out the kids weren't just playing, they were helping with the investigation. A deeply hidden line of inquiry was activated and quickly dealt with. Zhao Aihong, in her foolishness, even asked her father to save her husband. Before leaving, Comrade Zhao severed his father-daughter relationship with Zhao Aihong and even published it in the newspaper. In the end, Zhao Aihong still insisted that her husband was innocent.
It was a pity for Comrade Zhao.
As for why Tiantian could move in here despite everyone watching her closely, that's another story. We'll talk about it later. Right now, Tiantian is living next door, and Song Shuxian is very happy. She no longer has to sneak around to eat. Song Shuxian feels like she's been living like a thief in her own home. What are you thinking about? You seem distracted. Tiantian nudged Song Shuxian, urging her to speak. Song Shuxian expressed her worries about her postpartum recovery. Tiantian reassured her, "That's not a problem. I'll find someone for you." There's a woman in my husband's village who has 3 children and has also taken care of a grandson. She's very capable and knows her responsibilities. She's also very clean. I'll just say she's here to help with my recovery, but since my mom is coming, I'll give her to you. Such thoughts shouldn't be entertained. Once they are, they can't be suppressed. Let me think. In this environment, we need to ensure our safety first. Despite saying that, Song Shuxian agreed. She planned to wait for Wei Jianguo to return and ask for his opinion if he could make it back. People often forget things easily. By the end of December, Wei Jianguo returned. He didn't have time to go home first and went straight to the army to submit his tasks. Song Shuxian and Tiantian were, as usual, walking in the family compound with their dogs, Lightning and Shadow. The two of them had become a familiar sight in the compound, 2 pregnant women with big bellies walking their dogs every day. They only walked 2 laps. They wouldn't do more. This amount of exercise was the result of their own unprofessional but precise calculations. What are we having for lunch? This was a daily conversation for them. The 2 pregnant women were too lazy to cook, so they ate together every day. Today at your place, tomorrow at mine, without worrying about who was benefiting more. Isn't it time for seafood today? Song Shuxian loved all kinds of seafood and wanted to eat it whenever she could. Tiantian skillfully calmed her down. Where can we find fresh seafood now? Everything at home is pickled, and we can't eat too many pickled vegetables. Oh, then let's have some mustard greens. I feel like I need more vegetables lately. Tiantian rolled her eyes. Just say you're constipated. No need to be so polite, I need it too. Now, Tiantian had completely let herself go and returned to her former self from the apocalypse. When she first arrived, she worried that the original owner's parents would notice her differences, so she mimicked the original owner's life. When she met old Lu, she quickly married him. She knew there would be political reviews and investigations, so she only made slight changes to the original owner's personality and gradually transformed. Now, after so much time, she didn't need to pretend to be the original owner anymore. As for Song Shuxian, who changed her good friend like this? Unable to argue, she changed the topic. How come you're so clever? Who would have thought of growing vegetables on the bed? It's great to have fresh greens in winter. Tiantian proudly replied, Sister came from the apocalypse. You have no idea how hard we fought for food back then. As they walked, Tiantian suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no. I made Buddha jumps over the wall, and it's probably burned now. The two hurried back home. This had become a common sight in the courtyard. They were both forgetful lately, needing to rush to do things as soon as they thought of them, or they would forget. At first, when they hurried out, people would ask them what was going on, but over time, everyone got used to it. They envied the 2 dogs raised by Song Shuxian, who were particularly well-behaved and took care of them. Whenever the 2 pregnant women wanted to go home, Lightning and Shadow would follow right away, without causing any trouble. Tiantian thought, You don't understand. Those 2 are afraid of getting beaten. Could sweet Tiantian really be controlled by 2 dogs? Whenever those 2 tried to be mischievous, Tiantian would threaten them. Because of this, the big stones in their yard had turned into small pieces. In spring, they would lay down gravel paths to make things easier. They rushed back home and ran to the kitchen. Upon entering, they realized they had forgotten to start the fire. The 2 looked at each other in silence. Tiantian sighed. Why don't we find someone else to cook for us every day? Sure, you find a good cook. I'll find someone good with kids. Once the baby is born, we'll earn money while they take care of everything. Great idea. But we need to move to another city. This place is too cold. You're bundled up like a ball. Then we should go south to Jinling. I have a house there. It's enough to live in. Okay, it's settled then. For today's meal, let's just eat something simple like boiled noodles with some eggs and greens. That's not nutritious enough. Let's add some dried shrimp and, if possible, a sea cucumber, plus some fruit. I have soaked sea cucumbers and frozen pears. Let's eat those. I'll cook and you get the ingredients. It's too cold. Let Shadow go. It knows where everything is. Lightning and Shadow, Go get the sea cucumbers and frozen pears from the gourd basin, and be careful not to splash water on yourselves." After that, Song Shuxian put little baskets on them and sent them off. At the door, Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo looked particularly upset. They had just finished their tasks and returned. Lu Xingguo found a lock on his door when he got home, guessing that his wife was at Song Shuxian's place, so he came over to check. Wei Jianguo returned home to find his wife and Mo-ing missing, thinking they might have gone to find Tiantian, so he tidied up and went out to meet them. The two men met halfway and exchanged glances. After asking around, they discovered that they were now neighbors, and Lu Xingguo had no idea he had moved. He came over only to hear that his wife was planning to remarry, one looking for a cook and the other for someone to take care of the kids. His face turned green with anger. Then he heard that the two women were managing just fine, which made him feel even worse. The details of how they were managing were hard to digest. The two men decided not to look for their wives anymore. They could deal with that later. Right now, they just wanted to see how the two dogs were handling things. They saw Lightning and Mo-ing arrive at Wei Jianguo's doorstep, skillfully entering through a small door at the bottom. The two men followed, and Mo-ing glanced back at them with disdain, recognizing the male owner's scent and ignoring him. Having lived here for so long, Lightning also knew the male owner's scent and didn't want to talk to him. It had gone from being a scared little dog to the pillar of the household. Without it, the family would fall apart. So proud. The two dogs reached the kitchen door, and Mo-ing pulled a set of keys from Lightning's pocket, accurately finding the kitchen lock and starting to struggle to unlock it. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10, and the lock didn't budge. The two dogs grew increasingly frustrated. Mo-ing turned, took a running leap off Lightning's head, and jumped through the small window above. 4 minutes later, it jumped back out, carrying a basket that was dripping water, containing 2 bowls with sea cucumbers and frozen pears. Lightning picked up the keys and placed them back in Mo-ing's pocket. The two dogs retraced their steps, leaving behind 2 dumbfounded men standing in place, questioning their lives. They found it surreal. Had the dogs become clever? They were even coordinating and strategizing. If the two dogs knew what the men were thinking, they would surely scoff at them. Do they even realize they are dogs? They had never seen dogs being bullied like this. If it weren't for their wives being so unreasonable, the dogs wouldn't have to endure so much. Now they understood that this household couldn't function without them. By the way, why were Song Shuxian and Tiantian treating Lightning and Mo in this way? After unloading, they would have 3 little troublemakers. Would life be good after that? This was just early training for future childcare and practical education methods. They had agreed that Song Shuxian would act weak and ask the kids for help when needed, while also handling their cultural education, teaching them English, French, German, history, and mechanics, everything she knew. Tiantian would be responsible for physical training, teaching them martial arts from a young age, practicing with them, and assisting Song Shuxian. Neither of them thought about their husbands. They were preparing to live their own lives. Tiantian always said that children were just for fun, and the fun only lasted a few years. They wouldn't be fun when they grew up. Song Shuxian had been brainwashed and had transformed from a gentle mother into a playful one. She was really looking forward to it. The two men, who had been completely ignored, finally decided to come in. After standing at the door for so long, the joy of returning home was replaced by guilt. Seeing that their wives' future plans did not include them made their hearts ache. They entered with their heads down, no longer feeling the anger they had when they heard their wives were remarrying, nor the amazement at Lightning and Mo-ing's performance. At that moment, there were no brave warriors, only 2 droopy dogs in military uniforms, unable to move freely. Song Shuxian and Tiantian exchanged a glance. Their plan was in motion. With Tiantian around, they were discovered as soon as they arrived. But Song Shuxian and Tiantian pretended not to notice and acted without restraint. They wanted to make them feel guilty and remember they still had a home. Who could endure getting hurt every time they went on a mission? Indeed, Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo had returned injured again, this time to save their comrades. They couldn't say much about saving people, but they had issues with risking their lives for others. Who wasn't born of a mother and father? Who was more noble than the other? Song Shuxian, being a self-interested person, had a big problem with Wei Jianguo's behavior. If he didn't value his own life, she would seriously consider her options. Tiantian felt even more strongly. In the apocalypse, everyone was only responsible for their own lives. The worst part was that these two men were afraid their wives would worry, so they hid their hospital stays and only left when it wasn't serious anymore. How did Song Shuxian and the others find out? The two inexperienced and gluttonous pregnant women spent the most time at the hospital, so they saw them. Since they didn't want to let them know, the two women just acted as if they didn't know and continued living their own little lives. "Wife," Wei Jianguo said softly as he walked over to Song Shuxian, leaning his large frame against her. He sensed that she was very angry this time and would be hard to appease. At this moment, face didn't matter. Comforting his wife was the most important thing. Lu Xinggua's eyes widened. Was this really his calm and steady comrade? The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his ear, then in the flesh on the inside of his arm. "Wife, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. It's not worth it to hurt yourself." Wei Jianguo straightened up, looking at Lu Xingua, who was utterly defenseless against his wife's blows. Was this really my valiant comrade? Copying him, Song Shuxian raised her hand and pinched Wei Jianguo's ear, taking him home for a lesson. No wonder Tiantian liked to pinch ears. It was quite powerful, making her feel like she had a commanding presence. Wei Jianguo looked at his wife's big belly and didn't dare resist, going along with her strength and letting her do whatever she wanted, being obedient. Lightning and Moing looked down on them, turning back home. The two dogs arrived at their food bowls, picked up the big bones inside, and went out to sunbathe and chew. "Wife, I'm back. I'm sorry for leaving during your pregnancy when I promised to take care of you. I'll try to spend more time with you from now on. Please don't be angry, okay?" Wei Jianguo spoke softly, thinking that Song Shuxian was just having emotional ups and downs during her pregnancy, and that comforting her would be enough. Song Shuxian's eyes turned red instantly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The more she cried, the more wronged she felt. She had intended to use weakness to teach him a lesson, but ended up unable to hold back, crying so hard she was hiccuping. She had never cried so ugly before, and thinking about it made her feel even more wronged, causing her to cry even harder. Wei Jianguo panicked. The only time he had seen his wife cry was at old Song's funeral. This time was worse, showing how truly heartbroken she was. He hurriedly searched for a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Holding her gently, he whispered comforting words. After crying enough, Song Shuxian said, "Are you thinking about divorce? Or do you have other thoughts? It's okay. I'm not someone who can't let go. You can just say it directly." Without waiting for Wei Jianguo to respond, she continued, "But the kids are mine. You don't need to pay child support. Just write a statement to sever ties. From now on, these two kids will be part of the Song family." Wei Jianguo was so angry that his veins were popping. However, he couldn't scold or hit her. She was his wife and pregnant, so raising his voice was not an option. "I never thought about divorce. What made you misunderstand? Tell me and I'll explain." Wei Jianguo tried to calm her down, wanting to know the reason. "Don't be angry, sit down, drink some water. Your voice is hoarse. Are your eyes uncomfortable? Use a warm towel to soothe them and wipe your face." Wei Jianguo apologized and explained everything he could after the mission, covering every detail. Seeing that he was calming down, Song Shuxian decided to stop. She just wanted him to remember this lesson. "Then why did you hide your injury? Why didn't you come home right away after the mission?" Wei Jianguo realized it was about this. He knew he hadn't considered her feelings. He replied honestly, "This injury isn't serious. I didn't want you to worry. Taking care of yourself while pregnant is already tiring. If you knew I was back, you'd have to cook for me every day, and it's not close from our home to the military hospital. I was with Lu Xingua. We could help each other out, and there were young soldiers to run errands. The cafeteria had food. As soon as I felt better, I came back. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo were used to this level of injury. It was routine for them. Every time he got hurt, he would stay in the hospital for a couple of days and then return to the dorm. An injury to his left arm didn't affect his training with his right. Song Shuxian checked his wound. It really wasn't serious. I don't know how you lived before or your habits. I only know you're my husband, the father of my child, and part of this family. Jianguo, you have a family now. You don't have to bear everything alone. We are a couple. Saying this, she took out some medicine for him to drink. Wei Jianguo quickly stopped her. Wife, last time I healed too quickly, and someone asked what I took. Luckily, we weren't in the military area. I mentioned an old Chinese doctor in Harbin and some expensive herbs to cover it up. This time, I can't recover too quickly. It's not safe for you. This was also one reason he chose to stay in the hospital. He couldn't put his wife in danger. Song Shuxian didn't push him. If it hurts, we can dilute it 100 times. A little effect is enough. Silly wife, it doesn't hurt.
But what about you?
Is your stomach uncomfortable? You've worked hard. As they talked, they both realized Wei Jianguo was always thinking of her. After causing a scene, Song Shuxian felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning red. This whole act was planned by Song Shuxian and Tiantian to give Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo a deep lesson about being a united couple. At that moment, Song Shuxian was back to being the gentle girl she used to be, leaning in Wei Jianguo's arms, softly saying, I know you mean well and care for me, but it makes me unhappy. The day after you and Lu were hospitalized, Tiantian and I found out. Not just us. Many wives in the compound knew too. Manhwa and Shin Jiao deliberately appeared where we walked, saying you were unfaithful and enjoying the nurse's care in the hospital. They said many hurtful things. Although I trust you, your secrecy and those rumors make me uncertain about how I will feel over time. You know I'm not the type to make a scene at the hospital. I'll likely investigate and confirm the truth to make the best choice for myself. Wei Jianguo broke out in a cold sweat. He knew his wife well. She seemed delicate but was actually strong and decisive. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily change it. Seeing he understood, Song Shuxian continued, I don't know what you think a marriage is. To me, marriage means supporting and relying on each other, willing to experience life's unknowns together, whether in sunshine or rain. I believe communication is the most important thing in a marriage. It's about involving each other. Think about it. I share everything with Tiantian, planning our future, raising our kids, and facing life's ups and downs together. But with you, I always say, don't worry, I'm here. Everything is fine. How does that make you feel? Wei Jianguo, being smart, quickly realized what Song Shuxian was getting at. I'm sorry, wife, he said this time with extra sincerity. With the goal achieved, they resolved the issue. The couple prepared dinner together. Meanwhile, Lu Xingguo was having a tough time. Tiantian was not as easy to handle as Song Shuxian and didn't use tears to get her way. She was straightforward and aggressive. Being pregnant didn't affect her much, and she easily dealt with Lu Xingguo. Lu Xingguo, you've grown bold, daring to act without consulting me. If you stay in the hospital, you might never come out. Do you want me to send you back to the hospital? Are you being unfaithful? Lu Xingguo had just been stepped on and felt his toe was likely swollen, so he quickly tried to explain their thoughts. Tiantian grabbed the soft flesh on the inside of his thigh and twisted it. Lu Xingguo was in so much pain that tears came to his eyes. His wife had evolved. Her strength was no longer just in her arms. It hurt so much. While pinching him, he complained, You have no idea how much we suffered because of your little stunt. Manhwa and Shin Jiao said many hurtful things, implying you both were unfaithful. They looked down on us for being pregnant and not as attractive as before. They said you hated my cravings and that I couldn't manage the household, always buying all kinds of snacks. They even encouraged us to storm the hospital and cause a scene. Tiantian's vivid description made Lu Xingguo's face darken. While hospitalized, they had nothing to do but ask doctors how to care for pregnant women and newborns. The doctors often said that pregnant women are sensitive and need extra care and attention. They must not let pregnant women get angry. It's dangerous. Now, every word of provocation from those people was aimed at harming the two pregnant women. Lu Xingguo noted all their names, waiting for the right opportunity. For now, he needed to comfort his wife properly. Lightning and Shadow are very perceptive dogs. When they sensed a good atmosphere at home, they eagerly approached their owner for affection. Wei Jianguo felt a bit unfamiliar with Lightning. Is this from old Lu's family? No, it's ours. His name is Lightning, a service dog, and he is good friends with Shadow. I really like him, so I adopted him. He is very well behaved and capable, helping me with many things around the house. Recently, Tiantian and I have been training them to look after the kids when they grow up. Song Shuxian sat in a rocking chair, casually drinking water while speaking, but her tone was full of pride. However, Wei Jianguo was too distracted. He heard that his wife planned to have Shadow look after the kids. For the sake of his limited fatherly love, he wanted to protest. Honey, you do remember that Shadow is a dog, right? So what if he is a dog? Our Shadow is smarter than many people. Plus, Lightning will be there to watch over them. Lightning is very task-oriented and loves to take on responsibilities. His main job is to help Shadow with the kids. Wei Jianguo. What could he say? He loved kids, but right now his wife was the priority. He decided to deal with future issues later. At that moment, he didn't realize how powerful brainwashing could be. He was busy reflecting on his wife's changes. She smiled more and seemed more relaxed. Her thoughts were free-spirited, which he really liked. Next door, old Lu was also reflecting. This time he returned. His wife was much gentler. In the past, his wife acted on impulse, relying solely on her instincts. She believed that brute force was the only truth. This time, she even talked about military strategies and learned the tactic of retreating to advance. The two men's reflections had nothing to do with the women. Song Shuxian and Tiantian spent every day together, completely unaware of the impact they had on each other. At this moment, Song Shuxian planned to prepare for the new year. This was her first spring festival here, and she wanted to celebrate properly. Jianguo, how many days off do you have this time? I can take a week off. If you have any tasks, just let me know, he said, rubbing her big belly, feeling anxious. It was only 6 months. He wondered how big it would be by the time she was full term. Actually, I do have something. Every winter, there's a big market in the village and I want to go. Staying in the family compound is just too boring. Wei Jianguo felt that with him accompanying her, there would be no danger. I'll check the time and go with you. I'll get a cart for you to sit on. The road to the village was rough, and it was especially dangerous for pregnant women. Not wanting to refuse his wife, Wei Jianguo had to agree. Thinking of next door, he was curious. Honey, how did old Lu's family move here? It should be tight for space now, and old Lu's rank wouldn't allow for a request. Song Shuxian hesitated and was unwilling to explain. Wei Jianguo understood. It must be something those two pregnant women did. After holding her tightly and giving her a good talking to, he learned the reason. Song Shuxian said pitifully, "We went for a walk in the back mountain. To avoid trouble, I quickly added, with Lightning and Shadow. The two dogs went hunting while we found a small cave to rest. We accidentally overheard some people talking outside. They spoke vaguely, but we heard them mention a list and revenge. It felt wrong, so we didn't dare to make a sound, and just hid. After they left, we hurried to report what we heard to the leaders. You know I can speak Russian, so I helped translate their words." Song Shuxian tried to downplay it, but Wei Jianguo sensed the underlying tension. Later, he found out that Lightning and Shadow had caught prey and returned to find them, almost getting silenced. Tian, this pregnant woman, single-handedly subdued 2 people. She sent Lightning to the army for help, bringing people back to deal with the situation, which was very dangerous. These 2 military wives had done a great job. When the leaders asked what reward they wanted, probably just out of courtesy, Song Shuxian and Tiantian immediately said they wanted to be neighbors. The leader agreed, without hesitation. When they returned, they found that Tiantian's area was fully occupied, and only the space next to Song Shuxian's house was available. Wei Jianguo held her tightly, relieved to confirm she was safe. he felt he was still too weak. Honey, from now on, whatever happens, prioritize your health. Don't go to dangerous places. I've already told the leaders that for 2 months after you give birth, I won't take any missions and will stay home to take care of you. Learning from the previous lesson of not speaking up and trying to do what was best for her, which upset her, Wei Jianguo continued, I remember you said that this situation will continue, so I want to take on more missions in the next couple of years to get promoted. As long as I have enough military merit, age won't be a disadvantage. Once I become a regiment leader, I'll have fewer personal missions. I can protect you and take care of the family. This was the first time Song Shuxian learned about Wei Jianguo's plans. Your thinking is good. In the early days of the new country, with various factions competing, it's a chaotic time, and the army is the safest place. We also need a voice. However, we can adjust our methods a bit to achieve more with less effort and reduce casualties. Song Shuxian paused, looking at Wei Jianguo. Seeing he was listening attentively, she continued, Remember Liu Bang and Xiang Yu? In terms of personal ability, Xiang Yu is undoubtedly a hero, but in the end, he died at Wu River. Liu Bang, many criticize him for being cunning, but he laughed last. He knew how to use people well, with Zhang Liang providing strategies, Xiao He ensuring logistics, and Han Xian leading the troops. In your field, you are excellent, a 2-time military champion. But think about your 2 injuries and how someone beside you held you back. A bucket can only hold as much water as its shortest plank. Wei Jianguo fell into deep thought. Song Shuxian didn't disturb him and went to the kitchen. Today's meal was simple, clay pot rice topped with a thick layer of cured meat. This was Tiantian's specialty, and Song Shuxian thought it wasn't too difficult. The aroma of the rice brought Wei Jianguo out of his thoughts. Honey, what are you cooking? It smells great. Wei Jianguo quickly walked to the kitchen, picked up Song Shuxian, and went to wash the dishes himself. He also made a soup with egg whites and radish, adding dried shrimp for extra flavor. Song Shuxian enjoyed a mouthful of clay pot rice and a sip of soup, feeling very satisfied. After the meal, Wei Jianguo helped Song Shuxian walk around the house a few times. He remembered reading in a notebook that pregnant women should walk more and pay attention to exercise. Honey, do you have any history books? Preferably about Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. I want to take a look. Yes, I'll get them for you later. You should also read other history books. There's an old saying, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. We need to learn from their experiences. History is a treasure left by our ancestors, filled with the wisdom of many generations. From then on, Wei Jianguo developed a new hobby, reading. At first, he struggled to understand and asked Song Shuxian to tell him the stories. Gradually, he got used to the ancient way of speaking, and reading became easier for him. Wei Jianguo has a good quality. He protects those he cares about. The only one he protects now is his wife, Song Shuxian. Manhwa and Chen Jiaojiao's attempts to stir up trouble between them crossed Wei Jianguo's line. He noted it and planned to deal with them when the time was right. With this on his mind, Wei Jianguo paid more attention to them and soon realized their situation was truly dire. Chen Jiaojiao's 40-square-meter apartment was crowded with her 3 stepchildren, her mother-in-law, her own mother, and her baby. With so many people, conflicts arose daily, and they argued over trivial matters. Jiang Mingjie had no choice but to move into the military dorms. The 3 stepchildren feared that if their stepmother had a baby, their father would abandon them, leading to Chen Jiaojiao losing the child she was expecting. Their home had become a laughingstock. Wei Jianguo thought they were self-destructing, so he didn't need to intervene. As for Qian Manhwa, he had no evidence against her for now, but her husband, Zhu Fugui, was under his command, so he planned to keep an eye on her. Little did he know, his wife had already taken action. The military housing policy allowed for certain exceptions, and Qian Manhua was one of those exceptions. She had always thought Wei Jianguo would marry Chen Baobao, which is why she got close to Chen Jiaojiao, hoping her sister could help her husband in the future. She wanted to make her stay official. Perhaps because she had invested too much time and money, she kept helping Chen Jiaojiao. Song Shuxian hadn't done much. just mentioned the logistics that these borrowed families couldn't stay forever. Otherwise, what was the difference from being officially stationed? Without rules, there's no order. Manhwa was too impatient and had offended many people in the compound this year, reporting several of them. Once there was a crack, everyone would push together, and she would soon be sent back. With Manhwa's small-mindedness, after doing so much for Qin Jiaojiao without gaining anything, how could she let go? There was still a battle to be fought between the former good friends, and Song Shuxian was looking forward to it. The reason she chose a slow approach was that they were both military wives. Their husbands were soldiers who had fought alongside Wei Jianguo. In these times, couples are united, and Song Shuxian's more aggressive tactics would surely affect the men. She had never been on the battlefield but had seen many who had returned from it. Reality matched her expectations. Today was the day Manhwa was sent back, and she cried hysterically, unwilling to leave the family compound. Who knows how comfortable life is without a mother-in-law hovering over you? As long as she took care of her husband, he would be away for months on missions, and she could do whatever she wanted, with his salary in her hands. Manhwa pointed at Qin Jiaojiao and yelled, "You broke your promise. You said you would help me stay. If you can't be kind, don't blame me for being ruthless. You intentionally made Xiao air bump into your belly. You told him that once your baby is born, you would send them back to the countryside to farm for the rest of their lives. You even made me tell them the story of how a stepmother mistreats her stepchildren after having her own." The crowd gasped, as Qin Jiaojiao had used herself as bait to make Jiang Mingjie dislike the three children. Moreover, Manhwa revealed that Jiang Mingjie's three children had become this way because of the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Qin Jiaojiao reacted quickly, "Huh? You're leaving and trying to drag me down with you just because I didn't help you stay. I even treated you like a good friend and took care of you." The crowd found her reasoning valid and decided to wait and hear more from Manhwa. Manhwa was sharp. "I officially report that Qin Jiaojiao is having an affair with her cousin."
Uffed.
"What kind of cousin? They have no blood relation. The child in Qin Jiaojiao's belly is that cousin's." She was worried that if the child was born, Jiang Mingjie would find out, so she planned to get rid of it. "You're talking nonsense, you shameless woman. I see you can't stand to see me do well. I had a miscarriage and got hurt. I can't have kids for 3 years. Do you think I would harm myself just to frame someone?" At that moment, Qin Jiaojiao was no longer the proud figure she usually was. She looked like a madwoman. Song Shuxian and Tiantian watched the drama unfold in the crowd. Is what Manhwa said true? It seems true, otherwise, she wouldn't be so unwilling to let it go. Wow, what a big scandal.
Haha.
Manhwa laughed until tears streamed down her face. Of course, it's because you don't want to have kids. You like intellectuals in white shirts and glasses, yet you married a rough man with 3 kids. How can you be satisfied? Not being able to have kids for 3 years is just what you want, right? The revelation stunned everyone. People today can be complicated or simple. They never imagined someone wouldn't want to have children. In their simple understanding, children are the hope for the future. Breaking up a military marriage is something that needs to be investigated by the leadership. If it's true, Qin Jiaojiao will be in trouble. Song Shuxian and Tiantian walked back together, still surprised. They thought Qin Jiaojiao couldn't stand to see others do well. They didn't expect she couldn't stand to see herself do well, digging such a big pit for herself and daring to let others know where it was, effectively burying herself. This kind of excitement was enough to watch and move on. Thinking of Wei Jianguo, Song Shuxian said, "When do you and old Lu have time to have a meal together?" Tiantian had no objections. "How about tomorrow at noon? I'll make Buddha jumps over the wall today, and we can eat it tomorrow." "Sounds good. I have some small chickens at home. Let's make a chicken stew with mushrooms and some pancakes." "Don't think about it. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." As they reached the door, they ran into Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingua, who were looking for someone. Song Shuxian joked, "You two timed this perfectly." Lu Xingua flashed a big smile. "Pretty impressive. Huh? I figured you two would be back by now." Lightning and Moing didn't want to walk slowly anymore. They finally brought their owner back and wanted to run wild in the back mountain. They barked at Song Shuxian. "I know, go ahead, but be safe," she said, and in an instant, the two dogs were gone. Song Shuxian envied. "Tiantian, how long has it been since we went out for fresh air?" "A few months, right? Since we came back from our hometown, we haven't left the compound. I want to go to the market. I want to get out. Let's go. I'll find out the time, and then we can take Lightning with us." "Okay, Tiantian, you're the best." Wei Jianguo. Lu Xingua. "Wife, it seems like you forgot you have a man." Then he decided to create an opportunity to show his presence. "Wife, I want to go too." "Wife, I'll push you."
Song Shuxian. Tiantian.
This time it wasn't intentional, it was just a habit. On market day, at 5 a.m., Wei Jianguo got up early to prepare the cart. He laid straw on the left side and placed a blanket and a pre-prepared 4-bottle inside. On the right side, he put 2 backpacks for the items they would buy today. At 6 a.m., he woke up Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian hadn't woken up this early in a long time and was still groggy. "What time is it?" "It's 6. Wake up, have some porridge, and we need to leave after eating." "Okay. Did you call Tiantian?" Wei Jianguo felt a bit upset that the first person she asked about wasn't him. "I did." Lu Xingua also got a cart and is pushing her. Satisfied, Song Shuxian drank a bowl of sweet millet porridge and ate an egg before heading out with Wei Jianguo. At the entrance, they ran into Tiantian and her husband. Tiantian asked, "Where are Mo Ing and Shandian?" "There are too many people at the market. With their size, they might scare people, so we didn't bring them." The 4 of them stepped out into the morning light. On the way, they met many neighbors carrying backpacks heading to the market. Looking at Song Shuxian's cart, they felt envious. Song Shuxian chatted with them. "You're also going to the market?" "Yes, we're going to see what New Year goods we can find." "It's almost time to prepare," said Sister Feng. They had a good relationship now, able to gossip and work together. A cold wind blew, and Song Shuxian snuggled into the blanket, hugging her hot water bottle. "Tiantian and I have been looking forward to this market so much. Things have been unstable outside lately, and with our big bellies, we didn't dare go out, just staying in the courtyard. Our daily activity is just walking around the courtyard twice." It wasn't a secret that they walked around the courtyard every day. They did 2 laps in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, very regularly. The neighbor next to Sister Feng said, "You should walk more. It's good for the baby." The doctor said the same. "We're young and don't know much, so we just do what the doctor says. But after walking, my legs hurt, maybe because my belly is too big. It's really tiring." The neighbor asked, "Could it be a calcium deficiency? You should eat some shrimp. I heard that a lack of calcium can cause leg pain." "Yeah, I'll eat some when I get home. A few months ago, I was fine. I only felt tired. But now, with the 2 babies fighting inside me, I'm afraid my belly will burst." Everyone laughed. This is a common worry for every pregnant mom. Speaking of the cart, Song Shuxian said, "If I'm already exhausted from walking 2 laps in our courtyard, I definitely can't walk far on my own." Wei Jianguo's injury is better, but he can't exert himself, so he had to get a cart. "It saves energy and allows him to take me along, a win-win." Everyone then realized they hadn't seen Wei Jianguo in a while. Captain Wei has been away on a mission for quite some time. "Exactly. When he left, my belly was just starting to show, and now I can hardly see my feet." As military wives, they understood what Song Shuxian meant. Those who could accompany their husbands were lucky. They could see them when they returned from missions. Those who couldn't see their husbands for years often found their children didn't recognize their fathers. This was the norm in that era, with inconvenient transportation. Mentioning this inevitably brought sadness, so they changed the topic to inquire about Wei Jianguo's injury. Song Shuxian explained, "As long as he doesn't exert himself and keeps the wound from opening, it's fine." People back then weren't overly delicate. They believed in pushing through minor injuries. So having Wei Jianguo push her wasn't a big deal. A neighbor reminded Song Shuxian to try not to move around too much, as it would save Wei Jianguo some strength for carrying goods back. Song Shuxian smiled and promised to stay still. By the time Tiantian woke up, they had arrived at the market. The market was set up in an open space between several villages, where villagers brought their extra items to trade for what they needed. With strict crackdowns on speculation, the market was one of the few opportunities for villagers to make money. There were quite a few people. At the entrance, there were helpers watching over the carts for a fee of 10 cents a day. Song Shuxian and the others placed their items and slowly walked into the market. It was Song Shuxian's first time at such an event, and she was quite excited. As soon as they arrived, she spotted someone selling frozen peaches. 2 big baskets full. Tiantian, do you want to eat this? The vendor, seeing potential customers, enthusiastically introduced, "These peaches are wild and delicious. We coat them in sugar before freezing. It's warm inside, and eating a cold peach is really refreshing. Can we try some?" Tiantian asked. Of course, why not? The vendor cut 2 pieces for Tiantian and Song Shuxian. Taking a bite, they found it too hard to chew.
Tiantian.
Song Shuxian. I'll take 2 pounds, Song Shuxian thought. If it's not sweet enough, she could add sugar herself. Tiantian also ordered 2 pounds. The vendor quickly helped them weigh it. They saw someone selling candied hawthorn and bought 2 sticks. Song Shuxian loved frozen pears. Eating them in winter was such a treat. I'll take 10 pounds. Tiantian liked frozen persimmons, cold and crunchy, and also ordered 10 pounds. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo protected their wives, carrying the backpacks and taking care of the items. As they walked, Song Shuxian saw many children with sticky rice dumplings and felt a bit tempted. Following the crowd, they found a pot steaming with warm, sticky rice dumplings. Making these was a hassle, and Song Shuxian didn't know how. She bought one to try, and it was quite tasty. She shared half with Wei Jianguo. How is it? It's good, not too sweet. Wei Jianguo didn't like overly sweet things. Luckily, at that time, saccharin was expensive, so people were careful with it. Do you want some, Tiantian? Yes. Together with Tiantian, they bought quite a bit more, including millet and red beans, planning to cook their own later. Auntie, what's this? Oh my, this girl is so pretty. Annie, this is a pancake, really delicious. When you get home, add some sauce, and it's great. Song Shuxian had never had a pancake and looked at Wei Jianguo and the others. Seeing Wei Jianguo nod, she ordered 10. The aunt said, 10 won't be enough for these young men. My son is also a soldier, and they love this. It has a good chew. Saying that, she broke off a piece for Tiantian and Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian bit down hard, using all her strength, but couldn't chew it. This made the aunt laugh heartily. In the end, Wei Jianguo helped finish it. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, and Song Shuxian wanted to see what was being sold, but Wei Jianguo stopped her, saying it was too dangerous with so many people. She casually pulled a passerby and asked, Auntie, what are they selling inside? They're writing spring festival couplets. There are so many people, you should hurry in. Song Shuxian looked at them and said, I'll write for our 2 families. I won't squeeze in with them. The 4 of them continued walking. They found freshly made tofu, warm and tasty. After tasting a piece, they found the bean flavor very strong. Everyone around was buying it by the block, so they each got one. This could be frozen outside and turned into frozen tofu, a rare winter delicacy. They also bought 2 small chickens before heading home. Song Shuxian and the others didn't need to buy much, and they didn't compare prices, so it didn't take long. As they walked back with the main group, the 4 of them chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. When they returned to the family compound, it was just the 4 of them. They didn't encounter anyone else on the way back. What they didn't know was that several women at the market had been looking for them. These women had planned early in the day to buy more items and have Wei Jianguo help push them back. In the end, after searching the market, they couldn't find the 4 of them, and an elderly man watching the carts told them that the cart had already been taken. Once home, Wei Jianguo got busy. The first thing he did was make a few ice bins. He filled wooden barrels with water, placed a basin on top, added water to the basin and balanced it with a stick, then put in some corn cobs that no one wanted to eat. He froze it overnight. The next day, when the water in the basin was solid ice, He took it out, which became the lid for the ice bin. He did the same with the wooden barrel, pouring out the water that hadn't frozen yet, then pouring hot water around the barrel to ensure there were no missed spots. After taking it out, he had an ice bin with a lid. He put the prepared food inside and left it in the yard. It wouldn't spoil all winter. The size of the ice bin depended on the size of the mold. Wei Jianguo made a row of them, filling them with frozen pears, frozen persimmons, and frozen peaches. He cut tofu into 1-pound pieces, placed them with the board in the yard, and they froze solid overnight, ready to be taken out when needed. This is how food is stored here. Everything can be frozen. Song Shuxian was amazed. She had never thought of this. She and Tiantian kept all their food in the storage room. But that wasn't all. Wei Jianguo somehow got some plastic sheets and sealed every window. This kept out the wind, making the room much warmer and saving a lot of firewood. At the door, Song Shuxian used various scraps of fabric and old clothes that Wei Jianguo didn't want to make a cotton door curtain to block some wind. Wei Jianguo added another layer of plastic outside the curtain, making it very windproof. At that moment, the capable Wei Jianguo seemed to shine in Song Shuxian's eyes. After finishing these tasks, Wei Jianguo started weaving straw sandals to wear over his cotton shoes in the snow to keep them dry. He added some small wooden sticks to the soles, making them very slip-resistant. They felt a bit like spiked shoes. Song Shuxian remembered Tiantian mentioning them once and asked Wei Jianguo to make them. She tried them on and was very satisfied. Wei Jianguo was busy in the yard, working hard in the winter and sweating. From a distance, it looked like smoke was rising from his head. Song Shuxian was cooking a pot of sour radish and old duck soup, filling the house with a delicious aroma. They also picked some greens. "Wife, your vegetables are really good, and the idea is great. Can we promote this?" Song Shuxian explained that her vegetables were grown normally, but the seeds were from their own home and had been exposed to special liquid. She answered cautiously, "We can definitely grow chives. They are easy to care for and can be harvested multiple times. Other vegetables might be more challenging." Wei Jianguo wanted to report this idea, thinking that the soldiers were suffering too much in winter, eating only radishes and cabbage. He had been one of them and knew how hard winter was. He shared his thoughts with Song Shuxian. "Husband, that's a thoughtful idea. Reporting this could help the soldiers. But you can't report it alone. This was an idea Tiantian and I came up with together and experimented on. You and Lu Xingua should discuss how to report it." Wei Jianguo had no objections. He just wanted his comrades to have something different to eat in winter. Reporting could wait. Eating was the most important thing right now. Drinking a warm soup in the cold winter warmed them from head to toe. After the meal, Wei Jianguo continued working. There was still much to tidy up in their yard. In Song Shuxian's eyes, the clean and tidy yard had many areas that needed attention from Wei Jianguo, especially those unnoticed patches of ice. Fortunately, it hadn't snowed recently. Once it snowed, the ice hidden beneath would become harder and more slippery. If Song Shuxian stepped on it, the consequences could be dire. Just thinking about it made her break into a cold sweat. At that moment, Wei Jianguo spotted Moing sneaking to urinate in the corner and found the culprit behind the ice. "Moing, come here." Naively, Moing had no idea danger was approaching and thought its master was calling it to play. The master used to play with it like this when it was young. Wei Jianguo hugged Moing with his arm and explained the dangers of urinating everywhere, telling it that Song Shuxian was in danger and needed its protection. "Moing, are you listening? You must change this behavior. If your sister steps on it, it will be dangerous. If you don't listen, I won't give you meat and you'll only eat cabbage every day. After a while, Lightning will still be a strong dog, but you'll be a dirty dog. Everyone will laugh at you and say you're ugly. Blah, blah, blah." Whether Moing understood or not, Song Shuxian didn't know. Lightning, however, looked sleepy, as Song Shuxian could see. At first, Lightning perked up its ears, listening eagerly, but slowly its eyes grew heavy. Now it was already snoring softly. Song Shuxian also felt sleepy, swaying back to the bed for a nap.
Unexpectedly, Montag ging unterstot.
Wei Jianguo demonstrated slipping on the ice and falling. From then on, it developed the good habit of going outside to do its business, taking Lightning along to the back mountain. With Emoing sorted out, Wei Jianguo continued tidying the yard. Emoing helped by carrying a broom, scattering the trash Wei Jianguo had cleaned up all over the yard. It was happily making a mess. Seeing the large mess, Wei Jianguo decided that since it wanted to help, he would let it. Mowing didn't know that its moment of playfulness would lead to much more work in the future. Sleeping Lightning had no idea that it would end up doing a lot of work that wasn't originally its responsibility. After cleaning the yard, Wei Jianguo went to knead dough. It was winter, and it was time to prepare steamed buns. He prepared many types: plain buns, red date buns, mixed flour buns, and red bean buns, placing them in the ice bin. When they wanted to eat, they could just heat them up. Song Shuxian woke up to the smell of buns. Seeing the various buns, she couldn't help but feel excited. "Husband, you're really capable. When did you learn to steam buns?"
"I've always known how."
Steaming buns and making dumplings were part of our preparations every spring festival in the army, where all the soldiers celebrated together in the dining hall. Wei Jianguo got lost in memories, telling her about past New Year's and the lively atmosphere. "What about this year?" Song Shuxian asked, not wanting to spend the New Year alone. "This year, of course, we'll be at home together." "What kind of dumplings do you want me to make?" Then Wei Jianguo suggested, "Shouldn't we make more dumplings? I can make another ice bin for the dumplings. We can eat them directly whenever we want." Looking at the buns in the steamer, Song Shuxian asked, "Is there any plain flour left?" Silence fell, and the air was still. "No, all the plain flour is here. I'll go find logistics and ask them to bring some back." "Do we have enough ration tickets?" "Yes, we'll have more this month. We can buy some millet. It's good for the stomach." "Okay, I'll go find logistics soon." "Wife, do you need anything else? Make a list. Let's try to get everything in one go." During the spring festival, many people ask logistics for things, so we should give them a heads up to help with arrangements. I'll write it down right away. Logistics has a tough job. There are so many families in the compound, and they have to bring back a lot. Song Shuxian genuinely felt that logistics had a hard time. Wei Jianguo felt a bit embarrassed, clearing his throat to hide his awkwardness. After the team distributes the grain, there will be some leftover fine grains. The villagers are careful and willing to exchange fine grains for money tickets. The women in the compound do this every year. "I forgot about it when we went out to play this year." Song Shuxian noted it down. "No problem. We'll remember next year. Just remember to find logistics and ask them for help." Song Shuxian and Tiantian prepared their New Year goods together, guided by 2 pregnant women while 2 men did the work. Wei Jianguo chopped meat with 2 knives, while Lu Xingua mixed dough to make dumpling wrappers. They worked well together. Song Shuxian took out some coffee she bought from the overseas Chinese store. "Tiantian, you mentioned coffee last time, so I bought some. How do you drink it? Is there a special way?" Tiantian, eager to try, rushed over to see the tin can filled with ground coffee. She scooped a spoonful and poured hot water over it, enjoying the familiar aroma. After handing a cup to Song Shuxian, she made one for herself. "Now it's ready to drink. Smell it, it's really fragrant." Tiantian sipped elegantly, savoring it. Song Shuxian sniffed it suspiciously, thinking it smelled a bit strange. She took a small sip and found it bitter and sour, worse than medicine. She looked at Tiantian, questioning her taste. Usually Tiantian seemed normal, so why did she like such a strange drink? Holding the cup, Song Shuxian felt unsure whether to drink it or not. Tiantian continued to sip calmly. Song Shuxian thought Tiantian must find it too bitter, which is why she was taking small sips. She wondered why, if something tasted bad, it wouldn't be better to gulp it down quickly and eat some sugar afterward to lessen the pain. Song Shuxian got up and walked to the kitchen, a habit she developed after marriage to find something she couldn't eat. "Jianguo, are you tired? Have some water. Lu, your Tiantian has prepared something for you. Go drink it." Wei Jianguo happily took the cup, looked at the dark liquid inside, sniffed it, and suspiciously asked Song Shuxian, "Wife, what is this?" This is the coffee I bought from the overseas Chinese store. I heard foreigners love it. Wei Jianguo realized why it seemed familiar. They had drunk it during a mission. Remembering the taste made him shiver. Lu Xingua quietly withdrew his foot, continuing to knead the dough. He wasn't thirsty at all. Wife, is this for me? Wei Jianguo asked cautiously, clearly showing his dislike for it. He didn't mind hardship, but he didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. Then his dear wife coldly said, just drink it. I prepared some white rabbit candy for you, so drink it all at once. Wei Jianguo. What else could he do? He couldn't let his wife drink it. He bravely lifted the cup and gulped it down, quickly grabbing some sugar to put in his mouth. Lu Xingua, witnessing everything, was grateful his wife didn't come over.
He escaped a disaster.
Song Shuqian felt a bit guilty and quickly changed the subject. Later, can you help me cut some red paper? It's time to write couplets, and she turned to leave. Her back looked a bit like she was fleeing. Tiantian, finishing her coffee, saw her return and nodded knowingly. Wait, I'll make you a customized coffee. Do you want more sugar or more milk?
Song Shuqian.
What do sugar and milk have to do with this? Either is fine, just not too bitter or sour. Tiantian, being clever, added 5 pieces of white rabbit candy to the cup, melted them, and mixed it with the coffee before handing it to Song Shuqian. Looking at the dark liquid, Song Shuqian bravely took a sip. It didn't seem so bitter anymore. After another sip, it was bearable, but she still didn't like it. Tiantian kept adjusting it, adding coffee if it was too sweet and sugar if it was too bitter. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingua had drunk a strange mixture, and looking at the finished product, they quietly sighed in relief that they were finally done. The 2 pregnant women each had a baked sweet potato and a cup of coffee, with 2 big dogs beside them, while the 2 men were busy in the kitchen. The wrapped dumplings were taken out one by one. Wei Jianguo, feeling uneasy, said, Lightning, go watch the dumplings outside, don't let the birds get them. With fillings of pickled cabbage and pork, chives and eggs, and vermicelli and tofu, the 2 men were busy and satisfied. In previous years, they could only eat 20 dumplings each during the new year, but this year they could have as many as they wanted. Dumplings, sticky rice dumplings, steamed buns, Wei Jianguo muttered, feeling they had prepared almost everything. At this time, oil was precious, in limited supply, and hard to find on the black market. Even bold as Song Shuqian and Tiantian were, they didn't dare to openly make fried food. The meatballs were boiled instead. Before eating, they would add a bit more oil to make it seem fried. Despite this, they had prepared quite a lot for the new year. Frozen pears, frozen persimmons, and canned goods were well stocked, essential for winter. At that moment, Song Shuqian stood at her desk, and as she picked up the pen, her whole demeanor changed. She wrote, The seas surge and the clouds rage. The 5 continents tremble with thunder, with graceful and smooth strokes. Tiantian unconsciously read it aloud. It was a popular phrase that even the children in the neighborhood knew. Song Shuqian was used to writing in a flowing style, showcasing the power in the words. She then wrote 5 couplets, 3 for each family, just in time for the spring festival. After finishing, she looked up to see several pairs of starry eyes. Tiantian, being overly flattering, said, Tiantian, you're amazing. Your writing is so beautiful. I can't say why it's beautiful, but it just is. Her rambling made it clear she was illiterate. Lu Xingua was also impressed. He had previously felt sorry for his brother for marrying someone who couldn't do housework, but now he thought his brother had hit the jackpot. For these rough men, being able to finish middle school was already considered a high education. They couldn't do housework, but they could write and read. They heard she could even speak other languages, so having such a cultured wife meant their future children wouldn't lack education. They all admired educated people. The political commissar had a sudden idea, thinking of a scheme. The last pair of loving eyes belonged to Wei Jianguo. He had seen his wife write before and wasn't surprised, but his heart raced, thinking how beautiful she was. He felt proud. After sending off Tiantian and her husband, Song Shuqian and Wei Jianguo continued organizing the New Year goods. Song Shuqian took out a new outfit, inside and out. We have a tradition of wearing new clothes for the new year.
This is for you. Do you like it?
Wei Jianguo was clearly surprised to receive a gift, his hands trembling with emotion. This was his first New Year gift. It was a zhongshan suit, a sweater, and a pair of wool pants, all made by Song Shuqian. She had used all her free time to knit the sweater and pants, working on them every day. Wei Jianguo loved it, running his hands over the clothes. He couldn't say a word. Song Shuqian pushed him to try it on. When he came out, Song Shuqian's eyes widened. He looked strong in military uniform, but in the zhongshan suit, he had a refined air. This refinement wasn't weak, but showed inner cultivation. Overall, it was very special. Kids, don't be greedy. After laba, it's New Year. How many days do we drink laba kanji? 23 days of chatter. Song Shuqian is very familiar with traditional festivals, and Laba Festival is an important holiday for her. She prepared for this bowl of laba kanji for several days. In the past 2 days, she and Tiantian went to the service center every day to buy different kinds of beans. Finally, she gathered all the ingredients. Today, she got up with the wake-up call. The weather was cool, and since it was late in the month, Song Shuqian hadn't woken up this early in a long time. "Honey, sleep a little longer. There's no rush," Wei Jianguo said carefully, helping her up. He felt anxious just looking at her big belly. He was especially worried about her being alone. "I can manage. You go train. Remember to come back for lunch," Song Shuqian reminded him. Wei Jianguo was running out of time, so he called for Shandian and Moying. "You two behave and stay with your sister. Follow her wherever she goes, and if anything happens, call me." He repeated this every day. After saying that, he hurried to the training ground. On his way out, he ran into Lu Xingua. They exchanged glances, both sharing the same concern. They were once excited to be pregnant at the same time, but now they were equally worried. There wasn't even anyone to help them. "Have you found someone to help with the postpartum care?" Wei Jianguo asked, troubled by this issue lately. "My mother-in-law said she would come, but now her sister-in-law is pregnant. A few days ago, she called to say she needs to stay and take care of her," Lu Xingua replied, also worried. Plans had changed, and finding someone was difficult. "What about your mom?" When it came to his mother, Lu Xingua didn't know what to say. He knew she was a good person but was very frugal. In their village, many women gave birth in the fields and returned to work after a couple of days. If she came and saw the chicken, duck, and various nourishing foods prepared by Tiantian, their relationship might not be easy afterward. Moreover, the eldest son and grandson were her treasures. If she knew about their life in the compound, she might want to stay with her son and grandson for a better future. "I'll try to keep my mom from coming to help. Otherwise, I worry about how things will be later." They both understood each other, so Wei Jianguo didn't ask further. Lu Xingua knew about Wei Jianguo and Song Shuqian's situation. When they reached the training ground, both wore worried expressions. Meanwhile, the two pregnant women they were concerned about were very happy, busy making laba kanji at home. They put the soaked mung beans, red beans, green beans, and black beans into a pot and boiled them on high heat. Then they added glutinous rice, yellow rice, and black rice, continuing to cook. During this time, they prepared dried fruits. Song Shuqian had walnuts, chestnuts, peanuts, red dates, and raisins, making a complete selection. They added these to the pot and simmered on low heat. The beans and various grains take time to cook, so patience is needed. Song Shuqian kept the heat low and could attend to other tasks. When it was almost done, she added brown sugar and stirred it well. She didn't like it too sweet, so she only added a little for color. Unable to resist, she tasted a spoonful. The sticky glutinous rice, soft red beans, and tender chestnuts combined with the other grains and nuts filled her with satisfaction. It felt like a harvest joy. After a year of hard work, today was the reward. She made a lot, so she wasn't worried about it going bad during the winter. Next door, Tiantian's laba kanji was also ready, and she brought a pot over to her. Song Shuqian and Tiantian had agreed that Song Shuqian would make a more complex version with various precious ingredients, while Tiantian would make a simpler version, just a bit better than what everyone else made. They would keep their congee for themselves, while Tiantian's would be shared with neighbors. It wasn't that they were stingy, they just didn't want to invite unnecessary gossip over such small things. Meat needed to be buried in the pot. They exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. When Song Shuqian returned home, she eagerly served herself a bowl, savoring it slowly. It tasted just like she remembered. Every laba, her nanny would prepare a bowl of laba congee for her. Laba celebrates the harvest of the year and wishes for good weather and abundant crops in the coming year. When Wei Jianguo returned for lunch, Song Shuqian had already received many kinds of laba congee from the neighbors, and of course, she had given away a lot too. At the same time, their reputation for being extravagant had spread far and wide, simply because their congee had so many ingredients. Luckily, it was the simpler version. If it had been the complex one, who knows what people would say about them. Welcome back. Quickly brush off the snow and warm up, Song Shuqian said, handing him a brush specifically for removing snow. Wei Jianguo took off his military coat and hung it by the stove to dry, warming himself before walking over to Song Shuqian. How was it today? Did the baby cause you any trouble? He pressed his ear against her belly to greet the baby inside. You two inside, be good. If you want to say hi to mommy and daddy, do it gently. No kicking, okay? This afternoon, you need to cooperate with mommy, and tonight daddy will tell you a story. Every time he did this, Song Shuqian felt especially happy. Looking at the 5 different types of laba congee on the table, Wei Jianguo decisively chose his own family's. He had to eat the first bowl from home. Honey, your cooking is great. This congee is delicious. Song Shuqian didn't take credit. Her family knew her cooking was average. It's all about the good ingredients. Our congee probably has the most variety. Seeing Wei Jianguo eat made her a bit hungry too, so she took a few bites and then stopped at a bowl of yellow rice congee. You should try this one. It's savory with a hint of sourness and an indescribable fragrance. It's quite tasty. Wei Jianguo took a bite and explained, this is stir-fried sour congee. The fragrance you mentioned is from the zamengmeng flower. We've had it before. Do you remember? Now that you mention it, I remember. It's great for making dumpling soup. Enjoying the novelty, Song Shuqian finished half a bowl of stir-fried sour congee. How is this sourness made? Wei Jianguo thought for a moment and recalled hearing someone mention it. It's a type of sour soup from Shaanxi, made through fermentation. I'm not too sure about the details. I'll find out tomorrow and learn how to make it for you. Song Shuqian nodded. You're so great. Thank you, dear. Now, she could easily act cute like this. After dinner, Wei Jianguo finished all the chores before discussing the choice of someone to help with postpartum care with Song Shuqian. Honey, here's what I think. Let's apply directly to the leaders for them to assign a capable sister to come over, help during the day, and go home at night. I want her to help you for at least a year. 2 kids are too exhausting. Finding someone from outside, I'm not sure about their character, and I really can't relax. Song Shuqian didn't mind as long as someone was there to help. Do the leaders handle this? They do. Our situation is special, and it's all been reported. There are really no relatives coming. Okay, can we choose the person ourselves? It has to be someone from a really difficult family, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to explain. I'll discuss it with Tiantian. She knows the people in the compound well. Wearing new clothes for the new year. This year, Song Shuqian has no new clothes to wear, which makes her a little unhappy. Wei Jianguo, knowing his wife well, quickly notices her slight gloom and feels sorry for her because her pregnancy makes it hard to wear pretty clothes. He prepared a gift early to cheer her up. So, when Song Shuqian gets up, she receives a photo album filled with their memories. In the early days of their marriage, they both smiled shyly, sitting together with a large space between them. In the photos, Song Shuqian looks very dignified, and only after getting to know her did he realize that this dignity came from their unfamiliarity. Her smile is superficial, reflecting uncertainty and caution about the future. In the photos, Wei Jianguo, despite trying to tone down his presence, still has a sharp look. After joining the military, they took a photo in their small yard. Wei Jianguo is in training clothes, showing off his toned arms as he tends to the vegetable garden. Song Shuxian, wearing casual clothes and a light blue apron with floral patterns, brings him a bowl of water. Even though there is a person's distance between them, they seem like one, with no one able to fit in between. A gentle bond flows between them. At the beach, Song Shuxian wears a white shirt and a blue long skirt. A wave crashes on the shore as she lifts her skirt and plays with the water. Her eyes sparkle with awe and joy at the sea, making her seem like she was born to be a child of the ocean. On the back of the photo, it says, "I want to see all of our country's mountains and rivers with you. With you, I feel at home." After learning about her pregnancy, loose clothes cover her slightly rounded belly. Leaning on a lounge chair, she sways gently, wearing a soft smile. Anyone can sense her cautiousness and shyness as a new mother. At Harbin train station, she feels curious about the unfamiliar city, with worry for her husband's mental state hidden in her expression, and fatigue from days of traveling by train. Despite this, Song Shuxian still looks beautiful, in a different way. Standing on Fanxia Street, she gazes at the Renaissance and Baroque-style buildings, filled with curiosity and joy, exploring new things. Near St. Sophia Cathedral, she looks at the church from a distance, as if crossing through history to gaze at the unknown past. The most interesting moment was by the Songhua River when she caught a 10-pound fish. Holding it with both hands, she looked as happy as a child, her eyes sparkling with excitement, saying, "Look, how can there be such a big fish?" Flipping further back, there are photos from the 49 city, at the train station square, looking up at the station as if meeting history. The relaxed joy of boating at the Summer Palace. Eating until full at Donglishan, slowly making her way out while leaning against the wall. There's also a recent photo of a funny-looking snowman they built in the yard, with a round head and a nose made from corn cobs and arms made from branches. Seeing it in the dark would startle anyone. Yet, Song Shuxian proudly declares it her labor of love, not letting anyone touch it, and even poses for a picture with the funny snowman. These photos were all developed by Wei Jianguo himself. They had taken so many photos, lost in joy while taking them, never thinking about the fuss that would come with developing them. What family develops 3 rolls of film at once? Wei Jianguo learned how to develop photos through connections and bought the necessary supplies, setting up a darkroom. After a busy day, he finally finished these photos. Song Shuxian happily clutches the album, her favorite gift. Wei Jianguo presses the shutter, capturing her in the moment of laziness. Song Shuxian blushes. "Good wife, don't be shy. Keep these photos safe in your treasure box. When we're old, we can sit in rocking chairs, soaking up the sun, and look through the album. What wonderful memories." Imagining the scene Wei Jianguo described, Song Shuxian feels especially happy. "By then, I'll be the prettiest old lady, and you'll be an ugly old man. Ha ha ha." Thinking of that makes Song Shuxian laugh, while Wei Jianguo always claims to be a tough guy who doesn't need any skincare. When they grow old, compared to his well-kept self, he will surely look old and ugly. Wake up, my dear. Let's pick a few photos to display in the living room. Song Shuxian doesn't want to get up and pulls Wei Jianguo back into the warm bed. There's nothing more comfortable in winter than being under the covers. She points to a photo. "This one of you looking at the flag is very solemn, and you can see Tiananmen Square in the background." "Yes, let's take this one out." The photo of us at Tiananmen is also nice. Wei Jianguo chooses the one where they ask someone to help take their picture, looking particularly serious. "And this one, your photo with the sea, shows your respect and love for it." The two of them chatter as they select 9 photos to display in the living room. In her later pregnancy, Song Shuxian often unconsciously shows her little temper in front of Wei Jianguo, like now. "Jianguo, I don't want to get up. It's so warm on the bed, and it's too cold outside." At these times, Wei Jianguo patiently coaxes her. "We need to put up the spring festival couplets today. I'll make the paste. Do you want to help? You can put up the last piece. For breakfast, I made your favorite sour porridge with some mengmeng flowers. Are you hungry?" Song Shuxian swallows, remembering how much she liked it the last time. Wei Jianguo specially learned how to make it from his sister-in-law, and this is the first meal after he learned. Thinking of the deliciousness, Song Shuxian reaches out. Help me up. Wei Jianguo carefully helps her up and assists her in getting dressed. Song Shuxian's belly is quite large now, so he helps with all her tasks. She mostly stays at home now, wearing specially made slippers for easy on and off. After washing up, she eagerly sits at the dining table, waiting to eat the sour porridge she has been craving. The first bite is just right. Eagerly, she takes a second, then a third, and by the fourth, she starts critiquing next time. It should be a bit more sour. Sure, no problem. After the meal, at Song Shuxian's request, everyone in the family changes into new clothes, each outfit reflecting their connection. Wei Jianguo's collar is embroidered with two playful dogs. Song Shuxian's outfit also has the same two dogs. Mo Ying and Shandian wear new red aprons made from scraps, with two little figures embroidered on them, a tall man and a woman with a big belly. It's clear they are a family. In the yard, the two dogs play excitedly, almost going wild. Song Shuxian stands by the door, waiting to finish putting up the last part of the couplets. She meets her only friend here, Tiantian, who is also standing at the door. Happy New Year! Wishing you new beginnings and that all your wishes come true, Song Shuxian smiles brightly, hoping for Tiantian's happiness. Tiantian wants to give her a hug, but the situation doesn't allow it. These three kids are really keeping us from getting close. Once they're born, we'll take care of them together. The two hold hands, watching the two men work. Lunch was a celebration of the Spring Festival with 4 people together. At this moment, 2 men were busy in the kitchen, while 2 women were looking at photos in the living room, and 2 dogs were playing in the yard. Tiny babies will be here next year, making cute sounds but not talking. We can hold and play with them. Tiantian dreamed of having a smaller version of herself. Song Shuxian thought about it and felt sweet inside. She said, we can dress them in matching clothes like traditional dolls, with little arms like lotus roots calling for mommy. What do you think the kids will look like? I hope they look like me. Imagine how many girls they would charm when they grow up. Your kid should look like you too. Wei Jianguo looks too fierce. I hope the kids look like their dad. Boys should be strong. It would be great if one looks like me and the other like dad. Too bad I'm having 2 boys. It would be nice to have one of each. Song Shuxian and the others knew the baby's genders. The ultrasound could reveal that. At that time, there were no rules against doctors disclosing the gender. Several doctors discussed it during the ultrasound. When it came to holding the babies, Song Shuxian felt her arms ache. I might not be able to hold 2 babies. If they move a little, I won't be able to manage. Tiantian naturally said, just put them in a stroller. Then the 2 looked at each other. They hadn't prepared a stroller. Tiantian slapped her forehead, feeling the pain. How could I forget something so important? Let's hurry and draw it out. Song Shuxian helped her get paper and a pen. Tiantian had a vision of the stroller in her mind. She described it while Song Shuxian sketched, and in half an hour it was done. Song Shuxian's stroller had 2 seats, while Tiantian's had 1. They even planned a small basket that could hang from the ceiling like a cradle. When Wei Jianguo and the others finished cooking, they received 4 drawings. We forgot to make a stroller for the babies. Seeing each other's frustrated faces, Song Shuxian and Tiantian cheered up again. Emotions don't disappear, they just shift, and at this moment, it shifted perfectly. Let's eat first. After the new year, I'll find a carpenter to make it. No rush. We should wait at least 3 months before taking them out. Song Shuxian remembered that her brother only started going outside to stroll after he was 6 months old. The 4 of them sat down to eat, with a big feast on the table. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised fish, scrambled eggs with chives, cold bean sprouts and vermicelli, pigskin jelly, sauerkraut with blood sausage, 8 treasure porridge, sweet and sour ribs. 8 dishes for good luck. Song Shuxian took out her homemade green plum wine and poured it for the 2 men. This drink was low in alcohol, so it wouldn't get them drunk. As for the 2 women, Nothing felt better in winter than a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall that had been simmering all night. The four of them gathered without worrying about seating arrangements. They just sat comfortably. Wei Jianguo raised his glass.
Cheers.
Happy New Year. The other three raised their glasses in response. Happy New Year. This was their first New Year together, and for many years to come, the two families would celebrate together. Both men served their wives soup before serving themselves. The aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall was overpowering. From the moment the lid was lifted, the scent filled the air, and they had already shown great restraint by waiting this long. Song Shuqian couldn't wait to take a sip. The rich, flavorful broth exploded in her mouth, with tender abalone, soft sea cucumber, and smooth peppercorns. She quickly took a second sip, and her usual self-control vanished in an instant. By the time she realized it, her bowl was empty. Song Shuqian felt a bit embarrassed. She had lost her composure. Looking at the other three had already started on their second bowl, slurping without a care to talk. Still, Wei Jianguo was concerned for his wife and managed to serve her another bowl amidst the chaos. Song Shuqian chuckled softly. She had become obsessed. It was already hard enough to fill up, and such a luxury was beyond what an ordinary family could afford. The ingredients in their pot were ones that Song Shuqian and Tiantian had spent months gathering, even incurring favors to obtain. To create this successful Buddha jumps over the wall, Tiantian had experimented 3 times. Today was a remarkable success. After finishing their second bowl, the two men set down their bowls and began eating other dishes. The good stuff should be saved for their wives. Song Shuqian and Tiantian didn't hold back. Who knew when they could gather ingredients again? During the meal, Song Shuqian mentioned hiring a sister-in-law to help with the postpartum period. Tiantian, who do you think would be suitable? I want someone quick and discreet. Our attitude towards spending is different from most sisters-in-law, and I worry she might lecture me. I might need to rest for 2 months. It will be a long time. Song Shuqian's concerns were not unfounded. Many women in the community liked to judge others' lives from a superior position. Usually, a few comments were manageable and everyone got along, but over time, it could become unbearable. I personally recommend Aunt Feng. She used to work at the Tongzi building and is my neighbor. But you can never know someone completely. I need to ask around first, Tiantian said after thinking for a moment. Lu Xingwa thought it was a good time to suggest. Tiantian, why don't you find someone to help you too? Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and Ma might have things to do. Lu Xingwa spoke cautiously, worried about hurting his wife's feelings. Unexpectedly, Tiantian agreed, without hesitation. She wasn't foolish and had seen things clearly over time. Her mother cared for her and wanted to be good to her, but only if it didn't conflict with her brother. Whenever there was a conflict, her mother always favored her brother. In the eyes of the older generation, a boy was seen as carrying on the family name, while a girl was considered part of another family once married. As for having their mother-in-law help during the postpartum period, even if they could enjoy each other's company and chat, that was only because they were keeping things in check. Living together would expose how she spent money, which would surely lead to conflict and strain their relationship. Most importantly, in-laws always believed that families should support each other. Right now, it seemed like their family was expected to help other siblings. Tiantian scoffed at this idea. Once the brothers grew up, they became just relatives. There was nothing that was automatically expected between relatives. Her mother-in-law was easily swayed. If she could be charmed this time, she could also be charmed by her younger son and grandson. She wasn't looking for trouble in her life. If her mother-in-law came and saw their new living situation, knowing they had a place to stay, she would surely want her younger brother and older nephew to come over immediately. The best approach was to maintain distance. Distance creates beauty. The two families rarely reached a consensus and decided to find someone to help with the postpartum care. After that, Tiantian and Song Shuqian helped each other and firmly decided not to involve their families. The four of them finished a table full of food. Even the vegetable soup was dipped with bread by the two men. After the meal, the men went to clean the table while Song Shuqian and Tiantian took a walk inside the house. Once they were sure no one could hear, Song Shuxian quietly asked Tiantian, "What did Lu Xingwa say about not letting your mother-in-law come over?" In Song Shuxian's old-fashioned view, family is very important, and decisions should be communicated well to avoid conflicts later. Tiantian whispered back, "Don't be fooled by how carefree old Lu seems. He's actually quite meticulous. He used to keep only a few coins from his monthly allowance and sent the rest home. My mother-in-law said she would save it for him. When we needed money for our wedding, he asked my mother-in-law for it, and that's when I found out the money was used to support his other brothers. My father-in-law justified it by saying that when one brother is capable, he should help the less capable ones. It sounds nice, but it's really just draining old Lu. He didn't say much about it, and afterward he only gave a monthly pension of 5 yuan, nothing more. You think my mother-in-law is good to me? Part of it is guilt, and part of it is because she thinks I'm easy to talk to, hoping I can help the others later. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. I can't even let them come while I'm taking care of myself." Song Shuxian quickly tapped her. "What kind of talk is that? You shouldn't say such things. You two just need to decide what's best. My mother always says that the closest relationships are between couples, and whether they're close or distant depends on how they manage it. As long as the couple works together, they can always find a way to get along. Your old Lu is great. He's always on your side and in sync with you." During this conversation, Song Shuxian thought she was speaking quietly, but the two men in the kitchen heard everything clearly. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingwa exchanged glances, and everything was understood, without words. After they left, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuxian out for a walk since their home was too small for exercise. Mo Ying and Shandian accompanied them. As they walked, they admired the couplets on each family's door. "Wife, our couplets are the best in the compound, beautifully written and meaningful." Song Shuxian readily agreed, believing her writing was the best. When they returned, she lay down and quickly fell asleep. Watching the heavy snow outside, Wei Jianguo walked to the riverbank with his fur coat. The snow on the river was thick. He spread the coat on the snow and beat it with a stick to clean out the dirt inside. Clothes made of cotton and leather can't be washed with water. People here choose snowy days to do this kind of beating. This method cleans very well. He met a sister-in-law who was also washing clothes. She greeted him, "Captain Wei, why are you washing leather?" "My wife is small and can't handle this, so I can do it quickly." Wei Jianguo didn't see any problem with doing this. His wife truly couldn't do it in the cold weather. The sister-in-law admired him. Captain Wei is really good to his wife. Is she about to give birth? Soon. Her due date is in March. While they were talking, a few more sisters-in-law came over to beat their clothes. Wei Jianguo worked quickly and finished washing before heading home. Once he left, the conversation turned to him. Who would have thought Captain Wei is so caring? I heard he washes all the clothes at home and doesn't let his wife do any work. Also, Xiao Song is nice. You see how gentle she is. Previously, when we chatted, she was always knitting a sweater for Captain Wei. In the past winters, Captain Wei wore a military coat and army-issued cotton shoes. But this year, he's wearing new clothes. I heard from my husband, Old Zhang, that Captain Wei's wife treats him well, making him a new cotton coat and buying him rubber-soled boots. Not to mention, he looks a bit fatter this year. His complexion is good. You can tell at a glance. Previously, everyone didn't interact much with Song Shuxian, thinking she was aloof and looked down on others. Since she got pregnant and started going out with Tiantian, she became familiar with the other sisters-in-law, and everyone realized she didn't look down on anyone. She just didn't know how to interact with them. She wasn't the kind of rich girl who used Captain Wei as a shield. She was genuinely living her life with him, taking good care of him inside and out. Knowing this, everyone had no objections to her. When the conversation about her became dull, they changed the topic. Why are you all out washing clothes during the New Year? One aunt asked. Whether it's New Year or not, life goes on. It's hard to find a day suitable for washing coats. My son is in the army and my daughter-in-law is working today. The kids are out playing, so it's just me. I might as well come out and do some work. This aunt spoke the truth about the current situation, Working on the 30th and continuing on the first day of the new year is the mainstream thought now. Song Shuxian and the others chose to eat lunch because Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingua had to go on duty that evening. By the time Wei Jianguo finished tidying up at home, it was already past 4. Song Shuxian woke up groggily. Wei Jianguo. Hey, I'm here, wife. What's wrong? Is your leg hurting again? Wei Jianguo rushed into the room upon hearing her voice. Song Shuxian had been experiencing leg cramps lately, sometimes waking up in pain. No, I just called you. What time are you leaving? In half an hour. If you're awake, you might as well get up. If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll try to come back early. Tiantian will be over soon. Wei Jianguo was now very skilled at helping Song Shuxian get out of bed. After he finished speaking, Song Shuxian took out some dried shrimp, a pack of dried squid, and a bag of candy from her bag. I bought these with Tiantian from the village below. They're really tasty. You can share them with everyone. Once I give birth next year, I'll invite everyone over for a New Year's Eve dinner. Normally, those who are close to Wei Jianguo and not married would come over for a meal today. But since Song Shuxian was heavily pregnant, it was inconvenient, so she could only give them something. Wei Jianguo was very grateful to his wife. You can keep the big shrimp chips. They're hard to find. Just give them something else. Seeing his stingy expression, Song Shuxian found it adorable but spoke firmly.
Just give them this.
It's from Siju City, and it has a special meaning. Later, when you have time, please help me build a barbecue pit in the yard. The design is with Tiantian. Then we can grill meat ourselves. We can bring everyone some good food then. Wei Jianguo readily agreed. Since he realized his training issues last time, he often used the things his wife gave him as prizes, letting the men form teams to spar with him, and the winners would receive rewards. This way, they could train their teamwork and improve each other's combat skills. Now, Wei Jianguo could easily take on 3 opponents without any struggle. He was terrifyingly strong. At the same time, Wei Jianguo often trained with Lu Xingua, and they worked together very smoothly, understanding each other with just a glance. In the evening, Tiantian and Song Shuxian gathered together. They were too lazy to cook and just heated up the leftover Buddha jumps over the wall from lunch. After sipping some soup, Tiantian said, "It's really delicious, but so expensive. I felt a pang in my heart watching all those ingredients go in. I can't bear to waste any of it." Fortunately, it's winter now, and every family has their windows tightly sealed, so the aroma didn't escape. Otherwise, we would have been scolded for being wasteful. Song Shuxian disagreed. I don't think we're being wasteful at all. Since getting married, we've been eating well, and Wei Jianguo's health has improved a lot. We're slowly making up for previous losses. With better health, his training will be more effective. If his training goes well, the chances of getting injured during missions will decrease. It's a positive cycle. My food expenses are manageable with Wei Jianguo's salary, but we can't save much. As she spoke, Song Shuxian's voice got quieter, as if she felt a bit guilty about spending. Tiantian continued to drink her soup. Now that you mention it, that's true. My husband, Lao Lu, has also improved in health. Are you thinking about working? I heard the county is planning to build a food factory next year. The military might have openings. Tiantian was considering this because life at home was good. Lao Lu gave her his monthly allowance, but it was too boring with no challenges. What about the child? From what I hear, the factory will be built, but it will take a year from proposal to approval to hiring and then to production. A year is fine for us. I want to send the child to daycare, where the children of factory workers go. They can start after turning 1. When I'm not busy, I can check on him and feed him. 1 year is too young, isn't it? Won't it be unsafe? We can discuss that later. If it doesn't work out, I'll find someone to help watch the child. I can drop him off while I work and pick him up after. Song Shuxian felt a bit uneasy. She wouldn't feel comfortable not having the child nearby. I want to wait until the child is a bit older before looking for work. Both of them struggled to understand each other's thoughts. Tiantian, influenced by a post-apocalyptic mindset, believed children shouldn't be raised too delicately. They should be toughened from a young age to face challenges. In contrast, Song Shuxian, from a different background, thought a child needed several caregivers and shouldn't be allowed to get hurt. While she wasn't overly indulgent, she felt better keeping the child close. But there was no rush. The child was still in her womb, and opinions could change. Perhaps once she saw the adorable baby, she'd feel differently. Outside, it was already dark, and the house felt a bit empty. This spring festival is not lively at all. Next year will be better. With 3 kids, we can enjoy playing with them while they're still small. Feeling bored, they each went home to sleep. When Wei Jianguo returned, Song Shuxian was already fast asleep. The 2 dogs had dragged their bed into the room and were also asleep. Time passed day by day, quietly and warmly. One day, Wei Jianguo brought back some news. "Wife, there's a job opportunity. Do you want to go for it?" Song Shuxian was reading Journey to the West, which she had prepared as a bedtime story for the child. Right now, she wasn't interested in working at all. Just carrying her big belly took all her energy, and she wanted to give birth as soon as possible. She lazily asked, "What job?" Wei Jianguo replied, "It's a translator position at the Weapons Research Institute. They are in desperate need of translators. I got this information from the weapon experts we brought back from abroad during our last mission." Translation piqued Song Shuxian's interest. "With my current condition, I can't sit in an office. After the baby is born, I want to take care of him myself. So, I can only take the documents home to translate. Is that possible? I'll ask tomorrow." Wei Jianguo hugged Song Shuxian and said, "Wife, I'm feeling conflicted. On one hand, I don't want you to work because you need to take care of the baby, and working is tiring. I can help at home, but if I'm not there, it will be hard for you. But I also know that someone like you can create immense value." Flattered, Song Shuxian smiled. "This isn't certain yet. When you ask Captain Zhang tomorrow, confirm the job details. If it requires going there to translate, then forget it. I'm too heavy to travel far. After the baby is born, I won't be able to manage everything anyway." Wei Jianguo agreed. Song Shuxian's quick agreement also had a selfish motive. She wanted someone to help take care of the baby. It didn't have to be anything complicated, just help with washing diapers and tidying up. She would never wash diapers herself. If she couldn't find help, she planned to donate all the fabric in her treasure pot for diapers and have Wei Jianguo wash them all. She hadn't mentioned this to Wei Jianguo yet, planning to wait until the baby was born to see how things went. Maybe once she saw the baby, she wouldn't mind. Nothing was settled yet, so she didn't think much of it. Life would go on as usual. Wei Jianguo had already discussed with his superiors about finding someone from the family compound to help during her postpartum period, and Deputy Su agreed. This was usually a common practice. Living in the same compound, families helped each other out during tough times. Those receiving help would also show gratitude in some way. However, the current situation was sensitive, so caution was necessary. Deputy Su emphasized, when selecting someone, try to choose someone from a struggling family. If you need me to step in, just let me know. The military competition is coming up, so spend more time strengthening your training. Captain Zhang and Deputy Su had high hopes for Wei Jianguo. His physical abilities seemed limitless. Every time they thought he had reached his limit, he would surpass it. The continuous training was noticeable to the leaders. Recently, Wei Jianguo had improved the training plan, and their unit seemed stronger, which Deputy Su was eager to see. It snowed again yesterday, covering the world in white. In her past life, Song Shuxian had seen snow, but never this much. She moved the rocking chair by the window, grabbed a pot of tea, and enjoyed the snow while sipping tea. Outside, Lightning and Moing were playing joyfully in the yard, chasing each other and getting covered in snow. After watching for a while, Song Shuxian returned to her study. She took out her brush and ink and captured the scene she had just seen. Today, she was in great spirits, and the drawing came together smoothly from sketch to finished piece. Wei Jianguo returned with people from the Weapons Research Institute. At the gate, Wei Jianguo called out, "Lightning, come open the door." Moing, go tell your sister we have guests. This was Wei Jianguo's way of reminding Song Shuxian to tidy up the book she was reading. She was cautious and usually only took out books she could quickly put away. Lightning supported itself on its hind legs, struggling to open the door with its front legs. One of its front legs was injured, or it would have opened it much faster. Wei Jianguo patted its head. "Thank you, Lightning." Lightning proudly wagged its tail and led the way. Wei Jianguo introduced to the people from the Weapons Research Institute. Lightning can be a bit proud, but once it gets familiar, it has a stubborn side. Don't take it personally. It doesn't mean anything against anyone. Song Shuxian considered Lightning and Moing family, and Wei Jianguo was influenced by this. His actions were instinctive, and he didn't even realize it. Moing, following Wei Jianguo's instructions, had already entered the house to call for Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian and Moing had a good understanding. When it entered, she knew what it was about. After a quick glance, she saw nothing inappropriate and continued to finish the part of the painting she hadn't completed. When the researchers entered, they saw a pregnant woman sitting at the table, holding a paintbrush and painting. Wei Jianguo invited them to the sofa and casually made a cup of tea. "Comrade Zhou, please wait a moment. My wife will be here soon." "It's fine. I didn't expect Comrade Song to be skilled at painting." The visitor, being a researcher himself, understood how hard it could be to break out of a focus state, as he often experienced the same. Seeing Song Shuxian like this, he felt no sense of being neglected. While sipping water, he observed the room. It was cozy and full of signs of life, showing that the lady of the house loved life very much. He was drawn to the photos on the wall. There were several pictures in a glass frame, with a banner in the center that read "Devoted to the Country." After glancing at the issuing unit, he finally understood why Song Shuxian felt free to paint at home. Surrounding it were photos of the couple, showing their strong bond and sweetness, hinting at good financial conditions. Which couple, married for just a year, could take so many photos? Such extravagance. Lost in thought, Song Shuxian approached. She wore black pants and a camel-colored sweater. Despite being loose, her prominent belly was still visible. She was very beautiful, with an elegant and classical charm. Noticing his distraction, he cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. On the other side, Wei Jianguo had already helped Song Shuxian over and made the introduction. "Hello, Comrade Zhou, I am Song Shuxian. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's sit down and talk." Along with Song Shuxian were two adult dogs, Shandian and Moing, giving off a strong presence. Noticing Comrade Zhou's discomfort, Wei Jianguo glanced at the dogs and said, "Go lie down in your bed." The dogs sensed Wei Jianguo's authority and quickly turned and ran away. Comrade Zhou was amazed. He had thought Wei Ying was very gentle and polite. Now he changed his mind. "Hello, Comrade Song. I am Zhou Hao from the Weapons Research Institute. I'm here to invite you to work as a translator at the institute." Song Shuxian refilled his tea before replying, "I've discussed the details with team leader Zhang, and I'm eager to contribute to our country's development. However, as you can see, I may not be able to commute for work. After the baby is born, I will need at least a year to take care of the child." Zhou Hao's expression remained calm. He was already aware of Song Shuxian's situation. "We have discussed this in a meeting. We will send someone to deliver the materials you need to translate, and you can do the work at home. However, we need you to come to the institute for a test." "Of course. Are there any specific requirements for the translation volume?" Song Shuxian was worried that she might not be able to complete the work after agreeing. That would be bad for both her and the institute. "There will be requirements. After the test, we will assess your abilities and determine the workload." Song Shuxian had no objections. If it was beyond her capabilities, she would have to decline. Both sides agreed, and they quickly set a time for the test the next day. "Comrade Zhou, take care. I'll see you out." Wei Jianguo helped Song Shuxian to the door. "Comrade Song, please stay back. It's slippery. I can walk by myself." Zhou Hao didn't want the pregnant woman to escort him, as it could be dangerous if she slipped. "Then let Wei Jianguo see you off." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Wei Jianguo escorted him out of the family compound. It was a rule in the compound to take responsibility for those they brought in. Song Shuxian felt confident about the test the next day. Staying at home during winter, She found it hard to even go for a walk and could only read books out of boredom. She had read many foreign books, so translating ordinary content should be fine. For highly specialized content, she would need to use a dictionary. After seeing off Zhou Hao, Wei Jianguo quickly returned to the kitchen. Nothing is more important than eating. Seeing the situation, he must have forgotten to eat. Wife, what do you want to eat? I'd like a bowl of warm dumpling soup and some pickled cucumbers. Sure. Wei Jianguo cooked quickly, and soon it was ready. They had a quiet night. The next day, Wei Jianguo came early to pick up Song Shuqian. This was her first time in that area. She had never known there was a research institute near the military base. After passing the security check, they entered smoothly. It was still Comrade Zhou who received them. Comrade Song, please come this way. Today's test consists of a written and an oral exam. I'll take you to do the written test first. As he spoke, he led Song Shuqian to a room where two middle-aged men in their 40s were seated. One exuded a scholarly vibe, while the other had a military presence. Both were action-oriented and handed Song Shuqian a stack of papers, saying, "Please translate these contents in the shortest time possible." Song Shuqian didn't rush to translate. She quickly skimmed through the documents. There were 3 files. One was foreign news, one was about machinery, and the last was highly specialized with many unfamiliar terms. After reviewing, she began translating. Her speed was impressive, and her pen didn't stop. When she reached the very specialized document, she translated what she could and handed it to them, saying, "This document has many technical terms I don't know, and I've marked them during translation." The others were very satisfied. She was calm and accurate, and the first 2 documents were already considered qualified translations. The third document was meant to be more challenging, and she performed very well. Next was the oral exam. Song Shuqian's speaking skills were not as strong as her writing, but among ordinary people, she was already very good. Then they discussed the work details and compensation. They set her monthly translation volume. "This is Comrade Zhang. He will be your only contact from now on. He will bring you the materials that need translation, and please return the completed translations to him." Both sides agreed that this would be the working arrangement for now, with future changes to be discussed later. When they returned home, Song Shuqian was very happy. She now had a job and would earn 53 yuan a month. Although it wasn't much, it was her earnings from hard work. "Jianguo, I got a job." "Yes, you have a job now. My wife is amazing." Wei Jianguo was also happy for Song Shuqian. She had been at home for too long and deserved more. Wei Jianguo took her work certificate and various documents to register with his superiors. In these times, translation work was sensitive, and it would be too late to present documents after something went wrong. His wife was delicate, and with a small child, she couldn't handle too much stress. After showing the documents to his superiors, he felt relieved. Song Shuqian's translation work was going smoothly. In these times, dictionaries are rare. Only one is available per department, and everyone has to share it. Song Shuqian had her own. Perhaps because she had been drinking the essence, both the original owner and she had excellent memories. So, translating was easy for her. Tiantian was feeling bored. During their walk, she said, "Xian, I'm so bored. I wanted to work, but you are the one with a job." Song Shuqian knew she wasn't really upset. She was just being playful, so she let it be. She even suggested, "Why don't you learn something? How about drawing comics? I've been reading some lately, and I find the revolutionary stories really interesting. Since you're in the military camp, you could ask Captain Liu to help you find some stories." Tian shook her head vigorously. "I can't do that. I get sleepy when I see books, and writing feels like a chore. If only there were classes on fighting, that would be great because I'm really good at it." Thinking about Tian's strength, Song Shuqian nodded. That would suit her well. However, in the military camp, there were many skilled fighters. Tian wouldn't have an advantage. But Song Shuqian had an idea. Tian, why not check if the police department is hiring, or look into the train station for conductor positions, or even the security department at the factory? Your strength would be a plus in those places. Tian agreed. Previously, she had planned to go into the publicity or finance departments, which were easy jobs. But she only talked about it without taking action, and she felt lazy. Now she realized it was because she didn't like those jobs, so she wasn't motivated. I'll ask old Lu when I get back. As long as they give me a fair chance, I'm good. Song Shuxian quickly stopped her. Not so fast. Your health is the priority now. First, set a direction, and let old Lu work towards that. I'll also ask Wei Jianguo to keep an eye out, and let you know if there's any news. Just remember, whether you go to the police department or work as a train conductor, it will be busy. You need to think about what to do with the kids. Her words dampened Tiantian's excitement. She didn't want to neglect her children. So, work was put on hold for now. On their way back, they encountered a very fashionable woman with mid-length hair tied up simply, wearing ankle-length leather boots and a long cotton coat, complemented by a bright red scarf. Seeing Song Shuxian and the others in their heavy winter clothes, she looked quite disdainful, as if she were looking at something ugly. Tiantian and Song Shuxian exchanged glances. Who is that? Song Shuxian was confused. That woman had just looked down on them. It had been a long time since she encountered someone like that, and she almost forgot how it felt. They were indeed dressed poorly. Both wore military coats that had been altered from their husbands' old ones. Their cotton shoes were stuffed with a lot of cotton and rabbit fur, making them look a bit shabby. But those handmade cotton shoes were very comfortable. Tiantian, being well-informed, said, "That's the new wife of the 3rd Regiment leader, Zheng Baiwei. I heard she's from the city and caused quite a stir when she arrived. Thanks to her, our reputation for being wasteful has improved a lot. She changes outfits 2 or 3 times a week and is very particular about her lifestyle. Plus, she lives in the Tube building, which means everyone is watching her." The Tube building is a type of housing where each unit is close together, and if a child cries at night, the neighbors will know. When Tiantian lived there, she always kept a low profile. The most she could afford to improve her meals was boiled eggs. She would roast meat in the back mountain, let it cool, and then take it home. Even then, she didn't dare to eat it hot. She would just eat it with plain water. Despite being so careful, Tiantian was still considered the most wasteful wife in their building. Song Shuxian knew about the change in the 3rd Regiment leader and asked, "Do you know anything about the new 3rd Regiment leader?" "I don't know much. You know, gossiping about the wives is one thing, but asking about soldiers is different." When they got home, Song Shuxian habitually locked the door and continued her work. She was now very skilled at translating and wrote quickly. After finishing her work, she went to wash some fruit. Wei Jianguo knew she liked fruit and had traded with locals for a lot, especially soft jujubes and blueberries. She kept them in a treasure jar and enjoyed them daily. Recently, Wei Jianguo had been cooking lunch after returning from training, rushing back every time. While eating, Song Shuxian thought about the woman she had seen earlier and asked, "Who is the new 3rd Regiment leader? Did he come in suddenly without causing any fuss?" Wei Jianguo thought she was just curious and explained, "He used to be the leader of the Southern Island Corps. This transfer is technically a lateral move, but it's actually a demotion. However, he's not even 30 yet, and his future is uncertain. He's quite capable, and even though he just got here, he's already established himself."
Why do you suddenly ask about him?
His wife rarely paid attention to military matters. "I met a very fashionable woman today who looked down on me. I don't think I'm dressed poorly. She has a big belly and looks worse than me." Tiantian said, "She's the new 3rd Regiment leader's wife. So, of course, I was curious. But her style is a bit too flashy for the compound." Song Shuxian meant well. These days, simplicity and frugality were valued. Whenever she and Tiantian went out, they wore pants in black, blue, or gray. Their hair was neatly braided into 2 big braids, looking very ordinary. The only thing people could criticize was that their meals had improved a bit, but they needed to nourish their husbands for better training, so no one could say much about that. Wei Jianguo hugged his wife. "Don't worry. Captain Zhang is a capable person." "What's the captain's full name?" "Zhang Hongjun." This time, Wei Jianguo was genuinely curious. His wife rarely focused on anyone. Thanks to her excellent memory, Song Shuxian instantly recognized him. I thought he looked familiar. I met him the morning of our blind date. I thought he wasn't suitable, so I didn't pay much attention. Wei Jianguo felt a pang of jealousy. Wife, you only met him once, and you recognized him just by looking at him and hearing his name.
Come on.
The way he called her wife changed in tone, making Song Shuxian shiver. She lightly tapped his arm. Speak properly. Don't forget, I have a great memory. If I were familiar with him, I would have remembered him after just one look. I wouldn't have needed to ask you for so much information to recall him. Wei Jianguo was easy to please. Her words made him happy. Well, we are a good match. You only met me once and decided to marry me. If he had a tail, it would be wagging high in the air now. Song Shuxian enjoyed teasing him. Of course, you're the best. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone to see Grandpa on the same day as our blind date. Wei Jianguo smiled widely, showing his big teeth. The moment I saw you, I thought, this girl has to be my wife. Suddenly, he felt a pinch on his arm. Wei Jianguo realized he had gotten carried away. Wife, I'm not just a girl. I'm your wife. Ouch! I'm just a girl. Ouch. It's rare to have a break. Wei Jianguo spent the whole day focused on Song Shuxian. His wife really made him proud. A translation for the Research Institute was completed with nearly 100% accuracy, allowing team leader Zhang to show off in front of Comrade Zhang, who was in charge of handing over the documents. They had known each other for a long time, likely because they shared the same surname and enjoyed comparing their achievements. Team leader Zhang had rarely won. This time, he finally had the upper hand. Recently, he had been very nice to Wei Jianguo, quickly approving Song Shuxian's request to have someone help care for her during her confinement. Aunt Feng would come over tomorrow. Dear, I've arranged for someone to help you during your confinement. It's Aunt Feng. She's an old military family. Both her sons are martyrs. She raised her grandson by herself and now lives with him. I've checked her out and observed her. She's sensible, clean, and responsible, not someone difficult to get along with. The approval has been granted for 6 months, and she'll be helping during that time. Song Shuxian was a bit confused. Didn't we say we wanted someone from a less fortunate background? Aunt Feng's sons are martyrs, so she must be receiving a good pension, and she also gets monthly retirement money. She should be well off. Aunt Feng refused her monthly retirement money after her grandson started receiving benefits. Her only request is to be with her grandson while serving. She has no other family left. The leaders take good care of her. Song Shuxian was a bit worried. What if she's a difficult person? Will she boss me around because of her status? Can we change her if it doesn't work out? Probably not. Don't worry, I won't have any assignments for 2 months after the baby is born, and I'll take care of the baby at night. Just observe her. If it doesn't work out, we can let her go and find someone else. Song Shuxian felt that was the only option for now and hoped Aunt Feng would be easy to get along with. Seeing she was still uneasy, Wei Jianguo reassured her. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can bully you. If it doesn't work out, we'll only let her help with laundry and cleaning, keeping her away from you. In fact, with the special liquid, Song Shuxian would recover quickly after giving birth, so there was no need to be so anxious. They were just overthinking things. Let's have her come over tomorrow to meet. We can invite her back after I give birth. Okay. With this important matter settled, the couple felt relieved. Hubby, I want to wash my hair, Song Shuxian said. She couldn't wash her hair herself, so Wei Jianguo helped her. He skillfully helped her lie down, wrapping a towel around her shoulders to keep them dry. Then he gently combed her hair and gave her a scalp massage, which felt very nice. After that, he wet her hair little by little, lathered shampoo in his palms, and gently applied it to her hair. He massaged it repeatedly. Finally, he rinsed it clean with water. Wei Jianguo was already very familiar with this process. Song Shuxian's hair was beautiful, shiny, and black, but recently she had started losing hair, likely due to a lack of nutrients. Every time she washed her hair, she lost a handful. Wei Jianguo was secretly worried, but didn't want Song Shuxian to know. While drying her hair, she felt drowsy, her head nodding. Wei Jianguo thought about cutting her hair. The doctor said her hair loss was normal. Nutrients were prioritized for the baby, leaving little for her hair. He tentatively asked, "Dear, your hair is so long. It might be uncomfortable to wash during confinement. Would you like to cut it a little shorter? We can grow it back after your confinement."
Sure. I've wanted to cut it for a long time.
Washing my hair is such a hassle. It takes forever to comb it at night, and I'm always losing hair. There's so much on my pillow every day. Wei Jianguo. So he was the only one struggling with this? Only he couldn't bear to part with long hair? If Song Shuxian knew, she would definitely say, "That's right. Only you." If it weren't for fearing Wei Jianguo's nagging, she would have cut it long ago. Long hair during pregnancy, only those who have experienced it know how annoying it is. Cutting her hair was quick and didn't bother anyone. Song Shuxian chose a spot and cut it herself. Then she simply shaped it, changing her waist-length hair to shoulder length. "Hubby, does it look good?" Song Shuxian shook her head, feeling very satisfied. It felt at least 2 pounds lighter. Now, Song Shuxian had a touch of cuteness, looking more like a young girl. "It looks great, especially great. My wife looks good no matter what." Smooth talker. Wei Jianguo, where did you learn that? Self-taught. I've noticed that every time I say what's on my mind, you're happy, so I'll keep sharing my thoughts with you. Song Shuxian thought, how can anyone resist this? She was losing her composure and becoming lovesick. Control yourself. You must control yourself. The next day, Aunt Feng arrived early. Song Shuxian met her with Tiantian. "Aunt Feng, don't be formal. Just sit down. I have a general idea of your situation, and I'd like to share my requirements. This is my first baby, and I don't have much experience. I've been to many hospitals in Harbin, Beijing, and our military hospital, and I've asked many obstetricians. I've summarized their advice in a notebook, and I plan to follow the doctor's recommendations. If you find anything unsuitable or see me doing something harmful to myself or the baby, please let me know so we can discuss it." That's the first task. The second is cooking. I'm not sure how your cooking is, but I prefer lighter dishes at home, while Wei Jianguo needs more substantial meals due to his training. Please try to balance both. If it's too much, he can eat at the cafeteria. The third is washing the baby's clothes and diapers. I hope we can wash them separately. That's all I need. To be honest, the work at Song Shuxian's home wasn't easy. It was quite tedious, especially cooking 3 different meals a day. Aunt Feng agreed, seeing these tasks as manageable. She usually tidied up the house, fed pigs, and tended to the vegetable garden. "Okay, let's discuss your pay. I'll give you 12 yuan a month and 5 jin of coarse grains. If you do well, I'll add a 3 yuan bonus each month. This has been approved by the military leaders, so you don't need to worry about any shady dealings. However, we'll say that we're close friends and that no one from my family can come to help during my confinement. You'll be helping me. Of course, we'll also give you some gifts, but I won't go into details about that. After all, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." For such little work, Aunt Feng was more than satisfied with the pay. "All right, no problem. When should I come over?" "Just wait for my notice. Since I applied for help during my confinement, it might raise eyebrows if you come too early. I'll call you when I'm close to giving birth." Aunt Feng understood and agreed to follow Song Shuxian's wishes. After sending Aunt Feng off, Song Shuxian felt she had resolved a major issue. But things weren't going smoothly for Tiantian. Sweet Grandma has arrived. Things are completely different from what they expected. Sweet Grandma, known as Aunt Hua, has felt indebted to Lu Xingua all these years. When her son first went to the army, she worried every day. The only connection with home was the allowance he sent back each month. Occasionally, he would send a letter saying he was doing well. Gradually, the family got used to this way of life. At first, she saved that money carefully, not letting anyone touch it. Even though no one said anything, she knew it was earned with her son's life. She couldn't remember when things started to change. It began when her eldest son got married. His wife asked for a bride price of 200 yuan, which was almost unheard of in the countryside. Seeing her eldest son kneeling in front of her, she compromised. "You can borrow this money from your brother. It will need to be paid back," she told her eldest son. Later, when the house became too small, they borrowed a bit more, and when her grandson needed money for school. Until this year, when her son got married and asked her for money, she realized it was all gone. She still remembers the disappointment in her son's eyes. After that, her son only sent them 5 yuan each month, and she knew she had lost him. When her daughter-in-law became pregnant and asked her to help with the postpartum care, she realized Lu Xingua no longer wanted this family. Whether her estranged son could return, she didn't know, but she wanted to try. So Aunt Hua secretly came to find him, hoping to do something. When she arrived at the train station, she contacted Lu Xingua. He hurried to pick her up. "Mom, why did you come?" This was the first thing Lu Xingua said upon seeing his mother. "Sweet is about to give birth, so I came to take care of her," Aunt Hua said cautiously, afraid of causing trouble for the kids. Lu Xingua fell silent as he brought his mother home. Aunt Hua's arrival disrupted all their plans. At that moment, Lu Xingua was relieved that he hadn't reported anything yet, otherwise, it would have been complicated. Song Shuxian came the next day to walk with Sweet and met her mother-in-law. "Sweet, I'm coming in," Song Shuxian called from outside the fence. A middle-aged woman, about 5 feet 4 inches tall, thin but full of energy, came out. She looked like a typical hardworking woman. "Come in quickly," Sweet said, holding her belly as they walked inside together. Moing and Lightning ran off to play in the yard. Song Shuxian thought she was Sweet's mother. "Auntie, you're here."
Sweet has been talking about you.
Sweet introduced them. "Xiaoxian, this is my mother-in-law. You can call her Aunt Hua." "Mom, this is my good friend, Song Shuxian." Song Shuxian thought, how did her real mom become her mother-in-law? She didn't ask, holding back her curiosity. After some small talk, Song Shuxian and Sweet went out for a walk, but Aunt Hua was very worried. "It's icy outside. It's not safe. If you want to go out, I'll go with you."
"Aunt, don't worry.
"You've been on the train for so long. You must be tired. You shouldn't have to work so hard. Sweet and I are used to this route. My husband checks it twice a day to ensure it's safe. Plus, our dogs are smart. They'll follow us and warn us if there's ice." "Oh, dear. You kids don't know the dangers. You can't be careless." "I'm not tired. I'm here to take care of you," Aunt Hua said warmly. Sweet didn't want to waste time and smiled. "Then, Mom, please walk with us for a couple of laps. The doctor said we need to exercise for our health." Aunt Hua supported one of them and walked with them for 2 laps. The 2 pregnant women were fine walking, but Aunt Hua was exhausted. She had just gotten off the train yesterday, and since returning, she had been busy unpacking. This morning, she woke up early to clean the yard and cook, never stopping. While accompanying Sweet, she had been supporting them, taking on their weight. Now, she was so tired that she sat in the kitchen, dozing off while tending the fire. "Mom, I'm going next door to chat with Xiaoxian. I'll be back soon," Sweet said as she left. On the 3rd day after Aunt Hua arrived, Sweet still hadn't had a chance to whisper with Song Shuxian. Her mother-in-law was too enthusiastic, wanting to be involved in everything, afraid of any problems. "Wait, I'll go with you," Aunt Hua said, wiping her hands and getting up to help her. "Mom, you don't have to do that. It's too tiring. While things are calm, you should rest. After the baby is born, there will be plenty to do. You should take a nap. You have dark circles under your eyes." "I can go by myself. I visit Xiaoxian every day, so I'm used to it." Sweet wanted to leave, so her mother-in-law could rest for a bit. Since Aunt Hua arrived, she had been working nonstop. Sweet wanted to say, "You really don't have to do this. It's hard on both you and Lu Xingua. If parents are particularly difficult, it doesn't benefit Lu Xingua at all. They could cut ties. Like Wei Jianguo, who gave himself away, completely severing ties. If parents treat Lu Xingua well, they could help their brothers in the village. But it was like this. The bad was not thorough, and the good was not pure, forcing them to feel sick, like swallowing a fly. This time, Aunt Hua came without any notice. Sweet's mother felt sorry for her daughter and wanted to come help her with postpartum care. But her sister-in-law was also pregnant and needed someone experienced by her side. Sweet's mother had already told her daughter she wouldn't come, but she couldn't stop worrying and kept thinking of ways. In the end, she thought of hiring a neighbor to help care for her daughter-in-law for half a month. She would come to check on her daughter to ensure she was okay. Sweet had previously complained that her mother seemed to treat both children fairly, but she still favored her son, ignoring her daughter when her son needed help. Now, she was proven wrong. Sweet's mother was indeed fair. In the end, Sweet felt guilty towards her original mother's spirit and decided to treat her as her own mother from now on. Because of this, their family never applied for help from above to care for the postpartum period. Luckily, they didn't. Who would have thought the mother-in-law would come? Now, her mom didn't need to come. When Sweet was with Song Shuxian, she felt relaxed. It's so much better here. I felt so stifled at home. What's wrong? Did your mother-in-law bully you? No. She feels guilty towards us and acts like she's atoning for something. You know that feeling? She doesn't need to do this. What's done is done. Song Shuxian understood. A late apology is worthless. Exactly. And I always feel like her apology comes with conditions. I'm afraid she'll use this to ask Lu for help with her younger son and grandson. We know our own family matters. Lu really doesn't have that much ability. I can't bear to use the connections he earned with his life for his brothers. The old folks were originally sensible people. How could they act this way without those brothers egging them on? Song Shuxian agreed. So, what are your plans moving forward? No matter what, my in-laws treated Lu well in the past. We won't shortchange them on their old age, but it will be just like with the other sons. There won't be any more packages or gifts like before. Also, everything in our home was bought with my dowry. Lu went into debt to marry me, and we're still paying it off. Some of the money sent home was also borrowed. We'll just pay it back slowly. Song Shuxian gave her a thumbs up. It's hard to judge family matters, but at least they will be cautious now. Wife, what are you doing? Wei Jianguo asked as he returned from training and saw Song Shuxian flipping through a dictionary. I'm trying to name the baby. We really haven't done a good job. It's been so long and we still haven't chosen a name, Song Shuxian replied, her hands still busy. She wanted to give her child a name that is easy to write, pleasant to say, meaningful and suitable for the current times. Most importantly, the name shouldn't have any embarrassing homophones to avoid the child being teased when they grow up. Song Shuxian had always been confident, especially in her knowledge. But today, after thinking all afternoon, she couldn't come up with a suitable name. She felt that no word was worthy of her child. Wei Jianguo quietly stepped back, deciding not to get involved in this matter as a rough man. Wife, how about our child takes your surname? That way, they can carry on the Song family legacy. Wei Jianguo didn't care much about his surname. To him, it was just a name. But he knew his wife valued the Song family's past glory, and it would be a shame if it faded away. Letting the children have the surname Song would mean they inherit the family legacy. Song Shuxian looked at him with her big, beautiful eyes, her tone serious. Why would you think that? Did Grandpa Song say something to you? Be honest. She was furious, thinking the old man had given up on preserving the family legacy. Wei Jianguo was confused. He just felt sorry for his wife and admired the Song family's impressive history, including legends of treasures. His wife didn't even call him Grandpa anymore, just Old Song, which showed how upset she was. Not knowing the backstory, Wei Jianguo, feeling anxious, quickly explained, Wife, don't misunderstand. Grandpa didn't say anything to me. It was my own idea. You see, I gave up my surname, so it doesn't matter what I am called. I just wanted to separate from that family. But your family is different. They have such a strong history and a family tree. It would be a shame for it to fade away. Honestly, Wei Jianguo just wanted to make his wife happy. He worried she might have this thought but didn't know how to tell him, so he brought it up. Things were fine until he stirred up a hornet's nest. After understanding Wei Jianguo's thoughts, Song Shuxian firmly rejected the idea. It's better not to be too unconventional at this time. We got married and I married you, so the child should have your surname. As for the Song family, when the child grows up, I will tell them about it and let them decide what to do. But they cannot change their surname. Who says grandchildren can't inherit from their maternal family? Anyway, I'm the only direct descendant of the Song family now, so I make the rules. Song Shuxian spoke with great authority. She had indeed thought about letting the Song family fade away, but considering the treasures she had, she felt incredibly lucky to have them in her life. She didn't expect them to last forever. So these treasures would belong to her children. Having received such gifts, she felt she had to do something in return. Otherwise, she would be ungrateful. So, she decided to let her children choose their own paths. After all, it would be their choice to be ungrateful. She and the Song family had no debts to each other, so she could act freely. Wei Jianguo didn't expect his wife to have such strong feelings about the Song family. It seemed there was more to the story, but he wasn't curious. He guessed it was because of his legendary father-in-law. Wife, what should we name the baby? In the neighborhood, there are many kids named Dog Egg, Cat Egg, and Donkey Egg. The most common names are Wei Dong, Wei Gua, Wei Dang, and Xuanong. Honestly, if you shout Dog Egg, 3 kids would come running. Song Shuxian successfully shifted the topic. What are you thinking? Our child can't have such common names. They need something more elegant. Song Shuxian continued to mumble. Their names can't be too hard to write. Kids love to practice writing their names, and if it's too difficult, they won't want to learn. Her brother was like that. While other kids learned 20 characters, he was still trying to write his name. It made people think he was a fool. But he was named Song Jun Chong, and let's be honest, how many people could recognize or write those characters? Pinyin, Jun Chong. It was unfortunate that her brother carried the reputation of not being able to learn his name. Her child must not suffer that fate. Wei Jianguo joined her in flipping through the dictionary. After a while, they still hadn't found a suitable name. Song Shuxian rested her head on Wei Jianguo's shoulder. Honey, this is so hard. Why is naming so difficult? Thank goodness, we already know we're having 2 boys. Otherwise, we would have to guess and prepare 4 names. 2 boys and 2 girls. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Wei Jianguo chuckled and patted her head. Only she would take naming so seriously. Nowadays, many kids don't even have names until they register them. These 2 little ones were lucky to have her as their mother. The naming issue was indefinitely postponed as Song Shuxian had too many great name ideas and didn't know how to choose. Sweetie's baby wanted to come out early to be a big brother and was already making moves. Song Shuxian and Sweetie were out for their usual walk, and their 2 dogs were being very protective, not allowing anyone near them. Why are they suddenly so possessive? Are they afraid we'll get another dog? Sweetie joked. She genuinely liked Moing and Shandian and wanted to adopt another one. Song Shuxian agreed. Sure, let them discuss it and choose their own partner. In the future, each of our kids can have a dog, but yours won't count. That would cause trouble. Wow, I can't believe I didn't think of that. I need to find one quickly. The 2 chatted casually. Suddenly, Sweetie felt a warm liquid and tightly gripped Song Shuxian's hand, her face turning pale. I think I'm going into labor. Song Shuxian was so startled she couldn't move. Her first instinct was to find someone. Shandian, go find your brother and tell him to come back quickly. Shandian barked twice and ran off. Neither of them dared to move. Fortunately, a passing sister-in-law noticed something was wrong and came over to help. What's going on? Sister-in-law, Sweetie is going into labor. Please find Lu Xingua and have him come back immediately. Also, get a few strong guys to help take her to the hospital. I can't move. My leg is cramping. Song Shuxian tried to stay calm and organize things. In reality, she was so nervous that her leg cramped. This was her first time witnessing such a scene. The sister-in-law was quick and soon called for help. Everyone worked together to get Sweetie to the hospital, with Song Shuxian accompanying her. Wei Jianguo received the news and rushed to the hospital, sweating despite the cold weather. When Shandian saw him, he grabbed his pants and ran to the hospital, thinking that Song Shuxian was injured and running for his life. Upon arrival, He saw his wife sitting in a chair, her face pale. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Don't be afraid. I'm here," he said, holding her gently. He slowly calmed her down. Song Shuxian gradually relaxed and said, "Tiantian gave birth. We were walking when her water broke suddenly. I was so scared. Don't worry, she will be fine. You both have been going for checkups every month and the doctor knows your situation. You're both very healthy. I'll arrange for you to be admitted. Since it's twins, there's a risk of premature birth, so it's better to check in early for peace of mind. I'm here. Relax and see if you feel any discomfort." Song Shuxian followed his advice and felt fine. "That's good. Are you hungry? I'll go get something to eat. You should eat a little. Childbirth takes time and we can't rush." "I'm not hungry. I can't eat." Just then, Lu Xingua arrived, also sweating. "What's going on?" "Your wife is in labor," Wei Jianguo said, and Lu Xingua sat down in shock. After a moment, Lu Xingua asked, "What's the situation now?" "The doctor said everything is fine. We just have to wait. Tell Aunt Hua to hurry with the delivery bag. Tiantian is all set. Also, boil some brown sugar eggs and noodles. She might need energy later." Seeing Wei Jianguo, Song Shuxian felt better and less anxious. They had practiced for childbirth many times, but she was just nervous due to lack of experience. Aunt Hua rushed in with a bunch of things. "How's it going?" Lu Xingua took the items. "She's in labor. Did you bring everything?"
Yes.
The sister-in-law who came with them didn't say a word. Song Shuxian had everything organized well. They all knew Wei Jianguo treated his wife well, but they didn't expect him to be this caring. He spoke softly, afraid of scaring her. As women, they felt a bit envious. Who wouldn't want to be comforted by their man like that? Inside, Tiantian was quiet. The doctors were amazed at how well this pregnant woman could endure. Tiantian wasn't just enduring, she was used to the harsh world, where the smell of blood could attract zombies and sounds could too. When injured, her instinct was to stay quiet and stop the bleeding. That morning, she felt uncomfortable, with a heavy feeling in her belly, but she didn't think much of it. It had been like that for the past few days. Who would have thought she was about to give birth? That moment truly scared her, but thankfully, Song Shuxian reacted quickly, and the sisters helped her get to the hospital. The delivery room wasn't as tense as expected. The doctors and nurses chatted with Tiantian to distract her. "Doctor, I'm hungry," Tiantian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was unusual to feel hungry while in labor. The doctor wasn't surprised. "That's normal. Some women take a day to deliver. Family should bring food. I'll go get it." As soon as the doctor stepped out, everyone gathered around. "Doctor, how's my wife?" "She's fine, just waiting." "The mother is hungry. Did you bring food?" Aunt Hua quickly stepped forward. "Yes, brown sugar eggs and noodles." The doctor took the food inside for Tiantian. Turning around, he saw Song Shuxian standing nearby, her face pale, and quickly approached her. "What's wrong?" "Don't worry. She's doing well, and even said she's hungry." Song Shuxian nodded. "I was scared. I'll be fine after a moment. Don't be nervous. We've practiced this. It's all normal." Song Shuxian and Tiantian had been to the hospital often and knew the doctors well. Wei Jianguo said, "Doctor, please check her. I'm worried about premature birth. Let's admit her for observation." Nowadays, most women give birth at home with a midwife. In better family clinics, they go to the hospital only when it's time to deliver and leave right after. Their obstetrics department had enough beds. The doctor wanted to make Song Shuxian comfortable. "I'll take the food in first, then help you with the admission. Don't worry, everything is normal." That night, Song Shuxian didn't go home. She stayed in the same room as Tiantian. In the hospital room, Wei Jianguo settled Song Shuxian, closed the door, and softly said, "Drink some water and take a moment." He looked around cautiously on alert, while Song Shuxian quietly took out a vial and drank a drop. Not sure if it was psychological, but she felt much better. She winked at Wei Jianguo, signaling that she was fine. Only then did he relax. That night, Song Shuxian, carefree, slept well, while Wei Jianguo stayed awake, checking on her from time to time. He felt relieved only when he confirmed she was okay. At 4:38 a.m. the next day, Tiantian gave birth to a healthy baby boy. When Song Shuxian woke up, only Tiantian and the baby were left in the room. Habitually, she picked up a note from the table. "Wife, I'm busy. There's food on the table. If it's cold, ask the nurses to heat it up. Aunt Fong is coming today. Have the doctor check you again to confirm everything is fine before you can go home." Just as she finished reading, Aunt Fong arrived. "You're awake. Captain Wei asked me to come early." Song Shuxian smiled broadly. "Auntie, I'm glad you're here. I need to use the restroom." She had been worried about going alone. Aunt Fong, experienced in caring for pregnant women, quickly adjusted to Song Shuxian's needs. The doctor came in to give Song Shuxian a thorough checkup. "You're fine. You were just scared yesterday. You can go home now. You need to be around people for a while. You're 32 weeks along, and twins can come early. Keep walking every day." After the doctor left, Song Shuxian finished her breakfast and waited for Tiantian to wake up to say hello before heading home. When Tiantian woke up, Aunt Hua had already brought prepared millet porridge and steamed eggs. She brought the baby over for Song Shuxian to see. "Look how much this baby looks like my dog with those little eyes. He seems clever." Song Shuxian looked at the baby for a while and thought he was quite ugly. She thought, if you say he looks like your son, fine, but he's so ugly, he definitely doesn't look like Tiantian. She complimented, "He really looks good. Look at those little arms and legs. He's going to be a big hero like his dad." When Tiantian woke up, Song Shuxian quickly went over and poured a cup of water with a little bit of the liquid added. "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Drink some water first." Tiantian drank the water and finally felt her throat was her own. Seeing her surroundings clearly, she asked, "Where's Lu Xingua? They have heavy tasks lately and couldn't take leave." "He left at dawn with Wei Jianguo. He came as soon as he got the news and stayed at the door, only leaving after confirming you were okay. He watched over you all night without sleeping." Song Shuxian explained everything in detail, not wanting her to feel uneasy. As a pregnant woman herself, she understood that feeling. After hearing all this, Tiantian's expression softened. Aunt Hua brought the baby over to show Tiantian. Song Shuxian reminded her to eat well before feeling reassured to go home. In the kitchen, Aunt Fong was preparing lunch. Song Shuxian sat alone in the room, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know why she felt this way. She just wanted to cry. Sometimes, when she felt the baby move, it touched her heart, and tears would flow. Other times, she wanted to draw, but after standing for a while, she felt tired, short of breath, and her legs ached, making her want to cry. Every night, just as she fell asleep, she had to get up to use the bathroom. This happened every day, and she couldn't sleep, which made her want to cry too. To avoid worrying Wei Jianguo, she cried secretly when no one was home. When Wei Jianguo rushed back from training, he found his wife quietly crying. He hurried over, squatted in front of her, and held her hands. "Wife, what's wrong?" "I'm fine. I don't know what's happening. I just can't control myself and keep wanting to cry." She said this through sobs, making Wei Jianguo's heart ache. Trying to stay calm, he smiled and comforted her. "Wife, we're going to have 2 little crybabies. Our little one will practice writing while crying, feeling all sad." "Oh dear, people will think you're a strict mother." He painted a vivid picture. Song Shuxian imagined it clearly, her chasing after a child with a stick while the child cried. She asked, "What should we do?" In her anxiety, she slipped into a northeastern dialect. "Aren't we supposed to handle the strict stuff together? You practice writing beside me and set a good example. I'll keep an eye on him. Then everyone will say, 'Wei the captain is such a good man. I see him teaching his child at home.'" "Oh, why do other men seem so perfect, while mine won't even wash his own socks?" Song Shuxian chuckled. "Why is it that when it comes to you, everyone praises you?" "Of course, it's because I usually have a serious face. When I look serious, no one dares to joke with me. That's my secret." How shameless, Song Shuxian teased. Once she calmed down, Wei Jianguo explained, I asked the doctor. What you're feeling is normal. It's due to hormonal changes. Everyone reacts differently during pregnancy. Some women experience morning sickness right away, some crave sweets, and others crave sour foods. Crying is the same. All of this is normal. I also found this cream. After you give birth, you can apply it to your belly, and it will return to its pre-pregnancy state. Once you recover, I'll help you practice fighting to build some muscle, and you'll have an 8-pack. You'll look even better than before. When the kids grow up, everyone will think you're their sister. I'll protect you with our 2 sons. Every word, he said, touched Song Shuxian's heart. Even though she had some confidence, she worried about looking different after giving birth, like many mothers do. She knew she was being overly dramatic, so she never spoke about it, keeping her sadness to herself. Now feeling better, Song Shuxian wanted to eat. Aunt Feng, what are we having today? I made a delicious tofu soup with salted fish, and I also prepared sauerkraut with blood sausage and big steamed buns. Aunt Feng had learned how well the Wei family ate. While others struggled to get enough food, they enjoyed nutritious meals. She also knew that Song Shuxian had a special job, one that only she could do, which was impressive. Aunt Feng, please sit down and eat with us, Song Shuxian always invited her. After tasting the fish soup, she exclaimed, this tofu is so good. I haven't had fresh tofu like this in a long time. It was available at the service center today, so I bought it. Since they trusted Aunt Feng, they let her decide what to cook and gave her enough money for groceries, handling everything else themselves. This arrangement made Aunt Feng feel comfortable, as if she were taking care of her own family. Aunt Feng noticed Song Shuxian's secret crying and informed Wei Jianguo. Her arrival made things much easier for them. During the afternoon nap, the 2 little ones were active in her belly, causing quite a commotion. Wei Jianguo sighed again, realizing how lively they were. He placed his big hand on her belly and began to talk to the babies. Little ones, your mommy needs to sleep now. Please be quiet and let her rest. When you're out, I'll play with you. Okay? The little ones kicked again, but gradually settled down. Coincidentally, the babies seemed to listen to Wei Jianguo. As he gently kissed Song Shuxian's eyes, he whispered, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. When Song Shuxian first got pregnant, Wei Jianguo was thrilled, especially when he learned it was twins. He felt so proud. He began to pay attention to her physical changes and understand how pregnancy affected her. Once a rough man focused solely on training, he started to notice the other wives in the compound and sought out books about pregnancy. The more he learned, the more he appreciated how tough it was for Song Shuxian. He disliked how some people thought giving birth was as easy as laying eggs, as if it were a simple task. It was a very challenging experience. His beautiful wife gained 50 pounds during pregnancy, developed unsightly stretch marks, and her feet swelled 2 sizes. At night, she struggled to breathe and had to get up 4 or 5 times to use the bathroom. Many of her favorite foods were off-limits. What bothered her most was that she, once graceful in every movement, now waddled like a clumsy penguin. Wei Jianguo secretly decided they would only have this one pregnancy. You and wife, come quick. Look what this is. Wei Jianguo shouted as he entered the yard. Song Shuxian, holding her belly, walked out slowly and opened the sack to find lamb chops. Lamb chops, she exclaimed. She loved eating lamb. I'll make roasted lamb chops for dinner. The rest will be frozen for later. Sound good? Song Shuxian quickly nodded. Lamb was hard to come by these days, and she had been craving it. Yes. Grilling was Wei Jianguo's specialty. Today, he was the chef, and the newly built grill in the yard was ready for its first use. Before long, the delicious aroma filled the air. As soon as it was ready, Song Shuxian couldn't wait to take a big bite. Ouch! It's hot, but so good. A meal of roasted lamb chops chased away her lingering bad mood. Song Shuxian woke up groggy when she heard the wake-up call. Habitually, she covered her head with the blanket, planning to sleep a bit longer. The 2 little ones had been particularly restless yesterday, and she hadn't slept well all night. Wei Jianguo checked on them as usual and felt a handful of sweat. He quickly turned on the light and saw Song Shuqian frowning tightly, holding her belly and murmuring something. He jolted awake, hurriedly got out of bed, and dressed both of them as fast as he could. Song Shuqian was awakened by the pain, still a bit dazed. "What's happening to me?" "You're in labor, don't worry, dear, everything is fine. First, drink some essence, then leave the rest to me." Song Shuqian felt tightness in her belly, coming in waves. The pain had eased now. She tried to calm herself. She couldn't allow herself to panic at this moment. "Husband, ask Lu Xingwa to call Aunt Feng over. She knows the kids' things better. Then carry me to wash up. Relax, take deep breaths, and do as I say." Wei Jianguo calmed down as well. Things proceeded in an orderly manner. Lu Xingwa went to find Aunt Feng first, then went to get the car. Wei Jianguo carried Song Shuqian to wash up, and at her strong insistence, even washed her hair. At this moment, the pain returned, but it was manageable. "Jianguo, first help me dry my hair, then find a thick hat. I can't get cold." Once they were ready, Lu Xingwa had already driven over, and Aunt Feng brought the prepared items, including 5 brown sugar eggs and a lunchbox. On the way to the hospital, Song Shuqian was not nervous at all. She was counting how long the contractions were apart, trying to find a pattern. As soon as they entered the hospital, Wei Jianguo picked her up and rushed to the obstetrics and gynecology department. "Dr. Wen, my wife is in labor." Dr. Wen and several nurses rushed over. "Don't panic, come this way, put the patient here." They quickly settled Song Shuqian. They were used to this routine. "Family members, please step outside. I need to examine her." "Doctor, can I stay? My wife will be scared. She'll bite me if it hurts." Wei Jianguo's eyes turned red with worry. Even though Song Shuqian was trying to stay calm, he could see her underlying anxiety. Being by her side was very important right now. But the doctor coldly pushed him out. "You can't be here during childbirth. You carry bacteria. Please step outside." With no choice, Wei Jianguo was forced out. He pressed his ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. He was afraid that if something went wrong, they wouldn't tell him. After the doctor checked, she said, "Good news, you're already 2 centimeters dilated. If things go well, you could give birth today." Song Shuqian thought. "It hurts so much." "Today? Doctor, do you mean today, or just this morning?" She couldn't accept that she might be in pain all day. She didn't want to risk her life. Dr. Wen assessed her condition and said, "In a bit, we'll call your family in. You should walk around to help with dilation." Song Shuqian leaned all her weight on Wei Jianguo as he supported her, taking small steps. "Don't worry, I can handle this pain." Wei Jianguo gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her freshly washed hair was already soaked. As the pain intensified, Song Shuqian was taken back to the delivery room. The people outside were anxious. Once inside, there was no sound from Song Shuqian. Wei Jianguo anxiously pressed against the door, straining to hear any noise. Regardless of what the people outside thought, the doctors inside were pleased. "She's dilating quickly. She's already 5 centimeters." Wei Jianguo leaned against the door, motionless, wishing to hear even a little sound from his wife. Lu Xingwa came to the window to smoke. Today's situation reminded him of the day Tiantian gave birth. There was no sound then either. During this time, watching his son grow from wrinkled to chubby, he almost forgot what Tiantian looked like when she gave birth. Song Shuqian's body had been nourished by the essence, and after 4 hours, a loud cry of a baby echoed from inside. Accompanied by the doctor's voice, "It's born. Don't rush, there's another one." With the experience of the first, the second one came quickly. An even louder baby cry followed. Thinking of what Tiantian said about the mix-up of babies, Song Shuqian struggled to open her eyes and carefully looked at the 2 children. After Dr. Wen showed her, he took the babies out. "Family of Song Shuqian? The patient has successfully given birth to 2 healthy baby boys." Wei Jianguo stood up from the floor and reached out to take the babies. One in each arm, he had practiced with Lu Xingwa's baby and was now good at holding them. He turned and handed the babies to Lu Xingwa. He didn't trust anyone else right now. Dr. Wen, where is my wife? When will she come out? The patient is still being taken care of. Her condition is stable, but she's exhausted and needs rest. Knowing his wife was safe finally eased his heart. Song Shuqian took a short nap to regain her strength. She reached out to touch her not-so-flat belly and asked, "Husband, where are the babies?" Wei Jianguo leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Are you feeling okay? Do you want some water?" "Yes." After drinking a cup of warm water with essence, she finally felt comfortable. Wei Jianguo brought over the baby's crib for her to see. "Look at these two ugly babies. This wrinkled one is the firstborn, and this rosy one is the second." Song Shuqian expressed her disdain. "I know newborns aren't pretty, but I didn't expect them to be this ugly. They're even uglier than Moying was as a baby." Wei Jianguo understood. "They're ours. I've been watching closely to ensure they're ours. Let's take care of them, and they'll look better." Though they were ugly, they were still their own. Song Shuqian occasionally touched their little hands, and then their little feet. She really liked them. "Husband, I've thought of names for the two ugly babies, Wei Yannan and Wei Yibei." Yan, one of the four treasures of the study, represents stability and knowledge. Nan symbolizes warmth and brightness. Yi means carefree, and Bei represents the vastness of the north. Wei Jianguo read the names twice and liked them more each time. "You did well, dear. Who will be called Wei Yannan, and who will be Wei Yibei?" Song Shuqian shrugged. "That depends on their choice. Before having the two babies, I dreamed of two little tigers, one mischievous and one steady, but I couldn't tell which was which." To Wei Jianguo, these were small matters. He just wanted Song Shuqian to be happy. The two of them excitedly wrote notes, planning to let the babies choose when they woke up. Just then, Aunt Foam appeared at the right moment to save them. "They're awake. I made millet porridge and steamed egg custard. Let's eat something light today, and tomorrow we'll have chicken soup." Aunt Foam handed over the food and went to check on the two babies. "These two babies look great. They have the best features from both of you. Their eyes look like little songs, and their noses like little ways." Song Shuqian curiously looked for a long time, but couldn't see where the babies resembled her. She silently thought that the babies probably looked like their father. Once they grew up, they could look like her. Song Shuqian thought that once the baby was born, she would be completely free. She didn't expect that dealing with postpartum discharge would be even more terrifying. It hurt so much that she questioned her life choices. She, who didn't scream during childbirth, couldn't help but cry out during the discharge. After Dr. Wen left, she lay in bed feeling hopeless. Now she regretted not asking Tiantian what else would hurt after giving birth. Song Shuqian and Tiantian had given birth one after the other, so she planned to follow Tiantian's advice completely. Wow, wow, wow. A cry brought Song Shuqian back to reality. She turned to look at the baby beside her. "Are you hungry?" Wei Jianguo heard the baby's cries and rushed back, picking up the baby while saying, "You shouldn't hold them for now. I'm here for the next couple of days, then you can hand them over to Aunt Foam. Holding the baby isn't good for your body right now." He couldn't explain why it was bad, but since it concerned Song Shuqian's health, he was particularly stubborn. The baby cried a couple of times, but once someone held him, he smiled. Wei Jianguo checked and found that the baby had wet his diaper. He skillfully changed it and pointed to a row of diapers on the railing. "You two are really something. Look, you've soaked a whole row." The little one didn't understand anything. He was just unhappy and whined a bit to express his discontent. "Honey, what should we name the baby? How about calling them Big Treasure and Little Treasure?" Song Shuqian rolled her eyes dramatically. That rough man's naming skills were terrible. "No way. If someone in the courtyard calls out Big Treasure, 2 or 3 kids will respond. Our baby's name needs to be unique." Wei Jianguo teased her. "Then how about unique and unmatched?" "Sure, from now on, you can be Dad unique and Dad unmatched. And you can be Mom unique and Mom unmatched." Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the hospital room. It was just too silly. Ouch, laughing makes my stomach hurt. "All right, let's come up with a good nickname for the baby," Song Shuqian playfully scolded. Wei Jianguo thought for a moment and said, "Let's call them Anin and Lele. I just hope they can be safe and happy." "Great. That's what we'll call them. Anin and Lele, Daddy named you. From now on, you'll be little Anin and little Lele, Mommy and Daddy's good babies." Since Song Shuxian couldn't hold the baby, she lay there and played with them. The little brothers were very cooperative, reaching out their tiny hands to play with their mom's fingers. During the first feeding, Song Shuxian felt a bit shy, but Dr. Wen was very responsible, gently correcting her posture. She first tried to feed the older brother, Anin, but he was too weak and couldn't latch on properly, turning his face red without getting any milk. He cried in frustration. Song Shuxian felt heartbroken and anxious, but was powerless to help. The younger brother, Lele, also couldn't manage. With both babies crying, Song Shuxian felt like crying too, overwhelmed. Dr. Wen then asked Wei Jianguo to come in and said a few words. Wei Jianguo quickly prepared formula for both babies and fed them. After soothing them to sleep, he came over to comfort Song Shuxian. "Wife, the doctor said this is normal. Don't worry. I'll think of a solution soon." He closed the door, first using a warm towel to ease her discomfort, and then he took matters into his own hands to help the babies get fed. Realizing what was happening, a blush crept onto his cheeks. Feeling shy around his wife, Wei Jianguo changed the subject. "Wife, did the little ones bite you earlier?" Song Shuxian spoke for the babies. "They don't have any teeth. How could they bite me?" Wei Jianguo looked at the two babies and chuckled. "Toothless little ones."
Song Shuxian
understood that Wei Jianguo had some fatherly love, but it wasn't much. She couldn't be bothered with this unreliable man. Aunt Feng was much more dependable. The chicken soup she brought was not greasy at all. Before making the soup, she removed all the chicken fat and skimmed off any excess oil after it was cooked. Aunt Feng said, "The doctor advised against eating too greasy foods lately, so this will be refreshing for you. Today it's chicken soup, and tomorrow we'll have fish soup." Song Shuxian was very grateful. "Thank you, Aunt Feng, for your hard work. Don't mention it. It's what I should do." Aunt Feng really liked the two babies. "Have they been named yet?" "Yes, the older brother is Anin and the younger brother is Lele. Jianguo named them, hoping they will be safe and happy." The little brothers were still awake, letting Aunt Feng play with them using a rattle. With Aunt Feng's help, Wei Jianguo felt much more relaxed. Song Shuxian was tired, and so was Wei Jianguo. At night, he was the one who got up to take care of the babies. After 3 days of this routine, Song Shuxian's health had stabilized, and once the doctors confirmed she was fine, she was finally discharged. Early in the morning, Lu Xingwa drove over to pick them up. Song Shuxian was bundled up like a ball, with only her eyes visible, while Wei Jianguo quickly carried her to the car. Lu Xingwa followed closely behind, each carrying a similarly bundled baby. Aunt Feng walked behind with their things. They all hurried home. The house was already warm and cozy. Once home, Song Shuxian sighed in relief. There was no place like home. "Jianguo, you go ahead and take care of things. Aunt Feng and I can manage here." Song Shuxian blinked. She had taken some nourishing liquid today, and now her body was fine. She just needed to lose the extra weight to get back to her pre-baby shape. Wei Jianguo was still worried, saying, "Don't hold them. Let them lie down by themselves. When you get up or lie down, do it slowly. Don't read. You mustn't get cold. Absolutely no getting cold." He went on with endless worries. Song Shuxian smiled and promised to follow his advice, watching him leave. Aunt Feng had seen Wei Jianguo before, back when he had just come back from the battlefield as a fierce lone wolf. She never expected him to be so gentle in front of his wife and children now. Not seeing the two dogs, Song Shuxian wondered, "Aunt Feng, where are Lightning and Shadow?" "Oh, I put them away. They're big dogs and could hurt the babies. Let them out. They're part of the family and won't hurt the babies." Aunt Feng was hesitant. She was afraid of the big dogs. Seeing Aunt Feng's discomfort, Song Shuxian said, "Aunt Feng, open the door and let the dogs in. I'll make sure they stay in this room and won't run around." Noticing Song Shuxian's serious tone, Aunt Feng realized her mistake. She had asked if Song Shuxian was afraid of dogs, thinking there was nothing to fear, but she hadn't expected them to be so big. When the dogs came in, they wagged their tails at Song Shuxian but didn't approach her like before. Song Shuxian quietly put a few drops of nourishing liquid in her hand for them to lick. You two have been so good lately. I want to have a baby, and this is your little nephew. Go sniff them, but don't lick. They're still small. When they grow up, I'll let you take care of them. Only then did the dogs come closer. Song Shuxian patted their heads. All right, good boys. Tonight, I'll have your brother give you extra food. She blamed herself for the misunderstanding, not Aunt Feng, as she hadn't explained clearly. Later, Song Shuxian took the time to explain the differences between the two dogs to Aunt Feng. Learning that Lightning was a service dog who had injured his leg while saving someone, Aunt Feng had no more reservations. She even started to prepare good food for the two dogs. Song Shuxian also apologized to Aunt Feng, knowing that keeping the dogs locked up had made her a bit emotional, causing her to speak harshly. With Aunt Feng and Wei Jianguo's care, Song Shuxian had a very comfortable month after giving birth. Thanks to the nourishing spiritual liquid, her body recovered well. Wei Jianguo would brew mugwort leaves at night to help her bathe and even prepared a large foot bath for her. He also kept the room warm, allowing her to lie on the Kong while washing her hair. Since the weather was still cool, she didn't sweat much. She felt fresh and looked great. In terms of food, Aunt Feng put a lot of effort into cooking. The meals were light but varied, with different dishes for each meal. The two babies were fed a mix of formula and breast milk. They took after their father and had big appetites at such a young age. The good thing was that they were both chubby and healthy. Now they were round and adorable. Lele lived up to his name, always smiling and laughing at everyone, while Anan was a bit more serious, like a little scholar, only showing his toothless grin when he saw his mother. In the end, the names were not chosen by drawing lots. Song Shuxian helped pick them. Lele was named Wei Yibei, and Anan was named Wei Yannan. She felt the names matched their personalities well. After the month, Song Shuxian returned to work. She adjusted her schedule to match the babies. When they slept, she slept too. When they woke up, she would place them on the Kong, and as long as they felt her presence, they could play by themselves for a long time. Are you awake? Aunt Feng first warmed herself by the stove before checking on the babies. They just woke up. They're playing by themselves. Lele is holding Anan's little hand and chewing on it, and Anan is letting him, Song Shuxian said, enjoying watching the two kids.
What do you want to eat tonight?
Aunt Feng, now that my month is over, can I eat something with flavor? Song Shuxian said playfully. Although her meals were light, they were too bland for her liking. Aunt Feng smiled. Yes, you can gradually return to normal food. But since you're breastfeeding, there are still some things to consider. This made Song Shuxian very happy. The two chatted cheerfully. Aunt Feng was a lovely old lady who brought back different gossip, making Song Shuxian's month much less boring. Aunt, what's happening today? Aunt Feng sighed and pointed at her, saying, Did you hear about Zhang Hongjuan's wife? The one who always dresses so strikingly? I met her once. She seemed quite proud. She is proud, and she has the right to be. Her father is the director of a chemical factory in Shanghai, and her brother works in the government as a secretary to a leader. She's the only daughter in the family. That family must be well off. I noticed her clothes are quite fashionable. They are nice, but I wonder if she's cold in that wool coat. It looks chilly to me, Aunt Feng said, clearly impressed by the girl. The contrast was quite striking. After her month, Tiantian often came to chat with Song Shuxian, bundled up tightly. Still, Song Shuxian felt it wasn't enough, so she offered her own big fur coat to give Tiantian an extra layer. Noticing Aunt Feng lost in thought, Song Shuxian felt curious and asked, What's wrong with her? Aunt Feng snapped back to reality and continued, The weather is slowly warming up, and the logistics department has allocated a piece of land to each family. Those who want can plant some vegetables, and many families have started preparing. That girl can't stand seeing everyone dressed so poorly. She huffs when she sees something she doesn't like. Song Shuxian found this amusing, picturing a beautiful girl turning into a picky person. After getting married, It seemed like Song Shuxian's farming instincts awakened. Hearing about the land allocation, she forgot about the gossip. We need to have Jianguo clear the yard today. We should prepare to plant vegetables. Last year, we had a great harvest from the small yard, and the dried vegetables we ate in winter were from our own garden. We can't waste that piece of land. I want to plant some black sesame to add to the kids' food in a few months. It would be perfect for trying out black sesame paste. Song Shuxian loved eating it and looked forward to sharing it with her kids. Okay, I'll help you remember. Do you have seeds?
I do. I bought some when I was out before.
I originally planned to plant them in the backyard, but now I can ask Tiantian to help me plant black sesame. Aunt Feng found her enthusiasm amusing. Before getting to know her, she thought Song Shuxian was aloof and hard to approach. But after spending time together, she realized Song Shuxian was just a child at heart, spoiled by Wei Jianguo. Once the babies fell asleep, Song Shuxian began working. During her month, she couldn't look at too many documents, so she only translated a little each day. Now she could finally focus on her work. Aunt Feng only learned that Song Shuxian was a translator after spending time with her. Seeing her working, Aunt Feng went to tidy up the vegetable garden. When Song Shuxian got busy, she lost track of time until the babies' cooing brought her back to reality. Are the babies awake? Are you hungry? She checked on the two kids and confirmed they weren't hungry, so she played with them for a while. She had sewn 2 cloth tigers, and the babies loved them, grabbing them as soon as they woke up and shaking them around. Are you giving the little tiger to mommy? Song Shuxian reached out to see their reaction. Anan looked at the tiger, then at his mother, and placed it directly in her hand. Lele, seeing this, gave his tiger to his brother, as if saying they should play together. Song Shuxian felt touched. Her son was so considerate, sharing with her at such a young age. After that, she let the boys play by themselves while she returned to work. These two were angelic babies. As long as they saw their mother nearby, they wouldn't cry or fuss and could entertain themselves. If they were hungry, they would whine a bit, and if they needed a diaper change, they would fuss only if no one attended to them. Most of the time, they were giggling. As they grew, they resembled their mother more and more, especially Lele, whose smile was just like hers. When Wei Jianguo returned from training, the first thing he did was change into comfortable clothes and come to play with the kids. The babies loved their dad and knew he would play with them. After playing with the kids, Wei Jianguo picked up Song Shuxian, saying, "Wife, do you want to fly? If the kids get to, you should too." Song Shuxian blushed, feeling shy as he spun her around. Wei Jianguo had heard that some people feel a sense of loss after giving birth, thinking their family focuses all attention on the kids. He believed that every time the kids got affection, she should too. So, if he kissed the kids, he would kiss her twice to make up for it. At first, Song Shuxian felt embarrassed and resisted. But her little strength was no match for Wei Jianguo, who seemed like a giant to her. If she couldn't win, she decided to join in. Now she could enjoy it without feeling shy. Sitting comfortably, looking at her body, Song Shuxian hoped the weather would warm up soon. She urged Wei Jianguo to help her create a training plan to build her strength and skills, so she wouldn't struggle to carry the kids in the future. At home, she secretly practiced the moves Tiantian taught her. Although they felt a bit embarrassing, they worked wonders, improving her flexibility. The growth of a child feels like fast-forwarding. They grow up quickly in the blink of an eye, leaving us amazed by the passage of time. The baby in Song Shuxian's family is already 100 days old. Now, they are like 2 adorable big dumplings that everyone loves to see. Tonight, the couple closed the doors and windows, planning to secretly hold a celebration for their 2 children. The attendees include the father, Wei Jianguo, the mother, Song Shuxian, and their 2 babies, Anan and Lele. The items were taken out by Song Shuxian from a treasure gourd. They arranged the items in a circle, with the 2 children in the middle. The couple exchanged glances, and Song Shuxian felt a bit nervous. "Honey, what do you think our baby will like? Anan is a lot like you. She might like pens or books. Lele, who resembles me a bit, might choose a dagger?" Wei Jianguo guessed. The 2 little brothers curiously looked at the pile of treasures. "Babies, go see what you like." Take whatever you want. Anin was the first to reach out. Song Shuxian nervously clenched her hands. Anin picked up a luminous pearl, holding it in both hands and babbling something. Then, Lele came over and grabbed a jade pendant nearby. Suddenly, Song Shuxian felt relaxed. Honey, our kids really know their stuff. The luminous pearl is priceless, a rare treasure. The jade pendant Lele picked has a carving of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. It's said to belong to a certain emperor. Why was I worried? As long as my children have good character, they can do whatever they want. Song Shuxian spoke confidently. After all, the treasures in the gourd are enough for these 2 kids to live luxuriously for a lifetime. Not just for 2, even a few more would be plenty. Wei Jianguo. He almost forgot how wealthy his wife was. Today, thanks to the kids, he got to see things he had never encountered before. After a while, the 2 kids lost interest and kicked their legs towards Song Shuxian, handing her the things they were holding. Is this for Mommy? Okay. Mommy will keep it for you. Tomorrow, Daddy will help you pack a box. These will be yours in the future. Mommy will write a booklet to remember what you got and when. This will be your treasure when you grow up. The kids didn't understand but saw Mommy taking the items, so they turned back to grab more. Wei Jianguo. Did he just hear that? His son is definitely starting ahead in life. Looking at the pile of items, he swallowed hard. His son's starting line shouldn't be his own finish line, right? The old father felt sad. Wife, look at me. I'm still a big kid wanting to celebrate too. Song Shuxian laughed so hard her stomach hurt. So, Wei Jianguo, what does the big baby want to celebrate? Wei Jianguo thought seriously. I want to be a general and marry you. What do I need to grab? After hearing this, Song Shuxian quietly took out a handsome flag that belonged to her general father and a hairpin she wore during her coming-of-age ceremony, handing them to Wei Jianguo. This flag belongs to a great general. It has the character Song on it. This hairpin is from my coming-of-age ceremony. It has special meaning. Keep it well. It's very significant. Wei Jianguo held her close, surprised that someone took his joke seriously. Holding his beloved, he felt completely fulfilled. He took the items, saying, I also want to prepare a wooden box to keep these in and a little booklet. Okay, all for you. The 2 little brothers were still rummaging through the pile, picking things they liked. Lele spotted Mommy's paintbrush and rushed over, refusing to let go. This is good. Mommy always plays with this. It must be fun. For Mommy. He turned around to give it to her. Song Shuxian kissed him. Thank you, Lele. You want to give this to Mommy, right? In response, Lele splattered her face with drool. Anin held a stamp, looking at Mommy, then at Lele, and finally at the stamp, as if he made a decision, turning to give it to Mommy. Song Shuxian was touched. Her son had found his favorite and wanted to give it to her. She quickly caught her eldest son. And do you really like this? You're giving it to Mommy? That's okay. Mommy will keep it in your little box and give it back to you when you grow up. Mommy has more good stuff. When you grow up, I'll carve a stamp with your name on it. How about that? Anin didn't understand what Mommy was saying, but felt her happiness. Mommy was happy, so Anin was happy too. He beamed with a big smile. Song Shuxian put away the stamp and patted his little bottom. Go on, see what else you like, and bring it to Mommy. Wei Jianguo felt a bit jealous. Wife. Song Shuxian, enchanted by her beloved, waved her hand. I'll carve one for you too. I have a piece of bloodstone, a perfect color, and I'll give it to you. I can't carve, so you do it yourself. Wei Jianguo was satisfied and secretly decided to practice carving with wood, hoping to make a pair with his wife later. He liked having various matching items with her. It felt nice. Lele was having a blast playing with a gold necklace, trying to fit it over his belly, getting anxious when it wouldn't go on. Song Shuxian was almost dying of laughter. She urged Wei Jianguo to hurry and get the camera. They had forgotten to take pictures. As a result, when Lele grew up, he was always asking his mother for those embarrassing childhood photos. His mother was wealthy, and his father spoiled him, so there were probably many embarrassing pictures. At that moment, he was wearing a little tiger onesie, holding the necklace, all his chubby bits straining. All right, Lele, that's Mommy's necklace from when she was little. Don't break it. When Wei Jianguo heard it was something from his wife's childhood, he quickly coaxed it away from Lele. "Wife, you need to keep this safe. It can't be played with." The necklace was pure gold, with a safety lock hanging from it, surrounded by charms like an abacus, peanuts, gourds, cabbage, lucky bags, and more, all packed full. Her mother had hung everything she could think of on it. Song Shuxian held the necklace, lost in memories of her mother, her eyes turning red. Wei Jianguo hurriedly comforted her. But Song Shuxian was fine. She found a beautiful rosewood box and put the necklace inside. "Let's give this to Lele." Wei Jianguo. "Wife, he's too young to understand these things. Just give him another one. This was made by your mother. Keep it for yourself. It'll be a nice memory for you later." Song Shuxian listened to his advice without hesitation. "Then I'll keep it and give him another necklace." She quickly put it away, taking out another necklace that was slightly heavier and more exquisite than the first. Wei Jianguo thought Song's family must have many stories. They had everything, from an emperor's jade pendant to a general's flag. It seemed his wife didn't care at all. She was as casual as if she were picking potatoes. The two kids were having so much fun that they refused to sleep, rummaging through their treasures. Song Shuxian let them be. In July, Hulu Island is at its most comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. The two kids are now very curious about the outside world, pointing their arms out all day. This month, Aunt Feng helped out, so Song Shuxian's activities were mostly limited to the yard. Now that Aunt Feng has left, she has to rely on herself for everything. The implication is that Aunt Feng could continue to come and help. However, the recent situation isn't great, and Song Shuxian worries about being caught in a scandal, so she sent Aunt Feng back. Also, only a few leaders know about her translation work. No one in the family compound is aware. So having someone help take care of the kids seems odd. Previously, she could explain that she had twins and needed to recover, lacking the energy to care for two children. Now that the weather is so nice, she can't stay home every day. The two kids sit in their custom stroller, curiously observing the world outside. Tiantian also brought her child, Sihu, over. Oh, I forgot to mention. Tiantian's child is named Sihu, following the order of her family's children. This situation is quite amusing. When Sihu was born, he wasn't a very good-looking baby. Even his parents couldn't help but feel disappointed. Both thought he looked like the other. As a result of their mutual avoidance, they delayed naming the child. The couple made a bet. If the baby looked like Lu Xingua after a month, Tiantian would choose the name. Otherwise, if he looked like Tiantian, Lu Xingua would name him. They were patient, waiting for the baby to reveal the answer. But they overlooked one person, the baby's grandmother, Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua cherished her grandson, but since he didn't have a name, she called him Sihu according to the family order. By the time they realized it, the baby only responded to the name Sihu.
Ha ha ha.
So, the child ended up with such a down-to-earth name. Tiantian and Lu Xingua were both stunned at the time. This was so funny that Song Shuxian laughed for an entire month. Every time Sihu was mentioned, she would smile. I wonder if the child will criticize his irresponsible parents when he grows up. Fortunately, the child's formal name is quite impressive, Lu Weilin. Lu Xingua spent several days looking through dictionaries to choose it, hoping the child would grow up to be impressive, like a great general. When Song Shuxian saw this name, she laughed while holding her own child for a long time. When it comes time to learn to write his name, Sihu will definitely cry. She is truly clever. Wei Jianguo knows what the child's mother is laughing about and feels that after having a child, his wife is becoming more like a child herself. This is fine. He can indirectly participate in her growth. Come on, Anan and Lele, say hello to your brother Sihu, Song Shuxian teased the three kids. Tiantian looked quite displeased. Even now, when I hear Sihu, I feel nauseous. It's so frustrating. When he grows up and realizes he chose that name, I can't wait to see his reaction. Song Shuxian lowered her voice, ensuring only they could hear. Yesterday, I took the kids out to play and heard several families calling their kids names like Maodan, Ludong, and Gooden. At least they didn't call him those names. Thinking about it makes it a bit better. Tiantian replied, that is a relief. If they really called him Ludong, I would definitely change his name. The two secured the stroller and let the three of them babble in their baby language, chatting among themselves. I haven't asked, when is your mother-in-law going back? The baby is already this big. She says she can't bear to leave her grandson and wants to spend more time with him. It seems she also can't bear to leave Dahu, Eru, and Sanhu, wanting to take them all to raise herself. Talking about this made Tiantian angry. Her mother-in-law initially came to repair their relationship and treated them well, not interfering with anything unnecessary, until she saw the food Tiantian was getting during her confinement. Chicken, pigs, trotters, fish. Almost every day was different. The old lady couldn't take it anymore. In her hometown, the other two daughters-in-law only got a chicken and some eggs during their confinement, which was considered a big treat. She didn't complain much, just kept nagging. Tiantian ignored her, focusing only on taking care of herself and the baby. Later, the old lady made chicken soup for Tiantian while eating simple food herself, saying she was old and could eat anything, as long as the good stuff was for the baby. Tiantian isn't foolish. It's obvious she was hinting at something. Good food should be for the men and children. Women just need to survive. Tiantian quickly packed her things and asked Aunt Feng to help prepare more for Song Shuxian when she was helping, so she could join Song Shuxian for her confinement meals. The old lady likes to eat poorly. She won't stop her. Lu Xingua also listens. Sometimes he stays to eat simple food with his mother, and other times he goes to the cafeteria. Tiantian said, this old lady just doesn't get it. She works quickly, takes care of me seriously, and is good to the kids. But she thinks money should be saved. A family should support each other. Since we are doing well, we should help the other brothers. She talks every day about village matters and how poor her brothers are. I've been to their village. They are definitely poorer than us, but they are still among the better families there. Old Lu basically built the house for the family by himself and helped his two brothers marry. Now they want him to help raise their kids too. They are dreaming. It's gone too far. I just want old Lu to transfer and go somewhere they can't find him. They've been spoiled. Tiantian's family isn't an isolated case. The old lady's pressure on her is learned from some older women in the family compound. Their generation just wants everyone in the family to do well, rummaging through things in the compound to support other kids. Due to old Lu, Tiantian can't go too far and has to be careful with her words. She is now waiting for old Lu to lose all ties with his family, then she'll deliver a fatal blow. Since they don't want to live well, then let them not live at all. Tiantian has already arranged everything for them, planning to expose the fact that they are leeching off old Lu, so they will have to work the land for the rest of their lives, including their children. In this apocalypse, Tiantian has no compassion. If they provoke her, she will definitely retaliate, and it won't matter if the children are innocent. If the parents are leeches, the children are beneficiaries and have enjoyed the benefits, so they will also face the consequences. Aunt Hua is still feeling pleased, thinking she has a hold on Tiantian and that in time, she can take all her grandsons over. She wants their uncle to arrange a good future for them. On the other side, Sihu is looking at the colorful toys hanging from the stroller of his two younger brothers, really liking them and reaching out. Anan and Lele are only generous with each other, clearly distinguishing between family and outsiders, even with Sihu, who has played with them since childhood. Don't be fooled by their small size. In a 2-on-1 situation, they hold their ground. Song Shuxian helplessly rubbed her forehead. She feared this situation. Whenever she made toys for her kids, she would make one for Sihu too. Tiantian, this irresponsible mother, thinks things are more fun when they are snatched away, always teasing the kids. Now Sihu has learned to be clever. If he can't grab something, he doesn't cry but looks at Song Shuxian with longing, knowing she will soften and give it to him. Song Shuxian glared at Tiantian. Hurry and give it to the child. Look at that poor little face. It melts my heart. Tiantian couldn't resist Song Shuxian's charm. She took out a small toy from her pocket and hung it on Sihu's stroller. Sihu looked at it, saw it was the same, and became very happy. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingua took a day off on the same day. They planned to take their wives and children out to have fun, to see the sea, and to hike. Before they could tell their wives about their plans, they were informed that they would be taking care of the kids today. Song Shuxian and Tiantian wanted to go out to play. After telling them, the two women quickly ran off, afraid of being caught and having to take care of the kids. Wei Jianguo and Shingu looked at each other in silence. Looking at the children in their arms, they realized they had been abandoned. Wei Jianguo looked down at the kids and said, "Today, you two are with me. You need to be as good as you are in front of your mom, okay?" The three kids didn't care who was with them. The house was familiar, the bed was the same, and there was still the smell of their mom, along with the occasional sight of their dad. The three of them started playing together. On the bed were a cloth tiger, a little flower, a rattle, and some small toys that Tiantian made for practicing grip. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian and Tiantian were very happy. Who knows how wonderful a world without kids can be? Even with all their motherly love, they couldn't stand facing the kids every day. Even someone as strong as Tiantian felt tired. The two of them hopped on a shopping cart and headed straight to the county to shop. When they got on the cart, the sister-in-law saw them and was surprised. She had heard that they both recovered well after giving birth, but they had only been seen around their courtyard until now. Seeing them today, it was clear they had indeed recovered well. Their skin was rosy and flawless. Their figures were only slightly fuller than before, but that little fullness was just right. They were slim where they should be and curvy where they should be. They had a bit more of a motherly softness, making them even more beautiful. One sister-in-law said, "Wow, what kind of magic have you two been using? You look so pretty, right? Just look at that tiny waist, only about 18 inches. That little face is so tender, you can't even tell they just had kids. Especially little Song. She has twins and still looks so energetic while taking care of two babies." Song Shuxian chatted and laughed with his sisters-in-law, praising them for being so capable, managing both home and family, and how their kids were growing up well, waiting to enjoy life. Tiantian joined in the compliments, and the group had a great time chatting. Of course, there was one exception. Zheng Baiwei, the wife of team leader Zhang Hongjun. She was the proud and haughty type. Throughout the ride, she huffed at them several times, but everyone pretended not to notice. She always thought of herself as the most beautiful in the compound. No one could dress better than her, and if they could, they wouldn't look as good because they didn't have as many pretty clothes. Seeing Song Shuxian and Tiantian today made her feel overshadowed. Neither of them wore anything special, not even a fancy dress. Song Shuxian wore a sky blue shirt paired with dark blue pants and black cloth shoes. Such ordinary clothes looked stunning on her. Tiantian wore a yellow shirt with black pants and also had cloth shoes. She looked youthful and vibrant, especially when she smiled, revealing her charming dimples. One was elegant and graceful, while the other was youthful and bright. Wherever they went, they were a beautiful sight. Zheng Baiwei, who had dressed up carefully, felt like an ordinary passerby next to them, which infuriated her. Song Shuxian and Tiantian had no idea what she was thinking. If they did, they would surely laugh at her. Their outfits were carefully prepared, after all. Those cloth shoes were made by Tiantian with great effort. They looked ordinary but added 3 centimeters in height, elongated the leg line, and were very comfortable, making it easy to walk for miles. The clothes were also thoughtfully chosen, perfectly matching their personalities. If she hadn't worried about the embroidery being too flashy, she would have added some. Tiantian and Song Shuxian headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to shop, as no woman can resist shopping. Even though the cooperative wasn't anything special. "Hello, I'd like a pound of brown sugar, a pound of white sugar, half a pound of mung bean cake, and half a pound of plain buns." It had been a while since Song Shuxian bought pastries, and she felt a bit tempted. Tiantian bought a pound of white rabbit candy and a pound of peach crisps, which were her little snacks. After that, they went to the fabric counter. Song Shuxian picked out a white fabric with blue dots, thinking it would look great for short sleeves for the kids, and maybe a shirt for herself. She also saw a white fabric with reds that she liked, and decided to buy it for future projects. After browsing for a while and not finding much else they needed, they went to watch a movie. They chose a war film, The Snowy Forest, which depicted the bravery and fearlessness of the Northeast people fighting bandits. The two of them were filled with excitement, clapping during the thrilling parts. As military wives, they understood the hardships of soldiers and were especially moved. When they left the cinema, their eyes were red. But that was it. There was no way they were going back to take care of the kids. Hey, Tiantian, what should we have for lunch? This was a nickname Song Shuxian recently gave Tiantian in return for her calling her Tiantian baby. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. Let's have sweet and sour pork. You can't make it taste like that at home. Tiantian loved this tangy dish. Exactly, who has that much oil at home? It's all deep fried. Today was Tiantian's treat. Are you going to eat? Of course. I want the 3 delicacies of the earth. The ones at this state-run restaurant are amazing, Song Shuxian quickly agreed. Today, Tiantian was treating them to a meal. The one treating was an elder. Song Shuxian took a bite of the sweet and sour pork. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, just the way she liked it. The 3 delicacies of the earth were simply a perfect match for rice. Both of them ate a big bowl of rice. Northeast rice is especially delicious. As they ate, they looked around at the other diners, hoping to catch some gossip. The state-run restaurant was a popular spot for young people on dates, and they wanted to see some excitement. But after watching for a while, there was none today. Everyone was just eating normally, until they heard 2 girls dining together. One with a red headband said, "Sister, you're so nice to me, treating me to a meal. I've only had meat twice in my life, both times when I visited your house. From now on, you're my big sister." The girl with braids was kind-hearted and replied, "Don't be polite. I'm your sister. Our dads are brothers. I'll take you to eat good food in the future." "Thank you, sister." The girl with the red headband looked a bit shy, tugging at her patched clothes, feeling embarrassed. "Sister, will I embarrass you like this?" The girl with braids noticed her patched clothes and said, "How could that be embarrassing? Working people are the most honorable. I have plenty of clothes. I'll bring you some when I go home." "Isn't that too much? Fabric is so precious. I'm not someone who can afford it. I'm fine with whatever I wear." The girl with braids felt sorry for her and insisted she deserved it. All girls are the same. Song Shuxian and Tiantian exchanged glances, silently agreeing White Lotus. Tiantian was the one who brought up White Lotus, and Song Shuxian thought it was quite fitting. For Song Shuxian and Tiantian, there really isn't much to do in the county town. They arrived early, watched a movie, and had a meal. Seeing that the state-run restaurant still had food available, they cleverly bought a takeout box and packed 2 dishes for the men at home. They wouldn't admit they had forgotten earlier. They were clearly worried about the food getting cold on the way back, feeling sorry for the men left at home. The 2 quickly convinced themselves, repeating it so many times that they almost believed it. They walked early to the place where they would catch the supply truck, preparing to head back. Unbeknownst to them, their youthful beauty and confident demeanor had already caught the attention of some shady characters. Someone was inquiring about which village they were from. Others were secretly following them. Only they knew what they were thinking. As they entered a small alley, a few rough-looking young men approached, wearing red armbands and looking inappropriate. "Hey, girls, you seem to be spending money freely. We suspect your money is suspicious. Come with us for an investigation." Their words sounded serious, but their eyes were anything but innocent. Song Shuxian knew her own strength. She could barely defend herself against ordinary men. She quietly stepped back, trying to stay out of sight and not cause trouble for Tiantian. Tiantian was pleased and handed her the takeout box. One of the leaders said to Tiantian, "Oh, you're protecting her? Look at her, hiding behind you when danger comes. TSK, that's really disappointing. Stop resisting. With those skinny arms and legs, you're no match for us. Just come with us and explain where your money came from." Tiantian scoffed, her face full of disdain. Seeing that Song Shuxian and Tiantian weren't speaking, the man reached out to grab them. Tiantian grabbed his wrist, twisted it, and with a loud crack, he screamed in pain. Tiantian took the opportunity to kick him, and within minutes, he was on the ground. Only she and Song Shuxian stood unharmed. Even the packed food was intact. Comrade Zhang, who was supposed to meet with Song Shuxian, passed by and saw her surrounded. He parked to help, only to witness Tiantian's impressive skills. He stood by to keep an eye on the situation. When he saw Song Shuxian and Tiantian getting ready to leave, he approached to greet them and to help. "Hey, sisters, the police will be here soon. They might need to take a statement." For their safety, he spoke vaguely, addressing them all as sisters. Song Shuxian glanced at Zhang's car, then thought about the supply truck, and decisively chose to ride with him. "Comrade Zhang, are you heading back?" Her expression was easy to read, and Zhang quickly guessed. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm passing by your place. I'll give you a ride." "Great. Thank you, Comrade Zhang." The police arrived quickly. By the time they got there, Song Shuxian had changed her appearance. Her clothes were a bit wrinkled, and her eyes were red. "Officer, please take these men back. They approached my friend and me while we were passing by, acting like hooligans and speaking disrespectfully. Thanks to my friend, who learned martial arts from her family since childhood, we managed to defend ourselves. This soldier happened to pass by and helped us. Officer, these thugs even pretended to be from the committee, saying that pretty girls have to go back with them." She shivered slightly. "Officer, please handle this. We're military wives, just out to buy some necessities." At that time, people admired soldiers. Having one in the family brought honor, and it wasn't just talk. The police were even more serious. Upon hearing that these men were impersonating committee members and trying to bully military wives, they immediately detained them. On the way back, Comrade Zhang couldn't help but glance at Song Shuxian. She knew he wanted to comment on her earlier performance, and it made her a bit shy. In this era, people sympathized with the weak. Tiantian was strong, and if she couldn't handle something, it meant Song Shuxian had to step up. Together, they were unstoppable. While Song Shuxian had 100 thoughts racing in her mind, her face remained calm. When they arrived at the family compound, they both felt that taking a car home was much more comfortable than riding the supply truck. They were comfortable, but at home, the 3 kids were causing chaos. When they got home, they saw Wei Jianguo with Anan on his left shoulder and Lele on his right, while Lu Xingguo was behind him, holding them to prevent them from falling. The 4 kids on the Kong were happily clapping their hands. They seemed to be thinking, "You better perform well for us."
Song Shuxian. Tiantian.
And then Lele, "Did you miss Mommy? Can I have a hug?" The 2 kids, seeing their mom, stopped reaching up and instead snuggled close to her. After cuddling with the kids for a while and calming them down so they weren't so excited, the 4 adults quietly moved to the side, letting the 3 kids play on the Kong. Wei Jianguo said, "Wife, the kids wouldn't sleep without seeing you. They just cried if you weren't around." Lu Xingguo added, "My 4 tigers are the same. If they don't see Tiantian, they throw a fit. When one cries, the other 2 follow suit. It could lift the roof off." Song Shuxian and Tiantian rolled their eyes at the same time. The kids might have been acting up, but they were definitely not innocent. If they didn't actively play with the kids would cry a bit and then fall asleep hugging the little tiger. "Have you 2 eaten?" "Tiantian and I packed some food for you." Song Shuxian was considerate and didn't call them out, instead changing the subject. Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo really hadn't eaten. They were busy playing with the kids and hadn't had time to eat. The 2 men went to the kitchen to eat while Song Shuxian and Tiantian discussed going to the beach when the tide receded. Since their pregnancy in the middle trimester, they hadn't been to the beach. Usually, it was inconvenient to go with the kids, but now that the men were home, they could take the kids along. Song Shuxian took out a backpack. "Tiantian, do you think it would work to put a blanket in here, making it soft, and let the kids sit inside while we carry them?" Tiantian thought it wasn't very safe. What if the kids climbed out? She suggested a type of carrier. "If we had something like this to strap the kids in front, it wouldn't hinder us from carrying buckets or riding bikes." Song Shuxian quickly sketched what she described. "This is easy. We can modify the carrier you mentioned last time. You find the carrier, and I can have it ready in half an hour." Half an hour later, the carrier was finished. Wei Jianguo, come over here. Song Shuxian called them to try it out, then brought over the 2 sleeping kids for Wei Jianguo to strap in. It worked perfectly. The kids could sleep without falling. They were securely attached to Wei Jianguo. It didn't interfere with his work. This is great. When you're busy, just hand the kids over to me. This way, nothing gets in the way. Song Shuxian said, Tiantian, and I want to go to the beach and take the kids to see the ocean. You two can carry the kids, and we can go together? Of course, they agreed when their wives wanted to go out and have fun. 4 adults took 3 little ones to the beach. Wei Jianguo secured a child in a carrier on his chest, while Song Shuxian carried a large basket filled with things the kids might need. When the 2 kids woke up and smelled their dad, they made some noises, probably wondering what was happening and why they were strapped in. They stopped the car, and Song Shuxian explained to the kids, Don't worry, we're taking you to the beach to see the ocean. It will be fun, and Mommy and Daddy are here with you. After talking for a while, the kids seemed to settle down, feeling safe with their parents. When they reached the beach, the kids were wide-eyed, taking in everything around them. Song Shuxian and Tiantian asked the 2 men to watch the kids and hurried off to explore the beach. Seeing their mom leave, the kids pointed their arms in that direction, wanting to go too. Do you want to find Mommy? Daddy wants to go too. Let's go look for her. The 2 men walked slowly with the kids in front and the basket on their backs, occasionally bending down to chat with the kids and give their little hands a kiss. Many beachgoers noticed the scene. Everyone knows taking care of kids is tiring. They compare their own experiences of just playing with their kids at home before going to sleep with the sight of these men helping their wives. The difference was clear, especially the women carrying children while searching for seafood. Song Shuxian and Tiantian always had good luck together, like 1 + 1 = more than 2. Not wanting to crowd with others, they headed to a quieter area and found many cat's eye shells. Now, they were experienced beachcombers and quickly spotted the disguised shells, pulling them out with ease. Maybe cat's eye shells grow quickly. Every one Song Shuxian found was as big as her palm, with the largest one nearly matching Wei Jianguo's hand. It must have been an ancestor of the cat's eye shell family. They happily collected them. Later, they also found some mussels. These take up space and don't have much meat, so usually, Song Shuxian quietly stashed them away, but today, with so many people around, she decided not to take any. She loved oysters and collected quite a few, planning to make oyster pancakes, a delicious dish she learned from Aunt Feng. It can be made in various flavors, spicy, sweet and sour, or just plain. The 2 kids were excited, trying to escape from their dad to play in the sand. It looked like so much fun. Wei Jianguo picked up a beautiful shell for them to play with. The kids seemed to know that good things should be shared with their mom, as they wanted to give her anything they liked. Seeing that Dad didn't understand, Lele kept calling out, Mama, Mama.
Son, what did you just say?
Say it again, Mama. Lele, still a baby, didn't understand and just made sounds that resembled Mama occasionally. Wei Jianguo didn't give up and repeated, Mama, say Mama. And then responded with a soft Lu Xingguo laughed so hard, finding the kids hilarious for actually responding. Wei Jianguo thought, very good, Lu Xingguo, I'll remember you. He planned to find a chance to practice with Lu Xingguo. If he could handle 2 little troublemakers, he could surely handle Lu Xingguo. Lu Xingguo felt a chill, sensing he was being watched. He shrugged it off, thinking about his wife. Honestly, his wife was stronger than him, which made him feel very safe. Sihua looked at his dad, then at Uncle Wei, then at his little brother, and finally closed his eyes, unwilling to look anymore, clearly showing his disdain for his dad. Sihua, a little boy, often disapproved of his father. Lu Xingguo was used to it. In his son's eyes, his wife Tiantian ranked first, followed by Aunt Song, who made him toys, and then the 2 little brothers. He was 4th, being tolerated but still considered annoying. His mom, Aunt Hua, was the worst. The kid wouldn't let her touch him. If she tried to hug him, he would cry so loud that the whole neighborhood could hear. This is why Aunt Hua was at home, while Tiantian was often tied up with the kids. After meals, Aunt Hua would gossip with neighbors in the courtyard. She learned her ideas about family support there. Aunt Hua had asked Lu Xingua many times to bring the kids home. Lu Xingua had given up on his mom, saying, "If you miss the kids, I'll buy you a ticket tomorrow. But this is my home, mine and Tiantian's, and we don't welcome anyone else. All the money I gave you is my way of repaying you for raising me. You took care of me for 16 years, and I've given you 1,600. That's enough. If you bring any of them here, I'll make sure to have a serious talk with you. I just wonder if your other sons will ever hold their heads high in the village again." Aunt Hua didn't dare to gamble, so things remained as they were. She was allowed to stay with Tiantian, who had a separate room set up for her. Back to the moment, Lele was happily playing with a shell. And curiously looked at the shells on the ground and pointed at one. Wei Jianguo held a handful of shells in various shapes, all quite pretty. Song Xuxian and Tiantian were completely absorbed in beachcombing. They found many Buddha's hand shells in a rocky cave. Xuxian, could this be the home of the Buddha's hand shells? They swallowed hard and got to work, scooping up a large number. Seeing their wives go quiet in the cave, Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingua hurried over to check. They squatted at the entrance and were stunned by what they saw. Buddha's hand shells are expensive, hard to catch, and can be dangerous. They usually grow in rocky crevices with high water quality requirements. But here, it seemed like the shells were welcoming them. Were they treating their wives especially well? Tiantian, noticing their shock, said, "Stop staring, come help. Let's try to take all of these back." The four of them worked hard, finally managing to gather everything. The kids' basket was filled with Buddha's hand shells, and they covered it with some oysters and cat's eye shells for disguise as they rode their bikes home. On the way, a woman asked, "You're heading back so soon?" "There's still plenty left." Song Xuxian pointed to the three kids. "They're hungry. We need to hurry back to feed them, or they'll start crying." Thinking of Sihua's loud cries echoing through the neighborhood, the women quickly said, "Then hurry back. Right? We can't let the kids go hungry. It would be a hassle if they get upset." "I brought some water. Should we give him a little to hold him over?" Tiantian held back a laugh, knowing her son's cries had this effect. "Thank you, but I brought some snacks for him. We'll be home soon." Song Xuxian added, "Let's not chat anymore. We need to feed the kids. If one starts crying, the others will follow, and I'm really worried about that." The women urged them to leave, clearly wary of Sihua's cries. Once they reached a quiet spot, Tiantian and Song Xuxian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Sihua had another day of unfair reputation. He usually didn't cry unless Aunt Hua was around. When they got home, the four of them quickly took out the Buddha's hand snails, as they don't keep well. First, they washed them clean with water, then boiled them in hot water for 4 minutes. Song Xuxian liked to add a bit of ginger to remove the fishy smell. After cooling down, they removed the shells and took out the snail meat. Next was drying them. In this weather, 2 or 3 days would be enough. Once done, they made a soup that tasted especially delicious. With so many hands, they finished all the work in half an hour. That evening, they enjoyed fresh Buddha's hand snails and cat's eye snails, simply boiled in water for the pure taste. The 3 kids watched eagerly, wanting to eat but unable to, jumping up and down in frustration. Wei Jianguo put them in their stroller and made them face the wall to play. It was quite unreliable. Song Xuxian never expected that after having kids, Wei Jianguo would become more childlike, finding ways to entertain them every day. No wonder they were father and son. The kids were bullied by their dad but still clapped happily, and they weren't happy unless they were bullied. It was a unique way for them to bond. Surprisingly, the most reliable one at home was Lightning. He had a strong sense of being an older brother, always going to play with the 2 kids, sometimes even pushing them around the house. While Song Xuxian cooked, the 2 dogs took care of the kids. After dinner, when the kids were asleep, the couple finally had some time alone. The atmosphere was just right, and just as they were about to do something fun, they heard loud crying from next door. "Oh my God, open your eyes and see. My ungrateful son is not taking care of his mother." Song Xuxian nudged Wei Jianguo to go check it out. Wei Jianguo turned over, holding her close. Let's just focus on ourselves and treat it as background music. Song Shuqian pushed him again, struggling to get up, worried about Tiantian. Wei Jianguo quickly pulled her back, knowing that if he didn't explain, his wife would definitely go over. This old lady is testing the limits of old Lu and his wife. She could have acted earlier or later, but she chose this moment because the noise travels far. If you go over to see the commotion or say a few words or point things out to old Lu and his wife, it counts as helping her. The more people there are, the more she stirs things up. In the end, those people become tools for her to achieve her goals. If she succeeds once, old Lu's family will never have peace again. Wei Jianguo grew up in the countryside and understood these rural old ladies' thoughts and tactics very well. Song Shuqian said angrily, "Does this old lady have a problem? She can't stand to see her son doing well." Wei Jianguo gently rubbed her back to calm her down, explaining, "It's not that she can't stand old Lu doing well. She wants all the children to be good. Or rather, she wants to control old Lu and make him listen to her." Thinking of her own experiences, Song Shuqian admitted she didn't quite understand. "I've never understood these people's thoughts. Children are the responsibility of their parents, not their siblings. And helping each other is important, but each child should first take care of their own family. As for siblings, they can help out in critical times, but they shouldn't always be dragged along. This old lady wants old Lu to carry the whole family alone. One outcome is that old Lu will be exhausted, and the others will become useless. The other is that old Lu will become completely disheartened. I just don't know what he thinks. Right now, it seems he still has feelings for his mother and can't let go. But it's also possible he's completely disappointed, letting Aunt Hua stir things up, wanting her to fail. Once the old lady loses people's support, he can easily distance himself. Then he'll be the perfect victim, and his family will drown in criticism." Song Shuqian leaned against Wei Jianguo, sharing her thoughts. Although their families got along well, she wasn't close to Lu Xingua. Listening to his wife, Wei Jianguo thought that educated people really have complicated minds. "Wife, we need to treat our two kids the same in the future. We can't do it like this. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy." Song Shuqian said, "I believe that for the kids to have a good relationship when they grow up, parents should first step back from their world and let them handle their own issues. Even though they are small, children understand everything. Lele seems silly all day, but he only shares his things with Ainen. Others have to wait for his mood. Ainen acts like a little adult, but among the two kids, he is the leader." When the 4 tigers took Lele's things, Ainen was upset for a long time and refused to play with them. Wei Jianguo found it interesting. They understand all this at such a young age? Young children are very straightforward. Their likes and dislikes are instinctive. I often wonder if the 4 tigers can sense whether others' feelings towards them are genuine. He doesn't just keep Aunt Hua away. He also avoids chatting with those few who talk to her. Wei Jianguo thought it was a bit mysterious, and since he believed in science, he quickly changed the subject. "Wife, what do you think is the relationship between children and parents?" In the past, Wei Jianguo hadn't thought about such questions. He just felt that he had a shallow connection with his parents, which made him sad, but as a man, he was busy making a living and training for tasks, so he gradually stopped caring. Later, after marrying his wife and having his own children, he always wondered if his parents treated him the same way when he was a child. He realized he wasn't completely indifferent. Song Shuqian thought about Wei Jianguo's question. Having lived 2 lives and now being a mother herself, she said, "To me, the relationship between parents and children is one of mutual dependence, yet also independence. When children are young, parents are their support and guides. As children grow, they begin to form their own thoughts, goals, and life paths. Parents gradually shift from being the main figures in their children's lives to becoming observers, allowing them to face the world on their own. In the future, the only one who can stay by my side is you. The children will have their own families." Wei Jianguo completely agreed. The only one who could accompany him in the future would be his wife, and once the kids were a bit older, they would quickly separate rooms. Since having kids, his wife had returned to being shy like when they first got married. It was comfortable, but still not entirely satisfying. After a gentle and lasting moment together, Wei Jianguo kissed his wife's forehead and discussed with her. "Wife, let's just have 2 kids, okay? Being pregnant is really tough, and raising kids is hard too." People say Song Shuqian had easy pregnancies, but Wei Jianguo still felt sorry for her. She had cried from the pain. Song Shuqian, rooted in the old ideas of the Daon dynasty, wanted to have more children. She said, "I won't have another child for 4 years. My body needs to recover, and the kids need to grow up slowly. If I have another child, I won't have the energy. After 4 years, we can discuss it again. I actually want to have one more, whether it's a son or a daughter. I believe in the children we raise together. But who knows how we'll feel in the future? Let's plan for now. Maybe our thoughts will change by then." They chatted a bit more, and once the noise outside quieted down, they fell into a deep sleep. Recently, Anan and Lila have taken up a new hobby. They love to play outside, especially at the beach. Song Shuqian has been busy with more translation work lately and doesn't have time to take them out. Instead, she laid out a mat in the living room and filled it with many of their favorite toys. She instructed Lightning and Shadow to watch over the boys and not let them go off the mat. While she worked on her translations, she only took them out in the mornings and evenings when it wasn't too hot. At first, she thought the 2 kids would be restless, but they ended up playing nicely with Lightning. Lightning lazily lay on the side, allowing the boys to play on him, sometimes pretending he was a mountain and other times a pillow. Shadow, being younger and more energetic, often wanted to go out to play, but he was always kept in check by Lightning. To help with this, Song Shuqian gave both dogs plenty of special liquid, and now they are so healthy that they hardly shed. Recently, there was good news. Tiantian found a job at the police station. She owes this to a little troublemaker they encountered while shopping. They came back without showing any signs of what happened, thinking they had kept it a secret. To their surprise, the Women's Federation came to present a banner, praising their courage to stand up against evil forces. At that moment, Song Shuqian felt embarrassed. She was too shy to do anything, but with Tiantian by her side, she felt braver. This incident turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The police station recognized Tiantian's skills and her identity as a military wife, offering her a job. Tiantian's new job made the little friend Sihua very happy because he could go to the police station's daycare. This is a benefit for their unit. Dual-income families can send their children there. The one who was not happy was Manhwa. She claimed she was there to help her pregnant daughter-in-law, but with Sihua around, her task was to take care of the child, yet she found herself alone at home every day. Her daughter-in-law went to work, and her grandson went to daycare. Manhwa stubbornly stayed, even though it seemed unreasonable. Song Shuqian continued to enjoy her little life. When she got tired and looked up, she saw the 2 kids asleep on Lightning, still in a climbing position, and wondered if they were comfortable. She got up, gently picked up Anan and placed him back in his little bed, then did the same for Lulu. At first glance, the 2 boys looked identical, but upon closer inspection, differences appeared. The older brother's eyes resembled their father's, while the younger brother's eyes looked more like their mother's. Lightning and Shadow stood up to stretch, likely stiff from lying still for so long. Sitting on the mat, Song Shuqian took out a comb to groom the 2 dogs, saying, "Our Lightning and Shadow are great. They know how to help their sister take care of the kids. Lightning looks like a big brother, and Shadow is also good, always willing to listen to him. In the afternoon, when it cools down, I'll give you both a bath. It's too hot to go out now, but we can play in the back mountain later." Shadow barked happily at the mention of playing. Song Shuqian laughed. "Good boy, Shadow. Next year, when the little ones are older, they can play outside with you." Song Shuqian wondered if it was her imagination, but after drinking the special liquid, the 2 dogs seemed to become smarter. Sometimes she felt like she was talking to 2 children instead of dogs. She saved the fur she had brushed off, planning to make a small version of Lightning and Shadow, and if there was enough left, she would make a little and Lulu to display on the table. The two brothers were still asleep and wouldn't wake up for another couple of hours, so Song Shuxian took this time to focus on her work. At noon, Aunt Feng came over and quietly asked, "Are the two kids asleep?" "Yes, they are. Auntie, have some cool water, and then get back to work. It's too hot outside." Song Shuxian got up to pour water. "It's really hot today, probably around 35 degrees. Just moving a bit makes you sweat." After some small talk, Aunt Feng went to do laundry. This year, during the military district competition, Wei Jianguo was still the champion. He had gone on a mission recently. Normally, Song Shuxian could handle the two kids, but her translation work had increased, and she was overwhelmed. She spoke to her supervisor about her difficulties. If it didn't work out, she would have to stop working for a while until the kids were older. There are very few people who can speak English, and even fewer like Song Shuxian, who have the background to work at a research institute. The supervisor didn't want to lose such a talent. They discussed with the military about sending someone to help Song Shuxian with chores like laundry and cooking. This would give her time to work. Aunt Feng came back to help. Her presence was a huge relief for Song Shuxian. No matter how much a mother loves her children, dealing with their mess can be overwhelming. After trying twice, she couldn't take it anymore and had to throw away the diapers. With Aunt Feng around, she felt liberated, and her relationship with the children returned to a more relaxed state. In the afternoon, when the kids woke up, Song Shuxian kept her promise and took them and the two dogs to play in the back mountain. In the stroller, the kids were thrilled to be outside, bouncing with joy, their laughter echoing all around. The other mothers they met always stopped to tease them, and the boys would respond with toothless smiles. "Where are you going, Xiao Song?" "To the back mountain. It's too hot. Lightning and Shadow can't handle it. There's a little river back there where they can cool off. With all that fur, they must be suffering."
Go on.
"Okay, sister, I'll head out now." As they walked, they greeted people along the way, and by the time they reached the mountain it was already afternoon. By the creek, Song Shuxian took out the mat she had prepared and placed the two kids on it. She joined them to play. She let the dogs play in the water. She felt hot just watching them. Once the dogs entered the water, they splashed around, forgetting their usual calm demeanor. In the evening, as Song Shuxian coaxed the two kids to sleep, she softly sang, "Close your eyes, my little baby, sleep in your dreams. The clock chimes and the night is quiet. Sleep peacefully, my little one, as a smile appears on your face." Looking at the children's faces, she too drifted off to sleep. Wei Jianguo was also resting. They had just taken down a human trafficking gang. Seeing those innocent smiles reminded him of his own children. Children around 4 or 5 years old, who had lost their innocence and only had wariness left in their eyes. When they slept, the kids huddled together, waking at the slightest sound, and many soldiers had tears in their eyes. Wei Jianguo couldn't bear to think about how painful it must be for parents to see their children like that. They could only try to move faster, to find those traffickers and rescue more children. He wondered what Song Shuxian was doing now, and if Anin and Lulu were behaving well. He couldn't bear to think about what he would do if they found themselves in such a situation. Another day starts with being woken up by the two kids. Song Shuxian felt something heavy on her while she was sleeping and couldn't push it away. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized it was Anin and Lele lying on her. She turned to her side and let the two kids lie next to her. "Haha, you little troublemakers, how did you end up on top of Mommy?" The kids saw their mother playing with them and grabbed onto her, trying to climb onto her again. Unfortunately, they hadn't learned to crawl yet, so they could only wiggle around like big worms, which was quite adorable. The three of them played for a while before getting out of bed. Ever since their last trip to the beach, the kids had been babbling about wanting to go again. Since Song Shuxian couldn't take them alone, she made 2 wind chimes by drilling holes in the shells she collected. She hung them in the yard. The kids loved them and kept asking their mom to hold them up to reach them, and Song Shuxian happily obliged. After playing enough, they insisted on going outside. Song Shuxian took them to the military service center, where they could buy some things. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a big scene. The main characters were Zheng Baiwei and Zhang Hongjun, a couple. Zheng Baiwei was clearly furious. Zhang Hongjun, do you have someone else in your heart? I told you I wanted to work, and you gave my job to some country bumpkin. Zhang Hongjun was also angry, but didn't want to make a scene. He patiently explained, the broadcaster requires standard Mandarin, writing skills, and a pleasant voice, so there's an interview process. I got you an interview opportunity, but you didn't pass. Why are you causing a fuss? I graduated from high school. I'm more educated than that bumpkin. Why can't I get the job? Go get it back for me. Zhang Hongjun continued to explain patiently, I asked the leader, who interviews you. Her Mandarin is better than yours, and her voice is more suitable for broadcasting. That job is gone. We'll wait for another opportunity. We'll find a job you'll be happy with, so don't rush. Why should I wait? Zhang Hongjun, did you forget how you promised my dad when we got married? You said you wouldn't let me suffer, and would treat me well. It hasn't been long since we got married, and you're already having second thoughts? Zheng Baiwei might have been spoiled at home and had never faced setbacks.
She always wanted what she liked.
No matter how Zhang Hongjun explained, she was lost in her own world, fixated on that broadcasting job. The couple thought no one was listening to their argument, but little did they know, many neighbors were secretly eavesdropping. In just a short time, Song Shuxian noticed several people in different spots, openly listening in. It was a surprise for Song Shuxian to hear everything. She disliked the heat and took the kids to a shaded area, which led her to a corner. She couldn't leave or stay, just hoping they would finish arguing so she could leave quickly. It was too awkward. As expected, just when the arguing quieted down, footsteps approached. Zhang Hongjun and Zheng Baiwei couldn't communicate, so they turned to leave. After taking a few steps, they spotted Song Shuxian. He recognized her immediately as the girl he had gone on a blind date with, and she looked even more beautiful now, like a blooming flower. He quickly regained his composure. Hello, Comrade Song. I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing he didn't mention the earlier argument, Song Shuxian was relieved and replied, Hello, Comrade Zhang. My husband is serving here and I came along with him.
Oh.
Are these your kids? They're very cute. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Their conversation was seen by many neighbors, but they were just chatting casually, like acquaintances running into each other. The neighbors didn't think anything was wrong. It wasn't even gossip. But one person thought differently. Zheng Baiwei. She always suspected Zhang Hongjun had someone else in his heart, and now she suspected that person was Song Shuxian. She didn't care about the job anymore. Quickly, she followed Song Shuxian, hoping to find some clues. Song Shuxian didn't take the earlier incident seriously. She felt a bit embarrassed to run into someone involved in the gossip. The kids were happily babbling and looking at the people around them. Song Shuxian pushed them to the service center, bought 20 eggs, saw some fruits and bought 3 pounds, and got a lot of pears, planning to try making some pear syrup for winter. Wei Jianguo didn't eat much fruit, and winter was dry, so she wanted to prepare in advance. At the service center, new fabric had arrived, so Song Shuxian bought some cotton fabric to make underwear for Wei Jianguo. She realized he was quite careless. If she didn't prepare for him, he would just patch his old underwear and keep wearing it. Knowing this, Song Shuxian made sure to prepare plenty of clean underwear for him every season. She threw away the worn-out ones. The kids were still small, and the clothes she prepared last year were still enough, so she wasn't in a hurry to make new ones. After buying everything, Song Shuxian went to her vegetable garden, which was the plot given to each family by the army. She had Wei Jianguo plant black sesame and red beans, which would be ready for harvest soon. With Wei Jianguo away, Song Shuxian felt a bit anxious. She couldn't harvest it alone. She took a look and planned to ask Sister Ding and the others for help later, offering half a pound of pastries as thanks, which didn't seem too much to ask. After a long detour, she returned home, and the kids were already asleep. She placed them on the Kong and asked Emoing to watch over them so they wouldn't fall. Then she took Lightning to her yard to get busy. The vegetables in the yard were ready, and with last year's experience, she utilized all the gaps along the fence, planting quite a bit. The most she planted was tomatoes. These could be made into tomato sauce, which wouldn't spoil over the winter. In her treasure gourd, she still had lettuce, spinach, and bok choy harvested in summer. She had planted a lot of these quick-growing vegetables. After gathering the ripe vegetables from the yard, she filled 2 large baskets. There was no time to worry. She quickly washed them while the kids were still sleeping to get as much done as possible. Soon they would wake up and start looking for their dad. When Wei Jianguo wasn't on a mission, he usually returned around this time, and the kids had likely gotten used to it, always wanting to see him. Song Shuxian was small and didn't dare to play with them. She could only distract them. Just then, the 2 kids started to fuss. Song Shuxian hurried back, picked them up, and played with them. Aunt Feng came over to wash the afternoon diapers and asked, "Do the kids miss their dad again?" Of course. When Wei Jianguo is home, they don't seem to mind, but when he's on a mission, they start wanting him at this time, Song Shuxian said helplessly. Aunt Feng smiled and said, "These kids are smart. They're already remembering people at such a young age. It's also because Captain Wei treats them well and plays with them often. Little kids are straightforward. They like what they like and dislike what they dislike." Song Shuxian thought about it and realized it was true. The 2 boys cried for a while, saw that their dad wasn't back and that their mom wasn't holding them anymore. They obediently played on the mat with lightning and MOing. Song Shuxian began to wonder if they were pretending. How could they stop wanting him so quickly? She told Aunt Feng, who teased her about it. Song Shuxian's request for Aunt Feng to help with cleaning was not kept a secret. The women in the compound were quite unhappy about it. Why should she, as a military wife, have it so easy while they all had similar roles? Everyone is children. Why could she not manage without help when others do? They said she had a good relationship with Aunt Feng, who came to help because she saw Song Shuxian was overwhelmed. But who would believe that? There were many people needing help. Why was she the only one being singled out? In fact, when Aunt Feng first came to care for Song Shuxian after childbirth, some were already dissatisfied. However, they understood that Song Shuxian had given birth to twins and was recovering, so they didn't push too hard. They were jealous, but they wouldn't force a new mother to fend for herself. Moreover, Wei Jianguo's strong reputation meant that those who had crossed Song Shuxian knew the consequences. Now, Song Shuxian looked visibly better. When she brought in help, it was too much for them to handle. This led to her already damaged reputation taking another hit. She felt helpless. In this community, if you stand out or act differently, you become a target. Jealous and dissatisfied looks come at you like arrows. This was also why, after a year of living here, she hadn't gotten close to anyone. Song Shuxian didn't take their nonsense lightly. At first, she endured it because of her sensitive position. Later, seeing their husbands risking their lives, she only retaliated against Chen Jiaojiao and Qian Manhwa, using what she thought were mild methods. Now, she was truly fed up again and again. This time, she planned to be more direct, as they didn't understand her subtlety. At the military gate, Song Shuxian stood with her 2 children, speaking to the soldier on duty. "Hello, I'm Song Shuxian, Wei Jianguo's wife. I'm here to see Commander Zhang and Political Commissar Su."
Hello, ma'am.
"Can you share what this is about?"
Oh, sure.
"I want to ask them if military families can be bullied while their loved ones risk their lives." This was serious. Bullying military families could lead to severe consequences. The young soldier hurried to inform Commander Zhang and Political Commissar Su. After hearing the report, they rushed to the gate. If news of Song Shuxian's words spread, it would reflect poorly on their leadership. Commander Zhang, a straightforward man, just wanted to see what trouble Song Shuxian was facing. Political Commissar Su was more thoughtful. He understood the nuances of their roles. When they arrived, they saw Song Shuxian standing straight with her 2 children in a stroller. Commander Zhang took a moment to observe the children, noting how well they were cared for, as he had heard that Wei Jianguo's children looked good. Despite being a rough man, he knew that raising children well required effort. Still, he thought Song Shuxian couldn't handle hardship. Song Shuxian addressed them objectively. "Leaders, this isn't the first time I've been targeted. I want to ask you both, is it true that women can only stay home with children and can't have their own careers? Am I supposed to do everything, raise the kids, manage the household, and work? They spoke openly, and many people overheard. Unsure of how to respond, they hesitated. They knew women could balance work and family. Educators often said women could hold up half the sky. Others managed to balance work and life. Tiantian's workplace had a daycare. Others had family members to help with childcare. Song Shuqian continued, "If you both think my demands are unreasonable, please help me resign from the research institute," saying I was forced to quit due to pressure from the community. She was pushing them to take a stand, either punish the families or face embarrassment. They cared more about their reputation than anything else. Their delay in responding was just an attempt to avoid conflict. Since Song Shuqian had stepped up, she wasn't going to back down. There were things she didn't say. She wanted Wei Jianguo to retire. Every time she saw his injuries, she thought about it. Every woman cares for her man. This was a great opportunity. If she showed how difficult life was in the community and how much she was bullied, he would surely leave for her sake. But that would crush his dreams. Song Shuqian didn't want that. So even while forcing Commander Zhang and Political Commissar Su to take a stand, she only spoke for herself. Commander Zhang said, "I will severely criticize them, and the Women's Federation will hold a meeting to address this and require them to apologize to you. Aunt Feng can continue to help you." Song Shuqian smiled. "Commander Zhang, may I borrow a phone?"
Oh, sure.
Political Commissar Su, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Comrade Song, how do you want to resolve this?" Political Commissar Su, "You're joking. I'm just a military wife. I can't dictate the military's decisions. I can only manage my own situation. If I'm unhappy here, I'll find another place to live. If I can't stay in this city, I'll move to another." Political Commissar Su felt a jolt. He realized she was not easily manipulated. How could she just change cities? He knew their marriage was strong. If he let her leave today, tomorrow Wei Jianguo would return and create chaos, possibly taking his men with him to switch units. A soldier of his caliber, who had served 3 terms, could easily request a transfer, and others would jump at the chance. If that happened, it would be embarrassing for the entire military. Moreover, the atmosphere in the community needed to be addressed. After making a decision, they handled the matter quickly. The ringleader of the troublemakers had her husband publicly reprimanded and was barred from participating in any selection activities for a year. All the military wives involved were required to undergo a month of ideological education from the Women's Federation and publicly apologize to Song Shuqian. Aunt Feng could continue to help Song Shuqian until the children turned 1. Song Shuqian was very satisfied with this outcome. What mattered most to the people in the community wasn't themselves or their pride, but their sons and husbands. A public reprimand might seem trivial, but it was directly linked to their promotions. These people were foolish. Song Shuqian boldly hired help because she had permission. Previously, only a few knew she had a job, but now everyone was aware. They didn't understand what was happening. Nights amplify longing. At this moment, Song Shuqian misses Wei Jianguo very much, wondering how he would handle this situation if he were here. She thinks about how he would comfort her. Lost in thought, she falls asleep. In the family compound, there is someone who cannot sleep because he is thinking of Song Shuqian. That person is Zhang Hongjun. During their blind date, he was quite taken with Song Shuqian. With her talent and beauty, it's hard not to like her. However, considering her background, he didn't dare risk his entire career. He left. While on missions, he often thinks of her, recalling their conversations during the blind date, even imagining their future together. He decides to take a chance and plans to find Song Shuqian after his mission ends. But to his surprise, she is already married. He heard she married a soldier. She went with him. This left him feeling down for quite a while, and later, he unconsciously compared every blind date to her. Zhang Hongjun has always been curious about what kind of man deserves such a beautiful woman. He never expected they would meet again a year later, and she is now a mother of 2. Wei Jianguo, he has seen him a very capable soldier. But he is just an ordinary man from the countryside, reportedly only finished elementary school, a rough guy. He doesn't compare to Zhang Hongjun, either in family background or position. He never thought she would choose such a husband. Zhang Hongjun feels sorry for her, thinking it must have been a matter of circumstance. He heard that shortly after they married, her father passed away. After parting today, Zhang Hongjun discreetly inquired about Wei Jianguo, wanting to know how Song Shuxian is doing after marriage. He also learned about the banner she received. Zhang Hongjun cannot understand why, with those IOUs in her hand, she would choose Wei Jianguo. She had better options. If she had revealed her cards during their blind date, Zhang Hongjun would have immediately proposed marriage. Seeing her today, she looks even more beautiful, like a blooming flower. The two children are adorable, full of energy, with bright, intelligent eyes. At Zhang Hongjun's age, how could he not long for his own children? But Zheng Baiwei said she is still young and doesn't want kids for now, and he can't force her. Song Shuxian is unaware of Zhang Hongjun's complicated feelings. To her, he is just a stranger with whom she had a brief connection. It doesn't stir any emotions in her. The next day, Tiantian comes over early. I heard about what happened yesterday. They think you're easy to bully. Just wait, I'll go find their men to get revenge for you. Song Shuxian manages to calm Tiantian down. Are you going to be late for work? I'm off today. Let me tell you, being a police officer is nothing like I imagined. I thought I'd be in uniform every day, solving major cases. But in reality, it's just small stuff every day. Today a chicken goes missing, tomorrow someone's daughter-in-law has a secret boyfriend, and the next day a couple is fighting. I'm busy like a spinning top, and when I think back, I've done nothing. Song Shuxian is stunned. Isn't it just about catching bad guys and taking them down?
Tiantian. Song Shuxian.
Okay, they had assumed too much. Since they're here, they might as well make the best of it. Tiantian is completely laid back. What are your plans for today? Song Shuxian asks, feeling playful and wanting to go out. Tiantian also wants to have some fun and suggests, how about we go to the village to trade for some things or go up the mountain to look for wild goods? Song Shuxian glances at the three kids sprawled out on the bed. Yes, 3, and see who is also here. With an and Lulu around, she can't go anywhere. Since Wei Jianguo went on a mission, the two kids have become very clingy to her, crying if they can't see her. Song Shuxian has never left them behind. At this moment, the three of them look at each other, and Lulu happily blows a bubble. Song Shuxian picks up the two kids and helps them wash their faces. The kids love washing their faces, using warm towels to wipe, as if they are playing hide and seek. Can we put the kids in the backpacks of Lightning and Ink Shadow and take them to the village to trade?
Tiantian suggests.
This year, she has to work and Lu Xingua also has to work, so no one can gather the autumn vegetables. They can't just eat in the cafeteria all winter. Her mother-in-law, Aunt Hua, has no intention of going back. Song Shuxian worries about the three kids. Okay, you go to the village to trade, choose good stuff, and get them to deliver it. Also, ask for dried vegetables, mushrooms, hazelnuts, chestnuts, and walnuts. If anyone wants to trade chickens, ducks, or geese, get those too. And find out which village is slaughtering pigs. Buy some pork. Eating seafood all the time isn't good for our health. Tiantian agrees. All right, I'll go find that guy in the black market. He has connections and will prepare everything for us. That's perfect. It saves us trouble. If the villagers have anything rare, like wild honey or wild fruits, let's trade for those too. Winter is long, and we have 3 kids. No problem, I'm off then. Go ahead. What do you want for lunch? I'll ask Aunt Feng to make it. Song Shuxian scoffs. With all this fuss, Aunt Feng has more work to do. I used to cook and you know my skills just enough to make it edible. Now, we're in for a treat. The two share a smile. Tiantian discusses with Sihu Mom is busy, so you can stay here and play with your 2 little brothers, okay? Sihu looks like he's saying, hurry up and go, with a hint of disdain. Song Shuxian can't stop laughing. These 3 kids are so much fun, each with their own personality. Lulu is always cheerful, smiling at everyone. Anan is serious, as if pondering national affairs. He only changes his expression for eating and pooping. Sihu is naturally sensitive to emotions, showing his likes and dislikes clearly. He's fine with people he likes, but if someone he doesn't like touches him, he cries. Tiantian completely agrees with Song Shuxian's analysis and adds, the key is that these 3 kids with different personalities can play together. They're like real brothers. If one gets into trouble, the other 2 will team up for revenge. Can these 3 little ones really seek revenge? Song Shuxian is surprised. She hasn't seen it. They can. Last time, Gang Dan snatched Loli's stuffed tiger, and see who crawled over. One head butted, the other bit. Lulu, the one involved, just stared blankly for a while before joining the fight. This was something that happened while Tiantian was taking care of the kids, and she forgot about it when she got busy. Song Shuxian feels a bit worried. Do you think our Lulu is a bit silly? I need to teach him to be more aware. I can't let him grow up to be a naive fool. Tiantian laughs at her for worrying too much. Lulu is smart. If a stranger tries to hug him, he pulls away. But if his mom is there, he lets strangers hold him. The little ones know how to protect themselves. New moms often complain about their own kids without holding back. The 2 are also discussing writing a book of funny stories to share with the kids when they grow up. People who can be friends usually share similar quirks. Song Shuxian is getting deeper into the path of teasing her kids. As An and Lila grow up, they often feel helpless towards their mother, especially since she has so many embarrassing stories. Song Shuxian has no problem taking care of 3 kids by herself. The 3 of them can play together easily. She sewed a small ball from bright fabric, filled it with cotton, and placed it in the middle of the bed. The kids would race to find the ball. After playing for a while, she would move the ball to another spot, and they would continue searching. This simple game could keep them entertained for a long time. With Lightning and Mo-ing watching over them, she didn't have to worry about them falling off. When they got tired, she would sing a lullaby, and soon all 3 would be asleep. It even gave Song Shuxian the illusion that taking care of kids was the easiest job. Yes, just an illusion. She had given all 3 kids a special potion, making them much smarter than their peers. Once they were asleep, carefree Song Shuxian let her 2 dogs keep an eye on them while she took a small table to work nearby. Aunt Feng, seeing this scene in the yard, admired Song Shuxian. Most people find it tiring to take care of 1 child, yet she managed 3 and still had time to work. She heard that her work was not affected at all. Talented people excel in everything. The kids would only take a short nap, waking up after an hour. This time, she needed to take them out for a walk, otherwise, they would get unhappy. Song Shuxian called Aunt Feng to help push the stroller while she pushed the 2 boys, taking Lightning and Mo-ing outside. They encountered many women who avoided her, not daring to greet her. Song Shuxian understood that these were the ones who had caused trouble for her. That issue was behind her now, and since they didn't approach her, she felt satisfied. 2 women clearly had injuries on their faces. Song Shuxian pretended not to see. Thinking that soldiers have good tempers is a big mistake. At least in this military district, the men are mostly very traditional, acting like kings at home and expecting their wives to take care of them. If a wife does something embarrassing, it often leads to arguments at home and sometimes even violence. Whether now or in Song Shuxian's past life during the Daon dynasty, men hitting their wives was considered a private matter. People generally believe that family issues should be solved behind closed doors. At first, Song Shuxian and Tiantian couldn't stand it and would speak up, but all they heard was that couples argue but make up, and outsiders should mind their own business. It really felt like a fight between 2 demons, and nothing ever changed. This made them feel out of place. Song Shuxian always believed in staying out of others' business and not forcing conversations. Tiantian also said to let go of the urge to help and respect others' fates. The situation was like this. When Song Shuxian and Tiantian had just arrived at the family compound, they were still filled with youthful passion. On their way to the service center, they encountered a woman with a bruised face who suddenly ran to them for help. Seeing her condition, they naturally couldn't just stand by. They shielded the woman and confronted the man who was hitting her. The man spoke very politely, implying that the woman had done wrong and he was just disciplining his wife. As he was about to hit her again, Tiantian stepped in and dealt with the man. But the woman, who had just begged for their protection, suddenly glared at them. She looked like she wanted to tear them apart. She cursed them for hitting her man. Song Shuqian felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she had been forced to swallow something very unpleasant and disgusting. From that moment on, she chose to ignore such matters. She was never one to meddle, just like now. However, among the many avoiding glances, she felt a hateful stare. Looking over, it was Sun Panna, the woman who had asked for help and then blamed them for hitting her man. Song Shuqian calmly met her gaze, curious about what she might rely on. But she was disappointed. The woman quickly looked down, unable to meet her eyes. Sun Panna was accompanied by a small girl, reportedly 7 years old, but she looked only 4 or 5. Sihu seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and started to wiggle and stretch. Song Shuqian quickly checked on the kids. "Does Sihu want to leave? Auntie will take you away now." Before leaving, she casually said, "If you want to take revenge, feel free." Later, she would ask Tiantian to deal with Sun Panna's man. That man would surely take it out on Sun Panna when he got home. This way, Sun Panna wouldn't have time to seek revenge on her. If it were just her, she wouldn't be afraid, but now she had 2 kids. As a mother, she wanted to eliminate any dangers right from the start. When Wei Jianguo returned, he would also deal with Sun Panna's man and later find an opportunity for Captain Liu to give him another beating. If he didn't learn his lesson, she would keep punishing him. Anyway, everyone on her side could fight except for her. Song Shuqian thought happily. The 3 kids sensed their mother's good mood and became excited too. Only Aunt Feng was worried, fearing that the other side would retaliate against the kids, making her anxious. But when she saw lightning and MOing, she felt calmer. She realized she had been foolish. With those 2 big dogs always around the kids, what danger could there be? Speaking of which, she also wanted a big dog like that to keep her company and help in critical moments. Aunt Feng wasn't short on money. She worked for Song Shuqian to learn how wealthy families raise their children. In the future, when she had little great-grandchildren, she wouldn't let them join the army. She wanted them to be educated. There was a piece of open land in the family compound, well maintained by the soldiers, making it a paradise for children. Song Shuqian brought her kids there every day. She sat by the stroller, talking to them. Usually only the 2 boys babbled and baby talk, but today Sihu joined in. As long as these 3 kids were together, they were very excited. Song Shuqian couldn't manage 2 kids alone and worried that Aunt Feng would get tired holding Sihu, so she let all 3 play in the stroller. "You all be good. When we get home, Mommy will hold you." The kids didn't understand, so Song Shuqian squatted beside them, pointing to the other kids playing in front, telling them what everything was. Just then, Aunt Hua came over. Seeing Song Shuqian alone with 3 kids, she wanted to take Sihu away. "Oh, the wife of Captain Wei is busy. I'll take my Sihu away if he's bothering you." Song Shuqian quickly grabbed the stroller. "Auntie, no need to be polite. Our families are friends, and it's only right to help each other. The kids are having a great time. Why don't you sit with us and watch them play?" There was no way Song Shuqian would let her take the kids. To put it bluntly, this old lady was only focused on controlling her son, as if she had walked into a dead end. Song Shuqian worried she might use the kids as leverage. Not to mention, taking the kids back to her hometown would only worry Tiantian and her husband. She could definitely do that. Song Shuqian grabbed the stroller and said, "Aunt, no need to be polite. Our families are friends, so it's natural for us to help each other. The 3 kids are having a great time. Why don't you sit and watch them play?" Aunt Hua clearly didn't want to miss this chance. "I still need to go home to cook, so I'm taking Sihu to buy groceries." "Aunt Hua, I'm sorry, but Sihu is with me. I took him from Tiantian, so I can only return him to her. I hope you understand." Aunt Hua became unhappy. "I'm Sihu's grandmother, his real grandmother. How could I harm him? What do you mean by stopping me from getting close to him?" Others around chimed in Song. "This family is closely connected. You shouldn't interfere." Song Shuqian accepted their good intentions, realizing they were reminding her that they were family and that her involvement could complicate things. Yes, Xiao Song, let the child be close to his grandmother. Right, Xiao Tian too. With a mother-in-law at home, why send the child to daycare? It's exhausting for the child. Exactly, and it's a waste of money. These young people just don't know how to live. Song Shuqian chose not to explain. She decided to teach them a lesson. Smiling, she said, everyone has a point. How about this, Aunt Hua? You can hold the baby, but only if the baby wants to. Then I can feel safe handing him over to you. Everyone was satisfied. It was the right way to teach the child to bond with his grandmother. Aunt Hua tried to refuse several times, but Song Shuqian insisted, and she had to reach out to hold the baby. As expected, the moment her hand touched the stroller, Shu cried loudly. Even as she reached out, he cried harder. Song Shuqian quickly picked him up and gently comforted him. Shu, be good. Auntie is here, and no one can take you away. You can stay with Auntie and your brother. Feeling safe with Song Shuqian, Shu gradually stopped crying. Song Shuqian sighed. You all see? It's not that we don't want Shu to be close to his grandmother. It's just that as soon as she reaches for him, he cries. He's still so young, he can't handle that kind of crying. His parents feel heartbroken, so they have to keep him close. We understand Aunt Hua's feelings for the child, but the baby doesn't understand. Maybe, Aunt Hua, you could focus your care for Shu on Luing Chong and his wife, cooking warm meals for them every day. They are both busy with work. If they could come home to a home-cooked meal, they would be very happy. Then they could contribute to the country with renewed energy the next day. What could Aunt Hua say? She couldn't argue that the child didn't dislike her at birth or that they were the ones influencing him. Even she didn't believe it. Could a baby really understand adult conversations? No one knew why the child didn't want to be close to her. During the confinement period, Shu still liked Aunt Hua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have named him Shu based on the family's order of children. But as he grew older, he liked her less and less. Now, if Aunt Hua dared to touch him, he would cry immediately. And Aunt Hua's affection for her grandson was worn down by his crying. Now she wanted to use this child to gain some benefits for her 3 golden grandsons. Ideally, she wanted to find them jobs. The onlookers fell silent. They had only heard that Shu didn't like his grandmother, but they hadn't taken it seriously. What could a baby possibly understand? But now, this baby had taught them a lesson. He might not understand, but he could cry. Aunt Hua muttered, "It's because you all spoiled him. After crying a few times, he knows he can only stay with me." Song Shuqian patiently explained to Aunt Hua and the others, "Aunt, you've raised several children and now have 4 grandsons. You have experience. To you, a child crying might not seem like a big deal. But for us young mothers, when the baby cries, our hearts ache. We wish we could take all the pain ourselves. We just want them to be happy." Different stages of life bring different insights. We can't bridge decades to understand your feelings. Please be a little more understanding of us new mothers. This resonated with the other young mothers. They were indeed first-time moms who wanted to do everything for their children. All they wanted was for their children to grow up happy. The sisters who already had several children also thought of their firstborns. The first child always gets more love and attention. It's only natural. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Song Shuqian continued, "Aunt Hua, as an elder, you shouldn't hold a grudge against Shu, a little baby. When he grows up and can understand, he will naturally know you are his loving grandmother and will bond with you. For now, think of it as the child caring for you and not wanting you to be tired. You see, you wake up every day, chat with the aunties, come home to cook for yourself, take a nap after lunch, and then go out to chat again. In the evening, your son and daughter-in-law come home to cook. What other grandmother lives such a comfortable life? This is all because Shu cares about you and doesn't want you to be exhausted." Song Shuqian thought to herself, old witch, trying to ruin my sister's reputation. Dream on. The people around clearly understood. Thinking this way made sense. Aunt Hua's life was enviable. She did no housework and spent her days chatting. That's why they thought Luing Chong and his wife were unfilial. If this was unfilial, then there was no such thing as filial piety. Oh, because they taught Sihu not to be close to his grandmother. How could a little baby understand adult conversations? They were really mistaken. Aunt Hua was not giving up. They won't let my golden grandsons come see me. Song Shuqian still smiled. Aunt, you misunderstood Tiantian. They were worried you would want to see your grandsons, so they didn't want to trouble you to come care for the baby. Tiantian's mom had already arranged for someone to help. You only informed them when you arrived at the train station, and Tiantian hurried to tidy up the room for you. She did her best to handle what she could during the confinement period. After that, she got busy and didn't have time to be with you. She said she would take you back to see the kids and bring you back when you wanted to come. It was you who insisted on having the 3 grandsons come to keep you company. All the sisters here have brothers and sisters-in-law. Helping to care for 3 children is a huge responsibility. Not to mention the cost of raising them. We can't even guarantee their education and safety. If they turn out well, it's because their parents have good genes. If not, it reflects poorly on the aunts and uncles, and it could even lead to grudges. If you can't understand this, just think back to when you were young. Would you have wanted to raise your brother's children? Only then did the others understand the conflict in Tiantian's family. Both Tiantian and her husband were busy and didn't have time to explain, so the situation was left to these old ladies to discuss. Today, Song Shuqian clarified everything, and everyone understood. As daughters-in-law, facing a biased mother-in-law naturally united them. Just like Aunt Hua, who encountered biased mothers-in-law, they quickly bonded to support each other. Aunt Hua's goal was clear. She wanted Lu Yingchang's family to help raise her 3 nephews. But that was impossible. The young wives present exchanged words, each one not mentioning Aunt Hua, but clearly indicating that she was delusional. At first, Song Shuqian didn't plan to get involved in other people's family matters. With Lu Xingwa around, Tiantian wouldn't suffer. Wasn't it true that Captain Liu and Wei Jianguo were on a mission together? If they didn't clarify things soon, their reputations would be ruined. Lu Xingwa, the person involved, couldn't speak up without seeming unfilial. Tiantian, as the daughter-in-law, was already at a disadvantage compared to Aunt Hua. As a neighbor, she could say a few fair words without any problem. Moreover, she left herself an out by not mentioning Captain Liu, only sharing her feelings as a young wife. After Lu Xingwa returned, he wanted to reconcile with Aunt Hua and send her back, which was his own business. After chatting with everyone, Song Shuqian planned to push the 3 kids home. She looked down and met Anan's big eyes. He flashed a big smile, as if saying, "Mom, you're amazing." Song Shuqian was touched by her own imagination. She squatted down to kiss Anan, saying, "Does Anan want to cuddle with Mom? Look at all these aunts and uncles, are you happy? Oh, Lele also wants to cuddle with Mom. Then let's cuddle with Lele too. And the 4 tiger baby." After playing with the kids and getting slobbered on, Song Shuqian felt very satisfied. After having kids, many of her cleanliness habits had changed without her noticing. Now she could calmly take out a handkerchief to wipe her face and then continue with whatever she was doing. Of course, her reluctance to change diapers was her last stand. After saying goodbye to everyone, Song Shuqian pushed the kids home. On the way, she ran into Tiantian, who was coming to pick someone up. Song Shuqian told her about what just happened, and Tiantian was so moved that she insisted on treating her to something delicious. Tiantian had visited 3 villages today and collected many good things, including 10 pounds of lamb. With fewer people raising sheep now, lamb was hard to come by. "Let's have hot pot tonight. I'll buy some tofu and a fish and we can make fish balls." The last time they had lamb hot pot, she was pregnant with twins and could barely walk afterward. Just thinking about it now made her mouth water. Tiantian agreed. They invited Aunt Feng to join them, but she declined. Song Shuqian cut half a pound of meat for her to take home. Once all the troublesome matters were settled, Song Shuqian felt very comfortable, the only downside being that Wei Jianguo still hadn't returned. He had been gone for too long. She didn't know if he was safe or if he had been hurt again, only bringing good news and not bad. Just then, she heard some noise outside. Lightning and Moing had already dashed out. Hearing the joyful barking of the dogs, Song Shuxian ran outside in her slippers. Wei Jianguo dropped his bag and opened his arms. Without making him wait, Song Shuxian rushed into his embrace. They didn't say anything, just held each other quietly, while the two dogs wagged their tails happily around their owner. "Why did you take so long? Are you hurt? Let me see." Song Shuxian tried to pull away. Wei Jianguo's arms were like iron clamps. Her little strength was no match. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. I'm not hurt. I just missed you a lot." "I missed you too." "Wah wah wah." The cries startled the couple, who were lost in each other's feelings. Anan and Lele woke up unhappy from the barking. They woke up and didn't see their mom or the dogs that had been with them. They felt so wronged. "Where did you all go? Don't you want the baby anymore?" "Wah wah wah. I'm crying loudly. The baby feels wronged and needs to cry it out." The couple turned and ran inside, with the two dogs leading the way. Seeing their mom, Anan and Lele climbed onto her and continued to cry. Song Shuxian held the two kids and patiently comforted them. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. How could I leave you alone at home? Can you forgive me? Look, who is this? It's Dad. Do you remember Dad? Mom showed you his picture. He's back." After a while of comforting, the kids finally stopped crying. The brothers leaned in their mom's arms, peeking at their dad. This person looked a bit familiar, like someone they had seen before, but also a bit strange, like they didn't know him. Wei Jianguo reached out to hold the kids. The brothers didn't move, and Song Shuxian said, "And in Lele, don't you remember? This is Dad. The little car you sit in every day was made by him." The brothers thought, "What is Dad? Is he tasty? Never mind. Since Mom is here, let's give him a hug." Wei Jianguo finally got to hold his son, but the kids pushed him away, not wanting him to touch them. Wei Jianguo's expression froze. What was going on? After being away for a while, his sons didn't want to be held anymore. Knowing her children well, Song Shuxian held them close, sniffed Wei Jianguo, and quickly stepped back. "When was the last time you showered? You smell terrible. Go wash up and change your clothes. I made you new clothes. They're in the closet." Seeing the three of them retreating to the corner, Wei Jianguo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Great. Now his wife and kids were rejecting him. He got up to take a shower. How long had it been since he last washed? He had forgotten. After changing the water 3 times, he finally felt clean again. Looking at the underwear in his hand, Wei Jianguo fell into deep thought. Did he, the military king, really have to wear this strange underwear? One leg was white with red dots, and the other was white with blue dots, but they looked quite harmonious. It would have been better if he wasn't the one wearing it. The edges of the underwear were even embroidered with a smiley face. It was his wife's handiwork. Wei Jianguo closed his eyes and put it on before coming out. When Song Shuxian saw him, she burst out laughing, collapsing onto the bed with the kids. The 2 kids didn't know why their mom was laughing, but since she was laughing, they joined in too. The 3 of them laughed together. Well, making his wife and kids happy made the last bit of Wei Jianguo's awkwardness disappear. Let her be happy. Until he saw 3 identical pairs of underwear, each with a smiley face, a sticking-out tongue, and big eyes embroidered on the edges. He still didn't know that he could enjoy silly moments with his wife and kids. After Wei Jianguo was clean, the kids, familiar with his scent, played for a while before accepting him to hold them. Wei Jianguo had 1 chubby child climbing on each foot, making them fly. The house was filled with the joyful laughter of children. Song Shuxian came in with a bowl of noodles, saying, "You can play later. First, let's eat." The kids were reluctant, moving from his feet to his shoulders, 1 on each side. Seeing their dad eat, they stretched out their arms wanting to eat too. Song Shuxian felt sorry for them. They hadn't weaned yet, and when Lele bit her, it hurt enough for her to gasp. Wei Jianguo stopped eating and came over to check. "You can't keep doing this. You're getting bitten all over. It's time to wean them. We have enough formula at home, and their nutrition is fine. Plus, there's the essence." Under Wei Jianguo's strong insistence, that night the kids had formula. Song Shuxian felt sorry for them and secretly fed them a few times, but they were caught. Wei Jianguo had put some bitter melon on top, and after a couple of tries, the kids successfully weaned. After this task, Wei Jianguo got 3 days of rest. With his help, life at home seemed to speed up. The farm work that Song Shuqian was worried about was finished by Wei Jianguo in just 2 hours. He even tidied up the vegetable garden, picking what needed to be picked and pulling out what needed to be pulled. When the 2 babies woke up, they found their once familiar garden bare, with nothing left. The 2 little ones looked at each other in disbelief and reached out for their mother to hold them. Song Shuqian and Wei Jianguo each took a child and walked around the garden, then checked the rooms. The rooms felt familiar, but the garden was strange. Anan clung tightly to his mother, feeling okay because the house was familiar and both Mommy and Lele were there. Nothing else mattered. Lele thought if his brother wasn't crying, then he didn't need to cry either. He would just follow his brother and learn. Song Shuqian stayed quiet, watching the children's reactions with Wei Jianguo. When they put the kids on the bed to play, she couldn't help but laugh. "Hubby, our 2 kids are really smart." Look at their shocked faces at first, as if they were saying, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing both Mom and Dad there, they just relaxed, thinking, well, as long as Mom and Dad are here, nothing else matters. It's a special feeling of indifference, like a fish that can't change its situation but just goes with the flow. After saying this, Song Shuqian went to find a piece of paper. "I need to write this down so that when the kids grow up, I can show it to them." Wei Jianguo watched his wife, interpreting the children's thoughts, and found himself amused. To be honest, after his wife's analysis, he felt it really was like that. "Wife, you're so smart. They say no one knows a child better than their mother. You must have put in a lot of effort to guess their thoughts. Use the brush to write. I'll help you grind the ink. After you finish, I'll give you a gift that you'll definitely like." Wei Jianguo knew that compared to using a pen, his wife preferred using a brush. Whenever he was home, he would gladly help her grind ink. This time, Song Shuqian used her favorite small flower script. Unlike her casual and free-flowing cursive, her small flower script was delicate yet strong, with a dignified and elegant structure, showcasing her deep calligraphy skills. After drying the ink, Song Shuqian casually sketched the confused expressions of the 2 kids nearby. Wei Jianguo kept the paper safe. "Wife, later I'll make 2 wooden covers for the book. You can sew a cloth cover for the wood and place your written notes in between. Once we have more, I'll bind them together into a record of the kids' growth. When we're old, we can look at it together." Song Shuqian's eyes lit up at this idea.
She wanted to do just that.
These memories were not meant for the 2 little boys. They were her youth to share with Wei Jianguo. "Thank you, hubby." It was rare for Song Shuqian to show her emotions like this, even giving him a kiss. Wei Jianguo felt satisfied. He also wanted to be part of his wife's memories. He didn't understand the romantic stuff or her sudden bursts of creativity. But he had his own way. His wife once told him, "A fine horse can brave adventures, but plowing is better done by oxen. A sturdy cart can carry weight, but crossing rivers is better with a boat." Wei Jianguo took out an inkstone he had traded with an old man and presented it to Song Shuqian like a treasure. "Wife, I got this inkstone. As you said before, it's finely made, smooth to the touch, with a lustrous stone quality, a flat ink slab, and a well-designed ink pool with smooth edges. What I like most is the carving on it. Look, isn't that a qilin? It's a lucky beast. Using this inkstone will bring you blessings." Wei Jianguo didn't believe in gods or omens, but when it came to Song Shuqian, he was willing to believe a little. Song Shuqian examined the inkstone, feeling its warmth and smooth texture. It was a fine Duan inkstone. Though not royal, it was still a luxury item for wealthy families. She loved it. "I'll use this inkstone to write notes for the kids. It's a gift from their dad." Seeing his wife so happy with her gift, Wei Jianguo felt truly satisfied. Romance lasted only a moment. He was still the practical man he was. "Wife, I'm going to get some potatoes. Today, let's prepare the potatoes and eggplants. Tomorrow, if we have time, I'll take you to the mountains to play." One moment they were warmly discussing children and the inkstone, and the next they were back to everyday life, dealing with chores. That's just Wei Jianguo. Song Shuqian liked the sight of him. He was very down-to-earth, and that was life. Can you help me move the kids to the yard? Let Shandian watch them. We'll work faster together. Sure, you take your time. I'll wash the potatoes first, and you can steam them later. Song Shuqian dressed the kids warmly and put on her work apron. The two children seemed to know they were going to the yard and were happily babbling. As they grew, they became more curious about the outside world. They always wanted to go out, and Song Shuqian was already thinking about how to soothe their longing for freedom during the winter. Right now, they could only crawl, which she could manage, but once they could walk, she felt a bit anxious. Even while playing by crawling, in the new environment of the yard, the two kids were clearly happier. Song Shuqian sighed, Shandian moing, you two watch your little brother, and don't let him crawl outside. If anything happens, just call your brother. She went to the kitchen to check on the fire and steam the potatoes. Wei Jianguo stood outside, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Was he mistaken about the family hierarchy? Anin and Lele should be his nephews, but now they were called little brothers. The hierarchy was a bit mixed up. But he wouldn't correct it. A wise man knows when to stay silent. Whatever his wife said was fine. As long as she was happy, these were small matters. He wore his old pants. Did he complain? Wei Jianguo was by the well, washing the potatoes and peeling them. These were tasks he was used to, and he finished quickly. Meanwhile, Song Shuqian steamed the potatoes until they were just right, then cooled them for Wei Jianguo to slice and dry. This was their basic method of storing dried vegetables. In winter, when cooking, they would be very tasty. Other dried foods included dried beans, radishes, cucumbers, and eggplants, along with various mushrooms and pickled vegetables, making winter bearable for them. With mountains and seas, as long as people worked hard, they wouldn't go hungry. In terms of work, 10 Song Shuqians couldn't match one Wei Jianguo. He finished in one day what Song Shuqian had accumulated over half a month. Their black sesame harvest was abundant this year, yielding 40 pounds, enough for Song Shuqian and the two kids to eat for a long time, stored in a gourd, with plenty left for next year. Song Shuqian proudly boasted, I'm really good at farming. Wei Jianguo, in a good mood, praised her. She indeed contributed by adding a diluted liquid fertilizer to the fields. Wife, I've finished the vegetable garden. This year, let's trade the dried fruits and mushrooms directly with the villagers, Wei Jianguo said, not wanting his wife to be too tired since he was very busy this year. Before and after the baby was born, the camp took care of him, and during that time, they hardly assigned him any tasks. Now, they would gradually catch up. Sure, we still have some from last year. Honestly, we have enough even if we don't trade this year. I just want to stock up a bit more since we have space, she replied. Wei Jianguo usually listened to her about these small matters. Then I'll go to the village tomorrow to trade. The hardworking families will surely have something to offer. No need. Tiantian has already arranged it with a few villagers and paid a deposit. They'll bring it over when it's ready. Wei Jianguo kissed his wife, saying, My wife is amazing. Song Shuqian shot him a glance, thinking it was Tiantian who did the work, so why praise her? However, Wei Jianguo genuinely thought that Tiantian, who always seemed cheerful, was actually quite guarded and distant. Getting along so well with his wife was no small feat. Wei Jianguo was happy to see their friendship. Tiantian was a capable girl who could help his wife when needed. Fortunately, Song Shuqian didn't know what he was thinking, or she would have playfully scratched him. At that moment, she was thinking about what to do tomorrow. Honey, should we go to the county or the mountains? Let's go to the county. I'll buy you some fabric to make 2 sets of winter clothes. We didn't make any last year. Song Shuqian shook her head decisively. She had fabric in her treasure box, and she had already agreed with Tiantian that she would bring back something pretty. Let's go to the mountains. I haven't been there since I got pregnant. I really enjoy picking mushrooms and collecting chestnuts. They agreed and quickly went to sleep. It was impossible to sleep peacefully. Wei Jianguo had already shown great patience by talking with her for so long. Being apart made their reunion feel fresh, and it wasn't enough to just enjoy it once. They wanted to feel happy every day. As soon as Song Shuxian closed her eyes, she felt a furry little head. And then there was no more to say. It was a very novel experience. Afterward, she insisted that Wei Jianguo rinse his mouth before continuing. She suspected that after his mission, he had gone somewhere to learn new things, as he was full of surprises she had never imagined. So embarrassing. Wei Jianguo admitted that when men gather, they often discuss taboo topics. He didn't participate, but listened. He was smart enough to learn just by listening, and then practiced it when he returned. It turned out well, and he could continue to eavesdrop in the future. Wei Jianguo was determined. From 8 to 12, Song Shuxian had no idea how she fell asleep. In the morning, thinking about going to the mountains, she didn't linger in bed. The two little ones recently found everything very exciting, always waking up in a new place. Yesterday they were in a bare yard, and today they opened their eyes in a forest. The two kids felt their father's warm embrace and saw their mother and the dog, so they weren't worried at all. They kicked their little legs looking for their mom, wanting to cuddle. Unfortunately, they were tied to their unyielding dad and couldn't break free. Leilei's face turned red with anxiety, while Anan calmly thought of a solution. Leilei opened his mouth to cry, but Anan quickly slapped him, silencing him. Wei Jianguo tried to see things from Song Shuxian's perspective and found the two kids indeed interesting. While working, he kept an eye on them to see what they wanted to do. He felt that Anan's little expression seemed like he was planning something big. Then he saw the two kids seriously blowing bubbles and babbling as they observed the unfamiliar world. Wei Jianguo. So after all that effort, this was it. He complained to Song Shuxian, who laughed at him. Only a loving wife could tease him like that. Song Shuxian explained, Leilei is more impatient. If he wants to do something and can't, he gets anxious. In contrast, Anan is very steady, like an old bureaucrat. His curiosity isn't as strong. He tries something, realizes he can't do it, and seeks help from mom and dad. If we ignore his calls for help, Anan will give up quickly. He has a carefree attitude, like falling asleep where he stumbles. He not only does this himself, but also encourages Leilei to do the same. Whenever Leilei is about to cry, Anan notices and quickly quiets him down. That's probably the magic of sibling dynamics. Wei Jianguo was stunned, thinking he might have two little geniuses. Song Shuxian found it amusing. They're not geniuses, it's just that we, as parents, give them enough security. With us around, they don't have to worry about anything. So waking up in a strange environment isn't a big deal. As long as mom, dad, and the dog are there, it's fine. Try leaving us out of the picture. Even waking up on a familiar bed could make them cry their hearts out. Wei Jianguo repeated the word sense of security. Song Shuxian explained, it's the feeling of being safe and stable, something everyone needs. You give me a sense of security. You always tell me everything you can. Whenever I need you, even if it's hard, you're there. If you have to leave, you make sure someone else takes care of me. You listen to what I say, even the little things. You participate in family matters, and even when others joke about you spoiling your wife, you just smile and carry on. Wei Jianguo never thought there was anything wrong with what he did. He believed it was a man's duty to take care of his wife and children, both emotionally and physically. He felt his wife was the best, providing him with a sense of security. She never mocked or looked down on him for what he didn't understand. Instead, she would tell him that those things weren't difficult. He just hadn't encountered them before, and he would learn quickly. Whenever he faced problems and felt unhappy, his wife always helped him in her own way. After being away for months, when he returned, the kids played with him for a while and then remembered him. Clearly, Song Shuxian had shown them pictures of him often. Moreover, his wife never hid anything from him. Even when he was busy, she would keep him informed about family matters, making him feel involved. The young couple chatted while working, and their efficiency was quite high. Wei Jianguo was very familiar with the back mountain and knew where to find things. He easily took her to a few places that were usually less crowded, and they collected a lot of wild goods. Lightning and Mo-ing were now big dogs, capable of carrying things without any issue. Each dog carried 2 baskets filled with hazelnuts, walnuts, and chestnuts. This wait was nothing for them, as they happily followed their owner home. Seeing his wife eating wild fruits, Wei Jianguo dug up some small saplings to take back and plant in the yard, so next year his wife could enjoy them freely. Jianguo, let's have a picnic at noon and go back afterward, Song Shu-qian suggested suddenly. The last time they had a picnic was right after they got married. Such a small request, of course, Wei Jianguo agreed. They had everything they needed, and the kids would be warm sleeping outside. They found a nice spot to rest, and Song Shu-qian laid out a mat, sprinkling some powder around to ensure safety. She played with the two kids on the mat. Wei Jianguo worked hard to catch a wild chicken. The back mountain is probably overhunted. There are hardly any wild chickens left. You soldiers are so skilled. When you want meat, you just take a stroll in the back mountain. Over time, this is what happens. Catching one today is already good luck for us. Usually, when they wanted to catch wild game, they went to the mountains 10 kilometers away, where there were more animals. Wei Jianguo was great at grilling meat. He found plenty of seasonings nearby, crushed them, and rubbed them on the wild chicken. He wrapped it in large leaves to marinate. When the time was right, he found a scenic spot, took out a picnic mat from their supplies, and placed the two kids on it to let them move around. Lightning and Mo-ing were sent out to play by Song Shu-qian. The two dogs were so well behaved that it made her heart ache. She always looked for opportunities to let them play. They were still babies themselves. There were many things in the mountains, and the couple was very careful, afraid the kids might pick something up to eat. Song Shu-qian collected a lot of fruit shells, thinking they would look nice as decorations in their home after some processing. Now it was family time. Wei Jianguo, being tall, lay down, and the mat that had seemed spacious became cramped. The two kids crawled over him and back again, treating him like a big mountain in their new game. At noon, Wei Jianguo grilled the chicken while Song Shu-qian prepared some grilled mushrooms and wild vegetable soup. They both ate until they were full. The kids also had the prepared baby food from their supplies. After playing enough, the two children were fast asleep by the time they got home. Song Shu-qian was also too tired to resist and climbed onto the bed to take a long nap with the kids. While the three of them were sleeping, Wei Jianguo sorted out what they had collected that day. It didn't take long. There wasn't much. After 3 days of rest, the kids had gotten used to their father's company. When he wasn't around, they looked around with big, round eyes, as if searching for him. One day, while Song Shu-qian was at home playing with the kids, a young soldier came over and said a girl was looking for Wei Jianguo at the entrance of the family compound. Song Shu-qian was puzzled. She thought back and realized Wei Jianguo hadn't mentioned any relatives coming to visit. Did she say who she is to Wei Jianguo? Song Shu-qian asked the soldier. She said she's the sister of a comrade, here to thank him. The soldier felt something was off but couldn't figure it out. Thanking the soldier, Song Shu-qian calmly cleaned up the two kids and pushed the stroller to the entrance to meet the girl. A girl around 17 or 18 stood at the entrance with two braids, wearing faded clothes, looking curious and inspecting everything. Song Shu-qian approached and asked, "Are you looking for Wei Jianguo?" The girl had never seen a woman like Song Shu-qian before. She radiated a presence the girl had never encountered, making her feel inferior and stammer, "Yes, I'm looking for him." Song Shu-qian softened her tone and asked, "I'm his wife. Can you tell me what you need to see him about?" Worried the girl might misunderstand, Song Shu-qian added, "There are rules at the family compound. You can't just come in. I need to know your situation." The girl quietly said, "My name is Lin San and I. My brother is Lin Baoguo." Before he left, he said if I had any trouble, I should find Wei to go. "Can I call you San and I?"
What do you mean by left?
My brother sacrificed himself on the battlefield. He left 3 years ago. Is there anyone else in your family? Did your brother give you this address? My parents are still alive, and my brother gave me the address. Are you saying your brother Lin Baoguo gave you this address? Song Shu-qian confirmed again. The girl seemed anxious and insisted, "Yes, my brother and Wei to go were comrades. They had a good relationship, and my brother said Wei to go would help me." Song Shu-qian reassured her, "I'm just asking for routine reasons. Don't be nervous." Can you tell me what problem you are facing? This time, Lin San and I didn't respond. Song Shu-qian didn't take her home but turned to call a young soldier. Could you please find Wei Jianguo and tell him Lin Baogua's sister, Lin San and I, is in trouble and came to him for help at the address provided by Lin Baogua? Feeling uneasy, Song Shu-qian added, make sure to tell him exactly what I said. Afterward, Song Shu-qian sat down with Lin San and I at the entrance of the family compound. I've sent someone to call him. Let's wait here. He should be here soon. Lin San and I nodded, but didn't speak further. Song Shu-qian didn't mind and played with the two kids. There were no secrets in the family compound. The news of a young woman looking for Wei Jianguo spread quickly, and many people came to the entrance to see what was happening. Various rumors flew around, with the most common being about romantic scandals. For example, Wei Jianguo has an unwed fiancé in the countryside, but when he saw how beautiful Song Shu-qian was, he abandoned her. Now the girl has come looking for him. Wei Jianguo has someone outside, and now the girl is pregnant and wants him to take responsibility. Wei Jianguo brought back trouble from a mission, and now it's come knocking at his door. In short, there were many stories about Wei Jianguo and that girl. And since Song Shu-qian didn't invite the girl into their home, it served as evidence. After all, people are very friendly. They would usually bring someone from far away into their home. People began to speculate about Song Shu-qian's reaction. Some guessed she would endure it, while others thought she might decisively choose to divorce. Most of the other wives believed Song Shu-qian would tolerate it and let Wei Jianguo cut ties because she had already given birth to 2 children and the kids needed their father. If Song Shu-qian knew what they were thinking, she would definitely be speechless. On Wei Jianguo's side, upon hearing the soldier's account, he quickly realized the problem. He took the soldier to find Captain Zhang. Living in the village, Wei Jianguo knew how much rural women loved to spread rumors. If he went directly, there would be 100 rumors by tomorrow. He and his wife were doing well, and he didn't want any misunderstandings. Moreover, there is something suspicious about this situation. Captain, here's what happened. I've been in our military region for 2 years, and Lin Baogua passed away 3 years ago. No, it's been 4 years. How did he give his sister my current military address 4 years ago? And I don't know anyone named Lin San and I have never left on a mission alone. How did she find this place? Captain Zhang naturally believed Wei Jianguo. You should first see what's going on, then go home and explain things to your wife. Don't create conflict. Women like to overthink. Just admit your mistake and avoid arguing with her. He shared this personal advice because he didn't see Wei Jianguo as an outsider. Wei Jianguo thanked him and walked with the soldier toward the entrance of the family compound. As Wei Jianguo approached, Lin Sani rushed over, trying to grab his arm, but he dodged her.
Who are you?
Wei Jianguo quickly walked to his wife. What a joke, he thought. He didn't know this woman, and sensed she meant no good. His wife was the safest person to be with right now. I don't know her, he reported, a professional at complaining. Lin Sani was taken aback. This was not what she expected. Brother Wei, you don't remember me? You saved me 2 weeks ago, pulling me out of a dangerous situation. 2 weeks ago? Wei Jianguo's mission was to rescue women and children from trafficking, and he didn't even know how many people he had saved. The only person he had interacted with was a 1-year-old child. Sorry, I don't remember saving you. You say you're Lin Baogua's sister? Yes. Brother Wei, I'm Lin Baogua's sister. My brother told me to find you if I was in trouble. When did your brother tell you this? Before he left home. Lin Sani quickly replied, afraid Wei Jianguo would ignore her. She liked it here. This man wore patched clothes, but he had a strong spirit. Soldiers could earn a lot of money in a month, and she wanted to stay. Wei Jianguo continued asking, when did your brother leave home? Lin Sani felt something was off. This wasn't how it should be. Brother Wei should know she was the sister of a comrade and would take care of her. Wasn't it said that comrades' parents should be treated like one's own? She forced herself to say for years ago. My brother held my hand and repeatedly told me to take care of myself and to find you if I was in trouble. Wei Jianguo signaled a young soldier to take her away. Her sudden appearance and strange words didn't add up, and they needed to investigate. As he turned to speak to Song Shuxian, his tone softened. Wife, this person has issues. I'll take her for questioning. I don't know her, won't take responsibility for her, and definitely won't bring her home. Song Shuxian quietly felt relieved, allowing him to leave. Even though she appeared calm, she was quite nervous. She feared Wei Jianguo's good heart would lead him to bring this girl home. Who knew if she was good or bad? She had 2 children and didn't want to take any risks. Earlier, she had even thought of many plans in her mind. If Wei Jianguo brought the girl home, she would suddenly have to visit her parents. Despite her conservative views, she wouldn't do something foolish like compete with another woman for a man. In her view, if a man needed you to compete for him, he wasn't worth keeping. He wasn't an emperor who indulged him in such bad habits. She, Song Shuxian, had money, looks, and status. What was there to fear? Wei Jianguo was unaware of his wife's dangerous thoughts. He took Lin Sanni into the interrogation room. Since it involved the family of a martyr and active military personnel, the leaders took it seriously. Commander Zhang observed the questioning. Lin Sanni quickly confessed. She was indeed Lin Baoguo's sister, but her brother never told her to seek Wei Jianguo in case of trouble. He only mentioned that his squad leader was named Wei Jianguo. After her brother's sacrifice, her parents had another son. When she came of age, her parents married her off to 2 brothers in the mountains. Fortunately, just 10 days after her marriage, the People's Liberation Army came to catch traffickers. She falsely claimed to be a victim of trafficking and successfully escaped. But she had nowhere to go. She had already spent the money she secretly took from the brothers. She returned to her village at night, stole her parents' money, and ran away. With nowhere else to turn, she thought of the liberating army. She heard someone call out Wei Jianguo's name and remembered her brother's squad leader had the same name. It took her a lot of effort to find this place. The woman who gave her the address was Manhwa. Everything made sense now. After investigation, they confirmed her story was true, and she was allowed to leave. But she still had nowhere to go. Lin Sanni, for some reason, fixated on Wei Jianguo, saying she wanted to follow him and would do anything for him. Brother Wei, I beg you, for my brother's sake, keep me here. I can wash your clothes and cook for you. I can help take care of the children and serve you and your wife. Lin Sanni cried, tears streaming down her face. Wei Jianguo replied calmly, I don't know why you want to cling to me, but this kind of thinking is dangerous. We are in a people's democracy. Being a servant raises suspicions of restoring capitalism. Don't say such things again, or no one will be able to help you. Also, there's a difference between men and women. Following me would be inconvenient. I have no intention of bringing someone back to trouble my wife. You are the family of a martyr, and you should seek help from the army directly. My advice is to go to them. I will inform the guard at the entrance to prevent you from entering the family compound. No matter what your intentions are, keep your distance from me and my family. Wei Jianguo's words were not polite. He couldn't afford to be polite. This girl had stolen money from the brothers who bought her. In her situation, marrying 2 brothers and finding their hidden money within 10 days was telling. Most people, especially those raised in villages, couldn't do that. To quickly seize the opportunity and falsely claim to be a victim of trafficking to escape required great courage and luck. Clearly, she had both. The 2 brothers who lost out wouldn't let it go easily. The most direct method would be to demand her from her family. She didn't ask a word about her family. That was too ruthless. If those brothers couldn't find her, they would likely wait at her family's home. In that case, how could she return home to steal money again? Then leave so smoothly? That was something ordinary people couldn't do. How did she, a girl who had never left her village, manage that? Also, getting to the army required an introduction letter. Without it, she couldn't buy a ticket or take a bus. She couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. So, where did her introduction letter come from? Lastly, she knew she was already married and had met Song Shuxian. Wei Jianguo understood that a genuine village girl would feel shy and distant from someone like Song Shuxian. Yet Lin Sanni was eager to live with them. Her long detour was just to get close to the couple. That was very unusual. Wei Jianguo wore this uniform and bore this responsibility. He could sacrifice for his country. But his wife and 2 children could not. Knowing there was danger and still pretending nothing was wrong was either arrogance or foolishness. Fortunately, he was neither and handed her over to Commissioner Su, who was in charge of such matters. He didn't believe that someone as sharp as Commissioner Su wouldn't see the many issues with this girl. The leaders couldn't force him to risk his wife and children's lives to carry out orders. Wei Jianguo quickly passed the trouble on and left immediately. Wei Jianguo hurried home, needing to explain things to his wife to avoid any misunderstandings. His wife wouldn't tolerate any suspicion. If she thought he was up to something, it would hurt her deeply. "Dear, I'm back," Wei Jianguo called out as he entered the yard, full of enthusiasm. Song Shuxian was inside soothing their child, while Aunt Feng had already finished her chores and left. Seeing Wei Jianguo, she smiled and asked, "Why are you so cheerful today? Do you have something to tell me?" Wei Jianguo helped with the child while sharing what had happened that day, including some details about the mission. When Lin Sani mentioned it, I remembered that village. It's very poor, even poorer than ours. The first thing I saw upon entering the village was the children, dirty, with shiny, greasy sleeves and dirt under their nails, their necks caked with grime. Then there were the women numbly working in the fields. In that village, it was mostly women laboring. This village is made up of mountain people. Many were former mountain dwellers or bandits. They don't farm. They survive by hunting. Wei Jianguo continued reminiscing, feeling deeply impacted by the village and its people. Song Shuxian listened quietly. That village was the most united I've ever seen. There were people watching the entrance. If outsiders entered, the village chief would be informed. Once they knew our purpose, the whole village gathered to protest. Some young men even brandished homemade guns, ready to fight. They insisted that only their wives, children, and kin lived there. They didn't have the people we were looking for. When it became clear we were at a standstill, the village chief stepped in and told us to search for ourselves. But where could we find the abducted people? They had hidden them away. All the men were there while the women secretly concealed the missing individuals. Song Shuxian couldn't help but interject. That's the saddest part. When faced with problems, women don't help each other but instead take the opportunity to harm one another. Wei Jianguo continued. The villagers looked at us with hostility, full of disgust and hatred. I suspected that if they weren't afraid of losing, they would have attacked us. Lin Sani came forward herself, saying she had also been sold there. She begged us to take her with us. It was chaotic, and we took anyone who stepped up. Song Shuxian praised. Lin Sani showed great courage to seize the opportunity and leave in such a situation. That's very different from her current, timid demeanor. Wei Jianguo agreed. Dear, don't underestimate anyone. You never know what kind of spirit resides within them. Our breakthrough came from a 5-year-old child who had been abducted at 3. He could clearly name his grandparents' and parents' workplaces and knew he had been kidnapped. The child knew where the villagers hid people. He had been taken there before. No one suspected a 3-year-old, so the villagers let him run around freely. Did that child reunite with his parents? Yes, he was returned, Wei Jianguo replied, not mentioning that a brother had replaced him at home. Song Shuxian shifted the topic back to Lin Sani. Compared to the missing child, she was more curious about this girl, feeling they would meet again. Honey, did Lin Sani leave with you? Did her husband agree? Wei Jianguo thought for a moment and said he neither agreed nor disagreed. It was entirely up to Lin Sani. That's strange. She had only been married for 10 days. How could a man be so compliant? The bride price must have been substantial. Song Shuxian was puzzled. They had indeed investigated, and Wei Jianguo struggled to say, they found true love. Those 4 words struck both Wei Jianguo and Song Shuxian deeply. They were hesitant or embarrassed to openly express love. Their love was hidden in the little things of life. Song Shuxian guessed that the young soldier who investigated must have blushed. Wei Jianguo continued. The investigation yielded no results, and everyone could only marvel at Lin Sani's cleverness. Not only did she escape, but she also took all her husband's savings. Even Song Xuxian, who prided herself on being well-informed, couldn't figure out how she managed that. In such a village, even the purest person would pick up bad habits. Song Xuxian blinked her beautiful eyes, signaling him to continue, eager to know the reason. The two neglected children protested, climbing onto their parents. It was fair. Each child climbed on one parent. Lele grabbed Song Xuxian's hair, causing her to gasp in pain. That child was surprisingly strong. His sudden tug hurt a lot. Having been pulled by the hair recently, Song Xuxian had tied her hair up with a hairpin, leaving no loose strands. The hairpin was bought during their trip to the capital, with all the proper documentation, making it very safe. Wei Jianguo felt sorry for his wife, gently swatting Lele's bottom and seating him properly for a talk. "You can't bully mommy. It hurts her. Do you understand?" Lele thinks he's just playing with daddy, but it's not fun. Hearing this, Wei Jianguo felt even more sorry for his wife. He couldn't bear to see her hurt, and now their child was bullying her. It was time for him to learn about the harshness of human nature. When Song Xuxian wasn't paying attention, Wei Jianguo gently tugged Lele's hair. "Does it hurt? If you pull mommy's hair, it will hurt her too." Lele didn't feel pain. He thought daddy was just playing. A gentle touch wouldn't hurt. Eventually, Wei Jianguo's expression grew serious, scaring Lele into sitting still. Who says children don't understand anything? They know how to seek pleasure and avoid harm. When daddy is serious, they behave. Wei Jianguo applied a little pressure, making them feel pain, then explained, "Mommy is hurt. She's crying." He even called in the temporary actress, Mommy Song Xuxian, to reenact the scene of a crying mother. Whether Lele understood or not was unclear, but Anan certainly did, as he slapped Lele's arm. It seemed to say, "Don't bully mommy." Song Xuxian's heart felt warm, like it was soaking in warm water. She brushed her hair, with both her son and husband comforting her. She asked, "Who else is there?" Whether it was a coincidence or not, Song Xuxian believed it wholeheartedly and was convinced. After calming the two children, Song Xuxian's curiosity remained strong. "Honey, will we still have contact with Lin Sani in the future?" "Yes," Wei Jianguo replied firmly. "I always feel like she has some hidden agenda, but I haven't asked her directly. She is a martyr's family member, not a suspect, so we can't interrogate her further, and there are some methods we can't use. Wife, if she comes to find you, be cautious and try not to let her near the kids." Wei Jianguo thought for a moment and added more about Lin Sani, worried that his wife might not take it seriously. "After she left that village, she didn't let us take her back. She made her way home on her own. Once home, she didn't show up, stole money from her family, and came straight to the military." Song Xuxian was surprised. Did her parents or the villagers not stop her? And where did she get the introduction letter? She carved the introduction letter herself, imitating the village seal. She quietly returned to the village, hid in a haystack, and waited until her family went to work before sneaking home to take all the money, including her bride price. Now, Song Xuxian truly admired this girl. Putting aside everything else, her decisiveness in saying, "You wronged me, so I won't treat you like family," was much stronger than those who dedicate their lives for a bit of illusory kinship, living aimlessly. Moreover, in typical rural families, especially those that favor sons over daughters, daughters aren't allowed to know family matters, especially financial ones. Lin Sani not only knew, but also managed to take it quietly. At just 18, leaving home for the first time and doing all this is truly impressive. If it weren't for knowing she had ulterior motives, Song Xuxian would have considered trying to befriend her. Song Xuxian was very interested in people with distinct characteristics. Wei Jianguo, knowing his wife's interests, reminded her. Song Xuxian organized her thoughts and asked, "Honey, have you met Lin Sani before? Or does Lin Baoguo have your photo?" Wei Jianguo recalled carefully, "No, I was Lin Baoguo's squad leader, and he didn't come back from the battlefield. He mentioned having 4 sisters and 1 brother. That's all I know." "Then it's strange." How did Lin Sani recognize you? She said she heard someone call my name, which she had heard Lin Bagua mention. Since they were both homeless, she came to seek me out. That doesn't make sense. Let's not even consider that she's a country girl who hasn't seen much of the world and wouldn't have such courage. How would a normal 18-year-old girl go to a strange man, not fearing that she might end up in a worse situation? From Lin Sani's behavior, she seems very smart, smarter than most. But this action she took doesn't seem very wise. It doesn't add up, does it? The couple discussed for a while without reaching a conclusion and decided to raise the threat level regarding this person to the highest and be cautious. Wait, Wei Jianguo suddenly said. From her demeanor, she doesn't seem like someone without depth. But when she came to find me, her words had many holes. She did it on purpose. Song Shuxian added, she wants to spark our curiosity, making us want to investigate who she is and what her purpose is. Once we have contact, whatever her purpose is will be easier to handle. The couple exchanged glances and decisively decided to go against her expectations, ignoring her to make her anxious and confused. Only when she acted could they investigate further. Hee wife, you're so clever. Nothing can stump you. Once the serious talk was over, Wei Jianguo entered praise mode, enjoying how his wife looked when complimented. Song Shuxian indeed showed a proud expression. After finishing the serious conversation, Song Shuxian's curiosity returned. She really wanted to know what the village Wei Jianguo mentioned was like. Coming to this world, she had directly joined the military and had seen very little. Honey, let's chat a bit longer. I'm not tired yet and want to talk to you. Wei Jianguo, knowing his wife well, could tell from her expression that she had more questions. Not wanting her to hesitate, he kindly said, Wife, ask whatever you want. I'll answer what I can. With that reassurance, Song Shuxian felt free to ask. I'm curious about that village you mentioned. What kind of place is it? Wei Jianguo described it in detail as best as he could. That village has various surnames but is very united, which is strange because usually villages with the same surname are more united. The village head is a short old man, somewhat refined-looking, with sharp, narrow eagle-like eyes and a strong presence. He has a lot of authority in the village and is like a local emperor. Everyone listens to him. Even the children running around are taught to obey the village head. Most of the wives in the village are bought, either from human traffickers or directly from the parents of those girls. In the village, men hold a high status, while women are treated less like wives and more like childbearing tools or objects for pleasure. Brothers in a family often swap wives. Wei Jianguo tried to keep it concise and avoided discussing the more disturbing aspects of life in that village, which truly challenged his understanding. Many young soldiers had tears in their eyes when they saw the village women. Song Shuxian continued to ask, besides Lin Sani, how many other girls left with you? I can't say specifics. Many girls there have been brainwashed into thinking they are dirty and can only live there. If they leave, bad things will happen. Some women can't bear to leave their children. So, not many had left. Are there many children in that village? With women giving birth, why would they still want to buy children? This was something Wei Jianguo and his team hadn't figured out either. Yes, many families, like the one Lin Sani married into, often buy one wife for several brothers. The sole purpose of that wife is to have children until she can no longer bear any. The children born are considered the children of all the men. Daughters are raised well and sold for bride price. Did those girls not resist? Song Shuxian asked a silly question. Wei Jianguo patiently replied, You know, marriage is often about parental arrangements and matchmaking. Especially in rural areas, parents can decide whom their children marry. Most village girls grow up with this education. They have no awareness of resistance, and marrying whoever is their fate. Those who want to resist are often beaten by the men in their families. After trying to run away once and getting beaten, they eventually accept their fate. Wei Jianguo tried to simplify it, but the reality was 100 times worse. Women here hardly dared to run away. That's why Lin Sani was so unusual. After all these years, there couldn't have been no smart people, yet she was the only one who left. Song Shuxian imagined the extreme evils at the bottom of such a society, which she couldn't fathom. She was very fortunate. Both her families had good conditions. Song Shuxian was familiar with people who smiled at you on the surface, but harbored ill intentions, stabbing you in the back. She had never witnessed such direct mental and physical attacks. This kind of blatant malice hit her hard. So, what did all this have to do with them as a couple? Why was Lin Sanni focused on Wei Jianguo? Song Shuxian speculated that Lin Sanni must have tried to get close to Wei Jianguo along the way. However, he had always been careful to maintain distance from female colleagues, making it likely that Lin Sanni couldn't find an opportunity to approach him and had no choice but to come to the family compound. The reality was much like Song Shuxian guessed. Wei Jianguo had been with Lu Xingwa the whole time, even going shopping for his wife together. The money Lin Sanni had was spent following him around. After talking with Wei Jianguo, Song Shuxian heightened her guard against Lin Sanni. However, for half a month, she had not seen the person at all. This made all her precautions seem like a joke. Instead, many people in the family compound were asking about the situation. Due to Song Shuxian's previous direct actions, there weren't many rumors. Most were just gossip. Everyone was within safe limits, and Song Shuxian didn't mind. After all, who doesn't talk about others behind their backs? Some even asked Song Shuxian directly, "Hey, Song, who is that girl looking for your family's Captain Wei? What was she doing, and why did she go straight to the military district?" Worried that Lin Sanni might use rumors to say something harmful about Wei Jianguo, Song Shuxian decided to explain herself, wanting to take control of the situation. "Auntie, that girl said she is the sister of Wei Jianguo's comrade. Her comrade died, and her parents want to use her as a bride price, so she came here." She had heard her brother mention Wei Jianguo before, and when she happened to run into him during a mission, she thought she'd take a chance. "I didn't expect she would actually find Wei Jianguo." The aunt exclaimed, "Oh, then she must have met Captain Wei before." If it weren't for the fact that the person standing there was Wei Jianguo's legal wife, the aunt would have probably said that this girl might have something going on with him. After all, why would she only seek him out? Song Shuxian explained, "Wei Jianguo thought carefully, and he really hasn't met this girl. It's quite a coincidence that she found him." It's not just a coincidence. Wei Jianguo took her directly to the military district for investigation. "You know, Auntie, being an experienced military wife, that not just anyone can enter our family compound. Every military wife living here has undergone strict background checks to ensure there are no issues before being allowed in." The aunt was pleased to be praised, saying, "Of course. I have experience. I was checked too when I arrived." Exactly. Plus, a comrade sister looking for Wei Jianguo is a tricky situation. It's fine if Wei Jianguo gets a few complaints. A little punishment won't hurt him. He's tough-skinned. But the girl is only 18, at a blooming age, just starting her life. If she loses her reputation because of Wei Jianguo, it would be unfair to her deceased brother. So, Wei Jianguo avoided any suspicion and took Lin Sanni to see the political commissar, and the rest was handled by the military. Although the aunt felt that Song Shuxian's way of handling things was a bit cold-hearted, she couldn't say much since they were following the rules. But being too rule-bound was an issue. People from Heludio value hospitality. When a stranger comes asking for help, they should at least be offered a bowl of corn porridge. Don't underestimate that bowl of porridge. In these times, every family is struggling, and being able to offer a meal is a great courtesy. Thinking this way, the aunt said something pleasant. "That's true. You only have you and 2 kids. You can't really host anyone." Song Shuxian took the opportunity. "You understand me, Auntie. I want to treat guests well, but my family situation doesn't allow it. These 2 little rascals are always causing trouble. My husband and I have to take care of the kids and work, and every day feels like we've done nothing. Yet the day is gone. Everyone says having twins is a blessing, but it's relative. Being pregnant with twins is much harder than having them one by one. It's tough to move with a big belly. After giving birth, the work isn't over. When one cries, the other definitely cries too. If one has a toy, the other immediately wants it, and even the color of buttons must match, or they'll throw a fit. These two little ones like to fight with each other. I worry about how things will be in the future. After living here for a year, Song Shuxian's accent had gradually changed. The aunt happily said goodbye. Comrade Song, you're truly a good comrade. This is Song Shuxian's wisdom. She never talks about her successes in front of those who are struggling. She also brings up trivial matters that families usually encounter, seeking advice on how to solve them. This way, people see her as someone who faces similar challenges, which helps build closer relationships. The aunt she just spoke with is known as the loudspeaker of the compound. When she knows something, it's as if the whole family compound knows. Thus, Song Shuxian could focus on her own matters without worry. On Lin Sani's side, she indeed wanted to find a chance to get close to Song Shuxian. But this person was like a turtle, hiding in her shell and not coming out. The family compound was strictly monitored, and ordinary people really couldn't get in. They tried many ways to approach Song Shuxian but failed to meet her. In desperation, they let Lin Sani take the lead, thinking that with Lin Baogua's connection, this family would surely take her in and settle her well. If luck was on her side, she might even get introduced to an officer, and then she would become an officer's wife. There would be plenty of opportunities to interact with Song Shuxian. They weren't worried about finding the treasure of the Song family. Indeed, these people were after the Song family's riches. How could the once prominent Song family not have left something for their descendants? If they could find the hidden assets, they could make a comeback. They wanted to sneak into the family compound for another reason that no one knew. Years ago, their ancestors hid a stash of treasures in the back mountain when they evacuated, and they wanted to retrieve it. But now, that mountain belonged to the military district, and ordinary people couldn't enter. Lin Sani was now getting frustrated with Song Shuxian. She used to think it was exaggerated to hear that Song Shuxian was hiding in the family compound. Who would want to stay in such a small place every day? Now she had seen for herself. The farthest this woman had gone was to the military service center. At this moment, the two women's thoughts resonated. I've been on guard for half a month. What a waste of energy. The adults' entanglements had nothing to do with the children, who were happily growing up. Perhaps because they had been drinking the essence, they developed better than other kids, quickly mastering skills like crawling, sitting, and grasping. Now, they could no longer be contained on the calm. The two kids, fearless like young calves, loved to crawl to the edge, and Song Shuxian had to keep a close eye on them as they crawled quickly. Only Lightning and Ink Shadow had enough energy to play with them. Every day, the Song family witnessed the scene of the two kids learning to crawl alongside the two dogs. Here we go again, Wei Jianguo said, returning early from training and seeing this familiar sight. Song Shuxian sighed. Yes, it happens every day. You wouldn't believe it. The kids are learning quite well. They might actually get it. Wei Jianguo became interested and watched closely. Surprisingly, the kids were doing quite well. They would grow up to be good soldiers. However, he didn't dare to say this. His wife had advised him to avoid discussing military topics and let the kids choose their own futures. What Song Shuxian hadn't mentioned was that she didn't want her children to become soldiers. It was too hard. Sister Song, someone is looking for you at the door. A young soldier ran over to call for Song Shuxi, looking just like he did when Lin Sani came a couple of weeks ago. Song Shuxi wondered who it could be. She wasn't very good at making friends, and her social circle was limited to the family compound. Do you know the person? Did they say who they are? It's a young girl, very pretty. She said her name is Lin Sani. Hearing that name, Song Shuxi felt relieved. She had come after all. It seemed she had a purpose, but Song Shuxi wondered if it matched what she and her husband had guessed. Song Shuxi thanked the soldier and handed him a small bag of snacks wrapped in oil paper. Thank you for your hard work. These are just some little snacks I made myself, nothing fancy. I just made them, they're still warm. The soldier was no match for Song Shuxi. After a bit of playful tugging, he left with a smile and the snacks. He thought, as everyone said, Sister Song is really generous. Once the soldier was gone, Song Shuxi felt secretly pleased. She was a woman who could win in playful contests. It seemed she could also have some fun with the other ladies in the future. However, reality taught Song Shuxi a lesson. She didn't even get a turn and lost. It proved that your aunt is your aunt, and you little ones can't hope to surpass her. For many years afterward, Song Shushi was enthusiastic about this traditional folk contest. At the entrance, Lin Sanni was growing impatient, waiting to find someone and chat. She cursed Song Shushi in her mind 100 times, but kept a calm appearance. To be fair, Lin Sanni was quite attractive. Compared to her messy arrival, today she wore clean, neat clothes without a single patch. Her hair was styled in 2 neat braids, looking sharp. She spoke just as clearly, and upon seeing Song Shushi, she said, "Sister, I'm really sorry for taking so long to thank you. If it weren't for you and Brother Wei helping me that day, I don't know what would have happened. I'm so grateful to you both." Lin Sanni spoke sincerely, like a simple girl who had just come from the countryside. If it weren't for Wei Jianguo telling her about Lin Sanni's past beforehand, Song Shushi would have believed her. Her eyes were so innocent and pure. To say such provocative things with such innocent eyes, Song Shushi had to admit it was impressive. The ladies sitting at the entrance, either picking vegetables or chatting, were straining to listen, which was quite a task. Song Shushi worried that Lin Sanni's 2 sentences would be taken seriously by those ladies and used to attack Wei Jianguo. She wouldn't allow Wei Jianguo's hard-earned honor to be tarnished. With a smile, she said, "Why are you being so polite? Your brother and Wei Jianguo are comrades. Since you found him, how could he ignore you? But, you know, Wei Jianguo is just a small company commander. He has good intentions but limited power. Plus, your situation is a bit more complicated. Fortunately, our country treats the families of martyrs very well, and there are many benefits. That's how you got to the army, and the organization will help with your situation. So, we really can't accept your thanks. This is all thanks to the country's good policies. The leaders haven't forgotten those heroes who sacrificed for the nation. If you want to thank someone, thank your brother. You're benefiting from his legacy." Song Shushi's words were all considerate and polite. But Lin Sanni felt an inexplicable frustration, sensing there was more to her words. The eavesdropping ladies agreed with Song Shushi, feeling they were all enjoying the country's support. Lin Sanni lifted her arm to show Song Shushi what she was carrying. "Sister, these are my gifts. After all, Brother Wei helped me find the leaders. Moreover, he saved my life. These things aren't worth much. I picked them from the back mountain." Song Shushi knew she was determined to visit her home, so she let her go. With Lightning and Moing at home, she wasn't worried about what Lin Sanni would do. It was also a chance to see what her intentions were. Knowing both sides is key to winning battles. Though she thought that way, she still worried about her own home. Song Shushi led Lin Sanni directly toward the gathering place, planning to chat with everyone first, at least to show that someone had entered her home. "Sisters, enjoying the sun?" Song Shushi greeted. "Yes, who is this with you?" Xiao Song. "Oh, this is Lin Sanni, the sister of Wei Jianguo. He indirectly helped her a bit, and she insisted on coming to thank us. But really, it's not just Wei Jianguo. It's our good policies that support us military families." Seeing so many military wives, Lin Sanni was very happy, actively greeting everyone and speaking cheerfully, making them all smile. After chatting for a while, Song Shushi led Lin Sanni toward her home. "Do you like these military wives?" "Yes, sister, I think military wives are very noble. They don't seek fame or fortune. They help their husbands stabilize the home front so they can fight bravely and achieve their dreams." Seeing her genuine admiration, Song Shushi teased, "Then would you want to marry a soldier?" The young girl answered confidently, without any shyness, "If I could, I would love to. Marrying a soldier would be an honor for me." The longing in her eyes seemed sincere. Song Shushi joked, "Even if your husband is often on missions and you have to take care of your home, raise children, and care for both sides of the family, would you still be willing? Who isn't struggling after marriage? In the countryside, these are all women's responsibilities. We still have to work in the fields and wash everyone's clothes. The one in charge at home isn't always the wife, and at the end of the year, there's not a penny to hold. When the child is sick and you want to buy them a sweet treat, you might not even have a dime. Lin Sanni's words reflected the reality of rural life in that era, which Song Shushi had seen a bit of during her visits to the countryside. If these thoughts were genuinely hers, Song Shushi really liked her. She was a smart girl. But she wondered how long this clarity would last. Now, Song Shushi felt that this girl was indeed coming for her. A girl with such insight wouldn't harm someone else's family just for a man who didn't love her back. This is my home. I came late, and since the tall building in front was gone, I chose this small courtyard. After getting used to it, I didn't change. As Song Shuxian spoke, she opened the courtyard gate. Lightning and Moing heard their owner's voice and rushed out, barking to welcome Song Shuxian home. Lin Sanni was scared when she saw the two dogs, which were taller than her, and shivered with fear. It was clear that she was very afraid of dogs. Song Shuxian pretended not to notice her fear. It was better if she was scared, so she wouldn't come back often. With a smile, she said, "This way, these two dogs are mine. The all-black one is named Moing, and the other is Lightning. Don't be afraid. They are very well behaved and won't hurt anyone." Song Shuxian let the two dogs play around her while they occasionally nudged her or played with the two kids. The kids were delighted to see the big dogs, making happy sounds. They could now make some simple sounds that sometimes resembled words. Song Shuxian never restricted them and let them play freely. Wei Jianguo said boys shouldn't be too pampered. It's important for them to fall and get hurt sometimes. After that, Song Shuxian raised them a bit more roughly. Lin Sanni watched the kids tugging at the dogs' ears and kicking their fur, feeling anxious for them. Meanwhile, their mother remained calm, chatting with her guest. "Sister-in-law, should we let these two dogs outside? I'm worried they might hurt the kids." Song Shuxian casually replied, "No, Lightning and Moing Xianin and Lulu as their little brothers. Look how happy they're playing together." Lin Sanni didn't see the joy. Instead, she thought the two dogs looked quite indifferent. "Sanni, you sit here. I need to go cook. Wei Jianguo will be back soon." Lin Sanni immediately stood up, saying she would help. Of course, Song Shuxian wouldn't let her guest work and wanted to keep her in the house to see what she wanted to do. She politely insisted, "Oh, you don't need to help. You're a guest. Just sit and relax." After settling her down, Song Shuxian took the kids to the kitchen. "Moing, you stay here and watch the little ones. Don't let them eat anything they shouldn't. Lightning, you can go play," she commanded the dogs. Song Shuxian had already told Lightning that its task today was to keep an eye on Lin Sanni and see what she was up to. Once in the kitchen, Lin Sanni stood up to look around the room. It was very clean, with fresh flowers in a vase on the table and children's toys in the corner. There were 2 rooms, with closed doors. Lin Sanni inspected the living room, confirming there was nothing out of the ordinary, occasionally picking up things to see if there was anything she needed. As it was almost time for training, she wanted to check the bedroom and pushed open the door to go in. Lightning jumped up at her. With a startled awe, Song Shuxian nearly dropped her knife. She ran out, asking what happened. Lightning growled softly, and Lin Sanni had already opened the door. Song Shuxian approached to ask what happened. "Are you hurt?" Lin Sanni looked like she might cry. "I'm fine, sister-in-law. I'm sorry. I didn't expect the dog to suddenly jump and scare me." Song Shuxian rolled her eyes. How could she pretend to be innocent in front of her? In her past life, she was still a baby when she acted like that. "Good that you're not hurt. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. This room is Lightning and Mo Ying's territory, and they usually dislike others entering their space. That's just how animals are, and we respect that. Lightning didn't mean to hurt you. It just jumped out to scare you." Lin Sanni understood her words. "It's my fault, sister-in-law. I'm sorry. I just thought this room looked nice and wanted to take a look. It's okay, I don't blame you. With Lightning and Moing here, you won't be able to explore this room. Maybe next time when they're not around." Lin Sanni knew she was a bit too eager today, but she couldn't help it. The army had given her a job at a pig farm where she was responsible for raising pigs. With her busy work schedule, it was rare to have a day off, and Song Shuxian might not even be home. Lin Sanni planned to settle down here. She felt that Song Shuxian was too guarded and needed to build a good relationship with her slowly. Only then could she gather more information. "It's okay, sister-in-law. It's all my fault." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked very guilty. Song Shuxian patted her hand. "Don't think too much. Even though Lightning is smart, he's still a dog with his own nature. He won't let anyone invade his territory. Usually, when Wei Jianguo and I want to enter his space, we have to negotiate with him. Sometimes we even have to promise him some extra treats for him to agree." Song Shuxian wanted to say, "You see, Lightning is just a dog. Why would you argue with a dog?" Lightning wagged his tail around Song Shuxian. She pretended to scold him. "You can't be naughty anymore. What if you really knock someone over? If something unhappy happens, just come to your sister." Her tone didn't sound like a scolding at all. It was gentle and felt more like praise. There was no other way. Song Shuxian worried that Lightning would feel he was being scolded even when he was being good. If it were MOing, she wouldn't be so careful. Lightning was a very sensitive dog, likely because his previous owner abandoned him for another dog. So, Song Shuxian was always gentle with him and occasionally cold with MOing. They could keep each other company. After telling Lin Sanni to stay in the living room and not wander around, Song Shuxian went back to the kitchen. At that moment, Wei Jianguo returned. After a brief chat with Lin Sanni, he strode into the kitchen, took over the tasks from Song Shuxian, and told her to go play with the kids. The couple's actions were in sync and natural, as if they had done it 1,000 times before. This was indeed their daily routine. Lin Sanni was a bit confused about the situation. Why was Captain Wei cooking? Song Shuxian explained, "My cooking isn't as good as Wei Jianguo's, so he usually cooks in our house." Lin Sanni was shocked. In her 18 years of life, she had never seen a man take the initiative to cook. But today, she witnessed it. At that moment, she felt a spark for Wei Jianguo. Who wouldn't want to be pampered by such an excellent man? If Song Shuxian knew her thoughts, she would definitely laugh. The man she had carefully trained wouldn't be given to someone else. Since Lin Sanni had decided to slowly gather information, she acted like the naive girl again. During dinner, she spoke to Wei Jianguo with admiration and dependence, as if she were a younger sister talking to her older brother. Unfortunately, Wei Jianguo was quite indifferent, speaking coldly and even pretending not to hear her, unwilling to engage in conversation. Lin Sanni carefully observed Song Shuxian's reactions. In her eyes, no one was completely unbreakable. Everyone had their weaknesses. No woman would allow her husband to suddenly have a younger sister. Not wanting them to interact but unable to avoid it, she had to take the initiative. In her plan, she expected Song Shuxian to start chatting with her. In reality, Song Shuxian was focused on taking care of the two kids, while Wei Jianguo was focused on her. Each family member had their own tasks, and she couldn't insert herself into their lives at all. Until she left, Lin Sanni couldn't find a way to get closer to Song Shuxian. She even thought that as Wei Jianguo's partner, it would be easier for her to find out some information. She could give up on getting close to Song Shuxian and go directly to Wei Jianguo. With this thought, Lin Sanni decided to observe a little longer. As they were leaving, Lin Sanni asked Song Shuxian, "Sister-in-law, I'm all alone here and don't know anyone. Can I come over to talk to you often?" Song Shuxian, holding the basket Lin Sanni had brought, handed it back with a smile, saying, "Take these things home and eat them yourself. When living alone, you need to think more about yourself. I like you too, but I'm busy taking care of two kids, so I might not have time to entertain you." Knowing her intentions, Song Shuxian didn't feel like dealing with her anymore. Lin Sanni clearly didn't expect Song Shuxian to respond this way. She thought she would be more polite and invite her over anytime. After all, she was the sister of Wei Jianguo's comrade. She didn't know how to respond to that. However, Song Shuxian didn't give her a chance and continued, "I know you're a good kid, but you need to think about yourself more when living alone." Song Shuxian didn't know who was behind her, but sensed they weren't good people. Leading such individuals would only bring trouble. Lin Sanni didn't pick up on her goodwill and kept talking, "I really like kids. I raised my younger brother myself, so I can come help you take care of Inan and Lele. Song Shuxian smiled apologetically. I appreciate your offer, but it's really tiring to take care of 2 kids. Besides, I prefer to look after them myself. I've heard that children develop a better relationship with their mothers when they grow up this way. I've brought you here, so be careful on your way back and take care of yourself. If anything happens, remember to contact the army. Reluctantly, Lin Sanni had to leave. On her way back, she ran into a gossip group taking a walk after dinner. After chatting for a bit, one aunt asked Xiao Song, "Why do I feel like you're not very welcoming to that girl?" Song Shuxian didn't deny it. It's probably because she keeps mentioning Brother Wei. In reality, today is only their second meeting, and it sounds a bit off, which is hard to hide. Being women, they understood this feeling very well. Many aunts immediately rallied together. You're right. Let me tell you, you mustn't be soft-hearted. It will invite trouble. Song Shuxian feigned distress. I've made my feelings clear enough. I told her to contact the leaders directly if she needs anything. We should help the families of our comrades, but this one clearly has ulterior motives. She's just a young girl. If I say it too lightly, she might pretend not to understand. If I say it too harshly, it could lead to bigger issues, and I don't want to be responsible for that. I can only keep my distance awkwardly. If she comes looking for me again, please help me send her away. The aunts then remembered that she had a job, unlike them.
Don't worry about it.
You focus on your work, and if she comes back, we'll handle it.
Thank you, you're so kind.
Xiao Song, are we being too harsh? Aunt Qin joked. Of course not, you're all my wonderful aunts. It's just that Aunt Lon wants to help me chase her away, so I'm being a bit cute with her. Song Shuxian spoke openly. Everyone laughed and moved on. When Wei Jianguo came out, he hinted to Song Shuxian to try to prevent Lin Sanni from coming to the family compound again. Worried that the aunts might soften, Song Shuxian decided to take further action. She even offered to help me take care of the kids. Honestly, I really don't want anyone else looking after them. I've raised them myself since they were born, and I know all their habits. I can't bear to hand them over to someone else. Oh, you have a big heart. She clearly isn't just trying to help with the kids. She's after your position. She's a pretty girl, but I didn't expect her to be so shameless. Don't worry, we'll handle it if she dares to come. Yes, we'll chase her away if she shows up. Song Shuxian thanked the aunts and shared some snacks she had on hand as a token of appreciation. During dinner, Song Shuxian learned the reason behind everything. She recognized the village where Lin Sanni had been sold. The village chief was someone she knew, an old servant of her father. He had been driven away for making a mistake. Her grandfather had intended to kill him, but her father pleaded for his life, allowing him to leave. Song Shuxian had seen this in the original owner's memories when she was over 4 years old, and it left a deep impression. It must have been terrifying. In her memory, the look in that servant's eyes when he left was chilling. It was like a monster that preys on others. At lunch, Song Shuxian pretended to feel sorry for Lin Sanni and asked about the village where she was forced to marry. Lin Sanni said, "The family that bought me was somewhat reasonable. They didn't force me but made me starve. They said they would train me to willingly bear children for them. All the new women in the village are trained. In the end, they become what you see, numb and busy with farm work, supporting a whole family, and then taking care of everyone at home. The scariest person in that village is the village chief. He's not tall and looks somewhat refined. I heard he studied in a private school when he was young. Later, he was driven back for committing a crime. Everyone in the village fears and respects him. They listen to everything he says." Song Shuxian subtly probed for more information, including the large scar on the back of the village chief's left hand, which he got while saving his father, and that's how he became her father's servant. If he was sent by that person, Song Shuxian knew Lin Sanni was after her. The goal was the Song family's treasure. She couldn't do much about these people. She had already told them the Song family had no treasure, but they didn't believe her. Could she really open their heads to make them believe? The Song family's ancestral home had already been rented to the government as an office, and many people had likely searched it, even digging deep. If they didn't believe her, There was nothing she could do. That evening, Song Shuxian discussed solutions with Wei Jianguo. Being constantly targeted wasn't a good situation. How about we create a fake treasure location to confuse them? That way, they'll have something to keep them busy, Song Shuxian suggested. Wei Jianguo was a bit worried. What if it backfires? Those who believed there was no treasure might start believing in the fake location and come looking for you. Then we can place the treasure location on the Song family's ancestral land. That could work, but what if it brings trouble to them? You underestimate these people. Historically, big families place great importance on their ancestral lands, which have many layers of protection. Although the Song family's ancestral land isn't as fortified, it's still a village, and the villagers have their skills. In fact, they've always been under watch. Do you know why only a couple of cats came to us after we got married and they were so indifferent? It's because of the Song family's ancestral land. Traditionally, ancestral properties are passed down to the most promising descendants. They have never been given to daughters-in-law. If the Song family really had treasure, it would definitely be on the ancestral land. Moreover, after we marry, I'm no longer a Song family member, including the children I bear. What my grandfather left me are just my grandmother's and mother's dowries, along with what he left for me. Let's create a treasure map and let them have fun with it. If that village chief is truly my father's servant, he will definitely believe the treasure is on the ancestral land because that's the root of the Song family. Don't blame Song Shuxian for being ruthless. People are selfish. When faced with danger to others or themselves, they choose themselves. Wei Jianguo, however, didn't want to harm the innocent and suggested placing the treasure location in a rainforest he had visited on a mission, which was very dangerous and had a high chance of no return. Once they agreed, the two of them worked hard to draw a treasure map, using items from the magic gourd that looked convincingly real. Wife, Lin Sani has other issues. If you encounter her, be very careful. Try not to engage. We'll handle the rest. Wei Jianguo's tone was very serious. Song Shuxian understood it was not something she could question and obediently promised not to leave the family compound for now. Time moves like a clock, its hands spinning without pause. Before we can truly savor the moment, the years have swiftly passed. Last year, Song Shuxian, with her big belly, sat on a cart pushed by Wei Jianguo. This year, the couple held hands, enjoying their time together while leaving the kids with poor Tiantian and Lao Lu. All four wanted to go out, and the best plan was for the two men to watch the kids while the two women went out. However, the men disagreed, wanting to spend time with their wives instead. Unable to resolve the argument, they decided to have a competition. A regular contest seemed dull. They couldn't have Tiantian and Wei Jianguo just go out and compete. Tiantian had a clever idea. Let's have a frozen pear eating contest. Whoever finishes first wins. Song Shuxian complained, that's too cold. It's all ice. How about we let them thaw first? Tiantian shrugged. It's fine. Let's see who's better. I'll soak these 4 frozen pears in water, and by the time we finish eating, they should be ready. Everyone knew Song Shuxian disliked very cold food, and Tiantian had a little plan. She wanted to go to the market. Excitedly. But no one expected Wei Jianguo to be a fierce competitor, even more ruthless than the others. He started eating the frozen pears while they were still icy. He grimaced. It was very cold. Lu Xingwa exclaimed, "Old Wei, you're cheating. You're not following the rules. Slow down and wait for me." Lu Xingwa's face was all scrunched up, eating slowly and making noise. He finished 1 pear, while Wei Jianguo had already eaten the second. He even burped loudly. Song Shuxian cheered, holding the 2 babies. "You're amazing, husband. We're going to the market." She even hugged Tiantian and teasingly said, "Thanks to my little Tiantian. Tomorrow I'll leave the 3 babies with you." Tiantian was so mad, she almost wanted to hit her. Wei Jianguo quickly shielded her, knowing his wife acted like a child whenever she was around Tiantian. Lu Xingwa covered his cold, red mouth and said, "Old Wei, that's not fair. You're cheating. You started the contest early." His pitiful look made the other 3 laugh. And so, this scene unfolded, with Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo each carrying a large basket to the market. Tiantian and Lu Xingwa stayed home early in the morning, reluctantly watching the three little troublemakers. Of course, they retaliated by giving Song Shuxian a long list of things to buy. Actually, both families didn't really need much. They had stocked up on winter supplies this year, all bought from that resourceful guy Tiantian found in the black market. He was quite skilled getting everything they needed. On the way, Song Shuxian was very happy. "Husband, you're amazing. You have no idea how much I wanted to get out and walk. The kids are adorable, but watching them all day can be tiring. Plus, they can't talk yet, so I end up talking to myself. After a while, I feel a bit odd." Wei Jianguo felt sorry for his wife, knowing he hadn't been there for her. He had just returned from a mission 2 days ago. She managed everything at home, and he could do very little. On the way, they saw many women going to the market together and felt a bit sorry for themselves. Last year, they missed the chance to ride on a cart and planned to stick close this year to buy more things for help. Unexpectedly, they were also walking this year. Song Shuxian didn't know their thoughts. Although she had been busy this year, she hadn't skipped her exercise, which Wei Jianguo tailored to her needs. Now, walking to the market felt easy for her. On the way back, she could carry a few light items in her basket. It was just enough to complete her daily exercise. This year's market was livelier than last year, with more vendors. "Husband, do you think we can hire a mule cart to help us carry things back?" Song Shuxian didn't want to tire herself out. "I'll check later. If not, we'll buy more and ask the vendors to help us carry it." Wei Jianguo always agreed to whatever his wife wanted, especially for such a small matter. With that plan, they bought things without hesitation. They needed 200 pounds of tofu for their home, all to be made into frozen tofu, which they could eat in summer too. They didn't have enough last year. This could only be frozen in winter. "Brother, we need 300 pounds of tofu. Can you help us deliver it?" Wei Jianguo asked. "Where to?" "I can't deliver it today. I haven't made that much. How about I deliver it tomorrow?" The vendor, seeing it was a big order, was very friendly. "Okay, just deliver it to the military family compound." Once he heard it was for soldiers, the vendor had no objections. They exchanged addresses and paid a deposit, securing the heaviest item on their shopping list. Then, Song Shuxian asked, "Brother, do you know where I can find a small stone mill? I need one to grind black sesame for the kids." The vendor sighed, noting how meticulous soldiers were in raising children, and led them to a stall. "This guy has been making stone mills for years. Anyone in the nearby villages needing one comes to him." Song Shuxian explained her needs and customized one based on her strength. "Husband, this is great. Before, I used a garlic masher to make baby food. It worked for now, but as they grow, I won't be able to keep up." Wei Jianguo looked at her hands with concern. His wife was working hard. She had never done such tasks before, and now her hands must have calluses. He touched her hands, smooth and soft, and wondered where the calluses were. Oh, there weren't any. All the work was done under her direction, with Aunt Feng doing the labor. Wei Jianguo cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and continued, "If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'll find a way to get it done for you." Song Shuxian noticed his earlier reaction and held back a smile. She kindly pointed to her hands, where calluses from holding a pen had formed, saying, "Here they are." They exchanged smiles. "Wei Jianguo, look at these radishes and snow cabbage. They look good. Let's buy more and make some sweet and sour dishes when we get home." Song Shuxian didn't have enough radishes last year, and during winter, fresh vegetables were scarce. These sweet and sour dishes were a rare treat. They not only bought for themselves, but also prepared some for Tiantian's family. Coincidentally, the items they bought were from the same village, so they could hire a bull cart to deliver them together. So, they prioritized buying from people in that village. They also bought 5 pounds of hawthorn, perfect for making candied hawthorn or hawthorn preserves in winter. While others hesitated to use sugar, Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo had no such worries. They had saved enough candy from their outings over the past 2 years. They could even save their monthly sugar rations. They also bought some matsutake and monkey head mushrooms. They always grabbed those when they saw them. Additionally, they bought a batch of coarse cloth. Last year, their cotton curtains didn't hold up well against the wind. This year, with a baby at home, Song Shuxian planned to take them apart and make new ones. With coarse cloth as the base, she would add some cute animal patterns on top, which the kids would love. This year, Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo decided to make sticky bean buns themselves. Having some rare free time, they both felt excited and wanted to try everything. They also wanted Cunning and Lele to taste the delicious food made by their parents. The night before, they soaked red beans and mung beans. When she opened her eyes, Song Shuxian struggled to get out of bed. "Honey, I find it so hard to get up in winter. The bed seems to want to keep me," as if saying, "Look how warm I am. Can't you stay a little longer?" Wei Jianguo found her funny and thought his wife was incredibly cute. Under Song Shuxian's daily sweet talk, Wei Jianguo developed a bit of a love-struck mindset. And he enjoyed it. Cunning and Lele saw their mom didn't want to get up, so they climbed onto her and played with her. The two kids loved to compete. The brother would crawl over their mom's left leg, and the younger brother would quickly crawl over the right leg. Song Shuxian sighed. "I feel like I am the big mountain they need to climb in life. Once they get over me, they will have the chance to expand their horizons." Wei Jianguo noticed that his wife had been a bit sentimental lately, as if she was thinking about something. When he asked her, she wouldn't say anything. Song Shuxian indeed had something on her mind. Since coming to this world, she had become Song Shuxian here. She treated the Daong dynasty as her past life. What happened before was gone, and she had let it go. Unexpectedly, she recently dreamed of the Daong dynasty, where her carefree younger brother had turned into a rough man with a big beard, even rougher than Wei Jianguo. It was quite an eyesore. It seemed her brother wanted to say something to her, but she disliked his beard and kept urging him to shave, complaining about his unkempt appearance. Then she woke up. Song Shuxian felt upset. After finally dreaming of her past life, why did it have to be about a bearded man? Couldn't she dream about the dog emperor instead? Or why couldn't she dream about how her brother had become so unattractive? She really wanted to know what happened to the dog emperor. And she also wanted to know how her father dealt with things. After all, her father had a big responsibility in this matter. If he had communicated clearly with her mother in time and analyzed their situation well, her mother might not have felt so troubled. If he could control himself better, or be more decisive and not give her mother any hope, she wouldn't have suffered. After that, no matter how hard Song Shuxian tried to fall asleep, she couldn't see her brother again. Lele, unhappy with his mom's distraction, plopped down on her lap. Song Shuxian said, "Wei Jianguo, your son is too heavy." Lele was unaware of his weight, but Song Shuxian knew both kids were a bit overweight. Luckily, they played and crawled a lot, so they got enough exercise. Hearing the call, Wei Jianguo quickly came over to pick up his son. "Lele, are you bullying your mom? If you keep it up, I'll spank you," he said, giving Lele a gentle pat on the bottom as a reminder. Lele looked innocent. He didn't understand what his dad was saying and thought they were just playing, so he bounced around on Wei Jianguo. "Jianguo, do you think our kids are too fat? I feel like they might be a bit heavy." "They're not fat. Just feel their muscles. They are strong. Plus, they have long legs and arms, so they should grow tall." Wei Jianguo, with a fatherly perspective, thought his kids were perfect. Song Shuxian didn't want to argue and thought about taking the kids to the doctor for a checkup. Letting the kids play on their own, she got up to make sticky bean buns with Wei Jianguo. They put the soaked red beans and mung beans in a pot, added water, and simmered them on low heat until the beans were soft and the water was mostly gone. Then they scooped out the beans and mashed them with a spoon. Song Shuxian liked a smooth bean paste, so Wei Jianguo kept pressing it down. Neither of them liked overly sweet things, so they only added a little sugar for flavor. Next, they shaped the filling. They rolled the red bean paste into small balls, not too big. While Song Shuxian was making the red bean balls, Wei Jianguo had already started mixing the dough, combining yellow cornmeal and corn flour, adding hot water, and kneading it into a dough. Seeing their parents playing with dough and bean paste, the kids couldn't sit still. If anyone in the house had the fastest hands, it was definitely Inan. Before Lele could start, he would check with their parents, who were already prepared to stop him. Inan would then wait for the right moment and grab when the adults weren't watching. Wei Jianguo was using hot water to knead the dough, which wasn't suitable for kids. Inan got burned a little and looked at his hand in disbelief. Then he glanced at Wei Jianguo's hands, filled with confusion. Confirming the child was fine, Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo didn't intervene, just watched to see how he would react. Seeing that no one reacted, Lele reached out to touch the dough, but Inan yanked him back. Lele looked at his brother, wanting to know what happened. Inan seemed to understand that what was safe for Dad might not be safe for him. Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo, the unfeeling parents, just observed without intervening. Inan's hand didn't hurt, so he didn't think much of it and pulled Lele to play with a cloth tiger. Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They hadn't always been like this, especially Song Xuxian. Whenever the kids bumped into something, she would rush over to check. Then when the kids cried, she would cry too. Later, Wei Jianguo noticed that her emotions affected the kids. The more anxious she got, the more the kids cried. They discussed it and decided that in the future, when such things happened, Song Xuxian should stay calm and observe the kids' reactions first. This way, if she stayed calm, the kids would too. A little pain would pass quickly. They wouldn't cry at all. Wei Jianguo said the kids were just taking advantage of their mom's soft heart. At that moment, the couple continued to make sticky bean buns as if nothing had happened. They took a small piece of dough, flattened it with their hands, and placed the bean filling inside, one after another. To be honest, their creations didn't look great, even a bit ugly. But neither of them minded. It was their own work. Feeling inspired, Song Xuxian even made creative bean buns shaped like little pigs, rabbits, flowers, and tigers, making a whole row. Just imagining how happy the kids would be to see them. They placed the first batch in the pot and continued to make the rest. Perhaps because they weren't short on money, or maybe because they had a treasure gourd, they both liked to prepare more than needed. This year, they made over 300 bean buns, freezing half outside and storing the other half in the treasure gourd for later snacking. As the kids grew day by day, Song Xuxian was very careful with the treasure gourd, always looking for a good cover before using it secretly. The mysterious space inside the treasure gourd had already been used by Wei Jianguo, and the couple planned to keep this secret from anyone else. The next day, Wei Jianguo went to work, and Song Xuxian took her 2 children to the hospital for a checkup. When Dr. Wen heard Song Xuxian's concerns, he felt a bit emotional. Nowadays, most people try to endure their illnesses and only go to the hospital when absolutely necessary, thinking it's a waste of money. Song Xuxian felt something was off and wanted the doctor to check her children to be sure. As a doctor, Dr. Wen appreciated patients like Song Xuxian. He also understood those who hesitate to seek medical help, often due to financial reasons. He couldn't help but reflect on the differences in family upbringing and people's behaviors. All these thoughts crossed his mind in an instant. Song Xuxian held Inan and explained, "Inan, let the doctor check you. She will just feel around and use this fun tool to listen." She demonstrated the stethoscope to the child. Inan felt safe in his mother's arms and allowed the doctor to examine him. Lele, seeing that her mother was only holding her brother, became anxious and kept shouting. Song Xuxian reached out a hand for Lele to hold. After both children were checked, Dr. Wen was surprised. They were very healthy, even healthier than most kids their age. Their development was also excellent, far ahead of their peers. "You take such good care of your children. They are thriving," Dr. Wen remarked. Song Xuxian listed the foods her children usually ate: various vegetable purees, pumpkin, carrots, rice flour, apple puree, pear puree, egg yolk, deep-sea fish puree, black sesame paste, walnut oil. Dr. Wen thought, no wonder they are so well-nourished. Most families only give steamed eggs as a source of nutrition. It wasn't that those foods were particularly expensive. Most families could manage to provide them. The hardest to find were the deep-sea fish, but living near the coast, they could pre-order from fishermen. The key was Song Shuxian's dedication. The food she prepared could provide all the necessary nutrients for her children. Word had spread about Song Shuxian needing help to care for her 2 children and not being able to work. Dr. Wen was aware of this and knew many thought she was being overly dramatic. But now, it was clear she truly needed assistance. Dr. Wen recalled the vaccines that had recently arrived. These 2 children are doing well. They can get the BCG vaccine now. Do you want to proceed? It prevents tuberculosis. Ideally, it should be given right after birth, but we don't have the storage conditions for vaccines here. We can only administer them in batches. Song Shuxian knew about the vaccine. She had come to ask about it. Tiantian mentioned wanting to vaccinate her children against smallpox. Yes, are there any other vaccines? I heard a new smallpox vaccine was approved this year and I want my children to get it. Dr. Wen was surprised. The smallpox vaccine had just been approved this year, and Song Shuxian was well informed. It's best not to administer both vaccines at the same time due to potential side effects. Also, we don't have the smallpox vaccine in our military district yet. It's scheduled for April next year. Keep an eye out, and when it's available, bring your children in. You can take home some sugar pills today. They are new and were successfully developed by Comrade Gu Fangzhou, officially released in 1960. It was clear Dr. Wen admired Comrade Gu Fangzhou and looked up to him. Song Shuxian had seen the sugar pills in the newspaper. They were good for preventing polio. However, she remembered it was best to give them when the child was 2, 3, or 4 months old. She had asked about them before, but the hospital didn't have any at that time. Song Shuxian was excited. They have sugar pills now. Is it too late for them to take it? It's not too late. I'll take you to get some shortly. You should also inform other families that we have sugar pills available. Dr. Wen was very pleased to announce the arrival of the sugar pills. They had worked hard to secure them, thanks to the military's support. Okay, I'll let everyone know when I get back. Let's give the BCG vaccine to the children today. This was the first time the 2 children were getting vaccinated. As usual, Anan went first. Song Shuxian held him, while the nurse held Lele. Dr. Wen was not busy and enjoyed working with the children, so she personally administered the vaccines. Anan's little arm was chubby and white, quite adorable. Song Shuxian gently comforted him. It will hurt a little, just for a moment. After that, you won't get sick. Anan, with his big, round eyes, looked at the doctor, and then it hurt. He pouted and was about to cry. Song Shuxian quickly soothed him. Held by his mother, Anan thought she accidentally hurt him and held on tightly, trying not to cry. It was Lele's turn for the vaccine, and Song Shuxian had no choice but to let the 2 children face each other, each sitting on one of her legs, while the nurse helped support them. Seeing his brother's reaction, Lele thought it was funny and reached out to touch Anan's eyes. But before he could, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Lele didn't care about anything else and cried loudly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Song Shuxian didn't know how to comfort him. She was so anxious that she started to sweat. Anan noticed his mother's worry and gave Lele a light slap on the back, shouting at him. Lele immediately stopped crying. It was a classic case of sibling rivalry. The doctor and nurse were amazed that such a young brother could help his mother manage his sibling. This child is impressive. With just one slap, the younger brother stopped crying. Haha, it's clear who the big brother is. Big brother is so brave. He didn't even cry. Song Shuxian laughed as she held both children, thanking Anan. Thank you, Anan, for helping mommy. Our Anan is the bravest. You didn't cry, did you? Lele is also great. He only cried a little. It's okay to cry when it hurts. You are both good kids. The 2 children were happy to be praised by their mother. Lele, having been taught by his brother, wasn't upset. The 2 brothers sat in the stroller, swinging their little legs, eager for their mother to take them home. After saying goodbye to Dr. Wen and the nurse, the 3 of them slowly walked home. To reward the 2 children, Song Shuxian decided to cook something delicious for them when they got home. On the way, they met some neighbors from the family compound who saw her returning from the hospital and asked about it. Little Song, what's wrong? Are you or the kids unwell? Why did you go to the hospital? Yeah, is something wrong with the kids? No, it's just that the kids are getting older and haven't been vaccinated yet. I was a bit worried, so I went to ask. Fortunately, the hospital just received the BCG vaccine and sugar pills, so I got them vaccinated. Make sure to check if your kids are still eligible for the vaccine. Some neighbors thought Song Shuxian was wasting money, saying the kids were fine and didn't need shots, while others who understood thanked her and hurried to take their children for vaccinations. Song Shuxian went directly to Tiantian's house. Sihua had gone to daycare with his mother today. She would have to wait until tomorrow to take Sihua for his vaccination. The two kids had a great time playing with Song Shuxian all day. But when they saw their dad come home in the evening, they immediately started crying. Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo were confused and didn't know what was wrong. And wanted to take off his clothes, but he was too small and weak to do it, so he kicked his legs in frustration. He crawled over to Lele and tried to pull off Lele's arm. Song Shuxian finally understood what was going on. She stayed quiet to see how the kids would react. After a struggle, they showed their arms to their dad, pouting, with tears welling up in their eyes. Wei Jianguo noticed and said, "Wow, one tear for each of you." Song Shuxian explained, "They got their vaccinations today." "Oh, I see," he replied. Wei Jianguo began to praise them, and Lele are so brave for getting their shots without crying. They must have been trying to spare their mom's feelings and held back their tears. Now that dad is home, you can cry if you want. After this, you have to promise not to cry during the next vaccination. Song Shuxian was amused by the kids. They managed to wait for Wei Jianguo to come home before crying, which was quite clever. After calming the kids down, the couple talked. "Honey, these kids are so clever. Who do they take after? I don't remember being like this when I was little." Wei Jianguo thought, "You could just say my name instead of asking." He replied, "They definitely take after me in being crybabies. But they know to wait for me to come home to complain, which is like you. So, all the good traits are like you, and all the bad ones are like me." His wife enjoyed hearing nice things, so he indulged her. Song Shuxian was indeed happy. The couple didn't think much of the vaccination issue. However, a stir arose in the neighborhood, led by Sun Panner. She was the one who had previously been beaten and sought help from Song Shuxian and Tiantian, but then turned against them after seeing Tiantian hit her man. She believed that since she didn't get vaccinated as a child and grew up healthy, her kids didn't need it either. She thought Song Shuxian was being dramatic, making healthy kids get shots for no reason. Unfortunately, many women in the neighborhood went for vaccinations, especially the military wives from the city. Sun Panner's principle was to take advantage of any opportunity. She rushed to the hospital with her child, afraid of missing out. Her child, Bao Dan, was a chubby 4-year-old. Sun Panner wouldn't spend on herself, but all the good food went to Bao Dan, feeding him to 50 pounds. Carrying him was a struggle. Sun Panner, weighing only about 90 pounds, fell while carrying her active child. Bao Dan had always been protected by his 2 older sisters, so he had never fallen before. Now he hit the ground hard. He cried loudly. Sun Panner was terrified, fearing her child was hurt, and rushed him to the hospital.
Fortunately, it was close by.
Upon arriving, she shouted. The doctors thought something serious had happened and rushed out with nurses. After checking, they found only a small scrape on the child. If Sun Panner had taken her time, the wound might have healed on its own. The doctor cleaned the scrape and removed any dirt or small stones. The neighborhood kids were all rough and tumble, and such minor injuries usually just needed some antiseptic. Sun Panner cried while holding her child, and seeing his mother cry made Bao Dan cry too. It was quite a scene. Many people came to check on them, but upon seeing Bao Dan's injury, they just commented and left, not wanting to waste their concern. Sun Panner was hurt more than Bao Dan. She had instinctively protected him during the fall. Her elbow and knee were scraped and bleeding. Worried about money, she refused the doctor's help, saying, "I'm fine, it won't affect anything. I just need to sleep it off." You'd think she had some magical power to heal by sleeping. With all this, Sun Panner should have gone home.
But no.
She was still focused on getting her child vaccinated. She queued up with her child for the vaccination. The doctor told her, "Ma'am, Your child is already 4 years old. The BCG vaccine isn't very effective at this age. It works best when given to newborns, and its effectiveness decreases as they grow. Sun Panner was very unhappy. Then why didn't you give him the shot when he was born? Do you think my husband is of a low status, so you're just messing with us? The nurse explained, please don't be upset. Vaccines are in short supply, and our hospital only receives one batch each year, which is distributed at a set time. At that time, vaccines weren't taken seriously, and BCG was mainly given in big cities and military hospitals. In rural areas, babies were often delivered by midwives at home, and many people lived their whole lives without visiting a hospital. Sun Panner's outburst was unreasonable. If it were any other day, she wouldn't have acted this way. It was just that Bao Dan got hurt, and since she was the one who caused it, her frustration came out. The hospital staff couldn't reason with her and couldn't kick her out, so they had to find Sun Panner's husband. Anyone working there had some connections. That night, screams echoed from the Sun household, and the neighbors were used to it. Helping would only lead to blame. Most just listened for the drama. Sun Panner got beaten that night. Since she sought help last time, her husband now only hit her in covered areas. After being hit, she took out her anger on her 2 daughters. The kids didn't understand and cried loudly when they were hit. That night, the residents of the building fell asleep to the sound of crying. This had nothing to do with Song Shuxian, who was busy preparing for the new year. Indeed, 1969 quietly came to an end, and 1970 was just around the corner. Even though the kids were small, Song Shuxian wanted to make them new clothes. She planned to make them bright red outfits like the ones worn by New Year dolls, which looked festive. The fabric was from when Wei Jianguo bought it for her after they got married. It had a red background with big flowers, and she heard it was hard to find. She hadn't decided what to make until now, using it to make clothes for the kids. The kids watched their mom busy and kept crawling over to play with her. Suddenly, Song Shuxian thought of her childhood clothes. She had some outfits from when she and her brother were little, made of the finest materials. She took out a few pieces that would fit in An and Lele, and once they were dressed, they looked completely different. They looked more like little fairies. Feeling inspired, Song Shuxian closed the door to ensure no one could come in. She took out her childhood dress and changed her sons into it. And An and Lele had no idea of their mother's quirky interests. They just thought she was playing with them and let her do whatever. When Wei Jianguo returned from training, he didn't knock and just climbed over the wall. As soon as he entered, he saw clothes scattered everywhere. One son was wearing a pink ancient-style dress, and the other was in a red one, both with little hats. His wife was holding a camera, trying not to laugh while calling the kids to look at the lens. Wei Jianguo thought, can someone tell him how his sons ended up looking like girls? He wanted to stop it but didn't want to ruin his wife's fun, so he joined in. Surprisingly, his wife had a lot of clothes from her childhood, and it was really fun to dress the kids up. It's that time of year again, Spring Festival. Maybe the festive atmosphere has inspired the 2 kids, as they've been trying to talk lately. When Song Shuxian first heard Mama, she was very happy and rushed over, saying, Lele, say it again. Were you calling for Mama just now? Lele looked at his brother and said, Ma, and then tugged at her brother's chubby feet, responding with Song Shuxian. The earlier joy had completely faded. The 2 kids called each other Ma every day, and it had nothing to do with her, their mother. A week before the Spring Festival, Aunt Feng took a break. Her grandson was coming home for the holiday, so she had to go back early to prepare for the celebrations. Early in the morning, Song Shuxian dressed the 2 kids in their new coats and went to Tiantian's house to meet with Sihua. This year, Wei Jianguo and Lu Xingguo were especially busy, as if they had some tasks to complete, so only Song Shuxian and Tiantian prepared for the festival together. Neither of them felt that this was strange. They had already gotten used to it. I forgot to mention that Tiantian's mother-in-law, Aunt Hua, finally came home. Last time, Song Shuxian openly talked about Tiantian's family, laying Aunt Hua's thoughts bare in the sunlight. To put it nicely, it's about an elder caring for her children and wanting to help other siblings. To put it bluntly, it's about a successful son supporting other kids. Most young wives their age understood Tiantian very well. Such elders are really hard to like. Some sisters encountered Aunt Hua while she was out for a walk and made some not-so-nice comments, intentionally or not. Aunt Hua is a woman who cares a lot about her image. There are some things she can do, but others cannot speak about. Her reputation in the community was damaged, and people were pointing fingers, which made her very unhappy. She could only go back and cause trouble for Lu Xingguo. Son, you're living well now, but have you forgotten how your brother carried you home when you were little? How many wild fruits did he help you pick? Whenever you wanted to play, it was your brother who took you out. Aunt Hua knows her son well. She understands he values feelings, so she kept playing the emotional card, talking about the past instead of the future. But she misjudged Lu Xingguo's current situation. If she only asked him for a small favor, he would agree immediately. Even if she wanted him to help his brother find a job, he would say yes. But Aunt Hua wanted Lu Xingguo to help support his brother's kids, and that was 3 of them. Lu Xingguo isn't foolish. No matter how good the brotherly bond, it can't withstand such demands. Besides, he couldn't bear that responsibility, because he has no right to agree on behalf of Tiantian. Lu Xingguo knows that his contribution to the family is minimal. Everything relies on his wife, including their child, Sihua. Bringing the other 3 kids over means that all the care would fall on Tiantian. This situation has been stuck for a long time. Tiantian treats her mother-in-law like heir. If there's something to be done, she would rather ask Song Shuxian for help than speak to Aunt Hua. Lu Xingguo understands his wife and knows this is her limit. If it's not resolved quickly, Aunt Hua will definitely bring the 3 kids over without asking. Tiantian has said she won't take responsibility, so she likely will just take the kids and leave. At that point, his family would be gone. Lu Xingguo has told Aunt Hua these things before, and she said she could take care of the 3 kids herself. She also claimed Lu Xingguo spoiled his wife too much. Once a woman has children, she changes and compromises for them. This half-cooked situation, Tiantian has to swallow. Those were Aunt Hua's exact words. When Lu Xingguo was young, his parents and siblings treated him well, and he is indeed a person who values relationships. However, he is also very smart. When Song Shuxian openly talked about their family issues, he realized that Tiantian's time was running out. Song Shuxian isn't a gossip. If she spoke up, it must have been at Tiantian's request. If Tiantian asked for it, it means she no longer wants to endure. After thinking all night, the next day, Lu Xingguo knelt and bowed 3 times to his mother. He then called the village leader and informed him about his mother's behavior in the family compound, asking the leader to check with his brothers if they couldn't support their own kids, then they shouldn't have them. He wouldn't help anyone raise kids. The village leader's face grew darker as he listened, and by the end, he was barely holding back his anger. Lu Xingguo is the most promising young man in their village, their hope. With him in the village, young men and women are looked upon more favorably. The village wants to maintain good relations with him, hoping he'll inform them of any recruitment news in the future. Information in the village is often scarce, and by the time they hear about something, it's usually too late. That day, the village elders gathered for a meeting, which included Lu Xingguo's father and brothers. During the meeting, the elders directly asked his brothers that if they couldn't support their kids, they should give them to the village, and the village would take care of them. But from then on, those 3 kids would have nothing to do with them. The outcome was clear. Aunt Hua went home, and she returned without making a fuss. No matter how strong Aunt Hua is, she must listen to the village. The only reason she caused a scene in the family compound was because of Lu Xingguo's feelings. In the village, she wouldn't dare. They still have to live there, and she can't ruin her reputation. Finally, their family troubles were over. Now, when Song Shuxian visits Tiantian's house, she feels a sense of freedom in the air. No one is making snide remarks at her anymore. And Lele were excited to see Sihua, jumping around happily. The 3 kids hugged each other, looking like 3 big colorful balls. And Lele wore matching green floral pants and red floral jackets, while Sihua wore the opposite, red pants and a green jacket, making for a funny sight. I really don't know how Tiantian came up with such a quirky combination. Even Song Shuxian, as their mother, couldn't bring herself to compliment her son's looks. They were really relying on their fair, tender faces to pull it off. Tiantian laughed so hard at this scene that she fell off her chair. Song Shuxian looked at her friend and said, "Remember last year, when we said we would play with the kids this year? Now it's come true." Tiantian replied, "This is just the beginning. I haven't even started yet." Song Shuxian felt a pang of sympathy for Sihua. The two of them took the kids to the service center, as they had many things to buy today. Along the way, the two kids attracted a lot of attention, including many envious looks. Some people thought they were wasteful, using such nice fabric on three little kids. Other children came over to touch them, saying they wanted their moms to make them outfits like that. Song Shuxian was so surprised, she couldn't close her mouth. They looked so silly. If it weren't for the fun of it, she would never let her son dress like this. "I bought a lot of oil. Let's make some fried snacks this year to celebrate that I've finally gotten rid of my mother-in-law," Tiantian whispered to Song Shuxian. "Sounds good. I want to eat 4 happiness meatballs and spring rolls. Let's also make some fried dough twists and small fried snacks. If there's any oil left, we can fry some ribs and hairtail fish."
Deal.
On their way, Song Shuxian and Tiantian discussed what to prepare for the new year while the three kids babbled away. They arrived at the service center. First, they collected this month's supplies, bringing home rice, flour, and oil. Then the two split up. Song Shuxian got 1 pound each of white sugar and brown sugar, and some newly arrived apples. Although they looked a bit wilted, they were rare in winter. Tiantian also bought a lot, bringing home everything she could use. The cart Song Shuxian pushed today was new, resembling a mobile crib, and it had 2 levels. The bottom level was for carrying things, where they placed the vegetables they bought, along with the kids' items, making it very convenient. The top level was larger, like a small bed with high railings. It currently held the 3 kids. The kids were playing happily. On the way back, they ran into Zheng Baiwei and her husband, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Zhang Hongjun looked unwilling, while Zheng Baiwei seemed in a good mood, which was a bit strange. They both nodded to greet each other, since Zhang Hongjun was the team leader. As they passed by, Zheng Baiwei called out to them. After stopping them, she said nothing but kept sizing them up, specifically looking at Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian disliked being scrutinized and asked, "Is there something you wanted, Sister Zheng?" Zheng Baiwei snapped back to reality and casually made an excuse. "No, I was just admiring your fur coat. It's warm and not bulky. Where did you buy it?" Song Shuxian thought to herself, "I was on guard for so long, and this is all it is. I got it in Harbin at a clothing store that specializes in winter wear behind Fanqiu Street. It's really nice." After saying that, Zheng Baiwei walked away, leaving Song Shuxian and Tiantian a bit confused. Meanwhile, Zheng Baiwei said to Zhang Hongjun, "What do you think? Is it nice? Do you regret not marrying her back then? She's definitely a capable woman who can take care of the family and do her job well. Just look at the warm clothes that company commander Wei is wearing." Zhang Hongjun was tired of talking to her. "I've explained many times. We just met once through a matchmaking event. We weren't interested in each other, and then I went on a mission. You've been following her for a long time. What else do you want?"
"Ha, what do I want?"
"I want to know who you really care about. You always look at another woman through me. Don't think I don't know. I've said it many times. There is no such person. I've been on many blind dates, but never settled down until I met you. If there was someone, we wouldn't even know each other." Zhang Hongjun had explained this many times, but Zheng Baiwei refused to believe it. She trusted her instincts. If someone loves another, their eyes can't lie. Zhang Hongjun didn't love her. Zheng Baiwei lived in her own world, determined to find any clue to prove her suspicions. Zhang Hongjun didn't understand why she was making herself unhappy. She had been following Song Shuxian for a long time, noticing her life was very regular, focused on her kids, herself, work, and only occasionally nodding to Zhang Hongjun when they met. Zheng Baiwei had investigated all of Zhang Hongjun's blind dates and concluded that the woman must be Song Shuxian. She had trapped herself in a dead end, spending a lot of time and energy to prove her theory. The harder it was to find evidence, the more she wanted to find it. She didn't even realize what was happening to her. She was becoming a bit unlike herself. Zhang Hongjun felt too tired to go home and didn't want to return to the family compound, so he stayed at the base whenever he could. The conflicts between the couple grew larger. Now, whenever they met, Zheng Baiwei would mock him, while Zhang Hongjun usually preferred to remain silent. Of course, Song Xuxian and the others were unaware of this, and the other wives in the compound didn't see any issues. Their little problems didn't even qualify for gossip. The wives were very familiar with such situations. A girl raised in luxury suddenly gets married and moves to a strange place, needing her husband's companionship and comfort, only to find him too busy to be around for 10 days or even half a month. Naturally, conflicts arise. Some who are good at handling problems can communicate and find a good solution after a couple of days of awkwardness. Those who struggle with problem-solving take a bit longer to work things out. The wives love to watch such drama. Women like Song Xuxian and Tiantian, who quickly adapted to their new roles and took care of themselves and their families, were rare. At that time, they also wanted to see the drama of Song Xuxian and Tiantian, but didn't get the chance. Unbeknownst to them, Song Xuxian and Tiantian were completely focused on their work and taking care of their children, using all their energy, leaving no room to worry about such matters. At this moment, the two were lulling the kids to sleep while busy preparing for the new year in the kitchen. Last year, they were pregnant and couldn't do much, but this year they wanted to experience everything. They prepared a lot of good things. Song Xuxian was kneading dough, mixing flour, eggs, sugar, vegetable oil, and yeast water together to form a smooth dough. She was used to this work and handled it with ease. After kneading, she placed the dough on the stove to let it rise slowly. It needed to double in size. Tiantian was also busy chopping meat for the filling, adding minced carrots and tofu. Her speed was impressive, even making seasoned cooks like Wei Jianguo admire her. Once they finished, the two collapsed on the couch, sipping tea and chatting. Tiantian remarked, "The tea here is really good. After drinking yours, I don't want tea from anywhere else. Maybe it's because you're in a good mood while drinking tea here? Today's tea is from an old man I met at the market. That could be it. I feel so relaxed with you. If I were a man, I would have married you long ago, and then Wei Jianguo wouldn't have a chance." Song Xuxian chuckled and thought for a moment before saying seriously, "That would be nice. You handle the outside and I take care of the home." But poor Lao Lu and Wei Jianguo, they might end up single. They had reflected on this many times. "It's snowing outside," Song Xuxian said, looking at the large, beautiful snowflakes. "Last year, I didn't dare to go out and play in the snow. This year, let's dress the kids warmly and take them out," Tiantian suggested. "Maybe next year, we'll wait until they can walk. We can go out and build a snowman." As the tea steam rose, the two enjoyed their tea while lightning and shadows danced outside, creating a beautiful scene in the small courtyard. This year, the Spring Festival was celebrated separately by the two families. Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo started their busy day early in the morning, preparing roasted pork jerky and roast chicken in the oven outside. Don't underestimate these dishes. They were hard-earned by the young soldiers in Wei Jianguo's unit, who had hunted wild boars and chickens. They gave part of it to the mess hall, but kept the rest for themselves to enjoy. This kind of keeping back wasn't a big deal. The military district turned a blind eye to it. Wei Jianguo was the main worker, handling the washing and cutting, while Song Xuxian added spices and mixed things, which was less strenuous. They worked from morning until noon before finally finishing. Exhausted, Song Xuxian lay down on the bed, not wanting to move. After a struggle to get up, she packed the fried twists, the roasted meat, and the marinated pork and offal she had prepared since morning to take to the brothers in the unit as a New Year treat. The mess hall would also serve extra food today, with everyone getting 2 pieces of meat. But for these young soldiers, that was hardly enough. Wei Jianguo and the other unit leaders would find ways to give them a little more. They couldn't give too much, but they could add a little extra for everyone. Today, Tiantian was on duty, and Lu Xingguo was with a group of young soldiers making dumplings, creating a lively atmosphere. As Wei Jianguo entered the military district with a big bag, he was surrounded by the young soldiers.
Commander, what do you have?
I smell meat. Get lost, you have a good nose. Go call the others. Gather in the dormitory. Your sister-in-law made you some food to share, Wei Jianguo joked.
Commander, what's there?
It smells so good. Your sister-in-law is really talented. Commander's sister-in-law is so nice, thinking of us during the new year. Commander, if there's work in the future, let your sister-in-law call us anytime. Hearing about the good food, the young soldiers chatted and laughed as they headed to the dormitory. Others from different units tried to sneak over for a taste, running into them along the way. Wei Jianguo protected his big bag, making sure no one from other units stole it. When they reached the dormitory, everyone's eyes were fixed on the big bag in his hands. Wei Jianguo understood their reaction. He had been like that too. After a year of little meat, seeing it made his eyes light up. All right, everyone quiet down. Wei Jianguo opened the bag and started taking things out. These are called beggar's chicken. Just unwrap the leaves to eat. This bowl of marinated meat is all cut up for you. I saved the marinade, froze it, and brought it for you. Just heat it up and eat it with steamed buns for some flavor. This package is pork jerky. It keeps well, so save some to enjoy a bit of meat every day. These twists and snacks were made by your sister-in-law. Don't eat them all at once. Save some for later. Every time he took something out, he could hear several people swallowing. If it weren't for Wei Jianguo's presence, they would have rushed to grab it. After handing out the food for them to share, Wei Jianguo went home. On the way, he felt very happy, remembering how the young soldiers reacted to the meat, thinking of his own past. After getting married, his wife paid a lot of attention to food, and he never went hungry again. His wife cared for him, and various meats often appeared on their table. Dishes like ginseng chicken soup and Buddha jumps over the wall, which he never dared to dream of, also made their way to his table. Wei Jianguo was truly grateful to his wife. Giving extra food to the soldiers in the unit today wasn't something all families would do. He returned home in high spirits to have lunch with his wife. On the way, he ran into Colonel Zhang Hongjun, who was also returning to the family compound. Zhang Hongjun saw him carrying a lot of food for the soldiers and honestly felt a bit envious. He also cared for his soldiers, but his wife didn't want to invite anyone home and certainly wouldn't cook for them herself. Zheng Baiwei was a pampered girl at home and looked down on the young soldiers under Zhang Hongjun. She often ordered them around when they helped her. Zhang Hongjun knew that if he didn't have lunch with her, there would be trouble later. He felt helpless about it. It was his choice. Who could he blame? He chose Zheng Baiwei for her family's influence, so he had to tolerate her little temper. Zhang Hongjun understood this clearly. Commander Wei, are you heading home? Zhang Hongjun greeted first, as he admired Wei Jianguo. Wei Jianguo's success was all due to his own hard work. Though they were from different units, they knew each other, and Wei Jianguo spoke casually. Yes, my wife made some food for the young soldiers, and I'm taking it over for lunch. Wei Jianguo had learned to subtly show off his happiness, and he was quite bold about it. Zhang Hongjun, unfortunately, was caught in the crossfire and quickly led Wei Jianguo toward the family compound, not wanting to hear him praise his wife anymore. He knew his wife was good, and he knew he had missed out by arriving late. He just wanted him to stop talking about it. Wei Jianguo didn't think much of it. He was used to bragging with Lu Xingguo. Feeling good today, he wanted to share more. Poor Zhang Hongjun. At lunch, Song Shuqian and Wei Jianguo had a simple meal. Song Shuqian had dumplings, while Wei Jianguo enjoyed the marinated dishes she had saved for him. Wife, this marinated dish is really great. The spice level is just right, and the intestines are delicious, as well as the pork liver and heart. Wei Jianguo praised his wife like a pro. If you like it, eat more.
This was prepared by Aunt Feng.
I just put everything in to marinate. Once Aunt Feng stops helping, I'll have to ask her for some seasoning packets to rely on for our marinated meat in the future. Song Shuqian could cook, but her skills were average. She could make things edible, but they weren't gourmet. The couple focused on their New Year's dinner. Celebrating the new year at home was all about comfort, and they prepared hot pot. They made a pickled vegetable hot pot filled with blood sausage and frozen tofu, which were Song Shuqian's favorites. Worried the kids might get anxious seeing the food, the two adults cleverly played with them all afternoon, helping them learn to walk and playing games. By 7 p.m., the kids were exhausted and fell asleep soundly. The ungrateful parents quickly brought out the food and happily enjoyed their meal. Even Song Shuqian, who didn't like garlic, tried the garlic dip, and the blood sausage with garlic was really tasty. "Wife, do we have any low-alcohol wine?" Wei Jianguo felt like something was missing. Song Shuqian took out a bottle of peach blossom wine, which she had brought from the Deong dynasty. She usually saved it but decided to share it today. Pouring it into their glasses, she took a sip, feeling as if the peach blossoms were blooming on her tongue. "Wife, Happy New Year. Thank you for taking care of me and our home this past year." The couple clinked their glasses, bidding farewell to 1969 and welcoming 1970 together. "Dear, I'm worried about sending An and Lulu to daycare. I don't want to give up my job, but it's tough for me." Wei Jianguo gently pulled her into his arms. After 2 years of marriage, his wife was becoming more like a little girl. "Let's go check out the daycare together tomorrow. It's all military run, so you don't need to worry about safety. Let's give An and Lulu some time to adjust. Our kids are smart. They'll be fine wherever they go." With no better options, Song Shuqian agreed to let the two kids try it out. After a year as a translator, Song Shuqian's skills improved. She went from translating basic materials to handling very specialized content. Due to foreign technology restrictions, every document here is precious. They are brought back with great effort by soldiers and special agents. Many items cannot leave the research institute, meaning Song Shuqian needs to work at the research academy. This created a challenge with the two kids at home. Fortunately, they are now a year and a half old and can express their needs and thoughts simply. Having lived in this world for 2 years, Song Shuqian has grown to love it and wants to contribute to the country's development. The next day, the couple took the twins to the daycare. "Hello, Director Shin. I'm Song Shuqian. We spoke earlier." Song Shuqian shook hands with Director Shin. "This is my husband, Wei Jianguo, and these are my 2 children, An and Lulu." Wei Jianguo was momentarily distracted, staring at Director Shin. Song Shuqian tugged at his sleeve, but he didn't respond. Director Shin playfully slapped his shoulder. "Hey, you've got a wife now. Don't you recognize me?" Wei Jianguo's eyes turned red as he softly called out, "Political commissar. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough? You look terrible." "I'm doing just fine." Wei Jianguo wiped his eyes. "Where have you been, political commissar? Everyone has been looking for you. We haven't heard from you since you retired. What news do you need?" "Just your job well. That's what makes me proud." "Come in, Comrade Song. I was in the trenches with this guy." Wei Jianguo carried one child in each arm and followed Director Shin to his office. An and Lulu could sense their father's mood and behaved well, letting the adults hold them without fussing. In the office, Director Shin patted the kids' heads and remarked, "I can't believe how big your kids have gotten. Let's discuss business first, then we can catch up." Song Shuqian felt it was best to focus on work. "Hello, Director Shin. Here's my work ID. Due to job arrangements, I need to send my 2 children to this daycare. I'd like to know about the meals, safety, and daily routines here. Comrade Song, please make yourself comfortable. The HR department has already been informed. I'll show you around. We currently have 14 children and 3 teachers." Outside the daycare, Song Shuqian could see the classroom through the window. 14 children were in one room, the oldest being 5 and the youngest just over 1. The kids were dressed neatly and looked happy, showing that the teachers cared. Director Shin explained, "With your 2 kids, there will be 16 children here. Our teachers will play games with them and teach some nursery rhymes, but that's about it. You can rest assured about safety. Outsiders can't get in. Could you show me the schedule?" The meal times, nap times, play times, and class times were all preset. Since the kids were still very young, Song Shuqian hoped they would get plenty of rest. Director Shin called over a teacher to provide more details. Your children are just a year and a half old, so they need good sleep. We'll have them nap once in the morning and once in the afternoon. The rest of the time will be for indoor and outdoor activities. Parents can bring food or use what we provide. We serve lunch and dinner, with 2 snack times in between. Parents can also bring their kids' favorite snacks. Song Shuxian further inquired about the children's hygiene and available toys before feeling reassured. Director Shin, I have no more questions. When can I start working? Director Shin anticipated this outcome. As soon as possible. You know our workload is heavy and time is tight. Then I'll come in tomorrow. Sounds good. Once business was concluded, Director Shin laughed and patted the still somber Wei Jianguo. Stop looking so down. I'm still here. Sister-in-law, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Come here. Let me hold my little nephew. Wei Jianguo handed an end to the political commissar and quietly explained to Song Shuxian that Director Shin was his former political commissar from the army, who had gone missing after leaving the battlefield. Understanding that the political commissar didn't want to discuss the past, Wei Jianguo thoughtfully shifted the topic to the kids. These 2 are twins, and they're both very smart. They can run, jump, and be a handful. They were acting quite proud. Director Shin looked at him with disdain. Only your sister-in-law can tolerate you. As they walked to the cafeteria, they quickly became familiar with each other. Song Shuxian noticed that Director Shin had no airs of authority. He was a leader who got things done. Most importantly, such a high-ranking official had no secretary and handled everything personally. The research institute was tightly secured. It felt like an ivory tower, untouched by the chaos outside, allowing researchers to work without distraction. The 3 languages Song Shuxian knew were exactly what they needed. That's why they were eager to adjust her job responsibilities. After parting ways with Director Shin, Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo dropped the kids off at daycare to help them adjust. She stayed nearby, observing their reactions. Once they were sure no one was around, Wei Jianguo spoke about Director Shin. When we received orders to go to the battlefield, we thought we'd be back in a few months, maybe a year at most. We didn't expect to be gone so long. The political commissar had a fiancé back home. He promised to return for their wedding during the spring festival. But once he got to the battlefield, he couldn't contact anyone. After the war ended, he immediately took leave to go home. His marriage application had already been approved, but he was too late and rushed back to marry the girl he loved. When he got home, he found out she had died. After he left, he vanished, and she became the laughingstock of the village. Everyone bullied her, and her family couldn't protect her, so they hurriedly found her a husband. That girl had a fiery spirit. The day before her wedding, she wore a red dress and hanged herself at the political commissar's door. Before dying, she said her life's misfortune began when she met the political commissar. He truly loved her and carried her photo with him, often taking it out to look at. From what I saw earlier, he still hasn't married. But who can we blame for that? When the wake-up call rang, Song Shuxian got up with Wei Jianguo. After quickly getting ready and preparing breakfast, she went to wake up the 2 kids. It turned out that no matter how understanding children are, they don't like being disturbed while sleeping. When their mother called, Anand looked unhappy, not crying but lacking energy. Lula didn't care and started crying loudly, his voice echoing throughout the compound. Song Shuxian knew she had disturbed their rest, so she patiently explained, "Today you are going to the nursery, the fun place you visited yesterday with many older kids. Do you remember? It's a bit far, so we need to wake up a little earlier. You can sleep more when we get there, okay?" After calming An and Lulu, Song Shuxian was drenched in sweat. It was exhausting. Maybe because they woke up too early, the kids refused to eat, only drinking a bottle of milk each. Song Shuxian's bicycle had been modified with a large basket in front, making it easier to ride. It was a bit like a tricycle but turned around. With the 2 kids inside, she could keep an eye on them without worrying about any danger. Anand and Lula found the modified bike very interesting. Even when placed in the basket, they kept touching and looking around, their big eyes full of curiosity. "How do you like it in there? It's specially modified by Dad for you. From now on, you can sit inside while mommy goes to work and you both go to school. The new experience finally excited the two kids. Song Shuxian quickly rode the bike toward the nursery. It was the same teacher from yesterday who came to pick up the kids. Song Shuxian had already told the kids that they would come here to play with their friends and that she would visit them at noon and pick them up after work. The kids trusted their mother. Plus, their good friend C, who was already attending the nursery, and Song Shuxian often mentioned him, so the kids were familiar with the place. After having fun there all afternoon yesterday, they agreed to go to the nursery. Teacher, please take care of these two kids. This is their breakfast. It's their first day waking up early, so they didn't eat much this morning. Please heat it up for them later. I'll come back to check on them when I'm not busy. Don't worry, Comrade Song. Everyone working here loves children. After exchanging a few polite words with the teacher and explaining the kids' situation, Song Shuxian said goodbye and went to work. Emula had no idea about their mother's worries and reluctance. When they saw their friends from yesterday, they were very happy. And Lulu were both good-looking, fair-skinned, and chubby, making them appealing to both adults and children. They quickly won everyone's hearts. Everyone treated them very well. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian arrived at her department to report for duty. There were only 3 people in her department, 1 director and 2 staff members. Hello, Director Sun. I'm Song Shuxian. Director Sun was a middle-aged man who fit the current aesthetic, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He spoke slowly and seriously. I've seen a lot of your translated materials before. Your basics are solid. Welcome to the Research Institute. Thank you, Director Sunday. I'm honored to join the Research Institute and look forward to learning and improving under your leadership. I will do my best to contribute to the development of the Institute. Director Sun was pleased and handed her a thick stack of documents. Working from home is still work, so you're practically an old employee here. I won't be polite. These documents are a bit urgent and in German. See if you can translate them. Song Shuxian took the documents and began to browse through them. She was used to translating English materials, but this time it was German. She examined the documents carefully. Although she knew German, she hadn't used it in a while and felt a bit rusty. After a while, she said, I can translate it, but I'll need a specialized dictionary, so it might take some time. Director Sun was very happy. Taking a little longer was fine as long as she could translate it. He was well aware of how much he struggled with these German documents. There were researchers who could understand German, but he couldn't ask them to stop their work to help with translations. By chance, Director Sun noticed that Song Shuxian could speak English, German, and Russian. This meant he had found a solution. Director Sun coordinated everything to bring Song Shuxian to the Research Institute, leading to their meeting today. In the office, there was another translator like Song Shuxian. Xiao Zhou, this is our other colleague in the department. She was at home translating while pregnant. Please show her around. Sure, no problem, boss. This Xiao Zhou, named Zhou Lai, was an old colleague at the Research Institute who had been assigned there right after graduating from university. He had no personal interest in the work and was eager to have someone to help share the load, so he was very easy to get along with. After a brief chat, they both got busy with their tasks. At noon, Song Shuxian moved her stiff shoulders and said, Brother Zhou, my kids are at the nursery. I'm going to check on them. Okay, do you need me to get lunch for you? No, I'll take my food and eat with the kids. After they finished talking, Song Shuxian quickly walked to the cafeteria. Most of the researchers there were workaholics, often missing meal times when inspiration struck, so lunch hours were long, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Since Song Shuxian arrived early, the cafeteria had just opened. She got some food that the kids could eat and went to the nursery to see them. And Lila hadn't seen their mother all morning and were a bit out of sorts, looking listless and lacking energy. When they saw Song Shuxian, they quickly ran to her, hugging her leg and whining for a hug. The 3 of them shared a warm moment before letting go. Did and Lila eat lunch? Anan patted his little belly, feeling hungry, but it wasn't time to eat yet. At lunchtime, Song Shuxian sat with her food and the 10 or so kids from the nursery to eat together. With their mother there, Anan and Lulu ate heartily. After lunch, Song Shuxian returned to work while the two kids continued to learn well at the nursery. On the first day of work for his daughter-in-law and kids, Wei Jianguo was worried all day. He was concerned that his daughter-in-law might be bullied at work and that the kids wouldn't adjust to nursery life. He felt down. During training, he was quick and fierce, which caused complaints from everyone. They used to be able to hold their own against the captain when they played 5 against 1, but today they were only on the receiving end. Everyone was groaning. Wei Jianguo remained unfazed and even found 2 helpers to join him in team battles. The outcome was predictable. Wei Jianguo won decisively. That day, Wei Jianguo, who never leaves early, went to the research institute right on time. He couldn't relax until he saw his daughter-in-law and kids. The distance wasn't far. It took just 20 minutes by bike. Song Shuxian hurried to pick up the 2 kids after work. After having lunch with their mom and receiving some comfort, the kids accepted that they had to go to nursery. They behaved very well all afternoon and even took a nice nap. At that moment, sitting in the modified bike basket, they were especially happy. "You two listen to mommy. Sit still inside, no moving around, no standing up, and no roughhousing," Song Shuxian said very seriously. Anan and Lele sensed their mom's tone and promised to behave. Only then did Song Shuxian get on the bike and slowly ride out. Worried about safety, she rode very slowly. What should take 20 minutes took her 40 minutes or even longer. As soon as she left the gate, she saw Wei Jianguo waiting outside. Her eyes lit up. His presence made her feel safe. "Honey, why did you come?" "I was worried about you, so I came to ride." Wei Jianguo naturally took the bike and told her to sit on the back. "Oh, you still don't trust me? What a waste of time," Song Shuxian said, trying to hide her smile. "Sweetheart, press your lips together before you speak. Do you see how happy I am? Hee, I know I'm very important. I'll come to pick you up whenever I can." Are Anan and Lele happy? The kids were also excited to see their dad. They remembered their mom's advice to sit still, but their eyes were eagerly fixed on Wei Jianguo, melting his heart. His son was so understanding. "Happy, Daddy." "We played with friends," the kids chattered, sharing their first-day experiences with limited vocabulary. As Wei Jianguo rode home with his wife and kids, he felt warm inside. Anyone could see that this family of 4 had a strong bond. Days passed, and the 2 kids fully adapted to nursery life, playing with friends every day. Among the kids, they had quite a few toys and were willing to share, making them well-liked. Song Shuxian's translation work was going smoothly. She had mastered German well, with high speed and accuracy in her translations. Thanks to her abilities, she secured a place at the research institute. The only thing Director Sun was unhappy about was that Song Shuxian didn't like to work overtime. She always arrived and left on time. This made her an oddity at the institute. Everyone there was willing to dedicate everything to their careers, often working 20 hours out of a 24-hour day. They needed reminders from support staff for meals and sleep. Director Sun had subtly suggested a few times that she work overtime, but Song Shuxian always refused. Her stance was clear. Work is work and life is life. She wouldn't let personal matters affect her work, nor would she let work disturb her life. Director Sun wanted Director Shin to talk to Song Shuxian. After all, their director was very persuasive, and few could resist his influence. However, their director agreed with Song Shuxian's approach and was even willing to provide her with conveniences. It was frustrating, but there was nothing to be done. After finishing her work, Song Shuxian rode home with the kids, looking forward to a day off tomorrow. Anan and Lele were also happy to see their mom. "Mommy, Anan can sing now." "Oh, what song?" "Mommy wants to hear it. Can one of you sing for me?" "I can." Lele jumped up. Song Shuxian quickly stopped the bike. "Lele, sit still. That's dangerous." Lele obediently sat down, his excitement fading. "I'm sorry for my tone earlier, but what you did was very dangerous. Did you forget what Mommy told you?" The kids realized their mistake.
Lele apologized. "Mommy, I'm sorry."
"I won't do it again. I'll be careful." Leilei's speech wasn't very smooth, but Song Shuxian understood what he meant. Is there still a little one who wants to sing for mommy? Leilei sings Little Mouse on the lantern, stealing oil, can't get down, rolls down in a hurry. Wow, Leilei, great job remembering such a long song. Can Anin sing one for mommy too? Anin looked at his mom with bright eyes and began, pull the big saw, tug the big saw, Grandma's house has a big show. Bringing the daughter-in-law, inviting the son-in-law, the little grandson must go too. Grandma cooks a duck egg, can't get it cooked, can't get it hot, making the little grandson fume. Song Shuxian praised him again. Since having 2 kids, her vocabulary for compliments had grown. The 2 kids were a bit dazed from the praise. They had different personalities, and it was more like a big brother, often quiet and uncompetitive, while Leilei was more outgoing, like a little son. Song Shuxian always tried to balance the 2 kids. If Leilei sang a nursery rhyme, she made sure Anin performed something he liked too. Whatever Anin had, Leilei would also get. Mommy, who is grandma? Why don't I have a grandma? Anin asked. Anin and Leilei have a grandma too. She is mommy's mom, a very elegant and wise lady. Grandma loves you both very much and prepares many gifts for you every year on your birthdays. But Grandma has very, very important things to do, so she can't live with us. When we get home, Mommy will show you Grandma's picture. You not only have a grandma but also a great-grandma. Great-grandma loves you very much too and has gifts for you. Mommy will bring them out when we get home.
What is a great-grandma?
Great-grandma is Mommy's grandmother. Finally, she managed to shift the kids' attention. Song Shuxian quietly praised herself for being clever. She really didn't know how to explain life and death to children under 2. When Song Shuxian got home, she quietly took out 2 boxes from the treasure gourd. This is what Grandma made for you. Open it and take a look. Everyone loves gifts, whether they are adults or children. Anin and Leilei sat nicely and the boxes were a bit tight, so they struggled a little to open them. Inside, they found a jade figure, large enough for an adult to hold in one hand. For the 2 of them, it was a bit big, needing both hands to hold it. It was made of white jade and looked like a chicken with a red comb, which made it look quite cute. This was a little trinket that Song Shuxian and her brother received from their elders when they were young, and they had forgotten why it was a chicken. Mom, what is this? Anin asked, blinking his big, round eyes. What do you think it is, Anin? Song Shuxian was always very patient with her 2 children. Anin looked at it for a while before uncertainly saying, it looks a bit like the little chickens in our yard. Song Shuxian nodded encouragingly, her tone exaggerated. That's right. It's a little chicken. Anin, you're so smart to notice the small changes. Anin and Leilei's zodiac sign is the chicken. Do you remember? The 12 zodiac signs, the little yellow chicken that goes cluck cluck. Anin and Leilei grew up listening to their mom's stories and knew a lot about the 12 zodiac signs, including that their sign is the chicken. Leilei seemed a bit reluctant. He thought chickens weren't cool at all. Mom, I don't want a chicken. I want a tiger, like a big tiger just like you. He even made a roaring sound, which was adorably mischievous. Song Shuxian's zodiac sign is the tiger, and Anin and Leilei have always loved big tigers, thinking of them as their mom. She hugged both children and let them play with the jade figure while saying, but chickens are really amazing. Do you remember the story of Deyu controlling the floods? I remember. Deyu is so great. He saved many people. Anin replied. Leilei quickly added, just like Dad. Song Shuxian kissed her 2 sons, thinking how cute it was that they remembered their dad as a great person. Yes, he is as great as Dad. But Deyu also needed tools to control the floods, just like Dad's gun, which is a tool to protect himself and the people. His tool was a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is very precious. It is hidden in the mountains and can only be found by someone who is brave, observant, and kind. We know that Deyu is a very strong man, but it was a bit hard for him to find it alone. So he had to ask a little chicken that liked to help others. The chicken agreed to help Deyu and searched the mountain with great effort to find the Dragon Ball. With the help of the Dragon Ball, Deyu was able to control the floods and save many people. Since then, the chicken has become an important animal and joined the family of the 12 zodiac signs. The children's eyes sparkled. Wow, the chicken is amazing. We want to learn from it. They even started clucking like chickens. Song Shuxian added, the little chickens in the yard are also very good. Don't they lay an egg for you every day? They do their job well. Anan asked, Mom, does everyone have a job? Yes, everyone has their own job. Your job, Anan and Lele, is to grow up happily. Mom's job is to translate a lot of materials, and Dad's job is to protect our country and people. Many Annies have the job of taking care of their children and homes, and their work is also very important. When you see them, remember to say, thank you for your hard work. The two children nodded understandingly. Song Shuxian thought the topic had passed and planned to let them play. Suddenly, Anan asked, Mom, why am I not a Dragon Ball? The Dragon Ball is cooler. Song Shuxian replied, Anan wants to know why your zodiac sign isn't a Dragon Ball. You think the Dragon Ball is cool, right? Yes, Mom. Because the Dragon Ball is just a tool like our broom, brush, or the jade figure you have. They are all tools created to make our lives easier. These things can be replaced. Without a broom, I can use a mop to clean. Without a brush, I can write with a pen. Without the Dragon Ball, there will be other tools. What's important is the chicken that helped you find the Dragon Ball. With it, there will be tools. Of course, the most important thing is that there is no Dragon Ball among the 12 zodiac signs. Lele didn't understand and looked confused. Song Shuxian felt her brain was overheating. Honestly, she didn't know why either. Children at this age ask many questions, often from angles she had never considered. Mom, if something can be replaced, then it's not important, Anan said. Yes, that's one way to understand it. If something can be replaced, it still isn't as important as being unique. Anan is unique. Song Shuxian was unsure how the topic shifted here, so she kissed her two sons. Anan and Lele are both unique. You are both my treasures. I'm so happy to have both of you. I'm also glad you have each other to grow up together. Flattered by their mom, the two children smiled and accidentally splattered her with drool. Mom is also unique. Lele clapped his hands. It's unique. Anan corrected his brother. Is this also a gift from Grandma? Anan asked as he took out a collar from the second layer of the box, the same one he held during his first birthday celebration. Song Shuxian helped him put on the collar. Yes, this is a collar, also a gift from Grandma. The things on it were specially made for you. After putting the collars on both children, Song Shuxian took out a small mirror for them to see. Do you like it? Grandma loves giving gifts. For your 100-day celebration, birthdays, and Chinese New Year, she always gives gifts. This is her gift for your first birthday. I made a mistake and showed it to you during your 100-day celebration. Song Shuxian told them about Grandma's love for them and the meaning of each little charm on the collar. She believed that whether it was her mother from the Daong dynasty or any mother in the world, they would love her children and give gifts if they saw them. Since they were no longer here, she would help fill that gap. We like it. Mom, we want to thank Grandma, Anan said, always so thoughtful, like a little warm-hearted boy. Song Shuxian felt a bit apologetic. Right now, we can't see Grandma. She is far away. When you grow up, we will go visit her. Where's that faraway place? In a place where even Mom can't find her. Before we grow old, we can't go there, but we can talk to the stars in the sky. They can send our words to Grandma. Wow, Grandma is amazing. She can talk to the stars. After calming the two children, Song Shuxian reminded them that what they saw today should only be shared with family. The children were familiar with this. They've been told many times that family matters should not be shared outside, even before they could speak. Perhaps because they drank the spirit liquid from a young age, the two children were very smart, had good memories, and remembered their mom's repeated reminders well. This was also why Song Shuxian felt comfortable talking to them. That night, Wei Jianguo came home in a low mood, clearly troubled. That night, Wei Jianguo came home feeling down, clearly troubled by something. Anan and Lulu were very happy to see their dad and chattered excitedly about the gifts they received that day. Lila couldn't hold back. Dad, Grandma gave this to me. He handed Wei Jianguo a small chicken-shaped toy. Wei Jianguo looked at it and thought, wow, being with his wife really opened his eyes. This was the legendary jade. Wife, how could you let the kids play with this? What if they break it? His voice trembled slightly. Song Shuxian shrugged it off. It's fine. Both kids are sensible and won't throw it on the ground on purpose. She didn't even consider the possibility of it breaking accidentally. This was originally a toy from her childhood with her brother, and now passing it to her own kids felt completely fine to her. Wei Jianguo quickly took the toy back from the two little ones. Wife, let's make a deal. Let's get them wooden toys to play with. In this day and age, it's already great for them to have wooden toys, better than other kids. As for these valuable things, you can give them to them when they grow up. Song Shuxian nodded without concern. As long as the kids had something to play with, whether it was wooden or jade, it was all the same to her. Wei Jianguo realized that the precious jade in his wife's eyes was just a tool for use. Bowls were for eating, and hairpins were for wearing. He didn't know that those items were just ordinary to Song Shuxian, things she had taken from the kitchen of the general's residence since childhood. The truly valuable things she had never taken out. Or perhaps they simply had different views on what was valuable. In Song Shuxian's eyes, those traditional Chinese medicines and precious herbs were worth more than plates and bowls. Wei Jianguo felt that if his wife continued to show off her wealth so casually, he would start to feel jealous. After putting the two kids to bed early, Wei Jianguo decided to show his best side. He enjoyed this soft life and wanted to keep it. After showering, he deliberately put on the big shorts his wife made for him. This pair was white, with a cute tiger embroidered on it, waving its paw. Sure enough, when Song Shuxian saw his muscles, she would get flustered and couldn't help but touch them. After getting married, Wei Jianguo discovered that his wife was essentially a little flirt. When she saw something she liked, she would drool. At that moment, exuding male charm, she would definitely be captivated. With such a start, something had to happen next. After some fun, Song Shuxian snuggled in his arms and softly asked, "When are you leaving?" Wei Jianguo was confused. "Where to? You're acting like this today. Clearly troubled. Don't you have a mission to leave?" Only then did Wei Jianguo realize he had unconsciously brought his emotions home. He kissed Song Shuxian's forehead. "I'm sorry for bringing my bad mood home. There's no mission. I just encountered a small problem at work. I can solve it quickly. Don't worry." Song Shuxian wasn't completely reassured. She knew her partner well. He was a very restrained person, and if he unconsciously brought his emotions home, it meant it was something he couldn't solve himself. "Can you tell me about it if it's not confidential?" Wei Jianguo didn't want his wife to worry, so he honestly shared the issues he had been facing. In summary, it was that the soldiers were entering a fatigue phase, always finishing their training tasks just before the deadline, while their abilities were far from sufficient. Is there something you don't know that is causing everyone to train with these emotions? Wei Jianguo could only say so much, and Song Shuxian had to guess wildly based on her thoughts. "I've investigated this. There are no negative emotions or rumors affecting the training." Wei Jianguo had been troubled by this for a week, checking everything he could think of, but still had no idea what the cause was. The couple went through all possible reasons and eliminated them one by one. Song Shuxian said, "If none of these are the case, then there's only one reason left. Everyone lacks a clear and specific goal and doesn't know what direction to work towards. Over time, they enter a fatigue phase and don't know what to do." Wei Jianguo wasn't sure if his wife was right, but due to confidentiality, he couldn't say much. He just gestured for Song Shuxian to continue. Song Shuxian cleared her throat, indicating she had overused her voice. Wei Jianguo understood immediately, got up to pour her some water, a routine he had done countless times. With just one of her movements, he knew what to do. He also suggested she add some essence to help relieve her fatigue. Song Shuxian began, "I love watching the stars and have learned a bit about astronomy. I know that in the desert, the scariest thing isn't lack of water or animals, but loneliness and lack of direction. Those who go to the desert must first learn to find their way. It's not about using a compass, but about using the stars, plants, shadows, and everything they can perceive to judge. They must ensure they can find their way back in any situation. With direction, there is hope. Wei Jianguo nodded. That's true. It's the same in the desert, the sea, the jungle, or any unknown place. Song Shuxian continued. Governance or war is the same. During the Chu-Han contention, when Liu Bang entered Guangzhou, his goal was very clear: to seize the world. For this goal, he quickly formulated a series of policies. Politically, he made a pact with the people of Guangzhou. Those who kill will die, and those who injure or steal will be punished. At that time, the Qin government was harsh, and Liu Bang's approach quickly won the people's hearts. Economically, he advocated for rest and recovery, encouraging agricultural production, and appointed Xiao He as prime minister to manage economic affairs. Militarily, he employed Han Xian, Peng Yu, and Ing Bu, listening to their opinions. In contrast, Xiang Yu was a bit chaotic, sometimes granting fiefs and sometimes fighting Liu Bang, even killing everyone in the city during the attack on Xiangqing. This showed a lack of long-term strategic planning. When a team has a common goal, its fighting power is formidable. If you can't imagine it, just think of our ancestors. I often hear my grandfather say they really suffered back then, eating roots and drinking snow water, but everyone united as one, fighting against a common enemy, which led to our good lives today. Wei Jianguo's eyes brightened, and he kissed Song Shuxian passionately. You're right, wife. His wife was truly amazing. The problem that had troubled him for so long was solved by her in just a few words. Not wanting to bother her with multiple issues, Wei Jianguo continued to seek her advice. Wife, if it were you, what would you do? Song Shuxian rolled her eyes. This man was really pushing his luck. But since he was the father of her children, she indulged him. I've been reading that author's work on prolonged warfare, which objectively analyzes the national conditions, nature of the war, and international situation of both flower country and cherry blossom country. It concludes that the war is a prolonged one. That author is truly wise, and his thoughts are worth our continuous study. In his article, he discusses how to analyze such problems from 4 aspects: internal environment, external environment, our strengths and weaknesses. From this, a goal can be established which must be specific, clear, challenging, yet feasible. Once the goal is set, you should break it down according to the actual situation, ideally to a level that can be achieved with some effort, gradually increasing the difficulty. We have that author's works at home. When you have time, read them more. We can discuss any unclear parts together. He really is impressive. After saying this, Song Shuxian noticed that Wei Jianguo had not responded and was clearly deep in thought, gesturing with his hands. She decided not to disturb him and closed her eyes to sleep. Having found his direction, Wei Jianguo was full of determination and busy every day. The training for his team was very effective, everyone seemed energized, and several training metrics improved. Wei Jianguo was not one to boast, so only his team knew about these achievements. Every day, he sought various methods to push everyone to train hard. A little more effort now would increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Since getting married, he had come to value his life greatly. Besides that, the biggest change in Wei Jianguo was that he never put down a book. In the past, when he had time at home, he would read. But with kids to care for and a house to manage, time was limited. Now, whenever he wasn't training, he was reading, focusing on a particular author. His admiration grew. In the evenings, he would share what he read with Song Shuxian and discuss his insights. Song Shuxian, knowledgeable in history, would relate each day's content to a historical event, helping him understand better. This kind of learning subtly influenced everyone at home, including An and Lulu. When they grew up, the 2 kids would laugh and say, "Our enlightenment came from that author's books." Dad explained the content, and Mom detailed the meanings, often pairing them with suitable stories. The most direct result of this was that during a major competition in the military district, Wei Jianguo and his battalion stood out remarkably, far ahead of the 2nd place. During that time, Commander Zhang's infectious laughter filled the office, making other commanders envious. With Wei Jianguo's military achievements, he could have already been promoted to a regiment level, but he was held back due to his age and abilities. Moving from battalion to regiment level was not just a promotion, it was a significant leap. Battalion commanders focused more on executing specific combat tasks and managing grassroots troops. In contrast, regiment commanders needed exceptional strategic vision, able to assess the entire battlefield situation and develop operational plans that aligned with overall strategic goals. Additionally, regiment commanders needed excellent coordination skills to ensure cooperation between different units, creating a powerful combat synergy. Thus, the transition from battalion to regiment was a comprehensive upgrade in capability, a crucial step from being an excellent leader to becoming an outstanding general. Previously, Wei Jianguo lacked this capability. The higher-ups had been giving him opportunities and pressure to learn. However, they did not expect his growth to be so rapid, advancing to this level in just 2 months. He delivered a perfect report to his leaders. Commander Zhang, unable to hide his pride in front of his favorite subordinate, patted Wei Jianguo on the shoulder.
Good job.
Just wait. This year, you'll get the order for a promotion to deputy regiment commander. You've really made me proud. I always said you could do it. Being young is no issue. Young people are quick-witted. Wait, do you have some secret method, or were you just hiding your talents before? Few commanders are truly reckless. Being both bold and meticulous is essential. After his excitement, Commander Zhang quickly realized that it was unlikely anyone could become so enlightened in such a short time. He himself took 4 years to reach this point. Wei Jianguo smiled widely, looking almost silly. He shared the recent book he had been reading with Commander Zhang. My wife recommended it to me and explains each part's meaning and provides examples. Commander Zhang held the book, unable to put it down. He had read it too, but not with the depth of understanding Wei Jianguo had, as each section included several historical events for explanation. What shocked Commander Zhang the most were the many highlighted sentences, where Wei Jianguo noted relevant historical battles and famous foreign conflicts. If reorganized, it could easily become a textbook. Commander Zhang was reluctant to return it to Wei Jianguo. He patted Wei Jianguo's shoulder again. What luck you have. This isn't just marrying a wife. It's like bringing a strategist home. Just then, Political Commissar Su walked in and asked, "What are you talking about?" Commander Zhang handed him the book. "I'm saying this kid, like me, only went to elementary school. How did he grasp in 2 months what took me 4 years and so many lessons to learn? Clearly, someone is helping him." After reading, Political Commissar Su said, "A good wife brings prosperity to 3 generations. Cherish her. I've heard some people gossiping that your wife doesn't do housework and spends money freely. Don't listen to them. Focus on your life with your wife. They are just envious of her value, which goes beyond daily chores. With her around, your 2 boys will be just fine in the future." As he spoke, Political Commissar Su couldn't help but feel envious of Wei Jianguo's good fortune. Wei Jianguo beamed with pride at the praise for his wife, looking as if he could float with joy. "My wife is indeed amazing. She's knowledgeable in history and fluent in English, German, and Russian, and she can paint. Most importantly, she treats me very well and can't stand to see me upset. Even when I say nothing, she can sense my emotions." He chuckled with delight. Political Commissar Su held onto the book, reluctant to return it. Next to the phrase "no comment without investigation," he wrote "no comment without the full picture" and noted the reforms of King Zhao of the Warring States period. "Reading is learning, but applying it is even more important," he wrote, adding "combine learning and thinking, apply what you learn, and use it to promote learning," along with the concept of unity of knowledge and action, applying Western learning in a Chinese context. Commander Zhang could only see that the book was good, but Political Commissar Su could see why it was valuable. If this book could be promoted throughout the military district, it would greatly benefit everyone. However, Political Commissar Su was concerned. Some of this content was sensitive, and any misstep could lead to serious consequences. Wei Jianguo's willingness to share it showed he trusted them, but they needed to be cautious. He looked at Wei Jianguo, eager to hear his thoughts. The dilemma that troubled Political Commissar Su had also crossed Wei Jianguo's mind. He turned to Sue and said, "My wife said I can share the book with you, but once I do, it's no longer our concern." In the end, the three of them decided to keep the book to themselves for now. They would wait for a more suitable environment in the future to share it. Wei Jianguo would not bring it out again. It wasn't that they didn't want to improve the regiment. Everyone had families to think about, and they had to consider their loved ones too. Moreover, there are countless ways to achieve goals. Like Wei Jianguo, he learned for himself and integrated that knowledge into training his subordinates without needing to explain why. He just needed them to follow his lead. Wei Jianguo's appointment came quickly, just half a month after the last big competition. He became the deputy team leader at the age of 24. The couple chose a day to take a break together and planned to take their kids out for some fun and relaxation. During this time, Wei Jianguo was busy and Song Shuxian was also not easy. It had been a long time since they took their two children out. Ben and Lele, tomorrow is our family day since Mom and Dad are off. Is there anywhere you want to go? Song Shuxian had a habit of discussing things as a family, even small matters that were big deals for the kids. Ben asked, "Don't we have to go to daycare tomorrow?" "That's right, no daycare tomorrow. Mom and Dad don't have to work, so we can take you out. Do you have any place in mind?" Lele had no particular thoughts, but was excited to hear they didn't have to go to school tomorrow, jumping around the room with joy. Anin had a great memory. He remembered the beach and how Mom liked to go there to catch seafood. "Let's go to the beach,"
he shouted.
Song Shuxian's eyes lit up.
"Great.
Let's go to the beach and have Dad ride his bike to take us. It's perfect because Lightning and Moing can also get some exercise. They've only been to the research institute with me lately and must be bored." Just as she mentioned the two dogs, they came over, nuzzling against Song Shuxian with their fluffy heads. She hugged their heads and gave them a good rub. Their dogs had really become part of the family. They needed a good rub to feel better. Recently, Anin and Lele loved riding on the dogs, climbing onto Lightning and Mo Ying's backs whenever they could. With both parents around, the kids were thrilled and climbed on eagerly. Lightning and Mo Ying adored their little brothers, lying down so the boys could get on. Once they were settled, the dogs would slowly walk around the house. Wei Jianguo kept a watchful eye on them, ensuring they were safe. Tonight, they had hot pot with lamb from the grasslands, frozen tofu and noodles left over from winter, and lots of fresh vegetables and mushrooms, topped with special sauce from Beijing. Who knew how precious this hot pot was? They ate in silence, enjoying every bite. While Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo ate, they also had to keep an eye on the kids. The boys usually followed Wei Jianguo's appetite, and while sharing meals was fine, they needed to be careful. If left unchecked, they would overeat. "Mom, this lamb is so delicious," Lele said while eating and sharing with his mom. Just a little sauce on the cooked lamb made the two boys very happy. They didn't realize that their parents were eating something different. Song Shuxian had cooked some vegetables and tofu for them, which was a rule in their home. Every meal must include vegetables. Even if the kids didn't like it, they had to eat them. If they didn't, Dad would spank them, and his hand was very strong. It hurt a lot. After dinner, Song Shuxian exchanged glances with the kids. Lele, being a bit clueless, didn't understand, but Anin quickly grabbed his brother and ran into the room. In a little while, they came out with a drawing and handed it to Wei Jianguo. "Dad, this is our gift for you." "Promotion gift," Lele added. "Dad, you're the best." Both kids shouted in unison. Wei Jianguo's eyes turned red as he squatted down to hug his two sons, giving each a kiss. "Thank you. Can I open it now?" "Yes." The drawing was their recent project titled My Dad. It depicted a tall man with 3 hairs, holding something in his hand. Next to him was a woman with 3 hairs, holding 2 little kids with 3 hairs. Song Shuxian covered her face. She really didn't want to admit that this 3-haired family had anything to do with her. Wei Jianguo forced a smile. "Anin and Lele, this is really good." "What's this?" "It's Mom, Dad, and Anin and Lele, our family," Lele answered quickly. Song Shuxian thought, "Thank you." "Lele, are Lightning and Moing in the drawing? If not, the dogs would be sad. A family should be complete." "Yes, Mom," Anin said this time, pointing, "Here, Mom." Following Anin's finger, Song Shuxian saw two dark blobs. She thought they were just ink spots. It was really tough for Lightning and MOing. After getting the kids to sleep, Wei Jianguo hugged his wife and asked, "Honey, what gift did you prepare for me?" "The hot pot tonight. All my hard work." "How was it? Did you like it?" Wei Jianguo held her close. "Then I'll get another gift for myself." Song Shuxian quickly stopped him. If he took too long, she wouldn't have the energy to talk. Song Shuxian took out a chess set, something she had carefully observed and was now allowed to play with. She had someone bring it back from Beijing, as they couldn't find it in their small town. Wei Jianguo was surprised. "Chess? How did you think to get this?" It was no wonder he was surprised. Cultural entertainment had been suppressed to the extreme, and there was hardly anything left. If his wife could bring this out, it meant it was allowed. Song Shuxian explained, "These things test logical thinking and strategy. We can play a couple of games together." Wei Jianguo loved it. He had never thought he could own a chess set. When he was a child, the teacher in his village had a set that was treasured and not allowed to be touched. Wei Jianguo had a tough childhood, where even basic needs were a problem, so he never dared to dream of such luxuries. That teacher was a strange person and had shared some chess strategies with him. From then on, chess became a part of his life. After joining the army and leaving home, he never saw it again. He never expected Song Shuxian would remember what he liked and bring it to him. He held the chess set close, exploring each piece. "Shall we play a game?" he suggested. Song Shuxian had no objections. She was good at Go and shouldn't lose too badly. Wei Jianguo explained the rules and started playing with her. Wei Jianguo was meticulous and liked to plan carefully, balancing caution with boldness.
Song Shuxian enjoyed this about him.
The couple found a quiet corner and began to play. In the first two games, Song Shuxian didn't quite grasp the rules and lost badly. In the third game, she decided not to sit back and let him win. Instead, she took the initiative to disrupt his plans and unexpectedly claimed victory. After playing for a while, Wei Jianguo remembered other matters and quickly packed up the chess set, treating it like a treasure. What were those other matters? Those who understand, understand. Wei Jianguo moved the kids' small beds to the study and started working on his tasks. Later, the couple leaned against each other and talked. Song Shuxian was a bit worried about their younger son. "Honey, do you think Lele is so naive that he might get tricked when he goes out? I taught them both together, so why is one clever and the other not?" Wei Jianguo chuckled softly. "Honey, if you only look at our two kids, you'll think that way. Anan is a bit smarter, but Lele is not foolish. He's better than most kids his age." "Really?" Song Shuxian asked, sounding unsure. "Don't worry, our kids are great." Wei Jianguo's biological clock is always accurate. Staying up late does not affect his ability to wake up early. He quickly gets up, tidies the house, tends to the vegetable garden, and prepares breakfast. However, today there was a little surprise. The two kids were eager to go to the beach and woke up early too. Since they're still young, they can't get off the bed by themselves. The first thing they do when they wake up is to call for their mom. Hearing the noise, Wei Jianguo quickly carries them out before they wake up Song Shuxian. "Mom has been very tired lately. Yesterday, while you two were sleeping, she worked for a long time. You can help Dad tidy up the vegetable garden first and let Mom sleep a bit longer." The two kids nodded obediently. They really like their dad and think he is a hero, so they listened to Wei Jianguo. He made them little brooms so they could sweep the living room, and after that he gave them a cloth to wipe the table, starting them young on chores. Song Shuxian always feels the kids are too young and doesn't want them to work. She wants to do everything for them. Wei Jianguo knows that his wife grew up in a comfortable environment and believes children should be pampered and not made to work. But he doesn't want his kids to be dependent on others. So, he consciously teaches them to do chores, encouraging them to take care of their own things and telling them they are little men who should help protect their mom. The only one who needs protection at home is their mom. A big part of why Song Shuxian can handle the two kids alone is that they genuinely believe their mom is gentle and needs protection. This makes them very obedient. They discuss their thoughts and needs with their parents instead of throwing tantrums. By the time Song Shuxian wakes up, The house is already clean. The clothes are washed too. She sleepily walks out and says to Wei Jianguo, "Honey, carry me." Wei Jianguo quickly takes her back inside. She is still half asleep, and when she wakes up fully and sees herself in front of the kids like this, she might feel embarrassed. When a wet cloth is placed on her face, Song Shuxian finally wakes up completely. "What time is it?" 7:30. "You need to get up." The kids are super excited. "Give me 20 minutes. I'll be ready quickly." Song Shuxian puts on a smart outfit, with deep blue pants resembling factory workers' uniforms and a yellow top. She styles her hair into a side braid with a blue headband, looking more like a young girl than a mother of two. "Kids, do I look pretty?" Mom is the prettiest. Lele loves Mom the most. Lele is definitely the sweetest when it comes to compliments. Song Shuxian gives him a big kiss and then looks at Anan, her eyes asking for praise. Anan also adores his mom, saying, "Mom is the most beautiful." Song Shuxian hugs him, saying, "Thank you, Anan. Dad said you two are helping him today. You are amazing. Already Dad's little helpers." The kids quickly get lost in Song Shuxian's praise, promising to continue helping Dad in the future. Wei Jianguo watches as Song Shuxian praises the kids. One great thing about his wife is that she rarely makes the kids do chores and doesn't agree with his teaching methods. But she never contradicts him in front of the kids, always maintaining Dad's image. She only shares her thoughts with him privately. If Wei Jianguo can convince her, Song Shuxian won't interfere anymore and will support him. Ain and Lele, go pick some tomatoes and cucumbers. After sending the kids off, Wei Jianguo takes Song Shuxian to eat. The three of them have already eaten. After the meal, the couple comes out and Anan and Lele are already waiting by the bicycle, ready to go. With the two kids in front and his wife behind, Wei Jianguo feels an immense sense of strength. The kids, wearing their little rain boots, run around on the beach. Their small bags are filled with pretty seashells they collected. Since the bags are small, they throw away the old ones to make room for the new, a typical case of a bear grabbing sticks. Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo follow behind, picking up any seafood they find. Today's main goal is to have fun. Anything they collect is just a bonus. "Honey, I plan to do some crafts with the kids," Song Shuxian says, inspired by a book she read recently. She wants to develop their hands-on skills from a young age to stimulate their brains. Even though they are smart after drinking the essence, who wouldn't want even smarter kids? What kind of crafts? Wei Jianguo has never done crafts and can't imagine. Using leaves, seeds, shells, etc., to let them use their imagination and create pictures or little things. It will also help train their focus. Song Shuxian is used to sharing everything with Wei Jianguo. Even if he doesn't have time to participate, knowing about it feels like involvement. "Sounds good, but it will be tough for you. I might be busy with a new job soon. You focus on your work. I can handle it. I actually enjoy doing little crafts myself. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, has your workplace said anything about working during the winter? It gets really cold, so it would be best to work from home. I'll check with my boss. Right now, I'm not busy. I plan to finish the translation work and then stop. The kids are getting older, and it's the right time for their education. I want to play with them and teach them through games. I can teach them about history and literature gradually. I didn't learn math well, but I can manage a bit. As for poetry and songs, they don't need to write, but they should understand some. It's the perfect time for them to learn languages. I plan to teach them English slowly, and later German and Russian. As for martial arts, you can see when to arrange that. With a father like you, Anan and Lele can't be weaklings." Song Shuxian speaks enthusiastically, completely unaware of her husband beside her, whose mouth is agape in surprise. Wei Jianguo seriously asks, "Honey, aren't Anan and Lele only 2 years old?" "Yes, time flies, they're almost 2. Song Shuxian replies cheerfully. Wei Jianguo discreetly squeezes Song Shuxian's hand. "Honey, isn't it too early to start learning these things at 2? Song Shuxian blinks. "Not too early.
These are things they need to master.
Starting now in a playful way is fine." She doesn't see any problem with this. After all, which young noble in the Daong dynasty didn't grow up like this? starting to learn through play at 2, and by 4, they should be sent to a tutor. Her brother was praised as a little general by 15, excelling in archery and literature. Honey, I don't think I've ever asked about your upbringing.
I'm suddenly curious.
Song Shuxian immediately understands he means her education. This is simple. She can add a bit of her own flair. The original her received a somewhat Western education, while she is a true traditionalist. I was raised by my mother and grandmother. My mother's education was more Western, while my grandmother's was traditional, so I learned both. I started learning at 3, covering history, literature, math, and science. Besides what you know, I also play musical instruments. I'm good at the piano and quite skilled with the guqin. I can try Go, and I learned embroidery and sewing quite well. Additionally, my writing and archery skills are also commendable. As Song Shuxian finishes, Wei Jianguo is so surprised he doesn't know what to say. He can only manage, honey, you've worked hard. Indeed, she has worked hard. She married him at 18, meaning all this was learned before then. Most people are impressive if they learn 1 or 2 things, but she can do it all. Wei Jianguo reflects on how fortunate he is to have such a wonderful wife. He feels that his wife has been held back by the world. He doesn't oppose the kids' learning. If his delicate wife can endure the hardships of education, then the 2 little rascals can handle it too. If they can't learn, he will use a belt for discipline. The 2 little rascals, happily playing in front, have no idea what awaits them. Wei Jianguo watched the 2 happy children playing and felt a mix of sympathy and envy. In the countryside, many children only wish for enough food to eat. By the age of 4 or 5, children who can walk are expected to work, pulling weeds, catching bugs to feed chickens, and picking up grains. The favored children in the family get to do these easier tasks. Those who are not favored by their parents start doing laundry for the whole family at 4 or 5, and as they grow older, they must cook for everyone. Having food to eat and not starving takes all their strength. In the village, very few people can read. Wei Jianguo only began to learn after joining the army. Only parents who truly love their children send them to school. What Song Shuxian said about school is true. They won't teach a single word, not because they don't want to, but because the teachers themselves can't. The more Wei Jianguo thought about it, the more he felt that if these 2 children dared not study hard or show disrespect to their mother, they would certainly face consequences. Though he thought this way, he was careful with his words. Wife, even though the kids are quiet, they are still children. When you teach them, you need to find the right balance and avoid discussing outdated ideas, or it could be dangerous. Song Shuxian nodded, understanding the importance. I recently bought some children's books. I plan to use The Web of Heaven and Earth, The Message Tree, and Brother Militia as starting points. These are from the bookstore, so they should be fine. It's a pity they can't learn music or writing, but thinking positively, when they grow up, they can learn to drive from you, which shows progress. Wei Jianguo gently squeezed her finger. It wasn't appropriate to pat her head in public. The 2 children ran ahead, and when they noticed their parents weren't following, they dashed back. Mom, look at this beautiful shell I found, and said, holding a shell as big as an adult's hand. Song Shuxian took it and held it to her ear, listening. Wow. Thank you, son. It has the sound of the sea. Let's collect more pretty ones, and when we get home, we can ask Dad to help us make holes in them to turn them into wind chimes. How does that sound? Lele, a step behind, came over and handed her the shell he found. Yes, yes, yes. Mom, I want one of my own. Of course. Later, you can ask Dad to help you with the holes. We can also use them to create little animals like the turtle you like or the big tiger your brother likes. The 2 children hugged their dad's legs. Dad, can we? Please help us. Wei Jianguo happily agreed. He enjoyed this family time. In truth, he wasn't sure how to interact with the kids. Song Shuxian always included him, playing and telling stories with the children. Sometimes, she would even let the kids be a bit spoiled with their dad. Old comrades who see Wei Jianguo now hardly recognize him. He has become much softer. Wei Jianguo smiled gratefully at his wife. Song Shuxian loved that the children admired their dad. She never told them about his difficult childhood. To her, All the hardships and ease contributed to who Wei Jianguo is today. Those are his past, his medals. As his children, they only need to know that their dad is a hero who loves them and their family. The two children got tired and found a dry spot to sit down, refusing to move. Song Shuxian found it amusing. They must be exhausted. She and Wei Jianguo spread out a cloth and took out the fruits they had prepared at home, sharing them with the kids so they could eat on their own. Of course, they had their own snacks too. Song Shuxian wouldn't deny herself good food. She always shared the best with the children. With more life experience, she understood things clearly. In this world, the person we should love the most is ourselves. When the two children saw their parents, they scrambled up and climbed onto their mom. "Mom, hug," they said. Song Shuxian hugged them both, wiped their sweat, and entered the Y mode. "Mom, why do the waves keep coming and going?" A keen observer, noticed the waves' movement. Because many forces push them. You see, when we fan ourselves in summer, it makes the water ripple. The wind over the sea is very strong. Song Shuxian always took the children's questions seriously, answering whatever came to mind without hiding anything. This was how her mother taught her and her brother, which is why they could thrive when they went to join their father at the border. But she clearly underestimated how much and Lele valued fairness. "Mom," Anan has already asked a question, but Lele hasn't had a turn yet. The two children were very sensitive to order and had specific expectations about how things should be arranged. Song Shuxian quickly said, "Lele, do you have a question? Do the waves get lost?" "They don't get lost. Waves are very smart. They know they will always move back and forth in the sea. So, they learn to follow the direction of the wind. Plus, the sea is very, very big, so there's always a place for the waves to go, which is why they don't get lost." Song Shuxian was very experienced in answering the children's questions. Wei Jianguo silently gave her a thumbs up. He couldn't answer so many questions. Song Shuxian's idea to resign ultimately did not succeed. At the research institute, she was not the only one who spoke 3 languages, but she was the only one with an exceptional ability to remember everything at a glance. If it weren't for her lack of ambition and desire to simply be a translator, they would have wanted her to learn more languages. The institute certainly wanted to make the most of her talent. Director Shin smiled like a cunning wolf. "Sister-in-law, think about my relationship with Jianguo. We are like brothers. I wouldn't betray you. We really need you here. You have a great memory, and I can send you to the document room to help organize materials. Once you've learned enough, you can gradually shift towards research." Song Shuxian smiled apologetically. "Director Shin, I truly am not interested in that. Given your relationship with Wei Jianguo, I won't say any formalities. I am the only one left in the Song family. I just want to live a simple and safe life. I want to raise my 2 children well and let them grow up healthy and happy. I initially agreed to be a translator out of curiosity and because I could work from home, which helped pass the time. I agreed to come to the institute this time because the situation was urgent, and I had promised to complete the work, no matter how difficult it was. Now that I have finished the work I agreed to, I just want to spend time with my children." Director Shun was already very familiar with Song Shuxian's background. He guessed her choice. She didn't need money and wouldn't work just for that. After spending time together, Director Shin knew that Song Shuxian lacked ambition, and if pushed too hard, she would really quit. So he stopped trying to persuade her to take on other work. Song Shuxian took the opportunity to say, "Director Shin, you are not an outsider, so I'll be honest. It's not that I don't want to contribute to the country. It's just that my 2 children are growing up, and what they learn in daycare is far from enough. I want to personally educate them. If the children from the Song family grow up to be useless, our ancestors would be ashamed. Sister-in-law, it's not that I'm making it hard for you or trying to keep you here. You can see that in our department, there are only 3 people, and there is so much translation work to do. We really can't keep up. How about this? Just like before, you can take normal content home to complete, but confidential content must still be done in the office. The workload will remain the same." For someone like Song Shuxian, Director Shin didn't know what else to say. Her family was known for their commitment to supporting the revolution, having donated their entire factory. Now she was the only one left. This made his usual talk of contributions seem like a joke. Offering her benefits wouldn't work either. She didn't lack money. When they investigated her, they found she had 30,000 in the bank, enough to live on without working. Moreover, Wei Jianguo was earning money. His monthly salary was 108 plus bonuses, which was more than enough to support the family. Director Shin felt exhausted and didn't know who to talk to. With Director Shin's assurance, Song Shuxian felt good. She knew that in negotiations, one shouldn't reveal their ultimate goal too quickly, but should leave room for the other party to negotiate. As long as he proposed something acceptable, she could agree. This was a pleasant surprise. She could take work home, which was wonderful. When she got home, she shared the good news with Wei Jianguo. During this time, while Song Shuxian's work was light, Wei Jianguo was very busy. His biggest challenge now was writing reports. These tasks used to be handled by the political commissar, but now he had taken over. It was tough for someone who led troops in battle to do paperwork. It took him half a day to write a report, and even then it was often not up to standard and needed revisions. It was frustrating. After a day of struggling with reports, he returned home feeling drained and saw his wife and 2 sons making wind chimes with shells they had collected together. "Kids, what do you want?" "Mommy wants a purple one, using only purple shells." Song Shuxian gently guided them to think for themselves. Lele quickly responded, "I want one that looks like a turtle." "Is it a turtle wind chime?" Yes, Lele said eagerly, as he had recently developed a fondness for turtles. "Wow, that's a tough request. Let's think of a way together. If it doesn't work, how about we just draw a turtle on the shells?" "Okay." Lele shouted loudly, worried he wouldn't get his turtle. Song Shuxian turned to Anan, who was still thinking, and asked softly, "What do you want, Anan?" "I want a big red tiger," Anan said after careful consideration. Wei Jianguo stood outside, listening to the conversation inside, feeling all his fatigue fade away. He walked in and said, "I'm back." The 2 kids rushed to climb onto their dad, calling, "Daddy, Daddy." Wei Jianguo let them climb up, eventually lifting them onto his shoulders so they could sit high. Song Shuxian suddenly found this scene very touching and wanted to capture it. She thought, this is what lifting is. As the father and sons played, Song Shuxian got up to go to the kitchen, knowing he must be hungry by now. "For dinner, I'll make fish head tofu soup, stir-fried greens, and some rice with sausage." "How does that sound?" "Just something simple is fine," Wei Jianguo said, not wanting his wife to work too hard. She had to work and take care of the kids, which was already tiring. Song Shuxian ignored him. People need food to have the energy to work. After playing with the kids for a while, Wei Jianguo called Shandian and Moing to watch their younger brother, and then went to find Song Shuxian. He hugged her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and said pitifully, "Wife, being a regiment leader is so exhausting. I don't understand it at all. I used to lead troops in battle, and now I have to write reports. It's really draining." Song Shuxian laughed. "Is it possible that Zhang and Su are doing this on purpose?" "On purpose? No way. We get along well. They don't seem like the type to sabotage me." Wei Jianguo said this uncertainly. He knew those 2 weren't like that, but who could be sure? His wife often said that the most complex thing in the world is human nature, and the most changeable is also human nature. Wife, did I offend someone without realizing it? Song Shuxian thought Wei Jianguo seemed a bit like a spoiled puppy at that moment, and she couldn't help but say, "Have you considered that they are training you?" "Training me?" Wei Jianguo said in disbelief, thinking they were using his least favorite paperwork to train him. Surely they were trying to drive him crazy. Seeing he hadn't grasped the idea yet, Song Shuxian offered some guidance. "They let you look at past documents, right? You can check the previous ones. Besides observing the format and expression, you can also see key information and other things. Extracting that information might be beneficial for you." After hearing this, Wei Jianguo perked up. "Wife, I'm so lucky to have you." The next day, Wei Jianguo followed Song Shuxian's method, found the previous materials and repeatedly read and compared them to identify the key points. After reading them many times, he even memorized the report's content. He finished reviewing the materials from the last 3 years and indeed found the key insights. Once he found the method, writing the materials became easy. He took the completed materials to see team leader Zhang and political commissar Su. While Su was reviewing the report, Zhang was already comforting him. "Don't be sad. It's normal for us beginners to go through this process. I went through it too. Just sorting through these materials took me over half a year. I was so frustrated that I almost quit. I wasn't afraid of the enemy, but I let this little thing get me down. But I got back up, rewrote it, and in the end, I won." Team leader Zhang spoke with pride. He had every reason to be proud since overcoming this step was difficult. Wei Jianguo and Zhang were friends, so they spoke casually. He skillfully played the role of a supportive friend. "You're right. This is really tough for me.
See?
I'm just that amazing." "What did they say?" "No one has come before or after me," Zhang boasted, unable to stop himself. Su quickly interrupted him, handing him the materials. "You should look at this before talking." His tone was full of disdain. He turned and patted Wei Jianguo on the shoulder. "You've got a good grasp of this. You found the methods so quickly. You've passed this hurdle." Not satisfied, Su added, "Your writing is good too, strong and upright, the strokes are smooth. When did you start practicing?" Wei Jianguo seized the opportunity to brag about his wife, speaking in a casual tone. "When we first got married, my wife's handwriting was beautiful. Mine looked like a child's next to hers. She started teaching me, beginning with the character Yong and gradually more. Now, whenever I have time, I write 2 pages every day." As he spoke, there was a smile in his eyes, revealing his pride. No one could compare to his wife. He owed his success to Song Shuqian. Su felt the same, but didn't want to hear Wei Jianguo bragging, so he was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang, however, had no such reservations. He slammed the table, making it shake.
Good job.
"I never knew you had this talent."
Keep it up.
Su casually asked, "What method did your wife teach you?" Wei Jianguo chuckled, a bit embarrassed. "She told me to find the old materials and read them repeatedly, saying the answers were in there. I did, and it turns out she was right." Zhang was speechless. Studying really paid off. Look at how much help Wei Jianguo's wife had been for his career. Zhang and Su exchanged glances, wondering if they should admit they were envious. With Song Shuqian's guidance, Wei Jianguo avoided many detours. Zhang and Su thought they were late. They needed to be careful when choosing daughters-in-law and select those who had been educated. Song Shuqian was unaware that she had raised the standards for selecting daughters-in-law among the military leaders. There are no secrets that remain hidden. Even though Wei Jianguo didn't speak about his situation, those who needed to know were aware. For example, Zhang Hongjun. He couldn't express how he felt. If he hadn't hesitated, if he hadn't gone on a mission, if he had gone to Jinling earlier, would everything have been different? Song Shuqian not only didn't hinder Wei Jianguo's career, but became his support. Who wouldn't want a wife who could help strategize behind their back? Moreover, they had twins. Zhang Hongjun had seen the kids a few times in the family compound. The eldest was like a little adult, calm and organized, while the youngest was clever, lively, and adorable. Who wouldn't like them? Zhang Hongjun was nearing 30 and still had no children. He envied other people's kids. He knew he shouldn't think this way, but he couldn't help it. It echoed the saying, "Don't meet someone too amazing when you're young, or the rest of your life will be filled with regret." Especially when that person is always around you. Zhang Hongjun could only control himself not to look or think about it and focus on living his own life. Previously, Zheng Baiwei suspected he had someone in his heart. After half a year of turmoil, she gave up when she couldn't find that imagined rival. Since then, their relationship had cooled to a freezing point. Their married life was very limited, often feeling like a task, getting straight to the point and then going to sleep. Where would the children come from? Zhang Hongjun was even more focused on his career, spending half his time in the military dormitory. Song Shuqian was busy with her life, unaware of the undercurrents between them. Since becoming a police officer, she was busier than ever. This year, to handle a case, she was living in the police dormitory, while Lu Xinghua was constantly running to the county. Compared to Song Shuqian, Tiantian was very dedicated and loved being a police officer. It had been over a month since Song Shuqian last saw Sihu, and she missed him. To thank his wife for her good advice, Wei Jianguo took out some saved pocket money and asked someone to buy her a Parker T1 fountain pen from Shanghai. The pen's nib was made of titanium, a precious material used in aerospace. After hearing about this pen, Wei Jianguo began pulling strings. The production of this pen was limited, mostly consumed domestically. Wei Jianguo's comrade worked at the Shanghai Police Department and became a regular at the friendship store just to get this pen. This pen not only drained Wei Jianguo's savings, but also left him in debt. In the Song family courtyard, Wei Jianguo returned home early today. Rarely having time, he prepared dinner: steamed pumpkin with minced meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, steamed fish, braised pork, and stir-fried water spinach. When Song Shuqian returned with the two kids, dinner was already on the table. "Honey, why are you home so early today?" "I finished my work and left a bit early. Go wash your hands and see if my cooking skills have gotten rusty." Song Shuqian took the kids to wash their hands and change clothes. Once ready, the kids rushed over, standing in front of their dad, seriously saying, "Dad, you've worked hard." "Thank you, we love you." "Dad, you've worked hard." "Love you." "Thank you, Dad." "Mom says thank you too." Wei Jianguo's heart melted. These kids were so thoughtful. He picked them up and brought them to Song Shuqian, and they all hugged together. While the kids weren't looking, Wei Jianguo stole a kiss. Even after many years of marriage, Song Shuqian still felt shy, her face turning bright red. She shot Wei Jianguo a fierce look, one that was both playful and reproachful. Wei Jianguo quickly suppressed his excitement, placing the kids in their little chairs and serving them their food. He encouraged the kids to eat by themselves, using spoons or their hands. The kids were eager to please, not needing their parents to worry about them. They ate whatever was given like very easy-to-raise little piglets. The kids didn't understand their dad's thoughts. They would definitely say, "Can't we eat well? If we don't eat well, you won't give us food." They had to wait until the next meal for food. After one trial, the kids behaved well. It was very heartwarming. The couple had gotten used to ignoring the kids' messiness during meals and focused on their own food. Wei Jianguo's cooking skills were now excellent, with great taste and presentation. After dinner, Wei Jianguo blindfolded his wife with a cloth while taking the two kids with him. "Wife, it's time to start looking for your gift," Wei Jianguo said joyfully. It was the first time for the kids to play this game. They held their mom's hand and helped her search for the gift that Dad had hidden. It was all very exciting. "Mom, this way." And then, following Dad's instructions, was determined to protect Mom and not let her fall. Song Shuqian followed the kids to the dressing table. There, she saw her comb, some lotion, hair ties, and 2 hairpins. Nothing new was there. The kids led their mom to search in other places. Through the blindfold, Song Shuqian could see Wei Jianguo looking relaxed as he ensured their safety and guided them, clearly enjoying the moment. The whole house was filled with laughter. The kids searched the dresser, the living room, and the bedroom. They found nothing. Leilei's patience was running thin, and he was starting to get anxious. Song Shuqian held his hand and said, "Mom is so tired. Why can't we find it? Luckily, I have you two with me, otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. Thank you for staying with me." The kids held her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom. We'll always be with you, and we'll definitely find it. The gift is hidden by Dad. Should we go ask him where it is?" Song Shuqian suggested. The kids quietly discussed how to get Dad to reveal where the gift was. Hugging his leg was their usual trick, and they rushed toward Wei Jianguo. With their cute faces, they clung to him, trying to charm their dad's heart. However, Wei Jianguo remained unmoved. Song Shuqian joined in, tickling him with the kids, and the room quickly turned into chaos. Wei Jianguo played along, letting them have their fun. The three of them managed to pin him down on the couch, playfully attacking him. Finally, they found a small box in Dad's pocket. Song Shuxian and the kids high-fived. "We did it. And in Lele, you two are amazing. You helped Mom find the gift Dad hid and kept her safe without letting her get hurt." The kids' eyes were filled with joy. At their request, Song Shuxian opened the box to reveal a sleek silver pen with a touch of red at the end, giving it a very elegant and futuristic look. She gently picked up the pen and noticed the unique design where the nib and body were one piece. "Honey, this is beautiful," Song Shuxian said, as she loved pretty things, especially if they were unique. "Do you like it? Look here, this is a titanium screw. By turning it, you can adjust the nib's opening to change the thickness of the lines. The nib is made of titanium too. This pen is very light. You can hardly feel its weight." Working in a research institute, Song Shuxian was aware of the latest developments in space exploration. Titanium is an ideal material for aerospace. The pen's value was clear. She covered the kids' eyes and gave them a kiss, saying, "Thank you, honey. I really like it. Mom, Enin wants to see, Lele wants to see too." Song Shuxian uncovered their eyes. "This is a gift from Dad to Mom. Something she loves. Since you are Mom's favorite kids, you can take a look. But only Dad can hold it, okay?" Song Shuxian was being a bit playful. "Okay."
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
Enin wants to see. Lele always followed his brother's lead. Wei Jianguo chuckled as he showed the pen to the kids. He knew his wife would love this pen. After they looked at it, Song Shuxian took the pen to her study, where it would be kept safe. "Mom, when can Enin use the pen?" Song Shuxian thought for a moment. "Maybe when you can write. I'll let you practice with a pencil first. Once you learn how to control the pressure, I'll buy you a pen." The same goes for your brother. After enough fun, the family lay on the couch. Song Shuxian rested her head on Wei Jianguo's stomach, while En and Lele lay on either side of her, listening to her tell a story. In the beginning, before the world was formed, everything was chaotic and unseen. Since Panga broke the chaos, the world was divided into clear and turbid. All living beings rely on kindness, and everything was created for good. To know the origins of creation, one must read The Journey to the West. Song Shuxian had read Journey to the West many times during her pregnancy, and she thought it was perfect for bedtime stories for the kids. It was currently in En and Lele's favorite bedtime story. As they listened, the kids kept asking Mom, "Where are Sun Wukong's parents? Why didn't they protect him? Mom, how did the monkey become so powerful? Mom, where is the water curtain cave? Lele wants to go too. Mom, what does the heavenly palace look like?"
Mom.
At moments like this, Song Shuxian felt it was unfair that the kids never called for their dad. She wanted him to feel the weight of their love too. Recently, a batch of engines was imported from the Eagle country, which is crucial for our aviation field. Song Shuxian was fortunate to be part of this project, translating the related documents. She has been very busy lately, and her 2 children were sent to daycare again. Early in the morning, the 3 of them got up early, and Wei Jianguo had already prepared breakfast. They hurriedly finished eating and rushed out the door. Being late would not be good. As the days grow shorter, it was still not fully bright when they left. Lightning, MOing, slow down a bit, and stick close to your sister. "I'm a little scared," Song Shuxian reminded them every day before leaving. She was genuinely worried. Her right eyelid had been twitching, and she felt something was about to happen. Under Wei Jianguo's daily training, she could easily handle 3 or 4 adult men now. But against someone like Wei Jianguo, she would be subdued in just 2 moves. After placing the 2 children in their designated seats, Song Shuxian gave each of them a flashlight. "And in Lulu, Mommy needs your help. Will you help me?" The 2 children were eager to help their mom and quickly agreed. "With this flashlight, keep it on and help me light the way ahead."
Can you do that?
"Yes, Mommy, we can do it," the children promised. Song Shuxian also put a small whistle around each of their necks, which could be heard from far away. These were Wei Jianguo's things, and the children had found them by accident and wanted to use them. They promised their dad they wouldn't blow it randomly before coming over. Song Shuqian was very familiar with the route to the research institute, having walked it twice daily. Today was a bit unexpected. Halfway there, she encountered a woman holding a little girl. "Hey, are you from the nearby family compound? I'm looking for my husband there. I twisted my ankle. Can you take me to the hospital?" Hearing the voice, Song Shuqian instinctively slowed down and prepared to turn and ask what was wrong. But her intuition told her to leave immediately. Without thinking, Song Shuqian wouldn't risk bringing her 2 children into danger. She sped up, lightning, MOing, "Keep up. We're going to be late." This was a speed she had never gone before. And Lulu were bouncing around in their seats. "Mommy, Anan doesn't feel well," little Anan said, not knowing why, just feeling uncomfortable. "Anan, hang in there. Hold on to Lulu and lie down. We'll be there soon." Song Shuqian's heart was racing. At that moment, every cell in her body screamed to get away. She just wanted to reach the research institute quickly. Finally seeing the gate of the research institute, she was already out of breath and couldn't say a complete sentence. The security guard was very kind. Seeing her like this, he came over and asked little Song, "Do you need me to take you to the infirmary?" "No, uncle, I'm just running late and rode a bit fast." "I'm okay," she replied. After saying goodbye to the guard, Song Shuqian took her 2 children to Director Shin's office. She felt something was off about today. "Little sister, why are you here?" And Lulu, "Come here for uncle to hold." The 2 children sensed Song Shuqian's tension and became nervous too. Lightning, MOing, "Sit." Song Shuqian told the 2 dogs to sit at the door before explaining what had just happened to Director Shin. That's how it is. I've always had a strong sixth sense since I was little. I don't have evidence today, but I just feel like that woman was targeting me. What I'm translating right now is very important, and I'm a bit worried. After hearing Song Shuqian, Director Shin immediately became serious, like a sharp sword ready to strike. Did she have any distinguishing features? Song Shuqian recalled carefully. She was about 155 to 160 centimeters tall, very thin, looking like she weighed only around 80 pounds, but her complexion was rosy. Her clothes looked decent, with no patches. She waved at me with her left hand. Her accent was different from ours, something I hadn't heard before. "If you need, I can draw her for you." Upon hearing she could draw, Director Shin became excited, knowing how important it was to know what the woman looked like. Song Shuqian was quick at drawing. She could do both traditional Chinese and oil painting. Although her drawing wouldn't be as clear as a sketch, it would still show that she was just an ordinary girl. Ordinary enough that in a crowd, 7 out of 10 people would look like her. Director Shin put the drawing away and said, "You go back to work now. I'll handle the rest. I'll send 2 people to take you home after work." Song Shuqian was uneasy. "Director Shin, I'd like to use your office phone to call Wei Jianguo." In her eyes, the only person she could trust was him. Director Shin gestured for her to use it freely. After being transferred, she finally reached Wei Jianguo, who sounded out of breath, clearly having run over. "Hello? Jianguo, it's me." Song Shuqian might not have realized that her tone with Wei Jianguo was completely different from how she spoke to others. "Wife, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Wei Jianguo tried to keep his voice calm, hiding his anxiety. Song Shuqian calling him clearly indicated something was wrong. "Don't worry, the kids and I are fine. Here's what happened. I don't know what to do. I'm worried about the 2 kids." Wei Jianguo let out a long sigh, as he probably understood what was going on. "Stay at the research institute. I'll come get you." "No, I'll finish today's work first. I'm already here, and it's safe for now. I might need to leave the kids with you." "Okay, just stay put and don't wander off. Always keep Lightning and MOing with you. I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Wei Jianguo's expression darkened. He wanted to see who dared to scare his wife. In fact, Wei Jianguo had some guesses. It could be either someone after the so-called treasures of the Song family, or because of her work. Either way, it challenged Wei Jianguo's bottom line. His wife was scared like this. He would not let the culprit go. Last time Lin Sanni came, most of the matters were already clear. Wei Jianguo had been keeping an eye on Lin Sanni and had gathered evidence against her, waiting for the right moment to bring her to justice. Wei Jianguo arrived quickly. While Song Shuqian was still in Director Shin's office, he was already there. "Wife, how are you?" Although she said she was fine on the phone, Wei Jianguo was still worried until he saw her. After checking her over and confirming she was unharmed, he felt relieved. En and Lulu had been quiet. They didn't know what had happened, but their mom was holding them tightly. Tension is contagious, and they felt their mom's fear. The two children knew their mom was fragile, and they didn't want to add to her troubles, so they kept their feelings bottled up. Now seeing their dad, they couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Wei Jianguo held both children on his lap, softly comforting them and assuring them that their dad was there. Anin and Lele did very well. They are little men. You didn't cry, which allowed Mommy to focus on writing. You stayed by Mommy's side, and with you here, Mommy isn't scared anymore. After crying, their eyes looked like black jewels glistening with rain. Lele looked at his dad with those eyes and said, "Lele and brother are great. Hugging Mommy makes us not afraid." "Yes, you're great. Hugging Mommy makes us not afraid." After calming the three of them down, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuqian to her workplace, reminding her that Shandian would follow her sister and protect her well. He then took Anin and Lele back to Director Shin's office. There were still things to investigate. He handed the two children to Director Shin, instructing Moing to stay with them, and then left to continue his investigation. The timing of Song Shuqian leaving was good. It was during work hours, and many people were passing by. Wei Jianguo found many suspicious details throughout the morning. The woman seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one had seen her. There was no one by that name in the family compound. A young soldier said that after Song Shuqian rode away, the woman left as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of having hurt her ankle. He was far away at the time and rushed over when he heard someone calling for help, and he saw Song Shuqian leave, thinking to himself that she was cold-hearted. In the office, Song Shuqian quickly got into the zone, focusing on her work. She was indeed scared at that moment, but more than that, she worried about her two children. As a mother, she didn't want to see her kids in any danger, even if it was just a potential threat. Today in Director Shin's office, she exaggerated her fear a bit to draw the leader's attention. Even if not for her, it was for the peace of mind of everyone at the research institute. The sooner the issue was resolved, the safer her children would be. Zhou, who shared the office, admired how seriously Song Shuqian was working. After such a big event, she remained calm and composed. Song Shuqian was unaware of others' thoughts. She was busy translating. She was still using the pen that Wei Jianguo had given her. This was Director Shen's first time taking care of children, and with two of them, he felt a bit nervous. He didn't dare to speak loudly to the kids, fearing he might scare them. Director Shen had a little-known secret. He was afraid of others crying, especially the loud, wailing cries of children, which made his skin crawl. To cope, he created a serious persona. As long as he was serious enough, no child would dare approach him. Now, facing the two little ones, he spoke softly, trying to be gentle. "What do you two want to play? Uncle can find something for you. Or, would you like some candy?" Anin and Lele had been well taught by Song Shuqian. They recognized Uncle Shin and felt comfortable with him. Anin said, "Uncle Shin, I want to read, and my brother wants to play with a little turtle." Having requests was good. Director Shin searched his office for books, but he didn't have any suitable for children. He didn't have a little turtle either. Nowadays, families struggled to have enough to eat. If someone caught a turtle, it would go straight into the pot. Director Shin decided to discuss with the kids to see if they could play something else. "What books do you usually read?" "We read The Heroic Sisters of the Grasslands, Tunnel Warfare, Journey to the West, and Treasure Island." The two kids chattered about many picture books. Hearing this, Director Shin relaxed. He didn't have the books, but he had stories. His own experiences were far more interesting than those books. So he said to the kids, "Uncle doesn't have those books, but he knows the stories inside them. I want to hear. Tell us, the kids joyfully bounced around. They expressed their eagerness for stories. Director Shin didn't hesitate and began telling them stories from the battlefield. When he got to the part about it was raining, and the soldiers found a safe place to close their eyes and rest, Lele suddenly started crying. It wasn't a loud cry, but a silent one, with tears falling quietly. Director Shin felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly tried to comfort him. And then understood his brother and hugged him, saying, "Daddy isn't struggling. Daddy is a great hero." The two brothers embraced each other, comforting one another. Seeing this made Director Shin feel emotional. How fortunate Wei Jianguo was to have such wonderful children. He began to think about how to skip the stage of marrying and go straight to having two warm-hearted kids like them. They even cried because they felt sorry for their dad. That evening, when Wei Jianguo came to pick up the kids, Director Shin looked at him with disapproval. Holding both children, he was reluctant to let them go. "You must remember Uncle Shin. If you miss him, ask your parents to bring you back, and Uncle will tell you stories." "I know many stories." The two kids hugged Director Shin's legs, making it hard for everyone to part, leaving Wei Jianguo feeling like a villain breaking up a happy scene. Wei Jianguo shivered and quickly dismissed that thought, feeling disgusted. As Song Shuxian arrived, she saw this strange scene. She called out, "And in Lele." Hearing their mother's voice, the two kids immediately released Director Shin's legs and ran to their mom. They jumped into Song Shuxian's arms, starting to share their day's experiences. This was their daily routine as a family. No one thought it was unusual, except for Director Shin, who felt a bit envious. After sending the two kids off, Director Shin returned to his office, feeling a bit out of sorts. The two kids who had just been listening to his stories were now gone. While tidying up the mess they had made, he thought about the possibility of adopting them as his godsons. The key to this matter lay with Song Shuxian. He realized that in Wei Jianguo's family, Song Shuxian was the true decision-maker. He had heard that in large families like Song Shuxian's, adopting godchildren was very important and required preparation. It must be said that Director Shen was quite bold. He was already planning before anything was even set in stone. In the following days, Song Shuxian continued to work as usual, leaving on time and not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of her. With Shandian accompanying her, she felt very safe. Wei Jianguo was also very busy, investigating the events of that day. He didn't dare let his wife return to work until he clarified everything. During this time, Wei Jianguo took the kids to their camp, having everyone help look after them. He often took them along for training. They were young and tried to mimic the adults, practicing punches in a clumsy but adorable way. 4 days passed, and the investigation yielded results. This matter is quite a coincidence. Song Shuxian's job requires her to handle a lot of information, possibly even sensitive data. Plus, she is smart and has a good memory, which is well known in the Research Institute. So, a group of spies set their sights on her. Developing an informant like her would make it easier to obtain information in the future. Moreover, Song Shuxian's husband is a military officer, a company-level leader, which means he has a bright future ahead. It is said that the couple has a great relationship. In summary, having Song Shuxian as their informant would bring many benefits. Once they made the decision, they began looking for opportunities to approach her. Little did they know they faced a setback. Song Shuxian's life is quite dull. She spends her days taking care of her children and working, moving between her home and the office, accompanied by 2 large dogs. They simply couldn't find a way to get close to her. Finally, when she went to the beach, she was accompanied by Wei Jianguo. These people were not foolish enough to show themselves. To get closer to her, they tried many tactics, pretending to ask for directions or claiming to be from the same hometown, but no matter how well they planned, they couldn't meet her. In the end, they resorted to a hero saves the beauty tactic. To lower her guard, they arranged for a female hero to rescue her. Finally, they managed to see Song Shuxian. She was with her 2 children, visiting Tiantian in the county and stopping by to see Sihua. A prearranged thug blocked Song Shuxian and Tiantian at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, especially in these times of scarcity. The thug, who initially only intended to put on a show, suddenly had other thoughts and decided to act for real. He followed them as they took the 3 children to daycare. He watched them go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy many things. Unable to resist, the thugs plotted to rob them. The outcome was predictable. Tiantian's skills ranked first in the entire police department. Before Song Shuxian could even feel scared, Tiantian had already subdued the thug. The arranged female hero didn't even get a chance to step in. The thugs gathered and cursed Song Shuxian for a long time. This woman was too mysterious. How could her friend be so capable? Now, their plan was thwarted, and they lost a few men. Fortunately, these thugs were just local troublemakers and not part of a larger organization. They had truly put in a lot of effort for Song Shuxian. After investing so much manpower and resources, they ended up with nothing. Some of them still believed in superstitions, thinking there was something strange about Song Shuxian that protected her from danger. So, they decided not to waste any more time on her and began looking for a new target. And so, the coincidence continued. At this point, Lin Sanni entered their sights. Her status as a military widow was very useful. She helped them with a few tasks. They discovered that Lin Sanni visited the military family compound every week and also went to the back mountains behind the compound, which caught their attention. Each time, she was looking for someone who was never there. Upon investigation, they found out she was also searching for Song Shuxian. What a coincidence. They began to extract information from her. Through this, they learned about Song Shuxian's family situation and felt she was particularly suitable for them. Raised as a pampered princess, she was forced to donate all her family assets and even lost her ancestral home. To survive, she was pressured into marrying an illiterate rural soldier at 18 and had to bear children for him. After marriage, she could only live in the military compound. Those country folks might think it was great, but for a capitalist daughter like Song Shuxian, such a desolate place was worse than where her family servants lived. They not only crafted a tragic backstory for Song Shuxian but also rationalized her reluctance to go out. The old man didn't trust his beautiful wife to roam around, forbidding her from leaving the house, and the 2 dogs were there to keep an eye on her. As they thought about it, everything seemed to make sense. A capable, resourceful person with a tragic past was perfect for them. There were many angles to approach her. Now, the only problem was how to contact Song Shuxian and express their admiration. As long as she could complete their tasks, they could send her to America for a different life. Thus, Lin Sanni received the same task from another group, to get close to Song Shuxian and gain her trust. From then on, things entered a strange cycle. Every time Lin Sanni came to see Song Shuxian, the guard at the door would tell her that Sister Song was in. Lin Sanni wasn't foolish. After a couple of times, she realized they didn't welcome her. She was quite determined. Since visiting didn't work, she decided to use extreme measures. She made herself look like a robbery victim, covered in dirt with visible handprints on her face. She came to the compound seeking Song Shuxian's help. Yet, the guard still said Song Shuxian wasn't there, which made Lin Sanni completely resent her. However, to be fair, Song Shuxian really wasn't there. She had to go to work, leaving before dawn and returning after dark, working hard. Lin Sanni had no idea what happened after the first 2 times someone told her. It was truly baffling that she held a grudge. Lin Sanni was ungrateful. The kind young soldier offered to take her to the hospital and help her report to the police, but she insisted on handling it herself. And she blamed them for it. Seeing that none of their methods worked, the group lost patience and decided to be more aggressive. Thus, the scene Song Shuxian encountered at work unfolded. Fortunately, she was cautious. That woman had already set up people on both sides, planning to kidnap a child, any child. Once a woman becomes a mother, her heart is fully with her children, especially with Song Shuxian's 2 chubby kids. During their time observing Song Shuxian, they noticed how well she treated her children, or rather, how exceptionally well. The kids' clothes were always clean and well-fitted. As long as they could snatch one child, they were confident that Song Shuxian would listen to them. As for whether Song Shuxian would hate them or betray them, they weren't worried at all. With her background, they believed they could brainwash her into hating her current life. A once privileged princess now had to wake up early for work and care for 2 children. How pitiful. But they didn't expect Song Shuxian to be so slippery. Upon hearing someone needed help, her first reaction was to speed up and run away. Not only that, but she also had her 2 dogs always by her side. They were quite wary of lightning and MOing. They didn't want to make a scene, and weren't sure they could handle 2 adult dogs. Unless they used a weapon, but once a gunshot was fired, everything would be over. So, they could only watch as Song Shuxian left and went back to plan their next move. With 2 little kids around, they felt confident they could capture Song Shuxian. Little did they know, just one failed attempt was enough for Song Shuxian to notice and attract the attention of that troublemaker, Wei Jianguo. Wei Jianguo's reputation is well known throughout the military district. At just 24 years old, he became a deputy regiment commander, with no one opposing him. This is also because he is strong enough. He has been the champion of the military district competition for 3 consecutive sessions, and not only has he excelled himself, but the 2nd battalion he trained is also the best among all battalions. Soldiers are always drawn to strength. This time, with his wife and children involved, Wei Jianguo was even more focused. From Song Shuxian's description alone, he found clues. In just 4 days, he clarified the situation. Not only did he find the enemy, but he also located their base. These enemy agents had just been activated, and their first task was to recruit Song Shuxian. Unexpectedly, their first mission led them straight into trouble. Of course, Lin Sanni also faced a similar fate, being sent to the northwest to plant trees. It took only half a month. Wei Jianguo proved his abilities once again. But he wasn't concerned about that. What worried him was that his wife was being targeted. Once is one thing, but a second time made him anxious. Song Shuxian's job was adjusted to translating at home, still using Comrade Zhang as an intermediary. After the incident, Song Shuxian wanted to resign. She took the job just to pass the time. If this job affected her life, or even the safety of her children, she would not hesitate to give it up. However, her skills were outstanding, and the research institute was reluctant to let her go. Plus, Director Shin was caught in the middle. When Song Shuxian encountered danger, Director Shin quickly sent someone to investigate and ensure her safety. The situation was stuck and unresolved. Wei Jianguo had no choice but to intensify Song Shuxian's training, so she could at least protect herself in case of danger. Thus, this round of female soldier training included an additional participant, Song Shuxian. Since Wei Jianguo couldn't be tough on her himself, he had to leave it to others. On the first day of training, Song Shuxian, dressed in her uniform, stood in line with a serious expression. Instructor Xiao Zhou was in charge of his training, known for being strict and fair, treating Song Shuxian no differently than the other trainees. In the first 5-kilometer run, which she practiced regularly, she completed it quite easily. She also finished the following sit-ups, push-ups, and formation training. However, in the cold weather, she was drenched in sweat. Wei Jianguo watched the training from the window. His partner, Sun Taizan, came over and nudged his shoulder. Worried? Yes, I'm really worried. She has to endure all the hardships I never faced in my life by marrying me. Sun Taizan looked surprised, examining him as if to see if Wei Jianguo had changed. I didn't expect this side of you. I've heard you two have a good relationship, but now I see it for myself. A tough guy showing tenderness is rare. Wei Jianguo didn't deny it. They indeed had a strong bond. Sun Taizan asked, if you care so much, why send her to endure this? Old Zhou is known for being strict. Aren't you afraid she'll come back and hold you accountable? She won't. You know there's an enemy targeting my wife. I can't always be by her side, so I have to teach her how to protect herself. When our kids are a bit older, I can train them to protect their mom. A strict teacher produces excellent students. Since I can't be tough on her, I have to let old Gao take on that role. When I go home, I can complain about old Gao with my wife, and that counts as teamwork. Sun Taizan was stunned by Wei Jianguo's shamelessness.
Wow, I didn't expect this side of you. That's really sneaky and shameless. Aren't you afraid old Gao will find out and get back at you? Wei Jianguo looked at him as if he were foolish. Did you never secretly complain about the instructor when you were a recruit? When you were an instructor, didn't recruits complain about you? We're all human. What's wrong with complaining about old Gao? When you become an instructor, you should expect to be criticized. What's wrong with me adding to the complaints? Sun Taizhan realized he had asked a silly question and quickly changed the subject. Your wife is impressive. She actually joined us. These new female soldiers may be new, but they all have some skills. Of course. My wife has been training since we got married. She can handle a few ordinary people now, Wei Jianguo said with an unintentional pride. His wife was truly remarkable, skilled in both academics and martial arts. Sun Taizhan had heard that Wei Jianguo was a show-off about his wife, and today he witnessed it firsthand. When it came to his wife, he had a lot to say. Are you feeling better now? You should get back to work, Sun Taizhan said, wanting to stop hearing him brag. Wei Jianguo raised his arm to check the time. You can head back. It's almost time for lunch. I'm going to get some water. I'll eat with them later. If my wife isn't used to it, I can take her away. Sun Taizhan felt a bit full even before eating. After being comrades for so long, he never knew Wei Jianguo had this side. Wei Jianguo walked out, holding a military water bottle. When he saw Song Shuxian and the others dispersing, he hurried over and offered her his handkerchief. How's it going? Can you adapt? No problem, Song Shuxian replied cheerfully. She enjoyed this kind of training. Although it was tiring, it allowed her to take control of her destiny. In case of danger, she could save herself. Seeing his wife happy, Wei Jianguo felt relieved. Want to grab lunch together? The food in this cafeteria is really good, Wei Jianguo asked. Song Shuxian looked at Instructor Zhou, as she needed to follow his instructions. Instructor Zhou waved his hand, indicating they could move freely. Don't be late this afternoon. Song Shuxian reflexively replied, yes. After she left, the other female soldiers were curious about her sudden appearance and departure. One of the soldiers, who was well-informed, said, she's a military wife. Her husband is probably that officer we just saw. I heard this military wife encountered some danger recently, and she's training with us to improve her skills. She'll leave after the training is over. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed, realizing there was no competition. She was just here to learn, which wasn't a big deal. In the cafeteria, as soon as Song Shuxian entered, she became the center of attention. She was simply too beautiful. At 20, she resembled a flower blooming in the morning light, her uniform adding to her charm. What stood out most was her aura, a blend of gentleness and determination. She seemed to shine brightly. Wei Jianguo helped shield her from most of the gazes, leading Song Shuxian to a discreet corner. Wife, drink some water and take a break. I'm going to get lunch. What do you want? Anything is fine. I'm really hungry and need to eat a lot. As he left, Wei Jianguo glared at the onlookers, urging them to look away. Song Shuxian noticed this and found it amusing, and would act the same way when faced with something she disliked, even mimicking the same expression. Wei Jianguo returned quickly, bringing back a meal he had arranged with the chef. Since his wife was already tired from training, she deserved a good meal. As Sun Taizhan entered the cafeteria, he noticed everyone glancing in one direction. Following their gaze, he saw Wei Jianguo and his wife. He quickly got his meal and joined them. As he got closer, he realized just how stunning Wei Jianguo's wife was. It wasn't until Wei Jianguo kicked him that he snapped back to reality. Sorry, sister-in-law, I didn't mean to stare. Song Shuxian welcomed him to sit down with them. It's okay. If everyone is looking, it just means I'm good-looking, and that makes me happy. After brushing off the earlier awkwardness, they enjoyed their meal together. In the evening, the couple finished work together, which felt quite refreshing. It gave a sense of being colleagues. Wei Jianguo naturally took the things from Song Shuxian's hands and asked, how is it? Are you adjusting well? It's good. Instructor Zhou is very responsible. How long do I need to train with them? For a month.
This month is all about physical training, and then the training will get more specialized. Song Shuxian wasn't really a soldier. She was able to join the training because Wei Jianguo and director Shun helped her get in. Wei Jianguo, worried about his wife's comfort, said in a teasing tone, "Don't worry, dear. I'll take care of your training later. Your man is a soldier king. I'll make sure to create the best training plan for you to become an expert." Song Shuxian wasn't an ignorant girl. She knew that her participation in the training was thanks to Wei Jianguo's connections. She had no objections to his plans and smiled, saying, "My husband is amazing." Though they couldn't hear what the couple was saying, the atmosphere between them made many people envious. They thought about their own partners, with little to say besides the kids and the elderly. At most, they felt the need to chat about their own couple's matters, but after that, they would just go to sleep without much conversation. Many in the army secretly joked about Wei Jianguo, saying he was afraid of his wife and that he had to do chores at home, like washing clothes and cooking. They said he was like a servant in a rich family. When Wei Jianguo used his connections to let Song Shuxian train, some people spoke poorly of them, suggesting they were just seeking attention and that Song Shuxian was restless. Of course, these people only dared to gossip behind their backs. They wouldn't say a word to their faces. Wei Jianguo was tough. When they first got married, a woman in the housing complex bullied Song Shuxian, and he confronted her husband, leaving him bruised. Song Shuxian was also not someone to mess with. She could escalate minor issues and would go to the leaders to seek justice, and she was always right. She had a good friend, Tiantian, who would confront anyone who spoke ill of Song Shuxian when Wei Jianguo wasn't around, even humiliating them afterward. Both Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo were aware of what people thought but didn't care. No matter what they said, it didn't affect their life together. Right now, they were worried about their two little kids. "I wonder how the kids are doing. They must be struggling this month." Song Shuxian genuinely felt sorry for the kids. She had wanted to give them a good start but ended up sending them to daycare. There was a daycare set up in the housing complex, requested by the other wives, who said they couldn't let their kids fall behind. Anan and Lele had to attend this daycare for the month. Every morning, Wei Jianguo would drop them off, and in the evening, the couple would pick them up. It was very convenient for the adults. As for the kids, who knows? Wei Jianguo didn't see any problem. They weren't being harmed, and the daycare took good care of them, so what was there to worry about? But he wasn't foolish. When he spoke to his wife, he had a different attitude. "Don't worry, our kids are clever. Just think about Anan's cunning nature. She looks obedient, but when she thinks, she comes up with ideas. Lele loves to follow his big brother. With each other for company, they'll be happy." Song Shuxian thought about it and agreed. When they arrived, there were only 4 kids left in the daycare. "Anan, Lele, mommy's here." Song Shuxian squatted down, ready to greet her 2 little bundles of energy. As soon as the kids heard their mom's voice, they rushed over. "Mommy, you seem different today," they said, unable to express what felt different but sensing something was off. Wei Jianguo picked up Anan and asked, "Is it because I'm older and stronger now?" Anan nodded vigorously. Lele, in Song Shuxian's arms, bounced and said, "Mommy is strong." Wei Jianguo gently patted Lele's bottom, saying, "Mommy is small. If you keep bouncing like that, you might make her fall. Remember to be good when Mommy is holding you." Lele planted a kiss on Song Shuxian's cheek and said, "Sorry, Mommy." Oh, Song Shuxian was so touched. Her son was so understanding. After saying goodbye to the teacher and friends, they headed home. On the way, Anan asked, "Daddy, why can't we go to school anymore?" This question caught Wei Jianguo off guard. Weren't they in school? But Song Shuxian understood the kids. Anan wants to know why we aren't going to the previous daycare, right? Yes. I'm sorry, Anan. Because of Mommy's job change, you both have to go to the daycare in the housing complex for now. If you like the old daycare, we can go back there when the weather gets warmer. Song Shuxian liked to treat her kids like adults and tried to explain things clearly to them because she didn't like being treated like a child when she was young. "Mommy, it's okay. Anan wants to learn." "Mommy, teach me," Anan said, a bit flustered. But this didn't affect the communication among the 3 of them.
Song Shuxian asked. Anin wants to learn new things that this daycare doesn't teach, right? Yes, Anin replied happily. Song Shuxian leaned over and kissed Anin, saying, Anin and Lele will learn together. Mommy will teach our little treasures new things when we get home. Lele was still happily giggling in her arms, completely unaware of what was coming. Because of this, his entire childhood was spent learning alongside Anin. In this way, Lele, a potential underachiever, became a top student thanks to his brother. The pressure from his brother lasted until he graduated from college. All these future events were still far away. For now, the couple and their kids agreed to continue their lives as usual. Song Shuxian trained with Wei Jianguo every day. At first, Instructor Zhou only regarded Song Shuxian as an outsider and treated her equally, not wanting her to hold back. Over time, he realized that she was very resilient and completed every task with quality. He paid more attention to her, constantly pushing her limits and increasing the challenges. At the end of the training, Song Shuxian delivered an impressive performance, ranking in the top 5 among the new recruits. Wei Jianguo watched closely and often wanted to talk to Instructor Zhou to ease up on her since she was too tired. At the beginning, when she came home at night, her feet were covered in blisters and her joints were bruised. She had to use medicinal alcohol every day to soothe her pain. Without the special liquid, Song Shuxian wouldn't have been able to keep going. Her month was filled with exhausting training during the day and rejuvenating with the liquid at night, only to repeat it the next day. When she got home at night, she didn't even have the energy to read stories to the kids and would just collapse into bed. Fortunately, the results were rewarding. In just a month, her physical condition improved significantly. When it was time to say goodbye, the female soldiers were very reluctant. At first, they thought she was just there for fun, and they had no vested interest in each other, so their interactions were quite pleasant. Later, seeing her push through her limits and continuously break barriers, they slowly accepted her. The army admired strength the most. Song Shuxian earned everyone's recognition through her own efforts. Recently, a big event in the family compound has been the upcoming performance by the art troupe. At this time, people have limited cultural activities. Even for an outdoor movie, everyone arrives 4 or 5 hours early, bringing small stools to save their seats. Now that the art troupe is coming to perform, both adults and children are very excited. The theme of this performance is Iron-Blooded Glory, Warmth Together. It aims to highlight the strong spirit and honor of soldiers while also showcasing the warmth provided by military wives. Therefore, it is required that both soldiers and their wives present 2 performances. This puts a lot of pressure on these individuals. Most military wives come from villages. They manage their daily lives with great care, making everything organized despite the mundane tasks of life. However, they struggle to shine on stage, singing and dancing gracefully. In essence, they are very different from the performers in the art troupe. Because of this, the family compound has been buzzing with discussions and recommendations for who should perform. It feels like a desperate situation where no one wants to miss out. The logistics department has been as busy as a market, with the wives worried about being chosen, constantly coming to ask for advice. Unlike the noise from everyone else, Song Shuxian quietly enjoys her life with her 2 children. They walk the dog, collect stones on the hill, do crafts, and exercise together. Their life as a trio is very fulfilling. Anin and Lele attended a daycare in the compound for a month, but as soon as Song Shuxian had time, they expressed their strong desire not to go back. The 2 children seriously talked to their parents, firmly stating their wishes. It's not entirely the children's fault. The daycare teachers here prioritize being attentive, loving children, and fully caring for them. However, they are too strict and careful. This makes Anin and Lele feel uncomfortable. Song Shuxian has always focused on developing her children's independence, teaching them to eat and drink by themselves as a basic skill. But the daycare teachers believe the children are too young to eat on their own, fearing they might waste food or hurt themselves, and they refuse to allow it. The teachers here are quite domineering, insisting on their views while completely ignoring the children's needs. After learning about this, Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo visited the daycare, intending to discuss the matter with the teachers. Upon meeting, they found that the teachers were quite straightforward but lacked flexibility. They worried that addressing the issue might lead to overcorrection, which could negatively affect the children. So, they decided to let it be for now. They just privately advised the children to hang in there for a few more days. As it happened, after Song Shuxian finished her training, the two children were eager and refused to wait, insisting they wouldn't go to daycare. Feeling a bit guilty, Song Shuxian wanted to make it up to them. During this time, she personally spent time with them, playing and telling them stories. She also began to introduce them to new concepts. In the logistics department, amidst the noisy chatter, someone thought of Song Shuxian. This person was the daycare teacher of Unin and Lele. Song Shuxian's beauty left a strong impression on her. A woman like her could bring honor to the family compound just by standing on stage. When she mentioned Song Shuxian, everyone suddenly remembered her. She had been so low-key, working every day and rarely appearing in the compound. Thinking of her looks, everyone agreed that she would be perfect for the stage. With her long face, she would shine even brighter than the main performers of the art troupe. When the logistics team arrived, Song Shuxian was busy doing crafts with her children. As they saw a graceful and beautiful woman open the door, she wore black straight-leg pants paired with a beige sweater, her hair casually tied up with a wooden hairpin. She appeared elegant yet playful. Seeing the group outside, Song Shuxian looked at them with clear curiosity. She nodded slightly as a greeting and politely asked, "What brings you here?" Her tone was filled with curiosity. The group snapped back to reality from her beauty and cleared their throats to hide their embarrassment. It was a staff member from logistics who broke the silence. "Hello, Comrade Song. I'm Zhang San from the logistics department. We're here regarding the performance. The wives in our compound have recommended you to perform. We want to confirm what program you will present." Song Shuxian's confusion deepened, and she politely said, "Please come in, Comrade Zhang. Is this event mandatory for every family member?" "It's not mandatory. It's voluntary." After saying this, he realized his mistake and glanced apologetically at Song Shuxian. Nowadays, those who get to perform are usually very excited and honored, and they typically wouldn't refuse. He instinctively thought that Song Shuxian wouldn't refuse either. Now, he realized he was wrong. Song Shuxian gently said, "Comrade Zhang, everyone please take a seat. I'm just playing with my children, and the room is a bit messy. Let me get you some water. And in Lele, please tidy up your things." Lightning and Ink Shadow had already stood up, staring at the visitors as if to say, "If you touch anything, we'll bite you." Song Shuxian served everyone sweetened water. The usually boisterous wives were very quiet at this moment. They felt the warmth of the room and thought that speaking loudly would ruin the atmosphere. Comrade Zhang asked about the performance. Song Shuxian handed him the water and said apologetically, "Thank you so much to the logistics department and all the wives for thinking of me. It truly touches me. However, I'm not very good at performing on stage. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. If I freeze up, it would be embarrassing for me and could reflect poorly on our compound in front of the art troupe. I suggest we let the wives who enjoy singing take the stage to sing some simple folk songs from their hometown." One wife asked, "Can we really sing folk songs? What if we get laughed at?" Her tone was cautious. Song Shuxian encouraged her. "Why not give it a try? Let's experience it together. Who would laugh?" The simpler things often have the most heartfelt impact. Moreover, the theme of this event, Iron-Blooded Glory, Warmth Together, acknowledges the contributions of military wives and expresses care for them. That wife, who is usually bold, was just taken aback by stepping out of her comfort zone. She would adapt with time. Having grown up in the mountains, she learned to sing folk songs before she could even speak. Singing was a part of their lives. Once she started singing, her voice soared, echoing like it came from the valleys, filled with the purity of nature. It struck a chord with everyone. Everyone held their breath. Even Enin and Lele put down their toys and sat up straight, listening intently. When the song ended, everyone erupted into applause. Apart from being beautiful, they were at a loss for words. "Sister, your singing is amazing. It's just as good as the art troupe." Girl, I didn't know you had this talent. Everyone chimed in with compliments for her. In the end, it was decided that she would represent the family compound in the performance. The selection for the performance is lively not only in the family compound but also in the army. Wei Jianguo's unit needs to put on a show, but there are too many volunteers, making it hard for the leaders to choose. All the soldiers are under his command, but their performances are not great. The leaders are in a tough spot and start passing the responsibility around. By a twist of fate, Wei Jianguo becomes the sucker who has to select 2 acts to perform. He envies the family compound. After listening to a morning of terrible singing, he thinks it would be better to let Ning go up and dance like a duck. Son Taizhan, who is suffering alongside him, looks defeated, like a wilted eggplant. Old Wei, how can they be so confident? They sing like that and still want to perform. Is that a performance or a death sentence? Seeing his state, Wei Jianguo suggests, "Why don't you go up? I remember you can conduct. We could do a big chorus so everyone gets a chance to perform." Son Taizhan waves his hands frantically, looking at Wei Jianguo like he's a traitor. "I thought you were my brother. You want me to risk my life?" Conducting requires them to actually sing in tune. Do they even have that? Wei Jianguo feels a bit guilty and clears his throat to hide his embarrassment. Changing the subject, he explains to the soldiers doing the same training every day is exhausting, both physically and mentally. When there's a chance to relax, everyone wants to join in. Plus, look at the ages of the performers. We don't have many girls around, and the young men want to find wives, so they seize every opportunity. It's only natural. Son Taizhan understands this. He also wants to create a program that allows everyone to participate without disrupting training. He can't think of a solution right now. Old Wei, how did you win over your wife? She carries herself so differently from others. Son Taizhan has wanted to ask this for a while, but hasn't found the right moment. Approaching 30, he wants to marry too, and hopes to learn from Wei Jianguo. Wei Jianguo reminisces. "We were introduced by someone. At first sight during a blind date, I knew she was the one. As a poor soldier, I didn't have much to offer. So I was just honest. I answered all her questions and even volunteered information she hadn't asked about. Let me tell you, when it comes to marrying someone, speed is key. If you like someone, act quickly. Dragging it out can lead to someone else swooping in. Just be sincere when you're together. Say what you mean and don't mislead the girl." Wei Jianguo still remembers the first time he saw Song Shuxian. She looked almost unreal. He had to gather his courage just to speak to her. He looks at the thoughtful son and says, "We still haven't figured out our program. Old Wei, do you know what kind of program the family compound put on and how they selected it? It was a sister who sang folk songs. I heard she's from the mountains and has been singing since childhood. The kids there learn to sing before they learn to speak." Song Shuxian praised that sister for a long time, saying her voice was like a clear stream flowing through the mountains, pure and lively, filled with the essence of nature. Son Taizhan initially wanted to learn from the family compound's method, but now he sees the situation is completely different. Both men feel a bit lost. In the end, they decide that since it's meant to be relaxing, they should make it even more casual and hold a small selection contest. The contestants will be from their unit. The judges will be the families of all officers above the rank of regiment. Each can bring 1 family member, and everyone will vote. It will take place tomorrow. Old Wei, do you think this will work? Why not? There will be at most 5 family members coming, plus us, so there will be about 10 people. We can do it on the playground. Let's go get the regiment commander's approval. Commander Zhang has no objections to their idea, only that it must not interfere with training. I'm back. Song Shuxian and the kids are playing hide and seek. Upon hearing his voice, the 2 children rush out to give their dad a big hug. Song Shuxian follows them out. Wei Jianguo gathers all 3 of them in his arms. At that moment, he feels like the happiest person in the world. What are you doing? Playing hide and seek. My brother is silly, and complains about her not-so-clever brother who always hides under the table with no creativity. Song Shuxian stifles a laugh. Lele cheerfully shares with Dad, "Brother is great. Lele can't find him."
Wei Jianguo exchanges a glance with Song Shuxian, finding their kids' personalities amusing. Anan has a bit of a big sister attitude, while Lele is eager to be the little brother. He constantly talks about his brother, wanting to do everything he does. Once the kids go off to send Song Shuxian away, she can't hold back her laughter. Wei Jianguo is beside her, rubbing her belly, worried she might laugh too hard. What are those two up to now? Having spent so much time with the kids, his wife has become more childlike, finding joy in their antics every day. Anan just made that face because she's annoyed Lele always hides under the table. When Lele first started playing, he didn't do that. He hid in different places, like covering his head with a blanket while his bottom stuck out, or hiding in the cupboard with his shoes left outside. The funniest time was when he crawled into a lightning hole and got stuck, crying for help. Ha ha ha. Then he learned to be smart and always hides under the table now. Wei Jianguo supports his wife to prevent her from falling over from laughter. He feels a bit helpless. His wife is taken to collecting the kids' embarrassing stories and plans to write a little book about them to tease them when they grow up. She probably doesn't realize that she seems only a few years older than the kids, at most 5. Every day, Wei Jianguo feels like he's taking care of 3 kids, each with different personalities but similar looks. After laughing enough, Song Shuxian says, "Don't think Anan dislikes Lele." Every time she walks past where Lele is hiding, she always says, "Lele, where are you?" and skips over to let him hide a bit longer. She's a good big sister who cares for her little brother. Wei Jianguo finds this interesting. Anan has a bit of a proud streak. Although she complains about her brother, she's always the first to defend him if he's bullied by other kids. Song Shuxian worries that Lele is too naive and might get tricked when he's out. Wei Jianguo thinks she's viewing it through a protective mother's lens. When strangers approached Lele as a child, he would pull away. As he grew, he learned to read his parents' attitudes. If they agreed, he would let them hold him. Otherwise, he would cry. He's learned to read the room. "Wife, do you have time? Our unit wants to hold a small election." Wei Jianguo explains the activities planned for today and tomorrow. "You all seem to be having a great time, but why are so many people willing to perform on stage?" Song Shuxian couldn't understand. They were soldiers, not entertainers. On one hand, training is usually very dull, and this is a rare chance to relax that everyone doesn't want to miss. Secondly, the young men all want to get married, and the art troupe is their first choice. Lastly, with fewer wars now, there are limited opportunities to show face in front of the leaders, and everyone wants to seize this chance. Song Shuxian suddenly understood, "So you organized this internal selection." "Yes, it allows them to showcase themselves in front of their leaders." "Honey, are you going tomorrow?" Song Shuxian had been quite busy with work lately, usually going to work when the kids were resting. She didn't want to miss such a good opportunity tomorrow. "Honey, can you take the kids with you tomorrow? They are our representatives. I want to take a day off to play with them. It's a bit tiring every day." Wei Jianguo had no objections. "Then you can either drop them off tomorrow, or I can pick them up." "Let's have you pick them up. I can use work as an excuse, but if I show up after saying I'm busy, it wouldn't look good." The couple happily arranged the kids' schedule for the next day. The next day, Song Shuxian dressed the kids in red cotton jackets and little red hats. They looked like 2 bright red balls, standing out among the olive-green uniforms. Wei Jianguo didn't have to worry about losing them. The kids had heard their mom say that their dad would take them to see the uncles perform today, and they were very excited. Wei Jianguo carried 1 child in each arm, walking very easily. "Dad, why didn't Mom come?" "Because Dad wants to play with you today." "Why doesn't Mom play with us?" "Mom is a bit busy today. She's working." "Why isn't Dad working?" If 1 child is like a book of 100,000 questions, 2 children multiply that curiosity. Wei Jianguo felt overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. He realized how hard his wife worked and decided to treat her even better in the future. When they met son Taizhan waiting at the door, he quickly handed over 1 child, grateful for any help he could get. The notice said each person could only bring 1 family member, and since Wei Jianguo had 2 kids, he used son Tieshan's family spot, as he was single and had no family here. "And this is Uncle Sunday."
The little tank at home was given to you by Uncle Sunday. Do you remember? Hello, Uncle. Thank you. Lele really likes the tank. Anan likes it too. When these two kids want to charm someone, Lele takes the lead, sweet-talking everyone. Anan supports by selectively repeating what her brother says, providing great company. Wei Jianguo watched as the usually sharp son Tiantian was completely charmed by the kids, agreeing to give them another toy car and a little airplane in no time. He was genuinely worried the kids would charm Sun into foolishness, as he still needed to collaborate with him. He quickly interrupted. At the training ground, the kids looked adorable, chubby, and clean, with no shyness at all. Their sweet talk quickly won over the tough soldiers. They weren't in a hurry to compete. Instead, they gathered around to play with the kids. At first, Anin was a bit shy, snuggling in her dad's arms, but once her brother pulled her away, she started to play freely. In no time, Wei Jianguo became the envy of everyone. Old Wei, tell us, how can we have such cute kids? Yeah, Old Wei, your kids are so smart. They can talk so clearly, at not even 2 years old. The key is they express their thoughts logically so adults can understand them. Isn't it surprising that 2-year-olds have their own ideas? This is the first time I've realized that. When men gather, their gossip can be quite powerful. Wei Jianguo looked at his 2 kids with pride. His wife was amazing. The kids' manners and confidence were all thanks to Song Shuxian. Commander Zhang held Anin, clearly delighted, and asked, "How about you be my daughter? I'll buy you delicious food every day." "No way. I want to be Mom's daughter. Mom belongs to Dad, so I can only be Dad's daughter." Anin said this very seriously, and to comfort Commander Zhang, she added, "Uncle, you need to find a wife. Only then can you have a daughter." Everyone around paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. It seemed Wei Jianguo was benefiting from his wife's influence. Otherwise, the kids wouldn't be willing to switch dads. Lele ran over and hugged Commander Zhang's leg. "Uncle, do you want me to be your son?" "Oh. Do you want to be my son?" Lele pointed his finger. "What's the benefit of being your son? I can buy you delicious food and lots of toys." Lele thought for a moment and asked, "Anything else?" Commander Zhang felt he had covered all the kids' favorites with toys and snacks. He shook his head. "No, that's it. That won't work. Mom buys me those things too." "What do you want then?" Commander Zhang asked with interest. "I want Dad and Mom. Lele can be your grandson." Ha ha ha. The laughter around them grew even louder. Wei Jianguo hadn't done anything and had just gained another dad. With 2 kids, the place turned into a sea of laughter. Son Tiantian looked on enviously. "I really don't know how someone as boring as you could have such interesting kids. It's not scientific. It must be your sister-in-law's strong genes." The soldiers' performances were straightforward. Everyone formed a circle while the performers stood in the middle. They started with a powerful rendition of "I Am a Soldier," sung by 3 people. The kids could sing this song too, bouncing along with the older boys, making it hard for Wei Jianguo to keep hold of them. Next was a showcase of military songs like "Unity is Strength" and "Returning from Target Practice." Regardless of whether they were on pitch, the energy was high. In the end, 2 Mongolian soldiers were selected to sing drum and song while performing a Mongolian dance. Among these tough men, they stood out impressively. Anin and Lele clapped their hands so hard they turned red. If Wei Jianguo hadn't been holding them back, they would have jumped in to dance along. Wei Jianguo understood now what Song Shuxian meant when she said that the simplest things touch the heart. He didn't know much about dance or music, but he felt a strong sense of power while watching the performance. With the second troop's performance as a model, the other 2 troops also held internal selections to choose excellent programs. Everyone is looking forward to the performance of the art troupe. Song Shuxian took her 2 kids out to play in a gathering place for children. While waiting nearby, she accidentally overheard a conversation among some women. "I'm telling you, keep an eye on your husband. When he gets promoted and makes money, he might change wives. Every time the art troupe comes, something strange happens. Those flirtatious women, when they reach a certain age and can't get promoted, don't want to retire and start flirting around." The woman spoke passionately,
filled with disdain for the art troupe's performers. She continued, "I'm only reminding you because we're close. Those flirtatious women love to target promising young officers. They don't care if he's married or has a family. As long as it benefits them, they'll go after him. They dress beautifully and look appealing, but they're just troublemakers." Her words resonated with many older women. A short-haired woman said, "That's true. The art troupe has good figures and education. We can't compete." There was a Captain Chun who was married for 10 years and had 4 kids, but he never let his wife and kids join him in the army. He got involved with a woman from the art troupe who was quite promiscuous. That woman's husband had died and she was struggling to raise 2 kids, so she actively pursued him. They seemed to hit it off right away. The man wanted to divorce his rural wife. In rural areas, you don't need a marriage certificate. Just having a banquet is enough to be considered a family. Back then, the army wasn't strict about it, so he took advantage of the loophole and never got a certificate. When he wanted a divorce, it became easy. He just wrote a letter. After 10 years of marriage, with his wife taking care of his parents and raising 4 kids, he wanted a divorce with just a letter. The 4 kids couldn't take it and went to the army to see their dad. Those kids were quite fierce and caused a huge uproar, forcing the leaders to agree that their dad would give them 2/3 of his salary for child support. Various allowances and task bonuses were sent directly to them by the army. In any case, it turned out badly. The man's leaders and comrades looked down on him. The other women were hearing this for the first time and were shocked. What? Doesn't the art troupe do anything about this? They do, but how can they manage it? Take us. Would we dare to confront a man who's been taken away? If we make a fuss, not only will that flirtatious woman get punished, but the man will too. If things go wrong, he might have to go back to the countryside to farm. The whole family relies on that little allowance to live. If we cause a scene and he loses his job, how will we survive? We just have to endure it. As for that situation, those 4 kids don't want their dad to go back to farming and ruin his reputation. They want to, but they can't. The reality is that their mom can't support 4 kids alone. The women sighed, and Song Shuqian could feel their helplessness. One woman, unable to bear it, asked, "So what can we do? Can we stop those flirtatious women from coming? We won't watch the performances." Another more rational woman replied, "If we say they can't come, we'll anger everyone. Besides, the leaders won't listen to us. When we go home, we should remind our men to be careful and warn them that if they have any extra thoughts, we'll go to the army to make a fuss. At home, keep the money in hand and pay attention to task rewards and allowances, keeping them secure. If it really comes to it, we can just pretend our men are dead. If we have money, we can live well in the future." After the women finished speaking and left, Song Shuqian came out from her corner. She had gone to the side to keep a better eye on her 2 kids and enjoy the sunshine, not expecting to hear such explosive news. Song Shuqian didn't interact much with the other women in the family compound, and those limited interactions made her feel uncomfortable, so she didn't like to engage with them. She didn't expect there to be such insightful women in the compound. Understanding what they said relieved her worries by at least half. When there are no feelings, just treat men as tools for making money. Use that money to live well, educate the kids, and enjoy a good life in old age. Regarding what they said about the art troupe, Song Shuqian believed it. She had seen many women willing to do anything to climb up and live well. Song Shuqian decided to tightly hold onto Wei Jianguo when she got home, not really worried about what he would do, but concerned he might be foolishly taken advantage of. If that really happened, it would be unbearable. Wei Jianguo had no idea that a strange lesson awaited him at home. He just felt a bit cold, having dressed lightly for the day. Kids at this age are truly full of energy. Even in this cold weather, Anan and Lele were sweating. Worried they might catch a cold, Song Shuqian hurriedly took them home. The room was already warm with a fire. After wiping off the sweat, Song Shuqian asked her kids, "The spring festival is coming soon. What do you 2 want to eat? What kind of new clothes do you want?" The kids had forgotten what they wanted since they were small last year during the spring festival. "Mom, what is the spring festival?" "The spring festival is a joyful holiday. It marks the beginning of a new year. For example, this year is the year of the dog in the lunar calendar, and after the spring festival, it will be the year of the pig. Noticing she was making it too complicated, Song Shuqian continued to explain. A long time ago, there was a monster called Nian that would cause trouble every winter. Later, people discovered that setting off firecrackers, hanging red lanterns, and putting up red couplets could scare the monster away. So every spring festival, we set off firecrackers, hang lanterns, and put up couplets. During the spring festival, we wear beautiful new clothes. Everyone cleans the house to welcome the new year. There are also many delicious foods. Last year, when Mom and Aunt Tiantian were preparing, you were too small to eat many things. This year, you're a bit older and there will be more food you can eat. We can ask Aunt Tiantian how they celebrate the spring festival. If they don't go home, we can celebrate together. Lele caught on to the question, Mom, where is home for them? Back to Aunt Tiantian's mom's house, which is Grandma Sihu's house. Do we have a grandma? Yes, the little trinket you play with was given to you by Grandma. This year, Grandma will also send gifts. I'll give them to you during the spring festival. Grandma will also give you big red envelopes. But Grandma is far away and can't come back to celebrate the spring festival with us. When you grow up, you can go visit Grandma. Song Shuqian didn't want to continue discussing Grandma. She hadn't figured out how to explain death to the kids yet. She changed the subject. Have you thought about what you want to eat for the spring festival? Anan said, meat, fish, shrimp. Lele also said, meat, lots of meat. Okay, got it. The two kids perfectly mirrored Wei Jianguo's preferences. They loved to eat meat. All kinds of meat. The kids didn't have any specific requests for clothes. They would wear whatever their mom told them to. That night, Wei Jianguo received a concubine's quotes note. Confused, he looked at the paper in his hand, and then at his wife. Honey, what is this? The words on it are so strange. Today, I took Anan and Lele out to play, and I accidentally overheard some scandalous stories about female performers from the arts troupe. Basically, they know their future is bleak, but can't let go of wealth and luxury, so they flirt with young officers. I'm not worried about you being charmed. After all, who could be better than me? But you are too upright and don't know the tricks of those lowly concubines. I'm worried you might be schemed against. Not just this time, but you should be careful on future assignments. People will do anything for profit. We can't rely on luck. It's important to be cautious in advance. Her words made Wei Jianguo's heart race. At first, he felt his wife underestimated and distrusted him, which upset him. He was about to use his charm to win her over. He knew his wife couldn't resist his charm. Hearing her say it wasn't distrust, but concern for him made him feel satisfied. His wife really cared for him and didn't want to take any risks. The more he listened, the more he agreed with her. He would never gamble on people's hearts. At that moment, the paper in his hand felt heavy. It read, I don't have a brother. I've always envied others who do. I only see you as a brother. I hope my sister-in-law isn't misunderstanding. Brother, just come for her and explain things clearly. Oh, I'm really not trying to trouble you. I just don't know what to do. Brother, can you help me, please? Cute expression. Brother, you treat sister so well. I want to find a boy like you. But no one likes me. Please help me, brother. I'm not doing it on purpose. I just can't stand to see others sad. I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm really so dumb, not as smart as my sister, and I can't do anything well. I'm not as excellent as you all, and my sister has a loving family that raised her with care. Brother, you have muscles. Can I touch them? I don't want to interfere between you and sister. I just want a little bit of your attention. Wei Jianguo. Honey, what is all this? Talking like this is so annoying. Calling each other brother and sister? If someone is nice to you, go home and find your parents. Why look for someone else? If she finds a man to call brother, isn't she afraid her parents will be angry? And this, just because it's not intentional doesn't mean you can't hurt others. Once harm is done, you should make amends, not make excuses. Whether it's intentional or not, it should be dealt with. And what's with being dumb and family education? If you know you're not smart, shouldn't you learn more?
Wei Jianguo kept complaining about the paper, showing his typical straight man attitude. Indeed, only a straight man can defeat a white lotus. Tiantian is clever and always knows how to say the right things. Song Shuqian smiled and said, "You can see the problems in these words, which is impressive." Many men enjoy this kind of gentle teasing and end up getting tricked, leading to broken families. What I wrote are common phrases used by concubines in big families. Of course, these are just the simplest tactics. The more sophisticated ones have no templates. There are also some lowly behaviors of concubines. Let me show you. Then Wei Jianguo saw his big wife suddenly trip and almost fall. He rushed forward to catch her, muttering, "How can you trip on flat ground? It's probably tiring to be with those two little rascals every day. Tomorrow, I'll take them to practice martial arts to burn off their excess energy." Song Shuqian laughed, looking particularly beautiful, but her hand nervously touched Wei Jianguo's abs.
"Comrade Wei, I'm sorry."
"Thank you for saving me. I'm so useless that I can trip while walking." She blinked, and her eyes instantly turned red. Wei Jianguo. Oh no, his wife seemed to be acting strangely. What should he do? Where could he find a shaman? "Honey, you're scaring me." Song Shuqian laughed heartily. "You really don't understand how to cherish a woman. I've seen many concubines try to charm men in their families. Some even pretend to fall into a river, then tamper with their clothes. When rescued, their clothes get hooked together, making it hard not to marry them. They feign weakness to get a little help, creating opportunities for contact. Over time, familiarity grows, and before you know it, it's too late to back out. There's a more malicious type. Their target is the female head of the household. They exploit her sympathy or intentionally befriend her to get close to the man. By the time it's discovered, the woman loses both her husband and her friend. The most vicious ones might even take the woman's life to seize her dowry. I've also seen those who use children to create connections, eventually gaining access to the household. The lowest method is to drug someone directly. These are the real dangers. They want both the person and their heart. Wei Jianguo was sweating coldly. "Honey, this is too scary. Actually, it's not that bad. Just be cautious. Soldiers are upright and passionate, and when they see delicate girls, they often feel pity. That pity is the beginning of their downfall. But in the end, it's a mutual decision. You can't force someone to drink water. I've said a lot already, so just consider it something new to hear. If you encounter such situations, you might need to set aside your uprightness. Not everyone is innocent and needs help." Wei Jianguo held Song Shuqian close. "I'm really happy you can talk to me about this. It shows you care about me and our family. What you said isn't just alarmist. Thinking about it, there are indeed many such cases. The atmosphere has improved now, but when I joined the army, it was quite chaotic. Back then, it was common for officers to swap wives. They divorced their hometown wives to marry younger, prettier ones, many of whom later gained power in the arts troupe. I didn't understand before, but now it makes sense. Don't worry, I'll be careful and stay far away from them, not giving them any chance. If someone dares to bother me, I'll report them to their superiors. How shameless can they be? If necessary, I'll let the kids speak their minds. Anin and Lele can say anything. No one can control them." Song Shuqian smiled secretly where he couldn't see. In a marriage, sincerity and a little strategy are both needed. After today, Wei Jianguo would definitely be more cautious. If anyone dared to approach him, they shouldn't blame her for taking action. She loved her current life and wouldn't let anyone ruin it. Amid everyone's anticipation and caution, the girls from the art troupe arrived. How should I put it? They were like blooming flowers in spring, each one vibrant and beautiful. Like beams of dazzling sunlight, their youthful energy radiated freely. They were completely different from the sisters-in-law in the family courtyard, who looked worn out and tired. It's no wonder the sisters-in-law were worried and felt the need to keep a close watch on their men. It had snowed last night, and early in the morning, the outside was covered in a beautiful white blanket. This was the first time Anna had ever seen snow, and she was so excited, insisting on going out to play in it. Song Shuqian was a doting mother,
wrapping the two kids up snugly so that even if they fell, they wouldn't get hurt. She let the two kids go out to play. Lightning and Mo-ing also loved the snow. They jumped into a snow pile and rolled around, then continued to play. Song Shuqian had a snowball fight with the two kids. She was on one team, while Anan and Lele formed the other. The two dogs were just there to enjoy the fun, helping whoever they liked. The little courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. Tiantian, who rarely had a day off at home, heard the noise and brought Who over to join in the fun. The game changed from 2 against 1 to 2 against 3. Tiantian had great aim, hitting each of the three kids right on their little bottoms, one hit each, which took away most of the kids' frustration. Song Shuqian enjoyed watching the scene, cheering on the three kids from the side. After half an hour of playing, the kids were all sweaty, so Song Shuqian quickly brought them back inside. They warmed up by the fire, wiped off sweat, and changed into dry clothes. Once they were done, she let the three kids go back out to play in the snow while the two adults stayed inside, warming up and sipping fruit tea. Tiantian took a sip of tea and sighed contentedly. It's so nice here. I haven't enjoyed life like this in a long time. Song Shuqian shot her a glance. Want to switch lives? Tiantian quickly shook her head. No, no, no. I like my life now. It's really interesting. How many days can you rest this time? 3 days. The new year is coming soon, and they're checking everything strictly. I'm worried something might happen. Where will you spend the spring festival? I was hoping we could celebrate together. Of course. We have to celebrate together. I brought some good stuff from the Shanghai market. I'll share half with you. Hey, the sisters-in-law have been on guard against the girls from the art troupe. Have you put any restrictions on your man, Lu? Tian was proud, and she had every reason to be. She scoffed at the idea. I don't need to use tricks to keep someone who needs guarding. That's Tian's confidence in this post-apocalyptic world. Song Shuqian knew it would be like this. She casually picked up the teapot and poured her another cup. Men can be competitive too. When they get childish, even the patterns on their clothes can become a source of bragging. Other wives are putting restrictions on their men. These childish guys might even compare how their wives restrict them. To them, it shows how much their wives care about them. In this game, your Lu might just lose. With a strong desire to win, Tian sat up straight and gulped down her water. How can he lose? I'm the best in this game. Song Shuqian smiled knowingly. Since becoming a police officer, Tian had developed an inexplicable competitive spirit, often showing up in strange ways. Fortunately, she only held herself to high standards. When it came to Hu and Lu Xingua, she didn't interfere. A big head leaned over beside Song Shuqian. How did you talk to Wei Jianguo? Teach me some tricks. How do I even start? I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. Song Shuqian was prepared and handed her a copy of Mistress Quotes. What do you think? Pretty good, right? The mistresses I've seen all talk like this. It's quite disgusting, but some men are like fools and love to hear it. Tian read through it. Amazed, this is the power of the White Lotus. Song Shuqian warned her, some girls can be extreme, like pretending to fall into a river to get saved, then clinging on. And there are things like drugging. Remind your Lu not to fall for it. These soldiers are straightforward and don't understand these tricks. Tian, who was straightforward in speech and action, quickly stuffed those papers into her bag, afraid Song Shuqian might change her mind. She was living well now and didn't want to create trouble for herself. Seeing the time was right, Song Shuqian called the three kids back in to warm up and drink some hot water.
How was it?
Was it fun? Lele hugged his mother's leg. Mom, Lele wants to build a little turtle. Okay, do you need Mom's help?
Yes.
What about Anan? What do you want to build? A big tiger, the kind that goes roar. Song Shuqian was almost melted by her son's cuteness. Not to mention a big tiger, she could make a big wolf dog for him. Hu, true to his name, wanted a big tiger. After working hard all afternoon, Song Shuqian and Tian managed to create 2 big tigers and 1 turtle.
It was really tough.
Meanwhile, someone from the art troupe had indeed taken an interest in Wei Jianguo, a 24-year-old deputy-level officer with a bright future. The girl was named Huan, a dancer with a strong family background. She joined the art troupe to find a suitable husband. Her brother was in politics, and she wanted a husband in the military, supporting each other to elevate their family. As for Wei Jianguo's family, it was not a consideration for her. Huan was confident. Her looks were always top-notch. Since she was young, she had never lacked admirers. Such a girl is proud and wouldn't actively pursue a man. She always created opportunities for chance encounters with Wei Jianguo, intentionally or not. For example, now in the cafeteria, she carried her tray, pretending to look for a long time before finally spotting a seat, beaming with joy. "Comrade, may I sit here?" Her voice was soft and pleasant to hear. Years of dance training had given her an outstanding presence. Standing there, she was already a beautiful picture. Wei Jianguo was busy boasting to Lu Xingua about how much his wife cared for him, showing off without a care. He didn't even glance at Huan. Lu Xingua felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why his wife hadn't given him any attention. Had she grown tired of him after so long? Or was there something he hadn't done well recently that needed improvement? He had no time to pay attention to Huan. The atmosphere became awkward. Military dining has its own discipline, requiring silence, and it became even quieter now. The ever-resourceful partner, Sun Taizhan, quickly resolved the issue. "Sorry, we were discussing something and didn't hear you. Feel free to sit." He then continued eating. Huan turned to invite her friends to join her. Sun Taizhan, being clever, looked at the two ironclad men in front of him and said, "I heard your wives are friends and often experiment with new dishes together. The new year is coming. Don't forget me when you have something delicious." Wei Jianguo replied, "Dream on." Lu Xingua added, "You're dreaming." Sun Taizhan. He didn't want to deal with these two clueless guys anymore. They should be the ones getting tangled up and scolded by their wives at home. What he actually said was, "Don't be so stingy. I'll help you take care of the kids for a day at most." Wei Jianguo said, "It's a deal. I have some pork jerky with honey on top. It's sweet and savory. Really delicious. I'll give you some. I also have a lamb leg. I'll invite you over for roasted lamb leg in a couple of days." Lu Xingua quickly responded, "My wife makes an amazing Buddha jumps over the wall. It took us a year to gather the ingredients. When we make it, I'll call you over for a meal." Sun Taizhan thought, fine, with so much good food, he could manage.